Iran, from Israel, from Florida, from Lewiston, Maine. Part of our continued reporting. This is what a country in war looks like. Women, children. What is it like? Countless neighborhoods across the region that look just like this. Everybody good? Get to it for all this damage to
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
They told him I rejected him because he wanted to be female.
This is the story of a family divided, a fringe religious movement blurring the lines between church and state, and a teacher caught in the middle. This is Grapevine, an NBC News podcast. Listen now.
We're talking possibly 1 trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
Cyber Monday is officially underway, and it's expected to shatter records with more people shopping online than ever before.
But with those brick and mortar sales off to a slow start this year, retailers may need to do a lot more to convince you all to go buy. Here's Brian Chung.
For shoppers looking for deep discounts, the countdown is on. But ahead of the busiest online shopping day of the year, warning signs for retailers.
What am I do with 10%? Select items. I need the 100, the 90% off.
Coming out of COVID, shoppers were ready to spend. This year, early signs are they're ready to save, looking for even bigger deals.
If you just keep shopping, you might find, you'll find something, especially online.
MasterCard says this Black Friday, shoppers spent 2.5% more than last year, a bump erased by inflation. That means the stakes are high for retailers this Cyber Monday. They'll have to do more to woo consumers.
The consumer has a lot of power this year, especially. They're in the driver's seat.
Target is slashing prices up to 60% off. Walmart is advertising up to 80% off. And Amazon, which had a round of big deals in October, is rolling out deals every 5 minutes through tomorrow to keep consumers coming back throughout the day.
We're expecting the deepest discounts on the categories electronics and apparel. The deepest discounts will fall in the range of 25 to 30% for both categories.
And confidence that those packages will arrive on time. ShipMatrix says parcel carriers have more capacity to deliver than they need this season.
We broke up the country into 8 regions, where what this allows us to do is ship items to customers from within their region. So what that means is they get their items faster.
Paving the way to a seamless season of gift getting and gift giving from the comfort of your couch. Brian Chung, NBC News, New York.
Still to come, it was a Wet n Wild showdown at the link. We break down what happened when Josh met Jalen right after this.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
The NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
We're talking possibly a trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
Morning, Al.
I think when you open your eyes, you get to decide, how's my day going to be? We want to be a way to start your day, lighten your load, every single morning.
Coming on the air with breaking news. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Here in Florida. The time to evacuate has come and gone. You were seeing people just running for their lives?
People running for their lives.
We've seen this almost unbelievable power struggle. What does this mean for Ukraine? It's the battle off the field that's inspired the world.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth.
Go ahead. This is it, right?
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
When you get down in near close.
Gus Edwards, the back, second and goal. Jackson seeking the back of the end zone for the touchdown. The rookie, Zay Flowers.
The Ravens bought themselves flowers and some points on Sunday Night Football. You got wide receiver Zay Flowers bookended the night for Baltimore against the LA Chargers. The rookie brought in their first score and the eventual game winner on a 37-yard rushing touchdown. The Chargers offense fizzled out, turning the ball over 4 times, so the Ravens win 20-10 and currently sit atop the AFC. You got a 9-3 record for them. And Flowers, we saw a lot of people, grabbing their turkey legs and taking a bite of it over the holiday weekend. But he does his signature throwing the flowers like a bouquet move that we saw.
That's right. And despite a full serving of games on Thanksgiving, the NFL was back for seconds for Sunday's matchups. The Giants got one more chance to relive their Super Bowl glory by taking down the Patriots. New York got the win after Patriots kicker Chad Ryland shanked a chip shot field goal that would have sent that game into overtime. Well, later, the resurgent Denver Broncos extended their league-leading win streak to 5 games. Russell Wilson and company picking apart the strong Cleveland Browns defense en route to a 29-12 victory. But nothing else on Sunday could compete with the rain-drenched epic between the Bills and the Eagles in Philly. The Eagles, sporting their throwback uniforms, spent most of the game playing from behind before sending out kicker Jake Elliott, who you just saw sent the game to overtime with a 59-yard field goal. The Bills had to settle for a field goal of their own on their first possession, but their defense could not stop Jalen Hurts, who ran into the end zone for his 5th and final touchdown of the day. And with that win, the Eagles punched their way to the playoffs, the first team this season to do so.
Right, and with the dust from rivalry week settled, the showdowns on the college football season are starting to take shape. Next weekend will feature 11 conference championship games with spots in upcoming bowl games and the college football playoff on the line. So not surprisingly, Georgia and Alabama, the 2 titans of the SEC, they'll face off for their conference title. You got Michigan on Saturday, punched their ticket to the Big Ten championship game against Iowa with their win over Ohio State. And Oregon and Washington will face off in the final Pac-12 championship game. So here we go. Line up now. It's all starting to come together when it comes to the NFL playoffs and bowl games here in college football.
Yeah, and if you don't like football, you're really out of luck this time of year. Up next, the Beehive is buzzing after the debut of Beyonce's Renaissance concert film.
And if you watched the Macy's Thanksgiving Day Parade on TV this year, you helped make history happen.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
This is what a country in war looks like. You came to get blood. The sound of incoming shells. So many stories of heroism and heartbreak emerging from here.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate.
In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. Here are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
When I think about what the Today Show does, it's not just about the mornings, it's about your whole day. There's a feeling of, we're in there with you. Then let's take on this day together.
This is what a country in war looks like. You came to get blood. So many stories of heroism and heartbreak emerging from here.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
And welcome back with what you need to know early today. The Hunger Games topped the Thanksgiving box office, raking in $28.8 million, followed by Napoleon, bringing in $21 million. And Disney's Wish fell short of expectations, bringing in just $19.5 million.
Beyonce's Renaissance concert film premiered in Los Angeles this weekend. Family, friends, and Destiny's Child group members showed their support.
Macy's 97th Thanksgiving Day Parade broke a record this year with 28.5 million TV viewers. That's the most ever recorded in its telecast history on NBC. It was also the highest rated TV program of the year.
And IHOP is bringing a world of pure imagination to your plate in honor of the upcoming Wonka film, coming to theaters December 15th. The breakfast chain has Wonka-inspired dishes like the Perfectly Purple pancakes, the Daydream Berry Biscuit, and Dreamy Lemonade. And there's a kids menu with tons of tasty treats. We'll be right back.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Only a dozen hours after the Eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, you know, right? There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses by the Hampton deliberations.
All right, it just made
The NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
News lives in the now.
Israel tonight declaring war against Hamas following the brutal surprise attack within its own borders.
Now is raw.
We are in the West Bank city of Ramallah. Protesters are on the streets here to denounce Israel.
Now is real.
Most of the time, the Iron Dome works, but there are rare occasions that a few get through, like here in Ashkelon.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now, streaming free everywhere.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklaya Samwat.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
The NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
A veteran in Wisconsin is taking a stroll down memory lane, being reunited with a box of mementos and medals 52 years after they were lost. Lance Allen from our Milwaukee affiliate tells us more.
On a quiet street in Tosa,
I saw a lot of things that I didn't want to see.
Lives a quiet slice of American pride and history.
I would say that after a couple years, my box is never going to show up.
John Norgard's path to Vietnam starts with sports.
Atlanta Falcons and the Green Bay Packers and Racine Raiders, by the way.
For a pro tryout, he picked Atlanta over the Pack.
Being from North Dakota, Vince Lombardi wasn't a big deal.
Getting cut from the Falcons meant another call.
When Norm Van Brocklin called me in and said, Swede, looks like we're going to have to cut you. And he asked me, well, what do you think you're going to do now? And I said, I think I'm probably going to Vietnam.
John became a medic in Vietnam for 13 months.
You go out and do your job.
After seeing the horrors of war, in the spring of '71, he packed up some memories, mailed them home, and headed out.
With some other things that I thought were necessary memories.
For 52 years, John waited and wondered what happened to his box, until one day.
And she texted us, said, Dad, I think I know who's got your box.
His daughter received an email from Peter Lundberg, who lived across Lake Michigan.
I started getting goosebumps.
For about a half century, it sat in Peter's basement.
Lance, as low-tech as we are, no, I wouldn't criticize. I wouldn't criticize anybody for that.
We're glad for that too. That was wonderful.
Lundberg, the postal clerk for John's company, so neither 52 years or driving from Michigan or whatever could stop Norgard's mail from being delivered.
It was worth the 52-year wait.
So we asked John to reopen the box.
Okay.
And a flood of memories came back.
This camera, all of a sudden my brain decides to tell me, aha, there are some things that these are the awards that I knew I got. This is the Bronze Star with the V.
Yep.
And that's for valor, and then the Purple Heart.
Okay.
That was my second Bronze Star. I can't find words for feelings very easy. You know, being a Norwegian, you know, I just started hugging people about 10 years ago.
And our thanks to Lance Allen for that report. The flood of emotions in that unboxing.
Yeah, what a mystery for all those years. Thanks for watching early today. I'm Jessica Layton.
And I'm Frances Rivera. Have a great Monday. Breaking overnight, an arrest in the shooting of 3 college students of Palestinian descent who were visiting Vermont for Thanksgiving. What police have said about the 48-year-old suspect.
Relief and joy as another round of hostages are released by Hamas, including a 4-year-old girl. The emotional reunions this morning as we enter the final day of a ceasefire. There is growing hope that the truce could be extended.
Congressman George Santos locked in a fight for his political life. The New York Republican says he expects to be kicked out of the House this week, but he's not going down quietly.
A safety warning this morning for Honda owners before the morning commute. The automaker is recalling over 300,000 cars and SUVs. We'll tell you which models are affected.
Savings are just a click away, where you can find the biggest deals of the year this Cyber Monday. It's November 27th. Early today starts right now. Good Monday morning. I'm Frances Rivera.
And I'm Jessica Layton. We begin this morning with breaking news overnight. Police have made an arrest in the shooting of 3 college students of Palestinian descent in Vermont this past Thanksgiving weekend. Police say on Saturday night, 48-year-old Jason Eaton approached the 3 and he fired at least 4 rounds. Authorities now say that Eaton was arrested after his house was searched. He is expected to be arraigned later today. Now, the victims, 2 of which have dual citizenship, were speaking Arabic and wearing traditional Palestinian scarves when they were shot. The mayor of Burlington says a hate crime motive is being prioritized in this investigation. 2 of the men are in the ICU right now. All 3 grew up together in Ramallah on the occupied West Bank.
Meanwhile, today is the last day of the Hamas-Israel truce, and another round of prisoner exchanges is set for later today. On Sunday, Hamas released 17 hostages from captivity as Israel freed 39 Palestinian detainees, all of them minors. Among them is a young Israel-American girl who lost both her parents on October 7th and turned 4 in Hamas captivity. Our Aaron McLaughlin is in Tel Aviv and has the latest.
4-year-old American Abigail Edan is coming home, the first U.S. citizen to be released by Hamas as part of the temporary ceasefire agreement, joined by 16 other hostages, according to the Israeli government, in exchange for 39 Palestinians held in Israeli jails, according to the Israeli prison service. Al Jazeera broadcasting this shocking footage, which it claims was shot in Gaza City. You can see children loaded into Red Cross vehicles and an older woman requiring immediate medical treatment. The vehicles surrounded by Hamas militants. All this in the same city the Israeli military has declared to be under IDF control. President Biden expressing his relief that Abigail was finally released.
Today, she's free, and Jill and I, together with so many Americans, are praying for the fact that she is going to be all right.
Abigail's aunt releasing this video statement.
She just landed in the hospital and she's being checked and taken care of. I want to thank everybody for all your love and support.
The youngest American taken hostage, now a symbol of the brutality of October 7th, when terrorists stormed her family's kibbutz. Earlier this month, her great aunt sitting down with Lester Holt, describing the moment Hamas shot and killed Abigail's father, with the little girl in his arms.
Abigail actually had crawled out from under her father's body. And full of his blood, went to a neighbor and they took her in.
4 members of the Brodet's family and Abigail were then kidnapped, all now released. Scenes like these of heartfelt reunions giving other families hope that their nightmares too can be over. Like this moment when Sharon Avigdori and her daughter Noam were finally reunited with their family, overcome by emotion. And this moment when 9-year-old Emily Hand reunited with her father. Her father, Thomas, says he'd been told Emily was dead, only to find out weeks later they had reason to believe she was alive and taken to Gaza. At the time, the single father had this message for his little girl.
What do you want to say to Emily?
Hopefully you'll be here for your birthday. Be strong.
Emily missed her birthday, but is now back home safe, reunited with Thomas. This is we're learning new details of what life is like living in Hamas control. Karen Munder was released Friday alongside her mother and son Ohad, telling a relative they slept on benches and were given bread and rice, but not regularly. We're getting new details of the terms of this ceasefire agreement. There should be Red Cross visits for any hostage that remains behind in Gaza. Erin McLaughlin, NBC News, Tel Aviv.
A tanker hijacked in the Middle East has been freed by the U.S. Navy. The merchant vessel Central Park in the Gulf of Aden sent out a distress signal after rockets were shot at it from Yemen. 5 armed men then took over the ship. The nearby USS Mason responded with help from Allied ships. Now, the hijackers tried to flee, but they were detained by U.S. forces. While it's not yet clear what, if any, organization they belong to, the Yemeni Houthi group has said it would target Israel after the Gaza war broke out. The Central Park belongs to an Israeli-owned company, but no Israelis were on board. Last week, a cargo ship linked to Israel was seized by the Houthis. The group has also fired missiles toward Israel during the course of the war.
George Santos is fighting for his political life this morning. The House could vote as early as tomorrow on whether to expel the embattled Republican after an investigation found evidence of flagrant ethics violations. But he's not going down quietly. Our Bree Jackson is live in D.C. with the latest. Bree, good morning. Santos sounded defiant over the weekend.
That's right. Good morning, Francis. George Santos lashed out at his colleagues on social media Friday, but also appeared to accept his fate, saying he expects to be voted out of Congress this week. The New York Republican has already survived 2 previous attempts to kick him out of the House, but that was before the Bipartisan Ethics Committee found that Santos fraudulently exploited every aspect of his House candidacy for his own personal profit. He allegedly used the money to pay for his personal rent, to take out cash from an ATM at a casino, to spend lavishly at designer stores, for cosmetic treatments like Botox, and on the website OnlyFans, which is known for its adult content. While the report did not make any explicit recommendations, the GOP chairman of the ethics panel filed a resolution to kick the lawmaker out. Now, for his part, Santos called his colleagues hypocrites.
I have colleagues who are more worried about getting drunk every night with the next lobbyist that they're going to screw and pretend like none of us know what's going on. This happens every single week. Where are the ethics investigations and that?
And as you mentioned, the House could take up that resolution as early as tomorrow. Now, it would need a 2/3 majority to pass, and the decision would be historic. Only 5 members of the House have been expelled before, and Santos has said he will not resign on his own. Francis.
Okay, watching closely this week for that brief. Thank you.
Services for former First Lady Rosalynn Carter begin today with a motorcade procession. Mourners are invited to honor her life along the procession route. The motorcade's first stop will be at the Rosalynn Carter Health and Human Sciences Complex at Georgia Southwestern State University with a wreath laying. The next stop, the Jimmy Carter Presidential Library and Museum. The public is welcome to pay respects as Mrs. Carter lies in repose there. President Biden and Vice President Harris are expected to attend the memorial service tomorrow.
It has been an extremely busy holiday weekend for airports across the country, and travelers will still feel the effects this morning. This Thanksgiving weekend is predicted to be a record breaker, with Sunday likely the biggest air travel day in American history. This year, though, airports have largely avoided the cascading delays and system-wide meltdowns that marred so much of holiday travel in 2022.
And if you were hoping to miss out on the mayhem by leaving today, well, storms near the Great Lakes might throw a little bit of wrench in that plan. NBC meteorologist Michelle Grossman is tracking the snowfall across that region. Michelle, good morning.
Good morning, and it's a lot of snowfall. Most spots seeing 1 to 3, 3 to 6, 4 to 8, but some spots could see up to 4 feet of snow. That's mainly downwind of Lake Erie and also Lake Ontario. This is what it looks like. We have winter alerts stretching across the Great Lakes, millions under winter weather alerts. We have winter weather advisories stretching into New England as well, because we're going to be seeing snow falling, and we're seeing snow falling right now. This is what it looks like on radar. Where you see the blue, that is the snow. Also seeing a mixture throughout portions of interior parts of the Northeast. We're looking at a mixture too in New England. Also looking at the snow falling, looking at heavy rain falling throughout Maine. This is going to clear out for the most part. Could see some lingering snow showers, some lingering rain showers in Maine, and we're going to continue to see that snow falling, and these alerts are in place through Wednesday. So notice these pinks and purples downwind of Lake Erie and also Lake Ontario. That's where we expect the highest amounts of snow, and again, could locally see 36 inches or higher. That's mainly near the Tug Hill Plateau region. They see a lot of snow throughout the winter. This is what we're expecting, that snow continuing to fall today, also tomorrow, and really gusty winds. Winds could gust near 45 miles per hour. That's a look at the big weather story of the day. Here's a closer look at your day ahead. All right, layer up if you're in the northern plains, the Rockies, the central plains. We're looking at temperatures well below normal and also below freezing in some spots. It's chilly too in New England, the mid-Atlantic, the Northeast as well, the Ohio Valley. Temperatures mainly in the 30s. All right, guys, that's your Monday forecast.
Okay, Michelle, thank you. Early today is back in 60 seconds with a recall alert for Honda owners.
And what better way to start your first day back after the holiday weekend than by browsing for deals? Don't tell your boss we said that. CNBC's Steve Sedgwick will tell us why Cyber Monday could be bigger than ever this year.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Still to come in the Channel 2 News.
Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get in.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Honda is recalling some 300,000 of its 2023 and 2024 Accord and HR-V models. The recall is due to some vehicles missing parts of a seatbelt mechanism that protects riders during a crash. If you own one of these sedans or SUVs, you can take it to a dealer for inspection and, if needed, a part replacement for free. Honda says it will begin notifying owners of affected vehicles on January 8th. So far, there have been no reports of injuries related to the issue.
The return of colder weather is also bringing a new kind of freeze to businesses. In a reversal of trends, retailers are hiring fewer workers for the holiday rush, with the fewest seasonal job openings since 2013. Employment analysts attribute this slowdown to a larger cooling in the labor market, as well as questions about consumer confidence and holiday spending. Companies are expected to bring on about 573,000 holiday workers this year. That is a 60% drop compared to 2021.
Cyber Monday is officially underway. Online deals are reigning supreme this year, and experts online expect the online shoppers to spend a record $12 billion today. So let's bring in Steve Sedgwick for more from CNBC. Hi, Steve. Good morning.
Good morning to you, Francis. Yeah, and it was really interesting hearing what Jessica had to say. And I think this migration to online sales rather than bricks and mortar, well, that continues. And my goodness me, we're expecting a busy Cyber Monday. I'll come to that in a moment. But Black Friday was really big. It was a 7.5% increase than we saw a year ago, generating $9.8 billion in US online sales. Now, 5.3 billion of those online sales came from mobile shopping. In terms of Cyber Monday as well, we're expecting a record, wait for it, $12 billion to be spent today. And over the 5 days of Thanksgiving to Cyber Monday, expecting $37.2 billion in online sales in total as well. Certain days apparently bring certain bargains as well. So yesterday, the best discounts were in toys, up 35%, and apparel, up 25%. But Cyber Monday, as goes the name, cyber, the best deals are seen on electronics, 30%, and furniture as well, seem pretty good as well. So very, very interesting, actually, despite the concerns about the consumer, about the retail environment, the whole Thanksgiving period is generating enormous amounts of online sales. Back to you both.
All right, Steve, thank you so much.
Still to come here, the Chargers fail to ignite their offense.
And the Eagles donned a classic look on the way to a statement victory. We'll have a Sunday NFL recap right after this.
The NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
Top story is coming to you live from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina. Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We're talking possibly 1 trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
They told him I rejected him because he wanted to be female.
This is the story of a family divided, a fringe religious movement blurring the lines between church and state, and a teacher caught in the middle. This is Grapevine, an NBC News podcast. Listen now.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from New York.
Ground zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Coming on the air with breaking news. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Here in Florida. The time to evacuate has come and gone. You were seeing people just running for their lives?
People running for their lives.
We've seen this almost unbelievable power struggle. What does this mean for Ukraine? It's the battle off the field that's inspired the world.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Right, this is it, right?
When you get down in there close.
Gus Edwards, the back, second and goal. Jackson seeking the back of the end zone for the touchdown. The rookie, Zay Flowers.
The Ravens bought themselves flowers and some points on Sunday Night Football. Wide receiver Zay Flowers bookended the night for Baltimore against the LA Chargers. The rookie brought in their first score and the eventual game winner on a 37-yard rushing touchdown that you see right there. The Chargers offense fizzled out, turning the ball over 4 times. Ravens win 20-10, and they currently sit atop the AFC. And this was Flowers' first touchdown in the U.S. He scored in London against the Titans, but first one here on our soil.
Certainly deserved that throwing of the bouquet of flowers as he just did. Despite a full serving of games on Thanksgiving, the NFL was back for seconds for Sunday's matchups. The Giants got one more chance to relive their Super Bowl glory by taking down the Patriots. New York got the win after Patriots kicker Chad Ryland shanked a chip shot field goal that would have sent the game to overtime. Well, later, the resurgent Denver Broncos extended their league-leading win streak to 5 games. Russell Wilson and company picked apart the strong Cleveland Browns defense en route to a 29-12 victory. But nothing else on Sunday could compete with a rain-drenched epic between the Bills and Eagles in Philly. The Eagles, sporting their throwback uniforms, spent most of the game playing from behind before sending out kicker Jake Elliott, who sent the game to overtime with a 59-yard field goal. The Bills had to settle for a field goal of their own in their first possession, but their defense couldn't stop Jalen Hurts, who ran into the end zone for his 5th and final touchdown of the day. So you got the Eagles, who win it and also punched their ticket to the playoffs, too. Tough for Josh Allen when it comes to being on there since 2018, but never really winning in overtime.
Yeah. Here
So
we
tough
go
one
again.
for the Bills.
Yeah, and I just want to say I don't think kickers get enough credit. That 59-yard field goal, wow. And with the dust from rivalry week settled, the showdowns of the college football season are starting to take shape. Next weekend will feature 11 conference championship games with spots in upcoming bowl games and the college football playoff on the line. Not surprisingly, Georgia and Alabama, the 2 titans of the SEC, will face off for their conference title. Michigan on Saturday, punching their ticket to the Big Ten championship game against Iowa with their win over Ohio State. So then Oregon and Washington will face off in the final Pac-12 championship game as well. You see all the lineups here, all the standings. Buckle up because there's plenty more football season.
All right, still to come on early today, you can now get your hands on the fingerprints of Biggie and Tupac, but it'll cost you.
And first Paris, now London. More next on the Hotel Heiress's new bundle of joy.
People really don't know what's going to happen.
Nearly a dozen hours after the Eye roared ashore.
More good people than bad people, I know, right? 5 seconds. 4, 3. There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses by the mail delivery system.
All right, it just made too.
News News lives in the now.
The horrors of war on full display on both sides of the Israel-Gaza border.
Protesters are on the streets here. Most of the time, the Iron Dome works, but a few get through.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, and
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, you know, right? Yeah, 5 seconds. 4, 3. There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses. Private mail deliverages.
All right, and
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Were you calling the shots, though, Mr. President, ultimately? Was the Biden administration caught off guard by this latest surge of migrants? Is it clear who's going to govern Gaza once this war is over? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
We are back with what you need to know early today. Life at Sea Cruises has canceled their 3-year-long voyage after failing to secure a cruise ship. The ship was supposed to depart earlier this month with plans to reach 382 ports, 7 continents, and 140 countries. The company plans to begin reimbursing passengers in mid-December.
Autograph dealer MomentsInTime.com has listed memorabilia from the late rappers Tupac Shakur and the Notorious B.I.G. The company is selling signed fingerprint cards from the arrest of the rappers. The documents cost a hefty $225,000 each.
Netflix has acquired a new comedy, The Fifth Wheel, starring Kim Kardashian. While details of the new show are slim, Kardashian will star as the fifth wheel alongside a female ensemble cast. The show will be produced by Saturday Night Live alum Paula Pell and Janine Brito.
And Paris Hilton has a new reason to be thankful. She announced on Thanksgiving Day that she welcomed a second child named London via surrogate. The hotel heiress posted a pink baby outfit on Instagram with the caption, "Thankful for my baby girl." And we'll be right back after this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Coming on the air with breaking news. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Here in Florida. The time to evacuate has come and gone. You were seeing people just running for their lives?
People running for their lives.
We've seen this almost unbelievable power struggle. What does this mean for Ukraine? It's the battle off the field that's inspired the world.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight.
the debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit. I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
Welcome back with a look at the story of a man who has lived so many different lives and gone by 3 different names during his lifetime. A new HBO documentary now streaming on Max dives into the extraordinary life of Michael Chow. NBC's Richard Louie has more.
His friends were the chic of chic.
Jean-Michel, Andy, Keith Haring, Mae West, Fred Astaire. Everybody came. Ginger Rogers, Cary Grant. Do you understand the kind of power?
Mr. Chow and his restaurant namesake did have power. Hollywood stars, yes. The center of culture, yeah. But he was still missing something. Jean Hsien researched his life for a new film, including his difficult start as a Hollywood actor.
He showed people that even someone who's bullied can be who he is today.
Remove his helmet. Approaching Mongolia. Track is as predicted.
He was always going to get stereotyped in these kind of insulting roles. He's motivated by tearing these barriers down.
Young Michael Chow was the son of the Marlon Brando of China. But then politics took a radical turn. His father's fame and career was taken away.
He was 12 and he suddenly lost everything and found himself in London.
He said to me, wherever you go, always remember, you are Chinese.
Which meant only 2 career options in the West.
Laundry or a restaurant.
Hold it! It's nothing to do with me. I only deliver laundry.
The whole racism thing, I live with it. I breathe with it.
He was oppressed by it.
They won't allow me to be an artist.
So instead, for 50 years, Mr. Chow's has set the global standard for luxury dining brands in London, New York, Miami, and Los Angeles.
It was never only a restaurant. It was always an embassy, and he was always casting himself as the ambassador. And he really does have a way of putting his finger on the moment.
And today's moment, reborn in his 80s with a new career and a new name, the Artist M.
I'm an expressionist artist, and the expressionist artists usually deal with injustice.
M.
You just say M, and give me a little warmth, you see.
All these different personas he's taken on and all these different kind of careers he's taken on over the years. I can't think of anyone like that, really.
All paint is a recipe. My painting is a recipe of identity.
I showed the film to him. He turned to me and said, thank you that you didn't make me look like a Chinaman. You made me a human being.
Richard Louie, NBC News, New York.
Wow, so cool. So many dimensions to Mr. Chow. You got in all of the arts, visual, culinary, performing.
Today could be the day that you pick up your new career. You never know. Thanks for watching Early Today. I'm Jessica Layton.
And I'm Frances Rivera. Have a great Monday. See you tomorrow.
Developing right now on Morning News Now, a temporary truce between Israel and Hamas now in its final hours. This morning, a 3rd group of hostages is now free. Among them, the first American, 4-year-old Abigail Eden.
Nothing is guaranteed, and nothing is being taken for granted. But the proof that this is working and worth pursuing further is in every smile and every grateful tear we see. The proof is little Abigail.
Now, President Biden pushing to extend the ceasefire with a 4th wave of hostages set to be released. And tragedy here at home, 3 Palestinian American students shot in Vermont. We have team coverage. Also this morning, the post-Turkey Day travel rush is on, with millions of people heading home from their Thanksgiving weekend destinations. But could an early winter storm interrupt your travel plans? We are tracking the conditions. Plus, disorder in the House as embattled Congressman George Santos admits he expects to be expelled in the coming days. The latest on the fallout from a damning ethics report. And millions of Americans scrolling for sales on this Cyber Monday. But are the deals really worth the hype? What you need to know before you buy. Good morning, and thank you very much for being with us. We hope you had a wonderful holiday weekend with your families. I'm Savannah Sellers. Joe is off this morning. We're going to get started this morning with a temporary truce between Israel and Hamas. It's entered its final day. This morning, international mediators are pushing to extend that ceasefire, with the final group of hostages and Palestinian prisoners expected to be released later today. Both sides say they are open to an extension, though Israel has vowed to resume fighting once the truce is over. Yesterday, Hamas released 17 hostages, including 4-year-old American Abigail Edan, whose parents were killed on October 7th. 13 Israeli captives were reunited with loved ones. Israel also released a further 39 Palestinian prisoners, all minors. This Palestinian family in the occupied West Bank celebrating the return of their son. Speaking yesterday, President Biden welcomed the releases and expressed his desire to see the truce extended.
Critically needed aid is going in and hostages are coming out. And this deal is structured so that it can be extended, to keep building on these results. That's my goal. That's our goal, to keep this pause going beyond tomorrow. I'm hopeful this is not the end. It's going to continue. But we don't know. All the players in the region, even the neighbors who aren't and have been directly involved now, are looking for a way to end this.
We have got a team standing by to dig in on all of this. We're going to start with NBC News correspondent David Noriega in Tel Aviv and Aaron Gilchrist in Washington. Good morning to you both, David. I will begin with you on the ground. So as we mentioned, this temporary truce, it's entered its final day. So what can we expect from today's final batch of hostage and prisoner releases? Is everything going to plan so far?
As far as we know, yes, but the rule governing this entire process from day one was that we cannot know for sure that something is going to happen until it happens. It's extremely tenuous, extremely fluid, extremely fragile. There's been at least one moment during the course of these 4 days where it all seemed like it might fall apart and Hamas delayed the release of one group of hostages. Then things got back on track. So I don't want to tell you exactly what to expect. That said, we know that there is a list of a new group of hostages expected to be released today. We know the Israeli government is in possession of that list. The list is being reviewed by the relevant authorities. And what's happened in the past is that once that list is confirmed, Israel begins communicating with the family members of those specific hostages in order to get them in place, mainly in hospitals inside Israel, to receive their loved ones, reunite with them, and then move on from there. So that's where we stand right now. It's in the next few hours that we should expect to get a little bit more detail about who those hostages are. What we've seen in the last few days also is additional releases of hostages outside of the framework of this ceasefire agreement. Those are the foreign nationals that we see, the Thai and Filipino foreign nationals, as well as one dual Russian-Israeli citizen, an adult male, released yesterday. Back to you.
Yeah, David, I want to ask you a little bit more about what we've seen over the last few days, including about that 4-year-old American girl. Tell us what we know at this point about those who have been released, the condition that they're in, and what they went through.
Yeah, so whenever anybody is released, the first thing that happens is they undergo a preliminary medical screening. Then they're taken to hospitals in Israel that have been specially prepared to receive them. There's especially a great degree of preparation that's gone into making sure that these facilities and the people working in them are prepared to receive the children, given the degree of trauma and distress that they have been under. What I can tell you about the group released yesterday, which includes Abigail Edan, the girl who just turned 4 on Friday, on the first day of the ceasefire agreement, and who's now an orphan. We were told that the group of 9 children that arrived at Schneider Pediatric Hospital inside Israel yesterday is in stable condition. Unfortunately, that's all we know. We do know from prior groups of hostages, from days 1 and 2 of the ceasefire agreement, that by and large, the hostages are appearing in good physical condition. Mental health, obviously, is an entirely different question that's going to have to be kind of unpacked and managed, not just over the weeks ahead, but over the years ahead.
Absolutely. Aaron, let me bring you in here. So we know the U.S., Qatar, and Egypt, they are pushing to get this truce extended. Again, it was just planned for those 4 days with that potential for an additional day with additional hostages. But does this seem likely at this point? What did the president have to say about this yesterday?
Yeah, Savannah, I think the president and the administration have been careful not to use words like likely in talking about the things that are happening as a part of this deal. As David suggested, there's so much of it that is that is tenuous, that the administration has been careful not to get ahead of any moment. When we saw the release of Abigail and others, the administration didn't want to come out publicly and say that it had an expectation that that release was going to happen when it did. We know that there are still two American women who could potentially be in this next round of releases. The administration was aware of the 3 females who fit into this deal, as it were, that could potentially be released. And so the president has said that he's hopeful that their release will come, and he's hopeful that the pause would be extended. I want you to hear a little bit more of what he had to say yesterday, right before he returned to Washington.
We continue to press and expect for additional Americans will be released as well. And we will not stop working until every hostage is returned to their loved ones. I've been advocating a pause in the fighting for 2 purposes: to increase the assistance getting into the Gaza civilians who need help, and to facilitate release of hostages. And we know that innocent children in Gaza are suffering greatly as well.
And so again, Savannah, we know that there is a built-in mechanism in this deal to extend the pause. The Biden administration has been working to make that extension happen. The Israelis, the Egyptians, the Qataris, and Hamas have indicated some degree of desire to make that happen as well. And so we will see what comes beyond today. But of course, we know that the president's team is working to get the extension and working to get more Americans out. There are still those 7 unaccounted for beyond the 3 that we've been talking about this weekend. Savannah?
Absolutely. And we know you'll stay on that for us. Aaron, David, very quickly before I let you go, tell us about the latest in the aid that was also able to get in. That was part of this agreement, that aid groups are able to actually get in more materials, more supplies were able to make their way into Gaza. What are aid groups saying about what they've seen as they've been delivering this aid?
Right, Savannah. The pause in fighting has allowed aid groups to not just bring more aid trucks into Gaza, but actually distribute them within the Gaza Strip more effectively. That includes, really crucially, bringing a lot of that aid into the north of the Gaza Strip, which is where the bulk of the Israeli military campaign has taken place. That's where we've seen the largest scale of the devastation and the suffering. We know that about 1.7 million people were displaced from the north into the south, but there are still hundreds of thousands of people living there who either couldn't or wouldn't leave. Aid is now reaching them. We know several trucks of aid made it into the north today, including food, blankets, and medicine. We know no fuel has reached the north today, though. This is one of the biggest points of the ceasefire agreement, and all parties hope to see it continually being implemented successfully. Savannah?
All right, Aaron and David, thank you both very much for your reporting. For more now, we are joined by IDF spokesperson and head of the Foreign Press Branch, Lieutenant Colonel Peter Lerner. Lieutenant Colonel, thank you very much for joining us this morning. So, as we were just discussing, today is the final day of this planned hostage detainee swap between Israel and Hamas. First, just take us through the step-by-step process of what today is going to look like on your end, should everything go to plan.
Good morning, Savannah. Yes, I would also weigh on what President Biden said. He said nothing can be taken for granted, and I think this is what we're watching as we see the last 3 days, how they have developed, where all of Israel has basically been glued to televisions in anticipation to see who will be released, what is their condition, and how we are able to bring more hostages home. So we are listening very attentively to what President Biden is saying, with the access of more humanitarian aid coming into Gaza on one hand, but also in bringing back the hostages. And I would say every last one of them needs to come back home.
So when you say that you all are listening attentively to President Biden and other leaders who are pushing this, does that mean that you think that we will see this pause extended?
So Prime Minister Netanyahu said yesterday that for every 10 hostages, there will be an extended day. So we, from the military's perspective, need to be prepared for each eventuality. From our perspective, maintaining our preparedness to facilitate the evacuation and the transport of the hostages, assessing their initial well-being, how they are, what their health status is, and transferring them to the hospital for additional checks and assessment, mental health assessment, and so on. So that is one component of our readiness. The other component, of course, is the readiness for a future mobilization against Hamas. This doesn't change the situation on the ground. Hamas have to go. Their existence as a governing authority in the Gaza Strip is what created this tragedy for Israelis and Palestinians alike. And that is why we are determined to dismantle them as a governing authority and make sure that they never have the terrorist capabilities ever again to wield the sword of death against us.
So the Israeli military had urged civilians who fled from northern Gaza, where the primary place of this fighting has taken place on the ground within Gaza. They were warned not to return home and warned that this is just preparing for the next phase of the war once this pause ends. What does that next phase look like? Where do we go from here? And will those from northern Gaza ever be able to return home?
So, of course, we have initially, and what we did throughout the first, I would say, month of this war was indeed evacuate, call for mass evacuation of people out of northern Gaza Strip, precisely because that is where Hamas is, I would say, centers of gravity, where their core operations were conducted from. That is where the decision to launch the ruthless attack against Israel took place. That is where they decided to engage. That is how, and that is the locations where they manage their terrorist activities. So that is why we told people to get out of harm's way. Unfortunately, it was Hamas time and time again that were calling for people to stay and put themselves at risk. So from our perspective, that is why we've continued to call for people not to return to the north, because there is still an extensive military presence on one hand, and still the potential that there could be increased violence as this situation develops. Our current status is a status of holding fire, being prepared for the next step, and indeed to continue to engage Hamas whenever that comes to us.
All right, Lieutenant Colonel Peter Lerner, thank you very much for your time this morning. Well, after 50 days as a hostage, 72-year-old Adina Moshe is free this morning, released from Hamas captivity on Friday. Moshe's husband was killed and her home was destroyed in the initial Hamas attack back in October. Well, this morning we are joined by her nephew, Eyal Nori. Eyal, thank you very much for being here, for joining us this morning. And first, we're of course happy to hear that your family has been reunited with your aunt. How is she doing now?
She's getting well, and she come back very weak, very fragile. And, you know, during the past 2 weeks, they almost ate nothing, just rice. But as the network is bombing with her spirit, where she get out of the car, seeing the Hamas terrorists trying to reach her hand to help her, and she just move his hand, slapping his hand, because they maybe broke her body, but they didn't manage to break her spirit.
Wow. If you could take me back to this process, how did you find out that she was going to be released? And tell me more about the moment when you first saw her after she was freed, when your family was first reunited.
We learned for the first time during Friday afternoon, where we got list from the Telegram that of possibly hostages that going to be released. But we kept silent and we watched the TV closely. And only once we saw in Egyptian TV her figure in the Jeep of the Hamas moving towards the Red Cross, then we start celebrating. It was shouted of celebration and joy. It was like a beam of light in the complete darkness we were during the last 50 days. And I think the most thrilling moment when she saw her son, Amos Moshe. She thought her son was killed during the attack together with his wife and 5 children. They were living house next to her house. And she didn't know what happened with him and with his wife and 5 children. And she only learned on Friday night, when she saw him, that he's alive. It was really a thrilling moment for everybody. At the moment, she met only with her daughters and son, and the only elder granddaughter. It takes time to understand what happened in the past 7 weeks. She lost so many of the community. She lost her husband. She lost her property. She lost a house. She doesn't have a town to return to. So, and she doesn't know about all the other events like the Nova Festival and all the Israeli soldiers that has been taken and killed. So we give her the information slowly and gradually in order to let her things that we learn for day by day, she needs to grasp in a few days. So only after 2 days right now, she left the hospital after being taken care of medical attention. And now she wants to return to her life, to take her freedom by herself, to take decision about her body, about her freedom, and becoming independent again as she was before. Mm-hmm. And I want to emphasize one thing she said to the Israel Ministry of Health, who visited her yesterday at the hospital. She told him that just a moment before she was released, she told him, why are you going to release me? There is an elder woman, release her. So this is the spirit of my aunt. And right now she is going to decide where to go. She has several options, either to join the community in Eilat or to join her daughters in the room they prepared for her. Mm-hmm. But her life is in her hand now.
Well, she sounds like an incredible woman, and what a moment learning that her son was still alive. I imagine, just like you said, you're sort of slowly telling her about things that have happened over the last 50 days. I imagine it will also take time for her to tell you about what she went through over the last 50 days. But have you learned anything? Has your family talked to her at all about what her life has been like during that time, where she was, what happened to her?
Only a bit. We know she were in the darkness, in the tunnels, and we know that she was a teacher in kindergarten, and she taught a lot of generation of kids. And while being in the Hamas tunnels, she took the responsibility of treating the kids there and help them and support them and be their guardian mother. And she gave them strength in the tunnels. Even though the conditions are worse than you can imagine, being in an area where no air, not good air to breathe, very poor food, only rice. And when she returned home, her body was so weak. You see that she lost lots of weight during the captivity.
Ayel Nouri, thank you so much for sharing your family story with us and spending time with us this morning. We really appreciate it, and we are so happy that she is home.
Thank you very much, and I will end my words that bring back everybody back home.
Thank you again. Well, in Vermont, police have arrested a man suspected of shooting 3 students of Palestinian descent. 2 are U.S. citizens, and 1 is a legal resident. The victims were wearing the traditional Palestinian scarf when the man opened fire on them in Burlington on Saturday. All 3 victims are in the hospital with injuries. 2 are in stable condition, while 1 suffered serious injuries after being shot in the spine. While the motive remains unknown, authorities say the possibility of the shooting being a hate crime is being prioritized in the police investigation. Let's turn now to weather. Well, cold and snow are greeting post-Thanksgiving travelers as winter arrives in full force, especially for the Great Lakes this morning. Let's get a check on your forecast with Michelle Grossman, who's here in studio with us. Hey, Michelle, good morning.
Hey there, Savannah. Great to see you. And we are looking at a lot of snow in some spots. We could see up to 4 feet of snow in some spots along the Great Lakes. So 5 million Americans under some winter weather alerts throughout the Great Lakes. We have lake effect snow warnings, winter snow warnings, also winter weather advisories. These winter weather advisories go throughout New England, also throughout Maine as well. And as we go throughout time here, we're going to see some heavy snow bands setting up. We saw the snow yesterday. We're seeing it once again today. So ongoing snow is coming over those warm waters of the Great Lakes. And that's why we're seeing those heavy snow bands in some spots. So where you see the blue, that is the snow falling. The whiter blue, the white color is a heavier snow. And we're seeing a mixture in the parts of upstate New York, then also into Maine, also seeing some heavy rain. That should move off the coast. We could see some lingering showers in Maine, some lingering snow showers, but that should improve. It's over the next few days that we're looking at that snow continuing throughout the Great Lakes. So these alerts are in effect until Wednesday. Now, how much snow are we expecting? Generally 3 to 6 inches in many spots, but along downwind of Lake Erie, also Lake Ontario, we are expecting heavy, heavy snow. And again, could see 36 inches, if not more, so close to 4 feet in some spots. Really at the Tug Hill Plateau. So they're used to snow, but still, it's early in the season and we are seeing that snow falling. It's all due to this area of low pressure spinning over the Great Lakes. So we're going to see the snow continuing over the Great Lakes today. Also tomorrow, snowfall rates up to 3 inches per hour. That's a lot. That's going to cause tricky travel in addition to really gusty winds. Those winds are going to continue to gust tomorrow up to 45 miles per hour. It's cold also. We're looking at persistent snow downwind of Lake Ontario and Lake Erie. That's where we expect the heaviest snow bands, as I just showed you on that earlier map. So we are also talking about a late November chill, not just in the Great Lakes, but really most of us, we're looking at below average temperatures, anywhere from 10 to 20 degrees below normal. And take a look at a lot of these temperatures below freezing in portions of the northern plains, also the Midwest, into portions of the interior parts of the Northeast. But we're really cold too, all the way down to portions of the South Central states. We're going to be cold once again tomorrow with temperatures staying well below normal. Savannah?
Yeah, I know it's going to drop in New York here for us.
It's chilly. And it's chilly this weekend, too.
There we go. But you know what? It's winter. It's Christmas time. I'm ready for it.
I love it.
Thank you, Michelle. See you in a little bit.
Sure.
Well, the Thanksgiving holiday is now behind us, of course, and millions of people are making their way back home after the holiday long weekend. It was a record-breaking day on Sunday as the TSA screened nearly 3 million people. That shattered a record from earlier this year. So what can you expect if you are traveling today? NBC News correspondent Marissa Para joins us now from Reagan National Airport with the latest. Hey, Marissa, good morning. Good to see you. So how are things looking this morning at Reagan National? What can passengers expect if this is the day that they head home?
Hey, Savannah, good morning. Yeah, I mean, you can see behind me, pretty busy. We're still pretty early in the morning, and there are a lot of travelers behind me. I can speak from experience, having traveled on the roads to even get here this morning. As much as I wished that I was the only person on the road, it was far from it. I'll get to that in just a moment, but in terms of what we've seen over the last 24 hours, especially when you consider the travel numbers that have been projected by TSA and others, it's really not that bad. We know that there are some delays hovering around 100 right now. In the last 24 hours, those delays have been mostly located to the Midwest, the Northeast. We know there was some winter weather yesterday in the Midwest and some rain in the Northeast. But other than that, it has been pretty smooth here. And we know also when it comes to those busy travel days, historically, Sunday has been the busy return day. But AAA has pointed out that don't sleep on Mondays, especially since the pandemic. Remote work, we know, has had a big impact on the travel days and the patterns and the travel patterns overall. So Monday, still a busy day. Again, can speak from experience, and you can still see it behind me.
That is just, yeah, I mean, the crowd behind you really does look like something, especially for what time it is in the morning. So tell us about this record travel that we did also see. I mean, hearing 3 million people yesterday alone were screened, breaking a record. How'd it go, and what'd you hear from travelers?
Yeah, so AAA says roughly 4.7 million travelers expected to have taken to the skies over the Thanksgiving holiday overall. Of course, these numbers will be evaluated, fact-checked later. TSA have projected 3 million people in one day. And just to point one thing out, 7 out of 10 of TSA's busiest travel days on record have been this year alone. And that really is tracking with the trends, what we have seen with travel really picking up, especially this last year, because people are taking advantage of different prices. We know a lot of prices of different things, including gas prices, have been down. But then a lot of people have felt more comfortable traveling. We spoke to a lot of travelers who said this was their first time sitting at a full Thanksgiving table, Savannah. I'm going to have you take a listen to some of the passengers we heard from on how they were expecting the worst, but hoping for the best.
We were just making sure we got here early because we didn't know if it was going to be crowded, wasn't going to be crowded, but everything worked out.
I was expecting much longer lines. The drop-off for departures took about 15 minutes. I was expecting 45, but so far it's been really easy. Hopefully it'll be the same on our end in Houston.
So quickly on the back end of this, Savannah, I will just say that, as usual, with all forms of holidays, we always see the majority of travelers taking to the roads, 49 million of them, according to AAA. But in terms of the increase, in terms of the records, that is all the other forms of travel, including air travel. So if you are traveling today, just don't expect it to be fully back to normal quite yet, Savannah.
Absolutely. Marissa, I see no comment from that dog there, though he was very interested in your microphone. Great talking to you this morning on this bright Monday right after Thanksgiving weekend. Thanks so much, Marissa. Well, much more to come here on Morning News Now later this hour. It's a big day for online shoppers, of course, but will this year's Cyber Monday deals be worth getting your wallet out for? We will show you what is out there. At first, though, after the break, developing news from the Vatican. Pope Francis canceling several events because of a new health issue. The latest when we come back.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, I know, right? 5 seconds. 4, 3. There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses by the Banner delivery system.
All right, it just made too.
We are back with a developing story out of the Vatican where Pope Francis is reportedly being treated for lung inflammation, which is causing him to cancel some of his upcoming events. NBC News foreign correspondent Claudio Lavanga is in Rome and joins us with the latest. Hey, Claudio, good morning. So what is the Vatican saying at this point? How serious does this seem to be?
Good morning, Savannah. Well, this morning, the Vatican said that the Pope has a lung inflammation that is causing some respiratory problems, but a CAT scan has ruled out pneumonia for now. They also said that the doctors applied an IV on the Pope to infuse an intravenous antibiotic therapy, but also that the Pope is in fairly good and stable conditions. He has no fever, the Vatican said, and his respiratory problems are slightly and somewhat improving now. Savannah?
Claudio, I know Pope Francis went to the hospital for a scan on his lungs on Saturday. This came after a bout of the flu, right? So what can you tell us about that, about what got us to this point?
That's right, Savannah. I mean, the health concern for the Pope started on Saturday when all of a sudden the Vatican said in a statement that he was forced to cancel all his engagements due to what they called a mild flu. But then they said that he was taken to a hospital for a CAT scan that, as I mentioned earlier, ruled out pneumonia, and then he was taken back to the Vatican. But then again, yesterday on Sunday, he was meant to deliver that Sunday blessing from the window overlooking St. Peter's Square. Instead, he appeared via video link from inside inside the Vatican. He was sitting at the desk with an aide next to him who delivered the gospel instead of the Pope. The Pope looked very weak. He was coughing. He sounded short of breath, and he said he was sorry he couldn't appear at the window because he had a lung inflammation, which then was confirmed this morning with that statement from the Vatican, Savannah.
And Claudio, I know also he's scheduled to travel to Dubai. This is for a climate change conference. Do we think that he will be able to do that?
Well, we don't know yet. For now, the Vatican has not canceled the trip to Dubai, probably because you know that the Pope is cares a lot about the environment, about climate change, and of course he's meant to travel to Dubai on Friday to attend and also speak at the United Nations Climate Change Conference, the COP28. But probably the Vatican is just waiting to see whether the Pope recovers in time before they decide. And well, actually, 10 minutes ago they sent an email confirming that tomorrow there will be a briefing where they will illustrate the details about that trip. So they haven't canceled yet, but we'll see what happens in the coming days, Savannah.
All right, Claudia, we know you will stay on it. We'll continue to check in with you on this. Thank you so much. Well, now let's get to the latest on the political future of Republican Congressman George Santos. The embattled House representative says he believes his colleagues will vote him out in the coming days. It comes weeks after the Ethics Committee released a nearly 60-page report finding, quote, substantial evidence that Santos violated federal law. NBC News congressional correspondent Julie Sirkin has the details.
Hey there, Congress back this week from the Thanksgiving holiday, and on the agenda, a possible vote to expel New York Congressman George Santos, but the first-term lawmaker not going down quietly.
Indicted Congressman George Santos is accepting his fate, admitting he expects his colleagues will vote him out of Congress during a 3-hour tirade on social media.
I know I'm going to get expelled when this expulsion resolution goes to the floor. I have done the math over and over. It doesn't look really good.
Santos survived past attempts to expel him, including an effort earlier this month. But after the bipartisan ethics committee found Santos sought to fraudulently exploit every aspect of his House candidacy for his own personal financial profit, dozens of Republicans and Democrats who voted to spare the embattled congressman now say he's not fit to serve. The blistering report accused Santos of spending campaign donations on nearly everything but his run for office. Instead, he allegedly used the money to pay for his personal rent, to take out cash from an ATM at a casino, to spend lavishly at designer stores, for cosmetic treatments like Botox, and on the website OnlyFans, which is known for its adult content. The ethics panel did not make any recommendations on Santos's political future, but its GOP chairman filed a resolution to kick the first-term lawmaker out. Santos railed against other elected officials he called hypocrites.
I have colleagues who are more worried about getting drunk every night with the next lobbyist that they're going to screw and pretend like none of us know what's going on. This happens every single week. Where are the ethics investigations and that?
Nothing has been finalized yet, but the House could take it up as early as Tuesday. It would require a 2/3 majority to pass. Meanwhile, for his part, Santos saying he will not resign on his own. Back to you.
All right, Julie Sirkin, thank you so much. Well, coming up, for richer or poorer, new numbers shedding light on the true cost of getting divorced. We'll break it all down next up on Morning News Now.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklaya Samwan.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate.
In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther.
Here are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
Welcome back. Get this, nearly half of all marriages in this country end in divorce, and that can come with a hefty price tag, sometimes totaling more than $140,000, leading to a major financial burden that can impact someone for years. Well, CNBC reporter Emily Lorsch is here with more on the cost of divorce, what to expect here, and why it's so expensive. Emily, good morning. Thanks for being here.
Good morning, Savannah. No one gets married expecting to get divorced. But these days, divorces are not uncommon. And if life does turn that way for you, there are ways to prepare for what that might cost you.
Not less than $150,000. With lost income, it would easily approach $400,000.
Upwards of $100,000 easily.
Between $172,799 to roughly $191,000, of which I still owe $120,929.
Getting divorced in the U.S. isn't cheap. In 2021, there were roughly 2 million marriages and nearly 700,000 divorces. That's a lot of people coughing up a lot of dough.
It's been 4 years of misery, and very expensive 4 years of misery.
While divorces are expensive, how expensive depends on where you live, if you have children, if you own property, if there's anything you and your spouse disagree on, and several other factors. According to Elizabeth Douglas, founding attorney and CEO of Douglas Family Law Group in New York, an uncontested divorce costs between $1,500 and $5,500 on average, and a contested divorce anywhere from $40,000 to $140,000. If the case goes to trial, even more.
The more complex it is, the more hours that are required by the lawyers, the appraisers, the business valuators, the crypto hunters, the forensics.
So how can Americans reduce their costs?
Fight less, agree more, take the emotion to the extent you can out of it.
While it might be easier said than done, there are steps Americans can take to keep costs down. Get yourself organized. Gather all the documents you might need, like tax returns, employment contracts, and real estate documents. Know your state laws, and especially know your rights. The more work you do up front, the less time you'll be paying someone else to do it for you.
You don't have to stay married to someone just because you don't have the money.
And finally, for those who aren't in this situation quite yet, consider a prenup.
You're never going to negotiate a more favorable divorce for both parties than when you love each other.
Prenups are romantic. You get to protect someone while you still love them. I think there are some people who stay married because they're afraid their lifestyle won't be able to be maintained, or they still believe that old adage, it's cheaper to keep her. I say, no, it's not. It's not cheaper because you can't get that cost back.
Several of the divorcees I spoke with told me they paid anywhere from $250 to $800 an hour for their divorce lawyers. Wow. So another great piece of advice is to keep the explaining, complaining, and venting for your trusted loved ones or maybe even a therapist. And use the time you have with your lawyer wisely. Or else, Savannah, that's a very expensive best friend you have there.
Yeah, that's some good advice. Don't complain to them. Just use them for what you need for legal advice. So obviously those fees are a huge part of it, actually paying your lawyer. But what else makes this so expensive? I mean, how does it go from hundreds of dollars an hour to thousands and tens of thousands in some cases?
Absolutely. Well, fees are one thing that people just absolutely cannot escape. Court filing fees can really add up. Just to give you an example, here in New York, court filing fees will cost you at least $335. Beyond that, there's the cost of photocopies, transcripts. You might need to get new software for court. And beyond that, you might need to hire different experts, a tax specialist, maybe a business valuator. These days, crypto hunters are a lot more common. Oh, wow. So really just the more contentious your divorce is, the more it's going to cost you.
And you did a little bit of this in your great piece there, but give us some tips for how people can keep the cost down.
Absolutely. So regardless of how much money you have, there is really an option for everyone. In some counties, there are do-it-yourself programs. So people can actually go online and fill out the forms themselves. Of course, divorce lawyers do say, if you want to get it right, if you want to do it fast, you definitely should get a lawyer. And then beyond that, there are law firms that do pro bono work, offer financial assistance, and there are organizations such as nonprofits and shelters that can help people as well.
All right, really interesting stuff. Eye-opening. Who knew it cost so much? Emily, thank you so much. Well, let's stay on financial headlines for you. TikTok's parent company plans to lay off hundreds as it presses pause on its gaming brand. CNBC's Silvana Henao joins us with that and other money news this morning. Hey, Silvana, good morning.
Hey, Savannah, good morning to you. Yes, so TikTok's owner is reportedly going to fire hundreds of employees and shut down its Nuverse gaming division. ByteDance is set to internally announce the changes on Monday. That's according to a report in Reuters. Now, the Chinese technology firm apparently has no plan to return to the global video game market and will look to divest from the games it has already launched. ByteDance announced the creation of Nuverse in 2019 as it ramped up its competition with rival Chinese tech company Tencent. Elon Musk is set to meet with Israeli President Isaac Herzog today and representatives for families of people being held hostage by Hamas. The announcement from Herzog's office comes as Musk faces intense backlash over his endorsement of anti-Semitic tweet and after a Media Matter report claimed Fortune 500 companies' ads were running alongside pro-Nazi content on Musk's social media platform X. And the Thanksgiving box office brought in an estimated $172 million over the 5-day holiday weekend. The new Hunger Games prequel, that's The Ballad of Songbirds and Snakes, held on to the top spot with $42 million in ticket sales. Sony's Napoleon followed with about $32.5 million in ticket sales. Meanwhile, Disney disappointed with its new animated film Wish, which only brought in an estimated $31.7 million. That is far lower than its anticipated $45 to $55 million opening, Savannah.
Yeah, I haven't heard the best things about it either, which is a bummer.
I know.
You know?
Same. Yeah.
All right, Silvana Henao, thank you so much.
You got it.
Well, coming up, 'tis the season for sales. That is right. I'm sure you know. It's Cyber Monday, and some of the biggest retailers are promising the biggest deals of the year. But will they deliver? We're going to take a look at what you can expect next on Morning News Now.
When you open your eyes, you get to decide, how's my day going to be? We want to be a way to start your day, lighten your load, every single morning.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
Welcome back. So today, of course, is Cyber Monday, a day when retailers slash their prices online, hopefully boosting their holiday sales. But how do you know if you are getting the best deal? Well, I bet most, if not all of you, are checking out Amazon. So let's bring in Beryl Tomei to help us get the inside scoop. She's the vice president of last mile delivery and tech at online giant Amazon. And she joins us from a fulfillment center in New Jersey. Beryl, thanks so much for being with us on this Cyber Monday, what I know is such a busy day for you. So tell us what Amazon customers can expect to see for sales today and how they can make sure they're getting the best deal, especially if they're Prime members.
Thanks for having me. I'm at a fulfillment center in New Jersey. It is a huge day. It's Cyber Monday. We're excited about offering great deals, great savings to our customers. We have millions of deals dropping throughout the day, every 5 minutes through select periods with deep discounts across many categories like electronics, home, beauty, fashion, Amazon devices, and more. What I'm really excited about is our continued investment in the small business community. And this holiday season on Cyber Monday, we have more deals than ever from small business sellers in our store.
Oh, that's so cool.
Yes, it's super exciting. So I would encourage folks to check out Amazon.com/Cyber Monday to get some awesome deals and find whatever they're looking for.
How does this compare to Cyber Mondays in the past, both in terms of deals that people can get, but also availability of products?
We're seeing really strong demands. In fact, we just got some data on Black Friday. This past Black Friday was record-breaking. We had more items sold and more sales than ever before in any Black Friday in Amazon's history. Some of our best-selling categories were home, kitchen, and beauty. And we saw on average more than 1,000 orders per second throughout Black Friday. So as we roll into Cyber Monday, we're very excited about the demand. What's common across all of these holidays and events for us is our employees. They're what make all of this happen for our customers. And we're investing, safety is our top priority for them. We're investing over $1 billion in the last few years in safety technology, processes, initiatives. We offer great pay, great benefits, and ultimately we want this to be a long-term career for them, not just a job. So we're making major investments in upskilling as well, $1.2 billion through to 2025 to upskill over 300,000 of our employees. So we're super excited for our customers and through this holiday season, investing in our employees as well.
And one of the ways that we can all do that is by being nice to our delivery drivers. So in terms of delivery, how is Amazon preparing to meet the demand this year?
Yeah, ahead of delivery, we're hiring over 250,000 part-time, full-time, seasonal employees in our buildings. And on the delivery side, a core component of making the holiday season a success is our delivery service partner program. This is where we work with hands-on entrepreneurs that have their own delivery businesses. They're also small businesses. So again, part of our commitment to that community who deliver packages to customers' doorsteps. We have over 3,500 of them around the world, employing over 279,000 people. And collectively, this program has generated over $45 billion in revenue for these owners. So they're going to be a huge part of the success and story of the holiday season. We also have something called Hub Delivery. Just really quick, those are also small business owners that have physical stores that we partner with that deliver within their communities.
Wow, that's a pretty neat program, too. All right, Beryl Tomei, thank you so much. Happy Cyber Monday. Thank you for joining us on a very busy day for you. And happy shopping to everybody out there. Thanks, Beryl. Well, artificial intelligence, it's making its way into the gift-giving experience, and it's helping more shoppers check off their holiday shopping lists. NBC News business and data reporter Brian Chung spent the day at a mall to get a closer look.
This is the way we used to shop for the holidays.
Did you get it, Mom? What?
the Sears Wish Book.
Now, it's all about smart shopping, which has gotten a lot smarter thanks to artificial intelligence, or AI. Amazon introducing AI-generated summaries of product reviews, BJ's Wholesale Club rolling out autonomous robots to analyze inventory levels and pricing.
Tally is an amazing robot.
And Google announced a new AI-based search feature this month where you can ask it to generate an image of what you want and shop something similar.
This is the first holiday where generative AI is part of the larger conversation.
And malls, they can be pretty dizzying. When it comes to being at the mall, there are issues like, for example, you don't know what to get your loved ones. And once you do, you don't know where in the mall to find it. Well, some places are using artificial intelligence to try to answer both of those things. What have you seen in terms of the ways that people are engaging in person at malls like this one?
We're just about using the latest in modern technology to make the shopping experience easier and fun.
I got to test out Holiday Eye, Simon Property Group's festive in-person shopping aid.
So I'll kind of walk you through how it works.
Let's give it a shot.
Searching for a gift for my younger brother, telling the bot a little bit about him.
He's a skier. He does like skiing. Yeah. So let's try that.
And after a series of questions, the bot came up with a few gift ideas available on site.
Okay. And all the price points are listed here.
According to Salesforce, AI is set to influence $194 billion in global online holiday sales this year. And another study by McKinsey & Company found generative AI had the potential to boost overall annual retail revenue by more than $600 billion per year.
We use computer vision, and we use tons of machine learning and AI.
AI itself is not necessarily new to shopping. For years, advertisers have been collecting web data called cookies in order to track browsing history and offer similar suggestions. But AI could take that personalization to another level. Yeasay, a new shopping app offering discounts on luxury brands, operates like a dating app. Suggested items pop up, and then you have the choice. Add it to your cart to buy it now, or swipe up and risk the deal disappearing forever.
The more you swipe, the better it gets, the more we can serve you pieces that you're going to love that are just right for you.
The rapid rise of AI has prompted questions about whether privacy safeguards can keep up.
How are you also making sure that that data is secure?
So we use it to deliver a great experience for them. We use it to run our operations efficiently, but no other purposes.
As consumers try to navigate the rapid rise of AI safely and pick out personalized gifts in time for the holidays.
Our thanks to Brian Chung for that report. And for those heading online today, we do have some tips to keep in mind. Don't share personal details. Consider staying anonymous. You can do that by using what's called incognito mode. That's a setting you can go to if you're using a browser like Chrome, or clear your browser when you're done. And also use email addresses that don't have any identifying information. So maybe set up a separate one so that you can do that. Well, coming up, when it comes to school spirit, no one can hype a crowd quite like the team mascot. But what about the person underneath that costume? We're going to take you into the locker room and introduce you to some of the people taking on that big responsibility. This is Morning News Now.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. We've got some Monday motivation for you. This is courtesy of Beyonce's 11-year-old daughter, Blue Ivy. Well, in Beyonce's new Renaissance concert film, the singer talked about just how much her 11-year-old daughter's dancing improved over the course of the tour. And she said it is actually all thanks to the haters who posted negative comments online after Blue Ivy's surprise appearance at Beyonce's first show in Paris. Beyonce said that instead of giving up, Blue Ivy worked even harder on her dancing. Beyonce also admitted that originally her daughter was only going to make just one onstage appearance, but as we know, she ended up touring with her, and fans definitely noticed that improvement. Go Blue Ivy. Love to hear that story. Well, finally this hour, whether they're shooting T-shirts out of a cannon or joining cheerleaders in a halftime dance routine, team mascots never fail to bring the energy to a sporting event. But at colleges across the country, many of those mascots are unknown. Once that costume comes off, who is it? Well, NBC News embed Alex Tabbitt took a closer look at what it really takes to be a mascot in college sports.
While the band plays and the players dunk, one student is suiting up in secret.
It's important to keep Size anonymous from the rest of the campus.
Meet Cy the Cardinal, the mascot for Iowa State University. Cy's that one student that everybody knows, but nobody knows.
His personality spans many classes and many generations, so it's to maintain the consistency of Si's personality and character.
Cy isn't the only mascot to keep its identity hush on campus. Syracuse University's Otto the Orange and BYU's Cosmo the Cougar are also anonymous, while the Stanford Tree or the Notre Dame Leprechaun live their lives in the limelight. But what all these mascots have in common is they made it through a rigorous tryout process to make sure they're the ones with the right skill set to spread school spirit. Carly Fulcher was Cy back when she was a student.
It's fun to kind of lead that double life.
Her classmates didn't know about her alter ego until she graduated.
We would wear the feet to graduation, and so that's how you get to announce to your whole graduating class that you were Cy.
Now she's Iowa State's mascot coordinator.
I find so much joy in passing this squad on to future generations.
Teaching them the original definition of hypebeast.
High energy all the time. Big smile all the time.
While not sugarcoating the more difficult parts of the job.
It's sweaty. It's sweaty work.
At colleges like Iowa State University, mascots are a lot more than just a costume. It's a way of bringing the community together.
Every summer, Iowa State celebrates what they call Victory Day, where Cy and members of the football team host children from across Iowa.
Victory Day is awesome because all these special needs kids come to Jack Trice and get to play football with our whole football team, and they get to run plays and score touchdowns with the team, and we just get to hype them up, and it's such a fun, emotional day.
Spreading joy, no matter the score.
If we're down 20 points, we're going to be hyped for that too, because we're there for the band, we're there for the cheerleaders, we're there for all the kids that couldn't care less what the score is.
Alex Tabbitt, Ames, Iowa.
Okay, what a cool look behind the mask. Very fun. Thank you, Alex, for that. Well, that's going to do it for this hour of Morning News Now. Don't go anywhere, though. The news continues right now. Good Monday morning. I'm Savannah Sellers. Joe has the morning off right now on Morning News Now. Reunited in the Middle East this morning as more than a dozen additional hostages who are being held captive by Hamas are released. And that includes Abigail Edan, an American who spent her 4th birthday away from her family. We've got team coverage of the situation on the ground as officials on both sides of the conflict look to extend that fragile ceasefire. Back here in the States, it's a mad dash home on this Monday morning on the heels of the Thanksgiving weekend and what was the busiest day ever, yes, ever, for air travel. We've got more on what you can expect if you're taking to the highways or skyways today, plus that all-important forecast for your week ahead. Also this morning, it's time to get your mouse clicking, fingers tapping, because it's Cyber Monday, how you can get the most bang for your buck on a big-time shopping day that is also set to break records. Plus, an in-depth look at the lengths some major cities are going to keep you safe while hunting for deals this holiday season. Thanks so much for being with us on this Cyber Monday, joining us on a Monday after a holiday weekend. We hope your Thanksgiving was wonderful. We're going to get started this hour in the Middle East, where the temporary truce agreement between Israel and Hamas has entered its final day. International mediators are working, though, to extend the pause in fighting to allow more aid into Gaza and to facilitate the release of more hostages. Yesterday, 17 hostages were released, along with 39 Palestinian prisoners. Under the current deal, the final group of captives and detainees are set to be released today. NBC News Chief Foreign Correspondent Richard Engel has the latest from Tel Aviv.
Today is day 4 of what is supposed to be a 4-day truce. And later today, more hostages held by Hamas are expected to be released, and more Palestinian prisoners in Israeli jails are also expected to be set free. But both Israel and Hamas now say they are open to the idea of extending this truce to allow for more releases. Since Friday, Hamas has been releasing women and children in batches in exchange for Palestinian women and minors in Israeli jails. It's the most significant diplomatic breakthrough since the start of this conflict, negotiated by Qatar, the United States, and Egypt. Among those freed is Abigail Idan, an Israeli American who turned 4 in Hamas captivity. But Abigail is starting her new life as an orphan. Her mother and father were killed during Hamas's October 7th massacre when she was taken hostage, along with her neighbors. The family reunions are taking place in Israeli hospitals, highly controlled and deeply personal moments. At a hospital near Tel Aviv, Hilla embraced her uncle Yair. Hilla was kidnapped by Hamas along with her 9-year-old friend, Emily Hand, who happened to be sleeping over at their home near Gaza. Yair told us this morning the girls have lost weight in captivity, and Hilla has disassociated herself from the trauma, speaking like it happened to a stranger.
Even with you, she doesn't show much emotion?
Yeah, she speaks about it like it's a scene from a movie. She speaks about facts that happened.
Like it happened to somebody else?
Yeah, it's like a story about it. She doesn't get sad when she talks about it.
Today is Hilla's 13th birthday. The family plans to have a party, but it is utterly incomplete. Hilla's mother, Raya, is still a hostage in Gaza, separated from her daughter and friend Emily 2 days before the girls were freed. 62-year-old Adrian Siegel was released, but also separated from her Israeli-American partner, Keith, who's also still held by Hamas. It's too early to talk about an end of this conflict or even a lasting ceasefire. Hamas still has dozens of other hostages, including Israeli soldiers. And this weekend, Israel's Prime Minister Netanyahu visited troops in Gaza. He promised Hamas would be destroyed and removed from power. We will continue until the end, until victory. Nothing will stop us, he said. To underline that point, an Israeli government spokesman this morning said that if Hamas does not release more hostages and if this truce is not extended, then Israel will resume its bombing campaign against Gaza immediately.
All right, Richard Engel, thank you so much. For more now, we are joined by former Special Envoy to the Middle East, Ambassador Dennis Ross. Ambassador, thank you very much for your time joining us this morning. So let's talk about this potential for the extension here. President Biden said he's hopeful, first, that more Americans will be released in today's exchange and is encouraging that extension in the 4-day ceasefire agreement between Israel and Hamas. How important is what appears to be at this point the relative success of this ceasefire to freeing more hostages? And how does that weigh with Israel's desire to eliminate Hamas? Do you have reason for optimism here in this tenuous agreement?
Well, look, I think the question you're asking is really the critical one, because the reality is that they seem to be two objectives that are aligned, which is defeat Hamas on the one hand, recover all the hostages on the other. But Hamas also sort of understands what Israel's aim is, which is to defeat it, and getting an increasing respite gives it some chance to regroup, gives it some chance to, in a sense, recover from some of the losses and to stop the Israeli momentum militarily. So on the one hand, I think we're looking at a reality that Hamas probably has an interest in extending this pause, this temporary ceasefire. The Israelis have an interest in getting as many hostages out as they can. This allows us, I think, to be somewhat optimistic that this truce will be extended for the next few days. I don't think we should have any illusions that somehow that means that there's going to be a longer ceasefire. Israel's determined not to be left in a situation where it's living with Hamas next door. Hamas itself obviously would love to see a ceasefire, because in a ceasefire it will remain in control of Gaza. And if it's in control of Gaza, there'll be no rebuilding of Gaza. If it's in control of Gaza, it will certainly claim that it has won. And that's something that the Israelis, in the end, feel they cannot live with.
The other thing that was a complicating factor here that I think is getting lost in this a little bit is that Hamas claims that they do not even have all of the hostages, that in order to be able to hand more over, they're going to have to get them from these other groups that had sort of taken advantage of the chaos on October 7th, according to Hamas. This is something the Prime Minister of Qatar had just also referenced with the Financial Times, that if the truce were to be extended, they need to use that time to even locate additional hostages. What has to take place in order to get all the hostages home safely? Of course, the only real reason that Israel is agreeing to a ceasefire is to continue to get these hostages. I mean, how hard is this going to be to get those additional ones back?
Well, again, I think we have to look below the surface here. In your report, you noted that Hila, one of the hostages who was released, was separated from her mother. The agreement was to ensure that there would be no separation of children from their parents when they were released from a parent. And she reported that her mother was with her the whole time until 2 days before, when they took her to a different place. What it suggests is that it's convenient for Hamas to tell the Qataris that they don't know where everybody is, that everyone's being held by different forces. It can both be true, but it can also be convenient, or in some cases, they manipulate it, as they did in the case of Hila. So, yes, it's complicated because there's more than one group holding the hostages, but there's very little evidence that Hamas doesn't control that, and we see it engaging in a kind of manipulation. Not a surprise they engage in that manipulation. Not a surprise that they may come up with certain kinds of excuses, which they can then use to extend, again, this kind of truce, because, as I said, the truce takes the military pressure off of Hamas. And at this point, certainly they want to seek that. They were under a great deal of pressure before the truce, and this is giving them some time to recoup.
So I know this is a big and open-ended question, so forgive me for throwing it at you, but what do you see happening next in terms of whether it is that pause? Do you expect that to be announced, for this to continue, for the potential for more hostages to be released? And if not, or maybe even if so, once that's over, what does the next phase of this look like?
My guess is we will see a few more days of the pause, which is, look, at a certain level, from a humanitarian level, both with regard to the hostages and regard to humanitarian assistance getting into Gaza and the respite it provides the people of Gaza, this is a good thing. Having said that, I don't think it will be extended beyond a maximum of several days. And then I think we're going to see a resumption of the military campaign. The Israelis still want to complete what is their ability to destroy Hamas's military capability and industrial capability in the north, their command control in the northern part of Gaza, and then they intend to turn their attention to the south, which is going to be complicated because about 2 million people are now in the south. So they're going to have to create corridors or safe areas for those who are there. They're going to have to then attack what is, again, a complicated area in Han Yunis, which is a populated area, maybe not quite as dense as Gaza City, but certainly it's going to be a complicated military campaign for them. But if they're going to ensure that Hamas is no longer in control of Gaza, which is their real aim, you can hear terms like annihilation, eradication. The issue is basically defeating Hamas to the point where its organizational coherence is gone, its ability to control its own forces is gone, its ability, therefore, to control Gaza or to prevent some kind of interim administration from emerging is also basically gone. That's what the Israeli military objective is, which then has a kind of political consequence. That's what they're working towards. I don't see the Israelis backing off that, because there is a general consensus in Israel they cannot live with the kind of threat they saw before, not only because of not being able to live with it, but also because they see it having a deterrent effect on Hezbollah and on others. That if they see the consequence of what Hamas did on October 7th was that Hamas lost political control in Gaza, that's too high a price for Hezbollah to pay in Lebanon as well.
Ambassador Dennis Ross, thank you very much. We so appreciate your expertise and perspective this morning. Well, overnight, police in Vermont arrested a man suspected of shooting and seriously injuring 3 U.S. college students of Palestinian descent. The incident occurred in Burlington on Saturday, and the case is now being investigated as a possible hate crime. NBC News correspondent George Solis joins us now from Burlington with the latest on this. Hi, George. Good morning.
Hey, good morning, Savannah. That's right. Police believe that suspect approached the 3 young men and opened fire on them without saying a word. Now, 2 of those college students are said to be in stable condition, while that third is said to have sustained more serious injuries. This morning, an arrest in Burlington, Vermont, after 3 college students were shot and seriously wounded Saturday night. 2 of the victims are Palestinian American, while the third Palestinian student is a legal U.S. resident. Police say Jason Eaton, a 48-year-old man who lives in an apartment building next to the crime scene, is responsible for the shootings. Burlington police say the victims, identified by family members as Hisham Mawartani, Kinan Abdulhamid, and Tassin Ahmed, were in town for Thanksgiving and were leaving a relative's home near the University of Vermont campus on Saturday when their group was confronted by a man they initially described as a white male with a handgun who shot at least 4 times without saying a word.
This has shaken us as a community.
Authorities say 2 of the victims were wearing keffiyehs, a traditional Palestinian scarf, and were speaking Arabic, according to the Arab American Anti-Discrimination Committee. Some fear the crime may have been motivated by hate triggered by the Israel-Hamas war.
They were wearing the keffiyeh, the traditional Palestinian scarf, and they were not robbed, they were not held up. This was a targeted shooting.
Though it happened near the University of Vermont, the victims don't appear to have a direct connection to the school. Mawartani is a student at Brown University, Abdulhamid at Haverford College, and Ahmed at Trinity College. All 3 are also graduates of the Ramallah Friends School in the West Bank.
We are afraid that it is most likely a crime against Palestinians.
In a joint statement, their family members said in part they are devastated by the horrific news that our children were targeted and shot. And Savannah, you can imagine there is a small sense of relief in this community with that arrest. We do know that that suspect is expected to be arraigned this morning at 10:30. Officials also holding a press conference at noon today. President Biden was also briefed on this shooting. Many in this community, including the victims' family members, are also hoping that authorities will investigate this shooting as a hate crime. Savannah?
All right, George Solis, thank you very much. Well, let's turn now to the nation's airports, with millions of travelers making their way home from the Thanksgiving holiday, as the TSA confirms yesterday was, get this, the busiest day ever for air travel. NBC's Tom Costello has the latest from a very busy Reagan National Airport this morning. Tom, busiest day ever. Wow.
Yeah. TSA just a minute ago gave us the numbers. 2.907 million people traveled on Sunday. That is an all-time record, up 10% over a year ago. Big numbers. We did have some big delays yesterday because of the storms in the Midwest. 7,500 delays. Right now, not so bad. About 6,400, or make that 646 delays as the system continues to catch up with the delays yesterday. But make no mistake about it, we got a lot of people flying today, and if you're traveling, you'll be in good company.
Welcome to the week after the busiest travel day ever, with post-Thanksgiving crowds surging through just about every airport nationwide.
Hopefully we can get through this line and get to our gate pretty quickly.
The TSA says it screened nearly 3 million passengers on Sunday. That shatters the previous record set back in June. Among the busiest airports, look at this. LAX with an estimated 230,000 passengers on Sunday. In Atlanta, 30,000 passengers were screened by 9 a.m. yesterday. Despite the rush, few reports of any problems.
Everything went so smooth.
It was so nice. We just had no trouble.
We were using the TSA app to kind of look ahead of time, and it showed that there wasn't any security lines, so that kind of helped alleviate the stress a little bit.
One rather big exception, the Midwest, with a major winter storm causing hundreds of flight delays, but few cancellations at Chicago O'Hare. Meanwhile, AAA says more than 49 million Americans were driving over Thanksgiving. With all those drivers getting relief at the pump, the average per gallon now $3.25 for regular, down more than 30 cents from last year. In 2022, a driver traveling from Dallas to Denver would have spent roughly $114 on gas. This year, it's closer to $100. Welcome news heading into the Christmas travel rush.
With gas prices falling below $3 a gallon in more states as we approach Christmas, driving may be the best answer for how you get to loved ones for the holidays.
If you're planning to fly over Christmas and New Year's, experts say there are still deals to be found, with the most popular domestic destinations including New York, Orlando, LA, Las Vegas, and Denver. For international trips, Tokyo, London, Paris, Shanghai, and Mexico City.
You know, my hometown is Denver. Have you noticed how many times I slip Denver into these stories? I find a way. Listen, here's something interesting. Speaking of Denver, you know, last Christmas, we had a meltdown with Southwest Airlines, and it was all about Denver. It was all about snow and the computer failures. 2 million passengers were stuck. 16,000 flights canceled. TSA says, or rather Southwest says, since then, they've rebuilt the computer system, they've addressed the issues, and nationwide, all airlines this year, only 1.3% of flights delayed. That's a 10-year low.
Wow.
So right now, the system is handling the volume. Guys, back to you.
2 million passengers last year and what seemed like 10 zillion bags, right, that were lost and in these very scary-looking piles all over the place. All right, Tom, thank you so much, and go Buffs, by the way, Colorado girl, too. Well, below-average temperatures and chilly days are ahead. Let's get a check at your Morning News Now weather with Michelle Grossman, who is back with your forecast. Hey, Michelle.
Hey there, Savannah. Great to see you. And yeah, one of the big weather stories today, the cold temperatures. Much of us are below normal for this time of year, even 10, 20 degrees below normal. But take a look at this map for today. Relatively quiet. So any travel troubles, I don't think will be related to weather. We do have a winter storm or some lake effect snow in the Great Lakes. I'll get to that. But from the West Coast to the middle of the country to the East Coast, we're looking good weather-wise. The big story will be that freeze in California this morning. A really cold start and then cool temperatures across the country. We're below freezing in the northern plains, the upper Midwest, into portions of the Great Lakes. And that cold is going to set the stage for some snow. Then as we go throughout Wednesday, still relatively quiet. We have a storm system that's going to get its act together along the West Coast. This is going to be our next cross-country storm. So you notice rain and snow in California, portions of Oregon on Wednesday. Quiet through the middle of the country. Some snow in the Rockies as well, but that's expected this time of year. And then as we near the East Coast, we're looking at a cool East Coast, but still really dry and quiet. Lots of sunshine through portions of the Tennessee Valley, the lower Mississippi Valley, into the mid-Atlantic as well, the Northeast. Snow showers still lingering in the Great Lakes, but we're going to start to see that wrapping up on Wednesday. Then as we near Friday, this is where we become a little more active. A new storm comes on shore on the West Coast. Lots of rain along the coast. You see those brighter colors. That's showing us where that heavy rain will be falling. Some mountain snow in the Intermountain West, into the Rockies, even into the higher mountains of the Southwest. The middle of the country, we are quiet. But then once we get towards portions of the Midwest, the Ohio Valley, the Tennessee Valley, lower Mississippi Valley, Southeast, up into New England, we're looking at some rain, and some will be heavy, especially along the Gulf Coast, and we could see some thunderstorms as well. So Friday's going to be an active day. We have winter alerts through Wednesday all across the Great Lakes, even into portions of New York and also Maine. We're looking at some winter weather advisories in Maine. Otherwise, we're looking at winter storm warnings. We're looking at lake effect snow. 5 million Americans under winter alerts, and we're going to see a lot of snow in some spots along the Great Lakes. We have those warm waters. We have that cold air. That's going to create some snow. In Savannah, we could see up to 4 feet in some spots. Ooh. So generally, we'll call 3 to 6 along the Great Lakes. But if you're downwind of Lake Erie, Lake Ontario, we could see lots of snow there.
4 feet.
I know. It's Tug Hill Plateau, so they are used to it, but that's a lot of snow.
Yeah, wow, it really is. All right, Michelle, thank you so much. Well, we've got a lot more to get to on this hour of Morning News Now. It is Cyber Monday, so we are covering all you need to know on where to find the best deals this year. But we are also taking a closer look at how some major American cities are shoring up safety while you shop. But after the break, Congressman George Santos, are his days in Congress numbered? Well, he seems to think so. We've got the latest from Washington up next.
They told him I rejected him because he wanted to be female.
This is the story of a family divided, a fringe religious movement blurring the lines between church and state, and a teacher caught in the middle. This is Grapevine, an NBC News podcast. Listen now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
Welcome back. Embattled New York Congressman George Santos, while his days in Washington could soon be nearing an end. The Republican says he expects to be expelled as soon as this week after an ethics committee report earlier this month accused him of misusing campaign funds for personal use. Santos has denied all accusations against him. NBC News senior Capitol Hill correspondent Garrett Haake joins us from Washington with the latest on this. Hey, Garrett, good morning. So I know we actually heard from Santos himself over the holiday weekend. What is he saying about the potential for an expulsion? And also remind us how we got to this point.
Well, Savannah, this really started just weeks after Santos was even first elected, when the New York Times published their first story saying that he had more or less made up most of his background. For there, things only got worse for Santos. He was federally indicted twice on everything from misusing campaign funds to basically applying falsely for unemployment benefits. He denied all those charges. Then things got still worse yet right before the holiday break just now, when the Ethics Committee found in their own reporting that Santos had been essentially stealing from his own campaign to spend campaign funds on things like his rent, his credit card bills, even Ferragamo shopping, I know a favorite of yours, and also on OnlyFans, the adult website. And Santos has not taken any of this quietly. He's been lashing out at just about anybody he can find, including his fellow Republicans and the Ethics Committee. Here's what he said as part of a 3-hour rant on social media over the weekend.
I have colleagues who are more worried about getting drunk every night with the next lobbyist that they're going to screw and pretend like none of us know what's going on. This happens every single week. Where are the ethics investigations and that?
Savannah, George Santos' list of allies in Congress has always been short, but it gets shorter every time he says something like that, with the Ethics Committee vote looking likely to happen perhaps as soon as this week.
Garrett, I think the other place mentioned that he shopped at a lot, your favorite, Hermes. So we'll have to dig in on that a little bit more. Garrett, when could we potentially see a vote here, and what would it take to force Santos out of Congress?
It's hard to say for certain. The House comes back tomorrow. The way this resolution was set up, they could theoretically vote on it as early as tomorrow. It's probably a safe bet that we'll see it this week. And on a vote like this, you actually need 2/3 of the House to vote in favor of expulsion. It's incredibly rare. It's only happened 5 other times in history. Santos has faced a couple of these votes already and won, but we've been hearing this growing chorus of members who had supported him in the past, saying that this ethics report was kind of the last straw. The math doesn't look good for Santos, as he acknowledged in that long social media live stream. He doesn't think he has the votes to survive this round.
So what does this mean ultimately if he were to be kicked out? How does it impact the balance of power on Capitol Hill?
Yeah, look, I mean, things have been incredibly tight this whole Congress, as you know. Losing another Republican seat just makes the Speaker's job that much harder to pass anything on a partisan party line. But you'd also eventually have to have a special election for Santos' seat. Remember, he won in a Biden district on Long Island, a little bit of Queens, maybe a little bit of Brooklyn mixed in that district. It's likely, although it could go any direction, that you'd see a Democrat pick up that seat and could shrink the margin for Republicans even more. That's part of the reason Santos has been able to stick around as long as he had. Republicans desperately need his vote, Savannah.
All right, Garrett Haake, always fun with you. Thank you very much.
You bet.
Well, Derek Chauvin, the former Minneapolis police officer convicted of murdering George Floyd in 2020, was seriously injured after being stabbed at the federal prison in Arizona, where he is incarcerated. Maggie Vespa has all the details on this story. Hey, Maggie, good morning.
Hey, Savannah, good morning. Yeah, while officials say Chauvin, who is serving both state and federal sentences, is expected to survive this attack, there are a lot of questions this morning as to how exactly this could have happened. And that being said, a quick warning, some of the information and some of the images in this story may be disturbing.
This morning, former Minneapolis police officer Derek Chauvin hospitalized after Chauvin, convicted of murdering George Floyd, was stabbed inside a medium security federal prison in Tucson, Arizona.
We are adjourned.
Chauvin was seriously injured but is expected to survive, a law enforcement source tells NBC News. The stabbing took place around 12:30 p.m. Friday, according to the Federal Bureau of Prisons, and required life-saving measures before Chauvin was rushed to the hospital. It's unclear what happened and who stabbed him. The Minnesota Attorney General stating, like any incarcerated individual, he should be able to serve his sentence without fear of retaliation or violence. Chauvin's attorney slamming the prison for a lack of institutional control and transparency, and claiming Chauvin's family has received no update on his current condition or location, stating it appears to be indicative of a poorly run facility and indicates how Derek's assault was allowed to happen.
Find the defendant guilty.
In 2020, video capturing Derek Chauvin kneeling on George Floyd's neck for about 9 minutes rocked the world as Floyd cried out, "I can't breathe." Floyd's death sparked a massive nationwide wave of protests demanding racial justice, and an investigation found that Minneapolis and its police department engaged in a pattern or practice of race discrimination. Terrence Floyd, George Floyd's brother, speaking out about Friday's incident, telling the Associated Press he wouldn't wish for anyone to be stabbed in prison, stating, "I'm not going to give my energy towards anything that happens within those four walls because my energy went towards getting him in those four walls."
And some important context this morning. Chauvin, as part of his plea deal, was transferred from a high-security facility in Minnesota to that Tucson, Arizona prison. And experts tell us it's entirely possible that following this attack, he could be transferred to yet another prison. This after, by the way, the Supreme Court last week rejected Chauvin's appeal for his murder conviction. Savannah.
All right, Maggie Vespa, thank you so much. Let's get you international headlines now, starting with a historic summit in the works for the leaders of China, Japan, and South Korea. This is as tensions rise over North Korea's weapons program. Claudio Lavanga joins us now from Rome with that and more. Hey, Claudio, good morning.
Good morning, Savannah. Well, that's right. The foreign ministers of China, Japan, and South Korea confirmed that the leaders of those three countries will meet for the first time in 4 years in the near future to discuss ways to easing tension in their region. Now, the trilateral meeting, expected to take place next year, comes as North Korea's weapons program and the increased U.S. military presence there has heightened tension in the region. The summit is also expected to address China's concern over the strengthening of security ties between Japan, South Korea, and the U.S. And let's come back here to Italy, where the murder of a 22-year-old woman last week has caused outrage across the country and cast a spotlight on the plague of violence against women here. Giulia Cecchettin, a university student, was found dead days before her graduation ceremony. Her 21-year-old boyfriend, who was arrested last Wednesday in Germany after days on the run, has confessed to killing her. Giulia is one of more than 100 women who've been killed in Italy so far this year, and most of them at the hands of their partners or former partners. On Saturday, the International Day for the Elimination of Violence Against Women, hundreds of thousands of people took to the streets to call for an end to the violence. And let's end this tour of the world in New Zealand, where on Saturday, the newly appointed finance minister said the government will scrap a pioneering law to ban smoking for future generations. The law, due to be implemented next year in July, would stop those born after January 2009 from ever being able to legally buy cigarettes. Now, the law was designed to prevent thousands of smoking-related deaths and save the health systems billions of dollars, but the new Prime Minister, Christopher Luxon, said the ban would create a hidden tobacco black market and become a massive magnet for criminals. Well, you can say that that plan now has gone up in smoke.
There you go,
Well,
Claudio. You always got
make
one.
fun about, because that was a serious issue.
No, absolutely. No, Claudio, thank you so much. Well, coming up, it is, of course, Cyber Monday. So after the break, we're going to give you a rundown on all the steals and deals you can expect online and where you can get the biggest bang for your buck. Stick around. That is up next.
Were you calling the shots, though, Mr. President, ultimately? Was the Biden administration caught off guard by this latest surge of migrants? Is it clear who's going to govern Gaza once this war is over? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Well, the holiday shopping rush is in full force. And if you missed the deals on Black Friday, we've got you covered as we kick off what is expected to be a record-breaking Cyber Monday. NBC News business and data reporter Brian Chung joins us live from an Amazon warehouse in South Jersey with the inside look at how retailers are wheeling and dealing all those sales. Brian, good morning.
Hey, good morning. This is an Amazon fulfillment center in Robbinsville, New Jersey. 1.2 million square feet of warehouse. That's a lot of warehouse covering 20 million products, some of which could be headed straight to your door very soon. As you mentioned, this is part of what could be a record-breaking amount of spend on Cyber Monday as Americans click and tap their way to some savings.
This morning, a brand new round of deals are at your fingertips. Today's Cyber Monday sales expected to break records. Online sales will climb to $12 billion, growing by over 6% from last year. On the heels of a strong Black Friday online, up 7.5% since 2022. Many of those shoppers are still going strong, with more than 70 million Americans expected to score a Cyber Monday deal by day's end, according to the National Retail Federation.
So the 5 hours between 6 to 11 p.m. PST, we're expecting about $4 billion in spend just between those 5 hours.
With steady inflation and higher than ever credit card interest rates, companies are trying to woo consumers all season, with more deals on everything from clothing to furniture, toys to tech items.
How is Walmart trying to meet the consumer in a scenario where their budgets might be a little bit tighter this year?
Look, we're consistently proud of the value that we represent to our customers when they want those great deals on those items that they want, not just the ones that they need. Then we're confident that Cyber Monday and Walmart is the place to be.
Experts say buying online allows bargain hunters to comparison shop more efficiently than they can in store.
I do have an Amazon cart full of a bunch of things, and we'll see if the prices fluctuate.
For the best price, consider hunting for deals throughout the day, as dynamic pricing may work in your favor, especially with retailers who were hoping for bigger Black Friday sales.
A retailer who might be more nimble, maybe they don't do so well on Black Friday and they might make up for it on Cyber Monday by offering extra discounts and exclusive deals just for Cyber Monday.
And another tip, try to see if those Cyber Monday deals are actually Cyber Week deals that can lessen the pressure to buy specifically today. And by the way, since we are an Amazon fulfillment center on shipping, one research firm says that parcel carriers have more capacity to deliver than they need for the season. And Amazon, using regional facilities like this one, say they'll be able to get packages to your door faster. I think I see yours right here, Savannah. headed your way. Is that yours?
Okay. I request a hand delivery, Brian, since I know you. Thank you very much, Brian.
That's gonna cost. Yeah. Okay.
All right, thanks, Brian. Well, let's stay on this and tell you how to get the best bargains with NBC News senior business correspondent Christine Romans. She's got everything we need to know. Good morning. Happy Cyber Monday. Happy shopping day. So I like what Brian said at the end there, that some of these are Cyber Week deals, so it can take the pressure off, because I do think it's like, what do I need to get today? What's my list? So tell us, what are the best deals right now?
So I think taking the pressure off is really important here, because shoppers are in the driver's seat. I think these deals are going to last through the week, and they really want your dollars, because consumers are being very sharp and very frugal here. Today, you're going to see toys, electronics, apparel. If you go to, like Amazon, Walmart, they're having huge toy set sales, like 70% off. So that's good there. Apparel, I think apparel is going to be sales throughout the end of the year, so you don't have to feel too stressed. So again, just have a cup of coffee, take a look, browse around, and they want your business more than you want to do business. So that's going to be a good deal.
Oh, that's great to hear. Okay, and how can we make sure we're getting the best deal? Like, let's say there's something that's on a bunch of different websites.
So you can install something that's called a browser extension. And this is kind of a genius way. It does all the work of comparing all the different prices. And even sometimes when the prices are the same for the same product at different retailers, there might be cash back, there might be a gift card, there might be free shipping. You want to make sure you're getting the best deal, not just on the price, and those browser extensions can help you do that.
All right. right, now rein us in. Give us some rules. How can we keep from overspending?
Well, you need to have a list, and you need to be really careful about overspending this year because credit card interest rates are record highs.
Right.
You've heard me, Savannah, talk about this. I'm really worried about people who are charging their $985. That's the average, sort of list this year, and they don't pay it all off. You're going to pay 20% interest. So your generosity could be a real burden for you next year. So make a list. Make sure that you are not overspending and recognize that any money that's left on that credit card, you are going to be paying really high interest rates. It's not like other years. This is record high borrowed money this year. So be judicious.
And I think the other thing we had on the screen, create purchase hurdles. What does that mean?
Yeah, so there's some budget experts who say, do things like take out the autofill of your credit card on these websites so that you can't just do it so quickly, right? Make some rules for yourself so that you're not just, oh yeah, I'm going to get that. I'm going to get that. It helps you avoid the impulse purchase. It helps you slow down a little bit. Take a beat. You're not... look, these retailers are going to make it, they're going to be countdown clocks. They're going to try to put all the pressure on you, put on your hat of behavioral economist and say, hold on, I'm not going to let them outsmart me out of my money. I'm just going to take a beat. And really remember that some of these deals are going to last through the end of the year.
Apple Pay does, it's like that. You're like, oh, I didn't have to put my address.
It's so easy.
No, yeah,
it's so easy.
That's a good tip.
Also, be careful today about, you're going to get a lot of requests that are going to be, Cyber Monday is Super Bowl for cyber thieves. So be careful of all these emails that are coming in your inbox. Make sure you look at the address and make sure it really is who it says it is. There will be a lot of spoofing emails that'll come through that won't really be Target or won't really be Amazon. So be careful about that. Make sure that the address is HTTPS. It's a secure address so that you're not being pulled into some kind of a scam.
And in those emails, make sure it's really like from Amazon.com, not a little misspelling or something like that.
Do not click on links inside of emails that
there
you get.
Go.
That's one of those classic things. Everyone is going to be cool. We're going to have a record, we're going to have a record day. There are going to be great deals. No reason to go chasing out after things you don't need or are not on your list.
Awesome. Christine Roman, thank you so much. And happy shopping. Happy Cyber Monday. Well, if you've gotten an early start on your holiday shopping, then you might have noticed a bit more of a police presence than usual. NBC News correspondent Liz Kreutz takes a look at how retailers are adding more security during the holiday rush to keep people safe while shopping.
Los Angeles police on alert after pro-Palestinian protesters marched through one of the biggest malls in L.A. on one of the busiest shopping days of the year.
Free, free, free Palestine!
The group made their way outside the Grove and then blocked a major intersection. The Black Friday protests coming as the holiday shopping season ramps up and police prepare to combat retail crime.
We're not only focusing on the individuals that are committing the thefts, but we're going after the criminal chain.
Organized theft and brazen smash and grab robberies like these are plaguing malls coast to coast.
They just smashed and grabbed all what they could.
In LA last week, a mob of thieves stole $12,000 in merchandise from a Nike store. Days later, French bulldog puppies worth $100,000 swiped from a pet shop. The increasingly violent thefts costing the retail industry $112 billion last year.
It's a big problem.
Stephen Craig owns the Citadel Outlet Mall in L.A., where he says several shops have been targeted by organized crime.
It's huge. You walk into a Coach store, you steal $10,000 worth of bags and run out. It reduces their profitability.
In addition to the visible police presence here, this mall also has 25 undercover cops, high-definition security cameras, and soon-to-be-added license plate readers to deter crime.
So there's a lot of presence here.
Still, shoppers are on high alert.
Did these smash and grabs change how you experience the mall?
Yes. We have to take more precautions, be more aware. We're not as carefree.
This morning, police vowing to crack down to ensure a safe holiday shopping experience for everyone.
Our thanks to Liz Kreutz for that report. Well, coming up, we are taking you inside the game with a look at some hardworking heroes who are helping the Baltimore Ravens fire on all cylinders this season. That's next on Morning News Now.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We are back now with some financial headlines and a major recall that's hitting Honda. CNBC's Silvana Henao joins us with that and other money news for you this morning. Hey, Silvana, good morning.
Hey, Savannah, good morning. Yeah, so Honda is recalling tens of thousands of vehicles because of an issue that could make accidents more dangerous. The automaker says the 300,000 affected 2022 to 2023 HRVs and Accords could be missing a small component of the seatbelt, the pre-tensioner, which is the part of the seatbelt that makes it tighten when in a crash. No injuries or deaths have been reported because of the issue, which federal regulators credited to a manufacturing error. Younger generations may have found a hack to make home ownership a reality in a tough housing market. A new Zillow report finds more than half of millennial and Gen Z buyers say house hacking, that's renting out a portion of your home, is an extremely important opportunity. Now, this strategy to offset housing costs comes after the average rate for a 30-year mortgage hit 8% in October. And as Redfin found, the median price for a house in the U.S. was up 3.5% from a year ago, hitting nearly $414,000. And it costs $1 to ride a bus in Singapore, but apparently nearly $400 to sleep in one. A new hotel is opening in the Southeast Asian country this week with some very unique rooms. The Bus Collective is the first boutique resort hotel in Singapore to repurpose decommissioned public buses into luxury hotel rooms. Nightly rates start at 398 Singapore dollars, which comes out to about 296 US dollars a night, Savannah.
Huh. Not so sure about that.
I mean, same. I'm with you, Savannah.
Luxury hotel bus, not usually the same. Yeah. All right, Silvana Henao, thank you so much. Sure. Well, with just weeks to go until the NFL playoffs, players, coaches, and staff firing on all cylinders trying to get one of those precious slots. Well, last night on Sunday Night Football, the Baltimore Ravens were no exception with a big win over the LA Chargers. Very happy night in my home for my Baltimore Ravens fan husband. Well, here's something you may not know. The Ravens have a secret weapon that no other NFL team has. NBC News correspondent Kaylee Hartung got her hands dirty, I hear, to find out more. She's here to tell us about it. Hey, Kaylee, good morning.
Oh, just wait for this, Savannah. Now, you know how the saying goes. Not all heroes wear capes. So if you were watching the Ravens game last night, you might not have recognized the hardworking heroes supporting the team on the sidelines. An elite group that is always ready to serve.
In the city of Baltimore, these heroes are working double duty.
When you guys first became firefighters, did you ever imagine the role that the Ravens could come to play in your life?
No, not at all. Not at all.
David Kamak, Frank Thomas, and Jawan Yancey are 3 of 23 Baltimore firefighters who work part-time for the Ravens support team on their days off from the firehouse.
How similar is the mentality that it takes to be a firefighter? What's required of this job?
I think it runs hand in hand. No one's bigger than the team. It's all a group effort. So we all have to jump in there for that win, whether it be here or at the firehouse.
The tradition started in 1996 when the Baltimore Ravens franchise first began. The team didn't have a huge budget to hire full-time employees, so local firefighters volunteered to help. And 26 years later, they've never left.
In a week, how long is the list of to-dos for you guys here?
How long do we have? Starts from 6 a.m. up to 8:30 at night some nights. Welcome to the heart of our fireman operations for the Ravens. That's where we do all the laundry, game days, and practices. We have some game day pants here. We're gonna dig into, we get right to work. Got a blood stain remover.
We got blood, we got grass stains, not to mention the sweat. I'm trying not to get too close. Whose pants are these?
So this is Ben Cleveland. He's one of our tackles, massive man.
Ben Cleveland, you're welcome.
The guys say on a white pants week, it's a 7-step process to get them clean.
Roquan Smith, heart and soul of the defense, and some of the dirtiest pants in this pile.
What's a tougher assignment? Putting out a fire
or getting the stains out of some of those dirty uniforms?
I would definitely say the stains.
On Sunday night in Los Angeles, those Ravens uniforms were looking crisp. The firefighters side by side with the players at SoFi Stadium, wrestling the players' gear on and shagging practice balls moments before kickoff. And the morning after a game, they're right back at the firehouse. By the way, that man who was helping me with the laundry, Jawan Yancey, he's chief of his firehouse.
What's your favorite part about getting to be a part of the Ravens organization?
Not to sound sappy, but like these guys. It's kind of like a deep breath for us when you get to hang out with your friends and your favorite team.
And Chief Yancey is one of the only Ravens staff members entrusted with this job, breaking in the footballs for the most accurate kicker in NFL history, Justin Tucker.
You take the end of the brush and you want to get all the nubs off the football.
Smooth it out.
Yep. You want a smooth kicking surface.
Lucky for you, Justin Tucker doesn't really miss.
Yeah. Yeah, well, I probably wouldn't have a job.
You have played a very important role in that through his career.
A small part. He works hard. He works hard.
The Ravens players know the sacrifice these firefighters make for their city and how valuable they are to this team. Patrick Queen is one of the Ravens' fiercest linebackers.
Everything they do for us is it's so greatly appreciated. I mean, like, this place really wouldn't be functioning the way it functions without them.
Do you have any idea how long it takes them to get grass stains and blood stains out of your uniform after a game?
I have no idea, but I'm pretty sure it's a long time.
How cool is that for you guys, just to be surrounded by men of this caliber?
Well, one thing, if the building catches on fire, I know who to go to, for one. And
So, firefighters have a motto, never say no. How does that apply here?
We pride ourselves on fixing the problem and helping out.
Situation comes along, we just, shift gears and go in that direction.
And these Baltimore firefighters are always ready to serve their city, saving the day on the field and saving lives off of it.
So Frank Thomas is the veteran of that group. He has been a firefighter for 34 years with the Ravens for 15 seasons, and he described the perspective they take so perfectly. Savannah, he said to me, firefighters don't have emergencies. The people we serve do. So we've got to be cool at all times.
Oh, wow.
I would say they are helping the Ravens keep cool. They look pretty good last night.
And they take some pride in getting those white pants clean, huh?
You know what's funny? The Ravens have not worn their white pants since I got involved in the cleaning process. Now, I know they got a lot of uniform combinations, but I don't know if
oh my God, that's so funny.
my work has been judged yet.
Kaylee Artung, thank you so much. What a cool story. So neat to see that. Well, coming up, we are talking Disney with a new animated film that has some longtime fans wishing for more when it comes to Disney villains. We're going to tell you more up next.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. Here are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
Welcome back. A museum dedicated to the life and career of NBA legend LeBron James is now open in his hometown in Ohio. This is really cool. The exhibit tips off, if you will, with a recreation of James' Spring Hill apartment and the original rim and backboard James played on while in high school. Some of the pieces displayed even date back to his childhood. Others include iconic jerseys, game worn sneakers, apparel, as well as championship memorabilia from his time in South Beach, Cleveland, and Los Angeles. Tickets are, of course, $23. Pretty cool to check that out. Well, Disney was banking that its latest animated films, called Wish, was going to set the weekend box office on fire, but instead, it seems to be fizzling, with fans and audiences saying some of it has to do with the main villain here. NBC News youth and internet culture reporter Callan Rosenblatt joins us now for more on this. Hey, Callan, good morning. So I've heard not the best things about this movie generally, but I know you're really digging in on this villain aspect, which I love, and this particular song that recently dropped on Spotify. What are you hearing about how fans are reacting?
Hey, Savannah. So a lot of the fans are saying they had high hopes. Disney hasn't done a traditional villain in a really long time, but they're feeling like it just sort of missed the mark. King Magnifico, voiced by Chris Pine. You know, a lot of people are saying they can tell Chris Pine is having a lot of fun with this role, but the villain feels a little hollow to them, sort of like the outer shell of previous villains without a lot of the depth. They're also saying that the song, This Is the Thanks I Get, is way too poppy, way too upbeat when it stacks up to previous villains, especially those of the Disney Renaissance. So that's the real critique that some fans are having here.
This is interesting. Too pop. Callan, also quickly, can you just give us a backstory on what the film is about, just like a little synopsis?
Yeah, and that's also a little bit of the critique, too, is that the synopsis is a little bit convoluted. It's basically about this town of Rosas where people are granted wishes by King Magnifico. And when Asha, the 17-year-old who wants to become a sorcerer's apprentice, a nod to a previous film, wants to become, wants to help the king herself, she comes to find that the king is actually not granting the majority of wishes. And so she sets off on a journey to help free all the wishes herself.
So is part of this that King Magnifico's just not scary enough, sort of?
Yeah, some of it is that he's just not scary enough. You know, he was molded in the sort of shape of past villains. Disney said that they were intending to make a past villain and sort of recreate that magic. But yeah, he just isn't very scary. His motivations are a little unclear, which also I think adds this. And again, his song is just way too light when you compare it to something like Poor Unfortunate Souls or Hellfire. It is just way too upbeat. And some people say it does not even sound like a villain song if you heard it out of context.
Oh, Poor Unfortunate Souls. What a hit. What a song. All right,
a banger.
A banger, exactly. So despite some of this backlash, though, I mean, this movie was kind of supposed to be commemorating the studio's 100th anniversary. So I know that they've got some really cool stuff in there, lots of Easter eggs. Tell us clues to look out for if we do go see this movie.
Yeah, there's definitely a lot of like very specific references to past films, and then very, ones that you just have to keep your eye out for. I keep an eye out for references to films like Bambi, Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs. Peter Pan makes an appearance at one point, so keep your eye out for him. And there's lots of others that you can find scattered throughout the film that are like visual nods to the Disney Renaissance and previous films as well.
So how much of this movie really does kind of feel like a nod to Disney's past?
It really feels entirely like a nod to Disney's past. You have, a hero who has like an I want, she wants to, save these wishes, which is kind of similar to the heroes of past Disney films. You have a villain who, like I said, even though he misses the mark, is molded in the shape of previous Disney villains. And so you kind of have this classic, Disney film that has sort of been missing from its recent history.
All right, there you go. Callan Rosenblatt, thank you so much. Great information. Everybody will have to go check it out and decide for themselves, right? Thanks, Callan. Good to see you.
Exactly. Thank you.
Well, that is going to do it for us this hour of Morning News Now, but the news continues right now, so don't go anywhere. Developing right now on Morning News Now, a temporary truce between Israel and Hamas now in its final hours. This morning, a third group of hostages is now free. Among them, the first American, 4-year-old Abigail Eden.
Nothing is guaranteed, and nothing is being taken for granted. But the proof that this is working and worth pursuing further is in every smile and every grateful tear we see. The proof is little Abigail.
Now, President Biden pushing to extend the ceasefire with a fourth wave of hostages set to be released. And tragedy here at home, 3 Palestinian American students shot in Vermont. We have team coverage. Also this morning, the post-Turkey Day travel rush is on, with millions of people heading home from their Thanksgiving weekend destinations. But could an early winter storm interrupt your travel plans? We are tracking the conditions. Plus, disorder in the House as embattled Congressman George Santos admits he expects to be expelled in the coming days. The latest on the fallout from a damning ethics report. And millions of Americans scrolling for sales on this Cyber Monday. But are the deals really worth the hype? What you need to know before you buy. Good morning, and thank you very much for being with us. We hope you had a wonderful holiday weekend with your families. I'm Savannah Sellers. Joe is off this morning. We're going to get started this morning with a temporary truce between Israel and Hamas. It's entered its final day. This morning, international mediators are pushing to extend that ceasefire, with the final group of hostages and Palestinian prisoners expected to be released later today. Both sides say they are open to an extension, though Israel has vowed to resume fighting once the truce is over. Yesterday, Hamas released 17 hostages, including 4-year-old American Abigail Eden, whose parents were killed on October 7th. 13 Israeli captives were reunited with loved ones. Israel also released a further 39 Palestinian prisoners, all minors. This Palestinian family in the occupied West Bank celebrating the return of their son. Speaking yesterday, President Biden welcomed the releases and expressed his desire to see the truce extended.
Critically needed aid is going in, and hostages are coming out. And this deal is structured so that it can be extended, to keep building on these results. That's my goal. That's our goal, to keep this pause going beyond tomorrow. I'm hopeful this is not the end. It's going to continue. But we don't know. All the players in the region, even the neighbors who aren't and have been directly involved now, are looking for a way to end this.
We have got a team standing by to dig in on all of this. We're going to start with NBC News correspondent David Noriega in Tel Aviv and Aaron Gilchrist in Washington. Good morning to you both, David. I will begin with you on the ground. So as we mentioned, this temporary truce, it's entered its final day. So what can we expect from today's final batch of hostage and prisoner releases? Is everything going to plan so far?
As far as we know, yes, but the rule governing this entire process from day one was that we cannot know for sure that something is going to happen until it happens. It's extremely tenuous, extremely fluid, extremely fragile. There's been at least one moment during the course of these 4 days where it all seemed like it might fall apart and Hamas delayed the release of one group of hostages. Then things got back on track. So I don't want to tell you exactly what to expect. That said, we know that there is a list of a new group of hostages expected to be released today. We know the Israeli government is in possession of that list. The list is being reviewed by the relevant authorities. And what's happened in the past is that once that list is confirmed, Israel begins communicating with the family members of those specific hostages in order to get them in place, mainly in hospitals inside Israel, to receive their loved ones, reunite with them, and then move on from there. So that's where we stand right now. It's in the next few hours that we should expect to get a little bit more detail about who those hostages are. What we've seen in the last few days also is additional releases of hostages outside of the framework of this ceasefire agreement. Those are the foreign nationals that we see, the Thai and Filipino foreign nationals, as well as one dual Russian-Israeli citizen, an adult male, released yesterday. Back to you.
Yeah, David, I want to ask you a little bit more about what we've seen over the last few days, including about that 4-year-old American girl. Tell us what we know at this point about those who have been released, the condition that they're in, and what they went through.
Yeah, so whenever anybody is released, the first thing that happens is they undergo a preliminary medical screening. Then they're taken to hospitals in Israel that have been specially prepared to receive them. There's especially a great degree of preparation that's gone into making sure that these facilities and the people working in them are prepared to receive the children, given the degree of trauma and distress that they have been under. What I can tell you about the group released yesterday, which includes Abigail Idan, the girl who just turned 4 on Friday, on the first day of the ceasefire agreement, and who's now an orphan. We were told that the group of 9 children that arrived at Schneider Pediatric Hospital inside Israel yesterday is in stable condition. Unfortunately, that's all we know. We do know from prior groups of hostages, from days 1 and 2 of the ceasefire agreement, that by and large, the hostages are appearing in good physical condition. Mental health, obviously, is an entirely different question that's going to have to be kind of unpacked and managed, not just over the weeks ahead, but over the years ahead.
Absolutely. Aaron, let me bring you in here. So we know the U.S., Qatar, and Egypt, they are pushing to get this truce extended. Again, it was just planned for those 4 days with that potential for an additional day with additional hostages. But does this seem likely at this point? What did the president have to say about this yesterday?
Yeah, Savannah, I think the president and the administration have been careful not to use words like likely in talking about the things that are happening as a part of this deal. As David suggested, there's so much of it that is tenuous, that the administration has been careful not to get ahead of any moment. When we saw the release of Abigail and others, the administration didn't want to come out publicly and say that it had an expectation that that release was going to happen when it did. We know that there are still 2 American women who could potentially be in this next round of releases. The administration was aware of the 3 females who fit into this deal, as it were, that could potentially be released. And so the president has said that he's hopeful that their release will come, and he's hopeful that the pause would be extended. I want you to hear a little bit more of what he had to say yesterday, right before he returned to Washington.
We continue to press and expect for additional Americans will be released as well. And we will not stop working until every hostage is returned to their loved ones. I've been advocating a pause in the fighting for 2 purposes: to increase the assistance getting into the Gaza civilians who need help, and to facilitate release of hostages. And we know that innocent children in Gaza are suffering greatly as well.
And so again, Savannah, we know that there is a built-in mechanism in this deal to extend the pause. The Biden administration has been working to make that extension happen. The Israelis, the Egyptians, the Qataris, and Hamas have indicated some degree of desire to make that happen as well. And so we will see what comes beyond today. But of course, we know that the president's team is working to get the extension and working to get more Americans out. There are still those 7 unaccounted for beyond the 3 that we've been talking about this weekend. Savannah?
Absolutely. And we know you'll stay on that for us. Aaron, David, very quickly before I let you go, tell us about the latest in the aid that was also able to get in. That was part of this agreement, that aid groups are able to actually get in more materials, more supplies were able to make their way into Gaza. What are aid groups saying about what they've seen as they've been delivering this aid?
Right, Savannah. The pause in fighting has allowed aid groups to not just bring more aid trucks into Gaza, but actually distribute them within the Gaza Strip more effectively. That includes, really crucially, bringing a lot of that aid into the north of the Gaza Strip, which is where the bulk of the Israeli military campaign has taken place. That's where we've seen the largest scale of the devastation and the suffering. We know that about 1.7 million people were displaced from the north into the south, but there are still hundreds of thousands of people living there who either couldn't or wouldn't leave. Aid is now reaching them. We know several trucks of aid made it into the north today, including food, blankets, and medicine. We know no fuel has reached the north today, though. This is one of the biggest points of the ceasefire agreement, and all parties hope to see it continually being implemented successfully. Savannah?
All right, Aaron and David, thank you both very much for your reporting. For more now, we are joined by IDF spokesperson and head of the Foreign Press Branch, Lieutenant Colonel Peter Lerner. Lieutenant Colonel, thank you very much for joining us this morning. So, as we were just discussing, today is the final day of this planned hostage detainee swap between Israel and Hamas. First, just take us through the step-by-step process of what today is going to look like on your end, should everything go to plan.
Good morning, Savannah. Yes, I would also weigh on what President Biden said. He said nothing can be taken for granted, and I think this is what we're watching as we see the last 3 days, how they have developed, where all of Israel has basically been glued to televisions in anticipation to see who will be released, what is their condition, and how we are able to bring more hostages home. So we are listening very attentively to what President Biden is saying with the access of more humanitarian aid coming into Gaza on one hand, but also in bringing back the hostages. And I would say every last one of them needs to come back home.
So when you say that you all are listening attentively to President Biden and other leaders who are pushing this, does that mean that you think that we will see this pause extended?
So Prime Minister Netanyahu said yesterday that for every 10 hostages, there will be an extended day. So we, from the military's perspective, need to be prepared for each eventuality. From our perspective, maintaining our preparedness to facilitate the evacuation and the transport of the hostages, assessing their initial well-being, how they are, what their health status is, and transferring them to the hospital for additional checks and assessment, mental health assessment, and so on. So that is one component of our readiness. The other component, of course, is the readiness for a future mobilization against Hamas. This doesn't change the situation on the ground. Hamas have to go. Their existence as a governing authority in the Gaza Strip is what created this tragedy for Israelis and Palestinians alike. And that is why we are determined to dismantle them as a governing authority and make sure that they never have the terrorist capabilities ever again to wield the sword of death against us.
So the Israeli military had urged civilians who fled from northern Gaza, where the primary place of this fighting has taken place on the ground within Gaza. They were warned not to return home and warned that this is just preparing for the next phase of the war once this pause ends. What does that next phase look like? Where do we go from here? And will those from northern Gaza ever be able to return home?
So, of course, we have initially, and what we did throughout the first, I would say, month of this war was indeed evacuate, call for mass evacuation of people out of northern Gaza Strip, precisely because that is where Hamas is, I would say, centers of gravity, where their core operations were conducted from. That is where the decision to launch the ruthless attack against Israel took place. That is where they decided to engage. That is how, and that is the locations where they manage their terrorist activities. So that is why we told people to get out of harm's way. Unfortunately, it was Hamas time and time again that were calling for people to stay and put themselves at risk. So from our perspective, that is why we've continued to call for people not to return to the north, because there is still an extensive military presence on one hand, and still the potential that there could be increased violence as this situation develops. Our current status is a status of holding fire, being prepared for the next step, and indeed to continue to engage Hamas whenever that comes to us.
All right, Lieutenant Colonel Peter Lerner, thank you very much for your time this morning. Well, after 50 days as a hostage, 72-year-old Adina Moshe is free this morning, released from Hamas captivity on Friday. Moshe's husband was killed and her home was destroyed in the initial Hamas attack back in October. Well, this morning we are joined by her nephew, Eyal Nori. Eyal, thank you very much for being here, for joining us this morning. And first, we're of course happy to hear that your family has been reunited with your aunt. How is she doing now?
She's getting well, and she come back very weak, very fragile. And, you know, during the past 2 weeks, they almost ate nothing, just rice. But as the network is bombing with her spirit, where she get out of the car, seeing the Hamas terrorists trying to reach her hand to help her, and she just move his hand, slapping his hand, because they maybe broke her body, but they didn't manage to break her spirit.
Wow. If you could take me back to this process, how did you find out that she was going to be released? And tell me more about the moment when you first saw her after she was freed, when your family was first reunited.
We learned for the first time during Friday afternoon, where we got list from the Telegram that of possibly hostages that going to be released. But we kept silent and we watched the TV closely. And only once we saw in Egyptian TV her figure in the jeep of the Hamas, moving towards the Red Cross. Then we start celebrating. It was shouted of celebration and joy. It was like a beam of light in the complete darkness we were during the last 50 days. And I think the most thrilling moment when she saw her son, Amos Moshe. She thought her son was killed during the attack together with his wife and 5 children. They were living house next to her house, and she didn't know what happened with him and with his wife and 5 children. And she only learned on Friday night when she saw him that he's alive. It was really a thrilling moment for everybody. At the moment, she met only with her daughters and son, and the only elder granddaughter. It takes time to understand what happened in the past 7 weeks. She lost so many of the community. She lost her husband. She lost her property. She lost a house. She doesn't have a town to return to. So, and she doesn't know about all the other events like the Nova Festival and all the Israeli soldiers that has been taken and killed. So we give her the information slowly and gradually in order to let her things what we learn for day by day, she needs to grasp in a few days. So only after 2 days right now, she left the hospital after being taken care of medical attention. And now she wants to return to her life, to take her freedom by herself, to take decision about her body, about her freedom, and becoming independent again as she was before. And I want to emphasize one thing she said to the Israel Ministry of Health, who visited her yesterday at the hospital. She told him that just a moment before she was released, she told him, why are you going to release me? There is an elder woman, release her. So this is the spirit of my aunt. And right now she is going to decide where to go. She has several options, either to join the community in Eilat or to join her daughters in the room they prepared for her. But her life is in her hand now.
Well, she sounds like an incredible woman, and what a moment learning that her son was still alive. I imagine, just like you said, you're sort of slowly telling her about things that have happened over the last 50 days. I imagine it will also take time for her to tell you about what she went through over the last 50 days. But have you learned anything? Has your family talked to her at all about what her life has been like during that time, where she was, what happened to her?
Only a bit. We know she were in the darkness, in the tunnels, and we know that she was a teacher in kindergarten, and she taught a lot of generation of kids. And while being in the Hamas tunnels, she took the responsibility of treating the kids there and help them and support them and be their guardian mother. And she gave them strength in the tunnels. Even though the conditions are worse than you can imagine, being in an area where no air, not good air to breathe, very poor food, only rice. And when she returned home, her body was so weak. You see that she lost lots of weight during the captivity.
Ayal Nouri, thank you so much for sharing your family story with us and spending time with us this morning. We really appreciate it, and we are so happy that she is home.
Thank you very much, and I will end my words that bring back everybody back home.
Thank you again. Well, in Vermont, police have arrested a man suspected of shooting 3 students of Palestinian descent. 2 are U.S. citizens, and 1 is a legal resident. The victims were wearing the traditional Palestinian scarf when the man opened fire on them in Burlington on Saturday. All 3 victims are in the hospital with injuries. 2 are in stable condition, while 1 suffered serious injuries after being shot in the spine. While the motive remains unknown, authorities say the possibility of the shooting being a hate crime is being prioritized in the police investigation. Let's turn now to weather. Well, cold and snow are greeting post-Thanksgiving travelers as winter arrives in full force, especially for the Great Lakes this morning. Let's get a check on your forecast with Michelle Grossman, who's here in studio with us. Hey, Michelle, good morning.
Hey there, Savannah. Great to see you. And we are looking at a lot of snow in some spots. We could see up to 4 feet of snow in some spots along the Great Lakes. So 5 million Americans under some winter weather alerts throughout the Great Lakes. We have lake effect snow warnings, winter snow warnings, also winter weather advisories. These winter weather advisories go throughout New England, also throughout Maine as well. And as we go throughout time here, we're going to see some heavy snow bands setting up. We saw the snow yesterday. We're seeing it once again today. So ongoing snow is coming over those warm waters of the Great Lakes. And that's why we're seeing those heavy snow bands in some spots. So where you see the blue, that is the snow falling. The whiter blue, the white color is a heavier snow. And we're seeing a mixture in the parts of upstate New York, then also into Maine, also seeing some heavy rain. That should move off the coast. We could see some lingering showers in Maine, some lingering snow showers, but that should improve. It's over the next few days that we're looking at that snow continuing throughout the Great Lakes. So these alerts are in effect until Wednesday. Now, how much snow are we expecting? Generally 3 to 6 inches in many spots, but along downwind of Lake Erie, also Lake Ontario, we are expecting heavy, heavy snow. And again, could see 36 inches, if not more, so close to 4 feet in some spots, really at the Tug Hill Plateau. So they're used to snow, but still it's early in the season and we are seeing that snow falling. It's all due to this area of low pressure spinning over the Great Lakes. So we're going to see the snow continuing over the Great Lakes today. Also tomorrow, snowfall rates up to 3 inches per hour. That's a lot. That's going to cause tricky travel in addition to really gusty winds. Those winds are going to continue to gust tomorrow up to 45 miles per hour. It's cold. Also, we're looking at persistent snow downwind of Lake Ontario and Lake Erie. That's where we expect the heaviest snow bands, as I just showed you on that earlier map. So we are also talking about a late November chill, not just in the Great Lakes, but really most of us, we're looking at below average temperatures, anywhere from 10 to 20 degrees below normal. And take a look at a lot of these temperatures below freezing in portions of the northern plains, also the Midwest, into portions of the interior parts of the Northeast. But we're really cold too, all the way down to portions of the South Central states. We're going to be cold once again tomorrow with temperatures staying well below normal. Savannah?
Yeah, I know it's going to drop in New York here for us.
It's chilly. And it's chilly this weekend too.
There we go. But you know what? It's winter. It's Christmas time. I'm ready for it.
I love it.
Thank you, Michelle. See you in a little bit.
Sure.
Well, the Thanksgiving holiday is now behind us, of course, and millions of people are making their way back home after the holiday long weekend. It was a record-breaking day on Sunday as the TSA screened nearly 3 million people. That shattered a record from earlier this year. So what can you expect if you are traveling today? NBC News correspondent Marissa Para joins us now from Reagan National Airport with the latest. Hey, Marissa, good morning. Good to see you. So how are things looking this morning at Reagan National? What can passengers expect if this is the day that they head home?
Hey, Savannah, good morning. Yeah, I mean, you can see behind me, pretty busy. We're still pretty early in the morning, and there are a lot of travelers behind me. I can speak from experience, having traveled on the roads to even get here this morning. As much as I wished that I was the only person on the road, it was far from it. I'll get to that in just a moment, but in terms of what we've seen over the last 24 hours, especially when you consider the travel numbers that have been projected by TSA and others, it's really not that bad. We know that there are some delays hovering around 100 right now. In the last 24 hours, those delays have been mostly located to the Midwest, the Northeast. We know there was some winter weather yesterday in the Midwest and some rain in the Northeast. But other than that, it has been pretty smooth here. And we know also when it comes to those busy travel days, historically, Sunday has been the busy return day. But AAA has pointed out that don't sleep on Mondays, especially since the pandemic. Remote work, we know, has had a big impact on the travel days and the patterns and the travel patterns overall. So Monday, still a busy day. Again, can speak from experience, and you can still see it behind me.
That is just, yeah, I mean, the crowd behind you really does look like something, especially for what time it is in the morning. So tell us about this record travel that we did also see. I mean, hearing 3 million people yesterday alone were screened, breaking a record. How'd it go, and what'd you hear from travelers?
Yeah, so AAA says roughly 4.7 million travelers expected to have taken to the skies over the Thanksgiving holiday overall. Of course, these numbers will be evaluated, fact-checked later. TSA have projected 3 million people in one day. And just to point one thing out, 7 out of 10 of TSA's busiest travel days on record have been this year alone. And that really is tracking with the trends, what we have seen with travel really picking up, especially this last year. here because people are taking advantage of different prices. We know a lot of prices of different things, including gas prices, have been down. But then a lot of people have felt more comfortable traveling. We spoke to a lot of travelers who said this was their first time sitting at a full Thanksgiving table, Savannah. I'm going to have you take a listen to some of the passengers we heard from on how they were expecting the worst, but hoping for the best.
We were just making sure we got here early because we didn't know if it was going to be crowded, wasn't going to be crowded, but everything worked out.
I was expecting much longer lines. The drop-off for departures took about 15 minutes. I was expecting 45, but so far it's been really easy. Hopefully it'll be the same on our end in Houston.
So quickly on the back end of this, Savannah, I will just say that, as usual, with all forms of holidays, we always see the majority of travelers taking to the roads, 49 million of them, according to AAA. But in terms of the increase, in terms of the records, that is all the other forms of travel, including air travel. So if you are traveling today, just don't expect it to be fully back to normal quite yet, Savannah.
Absolutely. Marissa, I see no comment from that dog there, though he was very interested in your microphone. But great talking to you this morning on this bright Monday, right after Thanksgiving weekend. Thanks so much, Marissa. Well, much more to come here on Morning News Now later this hour. It's a big day for online shoppers, of course, but will this year's Cyber Monday deals be worth getting your wallet out for? We will show you what is out there. At first, though, after the break, developing news from the Vatican. Pope Francis canceling several events because of a new health issue. The latest when we come back.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. Here are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
Top Story is coming to you live from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News lives in the now.
The horrors of the war on full display on both sides of the Israel-Gaza border.
Protesters are on the streets here. Most of the time, the Iron Dome works, but a few get through. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
We're talking possibly a trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. Here are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
The NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds.
What you see behind me is typical.
How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
We are back with a developing story out of the Vatican where Pope Francis is reportedly being treated for lung inflammation, which is causing him to cancel some of his upcoming events. NBC News foreign correspondent Claudio Lavanga is in Rome and joins us with the latest. Hey, Claudio, good morning. So what is the Vatican saying at this point? How serious does this seem to be?
Good morning, Savannah. Well, this morning, the Vatican said that the Pope has a lung inflammation that is causing some respiratory problems, but a CAT scan has ruled out pneumonia for now. They also said that the doctors applied an IV on the Pope to infuse an intravenous antibiotic therapy, but also that the Pope is in fairly good and stable conditions. He has no fever, the Vatican said, and his respiratory problems are slightly and somewhat improving now. Savannah?
Claudio, I know Pope Francis went to the hospital for a scan on his lungs on Saturday. This came after a bout of the flu, right? So what can you tell us about that, about what got us to this point?
That's right, Savannah. I mean, the health concern for the Pope started on Saturday when all of a sudden the Vatican said in a statement that he was forced to cancel all his engagements due to what they called a mild flu. But then they said that he was taken to a hospital for a CAT scan that, as I mentioned earlier, ruled out pneumonia, and then he was taken back to the Vatican. But then again, yesterday on Sunday, he was meant to deliver that Sunday blessing from the window overlooking St. Peter's Square. Instead, he appeared via video link from inside the Vatican. He was sitting at the desk with an aide next to him who delivered the gospel instead of the Pope. The Pope looked very weak. He was coughing. He sounded short of breath, and he said he was sorry he couldn't appear at the window because he had a lung inflammation, which then was confirmed this morning with that statement from the Vatican, Savannah.
And Claudio, I know also he's scheduled to travel to Dubai. This is for a climate change conference. Do we think that he will be able to do that?
Well, we don't know yet. For now, the Vatican has not canceled the trip to Dubai, probably because you know that the Pope is cares a lot about the environment, about climate change, and of course he's meant to travel to Dubai on Friday to attend and also speak at the United Nations Climate Change Conference, the COP28. But probably the Vatican is just waiting to see whether the Pope recovers in time before they decide. And well, actually, 10 minutes ago they sent an email confirming that tomorrow there will be a briefing where they will illustrate the details about that trip. So they haven't canceled yet, but we'll see what happens in the coming days, Savannah.
All right, Claudio, we know you will stay on it. We'll continue to check in with you on this. Thank you so much. Well, now let's get to the latest on the political future of Republican Congressman George Santos. The embattled House representative says he believes his colleagues will vote him out in the coming days. It comes weeks after the Ethics Committee released a nearly 60-page report finding, quote, substantial evidence that Santos violated federal law. NBC News congressional correspondent Julie Sirkin has the details.
Hey there, Congress back this week from the Thanksgiving holiday, and on the agenda, a possible vote to expel New York Congressman George Santos, but the first-term lawmaker not going down quietly.
Indicted Congressman George Santos is accepting his fate, admitting he expects his colleagues will vote him out of Congress during a 3-hour tirade on social media.
I know I'm going to get expelled when this expulsion resolution goes to the floor. I have done the math over and over. It doesn't look really good.
Santos survived past attempts to expel him, including an effort earlier this month. But after the bipartisan ethics committee found Santos sought to fraudulently exploit every aspect of his House candidacy for his own personal financial profit, dozens of Republicans and Democrats who voted to spare the embattled congressman now say he's not fit to serve. The blistering report accused Santos of spending campaign donations on nearly everything but his run for office. Instead, he allegedly used the money to pay for his personal rent, to take out cash from an ATM at a casino, to spend lavishly at designer stores, for cosmetic treatments like Botox, and on the website OnlyFans, which is known for its adult content. The ethics panel did not make any recommendations on Santos's political future, but its GOP chairman filed a resolution to kick the first-term lawmaker out. Santos railed against other elected officials he called hypocrites.
I have colleagues who are more worried about getting drunk every night with the next lobbyist that they're going to screw and pretend like none of us know what's going on. This happens every single week. Where are the ethics investigations in that?
Nothing has been finalized yet, but the House could take it up as early as Tuesday. It would require a 2/3 majority to pass. Meanwhile, for his part, Santos saying he will not resign on his own. Back to you.
All right, Julie Sirkin, thank you so much. Well, coming up, for richer or poorer, new numbers shedding light on the true cost of getting divorced. We'll break it all down next up on Morning News Now.
Coming on the air with breaking news. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Here in Florida. The time to evacuate has come and gone. You were seeing people just running for their lives?
People running for their lives.
We've seen this almost unbelievable power struggle. What does this mean for Ukraine? It's the battle off the field that's inspired the world.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the Eye roared ashore.
More good people than bad people, I know, right?
5 seconds. There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses. Private Hammer with everything.
All right, it just me too. Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
When I think about what the Today Show does, it's not just about the mornings, it's about your whole day. There's a feeling of we're in there with you. Then let's take on this day together.
Welcome back. Get this, nearly half of all marriages in this country end in divorce, and that can come with a hefty price tag, sometimes totaling more than $140,000, leading to a major financial burden that can impact someone for years. Well, CNBC reporter Emily Lorsch is here with more on the cost of divorce, what to expect here, and why it's so expensive. Emily, good morning. Thanks for being here.
Good morning, Savannah. No one gets married expecting to get divorced. But these days, divorces are not uncommon. And if life does turn that way for you, there are ways to prepare for what that might cost you.
Not less than $150,000. With lost income, it would easily approach $400,000.
Upwards of $100,000 easily.
Between $172,799 to roughly $191,000, of which I still owe $120,929.
Getting divorced in the U.S. isn't cheap. In 2021, there were roughly 2 million marriages and nearly 700,000 divorces. That's a lot of people coughing up a lot of dough.
It's been 4 years of misery, and very expensive 4 years of misery.
While divorces are expensive, how expensive depends on where you live, if you have children, if you own property, if there's anything you and your spouse disagree on, and several other factors. According to Elizabeth Douglas, founding attorney and CEO of Douglas Family Law Group in New York, an uncontested divorce costs between $1,500 and $5,500 on average, and a contested divorce anywhere from $40,000 to $140,000. If the case goes to trial, even more.
The more complex it is, the more hours that are required by the lawyers, the appraisers, the business valuators, the crypto hunters, the forensics.
So how can Americans reduce their costs?
Fight less, agree more, take the emotion to the extent you can out of it.
While it might be easier said than done, there are steps Americans can take to keep costs down. Get yourself organized. Gather all the documents you might need, like tax returns, employment contracts, and real estate documents. Know your state laws, and especially know your rights. The more work you do up front, the less time you'll be paying someone else to do it for you.
You don't have to stay married to someone just because you don't have the money.
And finally, for those who aren't in this situation quite yet, consider a prenup.
You're never going to negotiate a more favorable divorce for both parties than when you love each other.
Prenups are romantic. You get to protect someone while you still love them. I think there are some people who stay married because they're afraid their lifestyle won't be able to be maintained, or they still believe that old adage, it's cheaper to keep her. I say, no, it's not. It's not cheaper because you can't get that cost back.
Several of the divorcees I spoke with told me they paid anywhere from $250 to $800 an hour for their divorce lawyers. Wow. So another great piece of advice is to keep the explaining, complaining, and venting for your trusted loved ones or maybe even a therapist. And use the time you have with your lawyer wisely. Or else, Savannah, that's a very expensive best friend you have there.
Yeah. Some good advice. Don't complain to them. Just use them for what you need for legal advice. So obviously those fees are a huge part of it, actually paying your lawyer. But what else makes this so expensive? I mean, how does it go from hundreds of dollars an hour to thousands and tens of thousands in some cases?
Absolutely. Well, fees are one thing that people just absolutely cannot escape. Court filing fees can really add up. Just to give you an example, here in New York, court filing fees will cost you at least $335. Beyond that, there's the cost of photocopies, transcripts. You might need to get new software for court. And beyond that, you might need to hire different experts, a tax specialist, maybe a business valuator. These days, crypto hunters are a lot more common. Oh, wow. So really just the more contentious your divorce is, the more it's going to cost you.
And you did a little bit of this in your great piece there, but give us some tips for how people can keep the cost down.
Absolutely. So regardless of how much money you have, there is really an option for everyone. In some counties, there are do-it-yourself programs. So people can actually go online and fill out the forms themselves. Of course, divorce lawyers do say, if you want to get it right, if you want to do it fast, you definitely should get a lawyer. And then beyond that, there are law firms that do pro bono work, offer financial assistance, and there are organizations such as nonprofits and shelters that can help people as well.
All right, really interesting stuff. Eye-opening. Who knew it cost so much? Emily, thank you so much. Well, let's stay on financial headlines for you. TikTok's parent company plans to lay off hundreds as it presses pause on its gaming brand. CNBC's Silvana Henao joins us with that and other money news this morning. Hey, Silvana, good morning.
Hey, Savannah, good morning to you. Yes, so TikTok's owner is reportedly going to fire hundreds of employees and shut down its Nuverse gaming division. ByteDance is set to internally announce the changes on Monday. That's according to a report in Reuters. Now, the Chinese technology firm apparently has no plan to return to the global video game market and will look to divest from the games it has already launched. ByteDance announced the creation of Nuverse in 2019 as it ramped up its competition with rival Chinese tech company Tencent. Elon Musk is set to meet with Israeli President Isaac Herzog today and representatives for families of people being held hostage by Hamas. The announcement from Herzog's office comes as Musk faces intense backlash over his endorsement of anti-Semitic tweet and after a Media Matter report claimed Fortune 500 companies' ads were running alongside pro-Nazi content on Musk's social media platform X. And the Thanksgiving box office brought in an estimated $172 million over the 5-day holiday weekend. The new Hunger Games prequel, that's The Ballad of Songbirds and Snakes, held on to the top spot with $42 million in ticket sales. Sony's Napoleon followed with about $32.5 million in ticket sales. Meanwhile, Disney disappointed with its new animated film Wish, which only brought in an estimated $31.7 million. That is far lower than its anticipated $45 to $55 million opening, Savannah.
Yeah, I haven't heard the best things about it either, which is a bummer.
I know.
You know?
Same. Yeah.
All right, Silvana Henao, thank you so much.
You got it.
Well, coming up, 'tis the season for sales. That is right. I'm sure you know. It's Cyber Monday, and some of the biggest retailers are promising the biggest deals of the year. But will they deliver? We're going to take a look at what you can expect next on Morning News Now.
Morning, Al. I think when you open your eyes, you get to decide, how's my day going to be? We want to be a way to start your day, lighten your load, every single morning.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money. Mental health, big picture. Why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now. Top Story is coming to you live from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, it is.
Morning, Al.
I think when you open your eyes, you get to decide, how's my day going to be? We want to be a way to start your day. Lighten your load every single morning.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money. Mental health, big picture. Why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We're talking possibly 1 trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
Welcome back. So today, of course, is Cyber Monday, a day when retailers slash their prices online, hopefully boosting their holiday sales. But how do you know if you are getting the best deal? Well, I bet most, if not all of you, are checking out Amazon. So let's bring in Beryl Tomei to help us get the inside scoop. She's the vice president of last mile delivery and tech at online giant Amazon. And she joins us from a fulfillment center in New Jersey. Beryl, thanks so much for being with us on this Cyber Monday, what I know is such a busy day for you. So tell us what Amazon customers can expect to see for sales today and how they can make sure they're getting the best deal, especially if they're Prime members.
Thanks for having me. I'm at a fulfillment center in New Jersey. It is a huge day. It's Cyber Monday. We're excited about offering great deals, great savings to our customers. We have millions of deals dropping throughout the day, every 5 minutes through select periods with deep discounts across many categories like electronics, home, beauty, fashion, Amazon devices, and more. What I'm really excited about is our continued investment in the small business community. And this holiday season on Cyber Monday, we have more deals than ever from small business sellers in our store.
Oh, that's pretty cool.
Yes, it's super exciting. So I would encourage folks to check out Amazon.com/Cyber Monday to get some awesome deals and find whatever they're looking for.
How does this compare to Cyber Mondays in the past, both in terms of deals that people can get, but also availability of products?
We're seeing really strong demand. In fact, we just got some data on Black Friday. This past Black Friday was record-breaking. We had more items sold and more sales than ever before in any Black Friday in Amazon's history. Some of our best-selling categories were home, kitchen, and beauty. And we saw an average more than 1,000 orders per second throughout Black Friday. So as we roll into Cyber Monday, we're very excited about the demand. What's common across all of these holidays and events for us is our employees. They're what make all of this happen for our customers. And we're investing, safety is our top priority for them. We're investing over $1 billion in the last few years in safety technology, processes, initiatives. We offer great pay, great benefits, and ultimately we want this to be a long-term career for them, not just a job. So we're making major investments in upskilling as well, $1.2 billion through to 2025 to upskill over 300,000
of our employees. So we're super excited for our customers and through this holiday season, investing in our employees as well.
And one of the ways that we can all do that is by being nice to our delivery drivers. So in terms of delivery, how is Amazon preparing to meet the demand this year?
Yeah, ahead of delivery, we're hiring over 250,000 part-time, full-time, seasonal employees in our buildings. And on the delivery side, a core component of making the holiday season a success is our delivery service partner program. This is where we work with hands-on entrepreneurs that have their own delivery businesses. They're also small businesses. So again, part of our commitment to that community who deliver packages to customers' doorsteps. We have over 3,500 of them around the world, employing over 279,000 people. And collectively, this program has generated over $45 billion in revenue for these owners. So they're going to be a huge part of the success and story of the holiday season. We also have something called Hub Delivery. Just really quick, those are also small business owners that have physical stores that we partner with that deliver within their communities.
Wow, that's a pretty neat program, too. All right, Beryl Tomei, thank you so much. Happy Cyber Monday. Thank you for joining us on a very busy day for you. And happy shopping to everybody out there. Thanks, Beryl. Well, artificial intelligence, it's making its way into the gift-giving experience, and it's helping more shoppers check off their holiday shopping lists. NBC News business and data reporter Brian Chung spent the day at a mall to get a closer look.
This is the way we used to shop for the holidays.
Did you get it, Mom? What? The Sears Wish book.
Now, it's all about smart shopping, which has gotten a lot smarter thanks to artificial intelligence, or AI. Amazon introducing AI-generated summaries of product reviews, BJ's Wholesale Club rolling out autonomous robots to analyze inventory levels and pricing.
Tally is an amazing robot.
And Google announced a new AI-based search feature this month where you can ask it to generate an image of what you want and shop something similar.
This is the first holiday where generative AI is part of the larger conversation.
And malls, they can be pretty dizzying. When it comes to being at the mall, there are issues like, for example, you don't know what to get your loved ones. And once you do, you don't know where in the mall to find it. Well, some places are using artificial intelligence and trying to answer both of those things. What have you seen in terms of the ways that people are engaging in person at malls like this one?
We're just about using the latest in modern technology to make the shopping experience easier and fun.
I got to test out Holiday Eye, Simon Property Group's festive in-person shopping aid.
So I'll kind of walk you through how it works.
Let's give it a shot. Searching for a gift for my younger brother, telling the bot a little bit about him.
He's a skier. He does like skiing. Yeah. So let's try it out.
And after a series of questions, the bot came up with a few gift ideas available on site.
Okay. And all the price points are listed here.
According to Salesforce, AI is set to influence $194 billion in global online holiday sales this year. And another study by McKinsey & Company found generative AI had the potential to boost overall annual retail revenue by more than $600 billion per year.
We use computer vision, and we use tons of machine learning and AI.
AI itself is not necessarily new to shopping. For years, advertisers have been collecting web data called cookies in order to track browsing history and offer similar suggestions. But AI could take that personalization to another level. Yeasay, a new shopping app offering discounts on luxury brands, operates like a dating app. Suggested items pop up, and then you have the choice. Add it to your cart to buy it now, or swipe up and risk the deal disappearing forever.
The more you swipe, the better it gets, the more we can serve you pieces that you're going to love that are just right for you.
The rapid rise of AI has prompted questions about whether privacy safeguards can keep up.
How are you also making sure that that data is secure?
So we use it to deliver a great experience for them. We use it to run our operations efficiently, but no other purposes.
As consumers try to navigate the rapid rise of AI safely and pick out personalized gifts in time for the holidays.
Our thanks to Brian Chung for that report. And for those heading online today, we do have some tips to keep in mind. Don't share personal details. Consider staying anonymous. You can do that by using what's called incognito mode. That's a setting you can go to if you're using a browser like Chrome, or clear your browser when you're done. And also use email addresses that don't have any identifying information. So maybe set up a separate one so that you can do that. Well, coming up, when it comes to school spirit, no one can hype a crowd quite like the team mascot. But what about the person underneath that costume? We're going to take you into the locker room and introduce you to some of the people taking on that big responsibility. This is Morning News Now.
people really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the Eye roared ashore.
More good people than bad people, right?
There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses.
All right, it just
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth, Kristen. Oh, yeah, nice to see you tonight.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world. We have a full team. News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters.
I've been to Gaza many times before, but never like this.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English. Is that good news for us?
Now is constant.
Morning News Now or breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this. The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
Top story is coming to you live from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Morning, Al.
I think when you open your eyes, you get to decide, how's my day going to be? We want to be a way to start your day, lighten your load, every single morning.
From inside Iran, from Israel, from Florida, from Lewiston, Maine. Part of our continued reporting. This is what a country at war looks like. Women, children. What is it like? Countless neighborhoods across the region that look just like this. Everybody good? What's the threat it took for all this damage to occur?
Were you calling the shots, though, Mr. President, ultimately? Was the Biden administration caught off guard by this latest surge of migrants? Is it clear who's going to govern Gaza once this war is over? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Welcome back. We've got some Monday motivation for you. This is courtesy of Beyonce's 11-year-old daughter, Blue Ivy. Well, in Beyonce's new Renaissance concert film, the singer talked about just how much her 11-year-old daughter's dancing improved over the course of the tour. And she said it is actually all thanks to the haters who posted negative comments online after Blue Ivy's surprise appearance at Beyonce's first show in Paris. Beyonce said that instead of giving up, Blue Ivy worked even harder on her dancing. Beyonce also admitted that originally her daughter was only going to make just one onstage appearance, but as we know, she ended up touring with her, and fans definitely noticed that improvement. Go Blue Ivy. Love to hear that story. Well, finally this hour, whether they're shooting T-shirts out of a cannon or joining cheerleaders in a halftime dance routine, team mascots never fail to bring the energy to a sporting event. But at colleges across the country, many of those mascots are unknown. Once that costume comes off, who is it? Well, NBC News embed Alex Tabbitt took a closer look at what it really takes to be a mascot in college sports.
While the band plays and the players dunk, one student is suiting up in secret.
It's important to keep Size anonymous from the rest of the campus.
Meet Cy the Cardinal, the mascot for Iowa State University. Cy's that one student that everybody knows, but nobody knows.
His personality spans many classes and many generations, so it's to maintain the consistency of Cy's personality and character.
Cy isn't the only mascot to keep its identity hush on campus. Syracuse University's Otto the Orange and BYU's Cosmo the Cougar are also anonymous, while the Stanford Tree or the Notre Dame Leprechaun live their lives in the limelight. But what all these mascots have in common is they made it through a rigorous tryout process to make sure they're the ones with the right skill set to spread school spirit.
Carly Fulcher was Psy back when she was a student.
It's fun to kind of lead that double life.
Her classmates didn't know about her alter ego until she graduated.
We would wear the feet to graduation, and so that's how you get to announce to your whole graduating class that you were Psy.
Now she's Iowa State's mascot coordinator.
I find so much joy in passing this squad on to future generations.
Teaching them the original definition of hypebeast.
High energy all the time, big smile all the time.
While not sugarcoating the more difficult parts of the job.
It's sweaty, it's sweaty work.
At colleges like Iowa State University, mascots are a lot more than just a costume. It's a way of bringing the community together.
Every summer, Iowa State celebrates what they call Victory Day, where Psy and members of the football team host children from across Iowa.
Victory Day is awesome because all these special needs kids come to Jack Trice and get to play football with our whole football team, and they get to run plays and score touchdowns with the team, and we just get to hype them up, and it's such a fun, emotional day.
Spreading joy, no matter the score.
If we're down 20 points, we're going to be hyped for that too, because we're there for the band, we're there for the cheerleaders, we're there for all the kids that couldn't care less what the score is.
Alex Tabbitt, Ames, Iowa.
Okay, what a cool look behind the mask. Very fun. Thank you, Alex, for that. Well, that's going to do it for this hour of Morning News Now. Don't go anywhere, though. The news continues right now. Good morning. I'm Savannah Sellers. Thank you very much for being with us. We are coming on the air with some breaking news. New this morning, Attorney General Merrick Garland is set to hold a news conference addressing the hostages released in Israel, as well as an increase in violence in Jewish and Muslim communities. This is all as we enter the last day of a planned pause between fighting between Israel and Hamas. For more, we're joined by NBC News correspondent David Noriega in Tel Aviv. David, good morning. So we've been watching to see if another group of hostages will be released today as planned. Tell us, what is the latest?
Yeah, the latest is that we are on track to have another group of hostages released this evening in exchange for another group of Palestinian prisoners. The numbers we're hearing, I want to stress that these numbers are always up for revision. The last few days, we've had changes in the numbers, often at the last minute, frequently involving the addition of added foreign nationals who have been held hostage by Hamas, who are released outside of the framework of the agreement. But within the framework of the agreement, the numbers we have right now are 11 Israeli hostages released in exchange for 33 Palestinian prisoners. It's a 3-for-1 ratio. That's what we've been seeing consistently. That's what's at the core of the agreement. That's what we're expecting. We also know that there are diplomatic efforts currently underway, led by Egypt and Qatar, to potentially extend that ceasefire. What we're hearing is a two-day extension. I once again want to stress all of these details. They change all the time. It's very fluid. It's all very provisional, but those are the details as we have them right now. Back to you.
And David, have we heard anything from leaders on either side of this, Israel or Hamas, about this potential latest release?
About the potential latest release, what we're hearing is that, again, it is on track, right? We know that the Israeli authorities have a list of hostages. This is the way the process has been working for the last few days. Israel gets a list of hostages from Hamas via go-betweens. They check the list, make sure that everything is in order. They communicate with the families of those hostages in order to be able to prepare them, have them on the ground in medical facilities in Israel for those reunifications. That's what we have from the Israeli side. What we've been hearing consistently from Hamas throughout this is that they are facilitating the release of the hostages, and that is on track once again tonight.
David Noriega, thank you very much for your reporting here. Well, as we mentioned, Attorney General Merrick Garland is set to hold a news conference this morning addressing the hostages released in Israel, as well as an increase in violence in Jewish and Muslim communities. It is getting underway right now. Let's listen in.
This room signed up for this work so that we can lean into these challenges and help solve them. We are proud to do the work that we do, and I want to thank all of you for being outstanding partners to this office and for everything you do to keep New Yorkers and the American people safe. It's now my pleasure to turn the floor over to the Attorney General of the United States, Merrick Garland.
Good morning. In just a few minutes, U.S. Attorney Williams and I will meet with some of our New York law enforcement partners. I'm grateful to each of them for being here. I look forward to our discussion. While these kinds of meetings between the Justice Department and our law enforcement partners are always important, the current global threat environment makes this one particularly urgent. Over the past several days, over 40 hostages who were kidnapped by Hamas on October 7th have been released. Among them is Abigail Edan, a 4-year-old American. We welcome Abigail's return and hope to see the return of more hostages in the days to come. The Justice Department's Victim Services Offices, including our Office for Victims of Crime and the FBI's Victim Services Division, stand ready to provide assistance to released Americans and to their families. We also remain committed to working with our partners across the U.S. government to secure the return of all missing Americans, including those still held hostage. As always, but especially now, the Justice Department is remaining vigilant in the face of the potential threats of hate-fueled violence and terrorism. We are closely monitoring the impact that the conflict in the Middle East may have in inspiring foreign terrorist organizations, homegrown violent extremists, and domestic violent extremists, both here in the United States and abroad. All of us have also seen a sharp increase in the volume and frequency of threats against Jewish, Muslim, and Arab communities across our country since October 7th. There is understandable fear in communities across the country. Even as we speak, the ATF and the FBI are investigating the tragic shooting of 3 men of Palestinian descent in Vermont. That investigation, including whether this is a hate crime, is ongoing. Investigative updates by law enforcement officials in Vermont will be coming soon. The Justice Department is poised to provide assistance, any assistance that our state and local law enforcement partners need as we work together to protect our communities. Last month, I directed the FBI and every one of our U.S. attorneys to meet with law enforcement and community leaders to discuss what they are seeing on the ground and how we can best support them with regard to these threats. Senior leadership at the Justice Department and I myself have done the same. In my conversations with law enforcement, community, and religious leaders, I have reiterated that the Justice Department has no higher priority than protecting the safety and civil rights of everyone in this country. Protecting all people and all communities from hate-fueled violence was the Justice Department's founding purpose in 1870, and it remains our urgent responsibility today. No person and no community in this country should have to live in fear of hate-fueled violence. Fulfilling that promise motivates us every day. While we are confronting this elevated global threat environment, we also know we cannot lose sight of many other challenges. That includes working closely with our state and local law enforcement partners to combat violent crime. It includes working together to disrupt the flow of fentanyl, the deadliest drug threat that this country has ever faced. Earlier this year, this office charged 4 people after a 1-year-old boy tragically died from being poisoned by fentanyl at his daycare. SDNY's investigation found that there were kilograms of fentanyl hidden in the Bronx facility, including underneath the floorboards where the children played and slept. Although one of the defendants in that case fled to Mexico, we were able to secure his return to the United States to ensure that he will face justice here in New York. And just last month, because of this office's efforts, another drug dealer who sold fentanyl-laced cocaine that killed 3 people was sentenced to 30 years in prison. This office also has an important part of the Justice Department's broader strategy to disrupt and dismantle fentanyl by attacking every link in the chain of the trafficking networks. In April, we announced charges in this district against 23 members, leaders, and associates of the Sinaloa cartel, which runs the largest, most violent, and most prolific fentanyl trafficking operation in the world. Since that indictment, one of the defendants, Ovidio Guzman Lopez, a leader of the Sinaloa cartel and a son of El Chapo, was extradited from Mexico to the United States to face American justice. And just last week, another defendant, Nestor Isidro Perez Salas, also known as El Nini, one of the Sinaloa cartel's lead sicarios or assassins who led security operations for the cartel, was captured by the Mexican government. We are seeking his extradition to the United States. And in June, this office charged a China-based chemical company and arrested 2 of its employees for producing and distributing to the United States and Mexico the building blocks needed to manufacture deadly fentanyl. These are just a few examples of the work we are doing in this office and across the country to combat fentanyl trafficking and to hold accountable those who are flooding our communities with this poison. And these examples represent just a fraction of what this office is doing to help fulfill the Justice Department's overall mission to uphold the rule of law, to keep our country and our communities safe, and to protect civil rights. I am very proud of the incredible men and women of the United States Attorney's Office for the Southern District of New York. I am proud of the partnerships that they have built with the law enforcement leaders who are here with us today, and I look forward to our conversation. Thank you.
We have just been listening to Attorney General Merrick Garland brief us on what he is calling a concerning rise as we are seeing it in violence, including the shooting of 3 students of Palestinian descent in Vermont. We're going to go to George Solis there in just a moment. We also heard from the Attorney General about the concern for this inspiring other groups, both overseas as well as homegrown terrorists. And he says that this has been the Justice Department's founding principle since 1870. The purpose of the department is that no person should live in fear of hate-filled violence. Let's get to NBC News correspondent George Solis. He is following the latest developments in that shooting. Again, it was 3 students that were shot in Burlington, Vermont. They are of Palestinian descent and is being investigated as a possible hate crime. George, what is the latest? What can you tell us right now about the suspect and his arrest?
Yeah, good morning, Savannah. Well, we do know that that suspect that was arrested is set to appear here at the courthouse around 10:30 this morning. That should be followed up by a press conference with the mayor and some other city officials at noon, giving us the very latest in this investigation. And you're right, a lot of people in this community, including their family members, are calling on authorities to investigate this as a hate crime. Authorities saying right now they are aware of some of the imagery and some of the connotation with this particular crime, and they are committed to investigating it thoroughly. Now, officials say they encountered the suspect, who was identified as Jason Eaton, on Sunday. They were working with the ATF and the FBI, using some of their tools at their disposal, and they took him into custody. And then they issued a search warrant of the apartment where the shooting took place on North Prospect Street. That wasn't very far from where the shooting took place. It's also near the University of Vermont, and there they said they found some evidence that gave them probable cause to make the arrest. And we do know from the family members, the young men were identified as Hisham Awartani, who is a junior at Brown University, Kanan Abdul Hamid, a student at Haverford College in Pennsylvania, and Tassine Ahmed, a student at Connecticut's Trinity College. Police saying this individual, this suspect, walked up to them as they were leaving one of the students' family members' home. They were here in town for Thanksgiving, and walked up to them and shot them, and then just walked away. So that obviously gave a lot of alarm to the community members here. Police saying that 2 of the students were wearing keffiyehs, and one of the organizations representing them saying that they believe they were speaking Arabic at the time, and that is something that NBC News has been working to verify as well. So again, this morning we are learning that that suspect arrested in this case is expected to appear here 10:30 virtually through the court cameras, and then we're expecting a noon press conference with the police chief and the mayor to hopefully give us a bit more information about where the investigation stands right now and whether or not they will in fact begin looking into this shooting as a hate crime, Savannah.
Yeah, that's the big question. So I know you'll keep us updated as that unfolds today. Tell us, before I let you go, George, what is the mood like in the community right now? I mean, especially after just hearing that concern from the Attorney General, expressing the fact that many communities across the country are living in fear, and you see something like this unfold. How's the community reacting to this?
Yeah, there's a somber mood here in this community. Obviously, there is a small sense of relief given that the suspected shooter is now in custody at this time. But obviously, given some of the context and some of the rise in anti-Islamic and Palestinian rhetoric that has been spreading on social media, some people are very concerned about their safety, some very concerned about what this could trigger. At this point, we haven't heard of any vigils or protests in the community, but it is also something that we're going to be keeping a close eye on today, Savannah.
All right, George Solis in Burlington, Vermont for us with the very latest after that shooting of 3 students of Palestinian descent. George, thank you very much, and we will be speaking with you in a little while as we get more updates. For more, we are now joined by NBC News Justice and Intelligence correspondent Ken Dilanian on this. Ken, thank you very much for being with us on this. So what does it tell you that the Attorney General felt the need to address the country in this way, to make remarks like this, and what are you hearing from your sources?
Good morning, Savannah. Well, the Attorney General felt compelled to talk about really 3 major issues. One, he wanted to address what the Justice Department and the FBI is doing to support the families of Americans held hostage. And the FBI actually coordinates efforts to retrieve and recover and rescue American hostages. There's a hostage fusion cell based at FBI headquarters that calls on experts from across the government. So Merrick Garland wanted to speak to that and explain that the DOJ and the FBI is doing everything it can to try to recover and support these Americans. Then he also spoke to the increased climate of threats and hate crimes happening across the country related to the Israel-Hamas conflict, based both against Jews and Muslims. They're dealing with this, they're seeing this, and he wanted to address that. And then lastly, he addressed this horrific shooting in Burlington. And as George reported, the FBI is investigating whether this was a hate crime. And to do that, they're going through cell phone records and social media postings by this suspect and interviewing relatives and looking for any written evidence or any digital evidence that suggested that he committed that crime motivated by bias against a particular religion or ethnicity. That's often a difficult burden for prosecutors to establish in these cases. And so that's what they're looking for right now. Clearly, the man is going to be charged with aggravated assault. He's accused of committing these shootings. The next step will be for the FBI to determine whether this was a hate crime, and if so, that could warrant federal charges, Savannah.
So, Ken, walk us through that process a little bit more, because I think when a lot of viewers hear, just knowing the backdrop of the world right now, what we're dealing with the war with Israel and Hamas, and then knowing that these were 3 people of Palestinian descent who were shot, what is it that prosecutors would have to do in order to prove that this was a hate crime and for it to be charged as such?
Yeah, they have to establish that the intent was, that the motive here was bias against either a particular religion or ethnicity, in this case, the Muslim religion, or the fact that these victims were Arab and speaking Arabic. They need some kind of evidence to establish that the shooter acted out of that motive. And, a lot of local officials are saying, well, obviously this was a hate crime. And given the circumstantial evidence that we're all aware of, that these 3 men were wearing traditional Palestinian dress, they may have been speaking Arabic, they were visiting. So there's no real question of like a dispute, or apparently the shooter didn't know these people. Nonetheless, they need actual evidence to establish, because they got to go into a court of law and prove beyond a reasonable doubt these separate federal charges accusing somebody of a hate crime, which is different than proving they conducted the shooting. And actually, there's been a lot of legal scholarship around how that's a pretty high burden, and hate crime prosecutions are not as common as one might think. So a lot will depend really on what's out there on the person's cell phone or social media, or whether the person speaks to authorities and actually admits what their motive was.
Ken, how worried are federal officials right now about violence related to anti-Semitism or Islamophobia? How much of a concern is this?
Yeah, they are extremely alarmed, Savannah. There's a climate right now in the United States that we have not seen in many years, if ever. And the problem with these kinds of potential crimes is they're really difficult to prevent. It's not like terrorist cells plotting where the FBI can use the intelligence tools to try to figure out who's planning violence. Violence erupts without warning. This person in Vermont, who knows why, what set him off. And so there's a lot of alarm and concern about this climate, potential hate crime violence, also, incendiary political rhetoric and potential political violence. It's a really difficult time right now for law enforcement.
All right, Ken Dilanian, our Justice and Intelligence correspondent, thank you very much for joining us on this. Let's now head back to NBC News correspondent David Noriega, who is in Tel Aviv for us, has been for quite some time now. David, one of the things that we also just heard there from Attorney General Merrick Garland, not only the concern for these issues at home or for homegrown terrorists, but also just the general concern of this war spreading. Our focus has rightfully been on the hostages and this release and this ceasefire over the past few days. But remind us what we are seeing right now on the ground in places like Israel's northern border with Lebanon and the concern for this to spread.
There has been widespread regional concern about the possibility of this conflict spreading for some time now. Right now, most of the attention is focused on the diplomatic efforts by Qatar and Egypt to make sure that these hostages are released. We are all paying attention right now to the list of the 11 expected hostages to be released. During the ceasefire, conflicts on the northern border have quieted, but as far as we know, not stopped entirely. Again, as you said, the vast majority of the attention on the ground right now is on ensuring that this incredibly fragile and incredibly tenuous ceasefire agreement holds within Gaza. For the most part, it has held. There have been some accusations from Hamas towards the Israelis that they haven't kept to their side of the agreement, but those accusations were overcome. I should say also that the Israeli authorities denied those accusations. As far as this conflict spreading, I wish I could tell you more. For the time being, the vast majority of the attention is on making sure that the ceasefire agreement is implemented successfully.
And David, where are we at this point with the potential for this to be extended? There's been talk of each day that a ceasefire is extended, more hostages could be released. How is that potential furthering of this agreement looking?
That's right. Now that we're in the final day of the agreement, more of specifically the diplomats, primarily the Qatari and Egyptian diplomats involved in these negotiations, are starting to turn their attention towards the possibility of an extension. We're hearing about a possible 2-day extension, but as you pointed out, the way that this framework is laid out, that extension would happen day by day. We also know from Israeli authorities, they insist that the ceasefire is temporary and that once it's over and civilian hostages are out, they will continue their military assault in the Gaza Strip. Back to you.
All right, NBC News correspondent David Noriega in Tel Aviv for us. Thank you very much. And there is much more morning news now ahead. After a quick break, stick with us.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
News lives in the now.
Israel tonight declaring war against Hamas following the brutal surprise attack within its own borders.
Now is raw.
We are in the West Bank city of Ramallah. Protesters are on the streets here to denounce Israel.
Now is real.
Most of the time, the Iron Dome works, but there are rare occasions that a few get through, like here in Ashkelon.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now, streaming free everywhere.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore.
More good people than bad people, right?
5 seconds. There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses.
All right, it just me too.
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
They told him I rejected him because he wanted to be female.
This is the story of a family divided, a fringe religious movement blurring the lines between church and state, and a teacher caught in the middle. This is Grapevine, an NBC News podcast. Listen now.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
just outside of the Israeli military headquarters.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back. Embattled New York Congressman George Santos, while his days in Washington could soon be nearing an end. The Republican says he expects to be expelled as soon as this week after an ethics committee report earlier this month accused him of misusing campaign funds for personal use. Santos has denied all accusations against him. NBC News senior Capitol Hill correspondent Garrett Haake joins us from Washington with the latest on this. Hey, Garrett, good morning. So I know we actually heard from Santos himself over the holiday weekend. What is he saying about the potential for an expulsion? And also remind us how we got to this point.
Well, Savannah, this really started just weeks after Santos was even first elected, when the New York Times published their first story saying that he had more or less made up most of his background. For there, things only got worse for Santos. He was federally indicted twice on everything from misusing campaign funds to basically applying falsely for unemployment benefits. He denied all those charges. Then things got still worse yet right before the holiday break just now, when the Ethics Committee found in their own reporting that Santos had been essentially stealing from his own campaign to spend campaign funds on things like his rent, his credit card bills, even Ferragamo shopping, I know a favorite of yours, and also on OnlyFans, the adult website. Now, Santos has not taken any of this quietly. He's been lashing out at just about anybody he can find, including his fellow Republicans and the Ethics Committee. Here's what he said as part of a 3-hour rant on social media over the weekend.
I have colleagues who are more worried about getting drunk every night with the next lobbyist that they're going to screw and pretend like none of us know what's going on. This happens every single week. Where are the ethics investigations and that?
Savannah, George Santos' list of allies in Congress has always been short, but it gets shorter every time he says something like that, with the Ethics Committee vote looking likely to happen perhaps as soon as this week.
Garrett, I think the other place mentioned that he shopped at a lot, your favorite, Hermes. So we'll have to dig in on that a little bit more. Garrett, when could we potentially see a vote here, and what would it take to force Santos out of Congress?
It's hard to say for certain. The House comes back tomorrow. The way this resolution was set up, they could theoretically vote on it as early as tomorrow. It's probably a safe bet that we'll see it this week. And on a vote like this, you actually need 2/3 of the House to vote in favor of expulsion. It's incredibly rare. It's only happened 5 other times in history. Santos has faced a couple of these votes already and won, but we've been hearing this growing chorus of members who had supported him in the past, saying that this ethics report was kind of the last straw. The math doesn't look good for Santos, as he acknowledged in that long social media live stream. He doesn't think he has the votes to survive this round.
So what does this mean ultimately if he were to be kicked out? How does it impact the balance of power on Capitol Hill?
Yeah, look, I mean, things have been incredibly tight this whole Congress, as you know. Losing another Republican seat just makes the Speaker's job that much harder to pass anything on a partisan party line. But you'd also eventually have to have a special election for Santos' seat. Remember, he won in a Biden district on Long Island, a little bit of Queens, maybe a little bit of Brooklyn mixed in that district. It's likely, although it could go any direction, that you'd see a Democrat pick up that seat and could shrink the margin for Republicans even more. That's part of the reason Santos has been able to stick around as long as he had. Republicans desperately need his vote, Savannah.
All right, Garrett Haake, always fun with you. Thank you very much.
You bet.
Well, Derek Chauvin, the former Minneapolis police officer convicted of murdering George Floyd in 2020, was seriously injured after being stabbed at the federal prison in Arizona, where he is incarcerated. Maggie Vespa has all the details on this story. Hey, Maggie, good morning.
Hey, Savannah, good morning. Yeah, while officials say Chauvin, who is serving both state and federal sentences, is expected to survive this attack, there are a lot of questions this morning as to how exactly this could have happened. And that being said, a quick warning, some of the information and some of the images in this story may be disturbing. This morning, former Minneapolis police officer Derek Chauvin hospitalized after Chauvin, convicted of murdering George Floyd, was stabbed inside a medium security federal prison in Tucson, Arizona.
We are adjourned.
Chauvin was seriously injured but is expected to survive, a law enforcement source tells NBC News. The stabbing took place around 12:30 p.m. Friday, according to the Federal Bureau of Prisons, and required life-saving measures before Chauvin was rushed to the hospital. It's unclear what happened and who stabbed him. The Minnesota Attorney General stating, like any incarcerated individual, he should be able to serve his sentence without fear of retaliation or violence. Chauvin's attorney slamming the prison for a lack of institutional control and transparency, and claiming Chauvin's family has received no update on his current condition or location, stating it appears to be indicative of a poorly run facility and indicates how Derek's assault was allowed to happen.
Find the defendant guilty.
In 2020, video capturing Derek Chauvin kneeling on George Floyd's neck for about 9 minutes rocked the world as Floyd cried out, "I can't breathe." Floyd's death sparked a massive nationwide wave of protests demanding racial justice, and an investigation found that Minneapolis and its police department engaged in a pattern or practice of race discrimination. Terrence Floyd, George Floyd's brother, speaking out about Friday's incident, telling the Associated Press he wouldn't wish for anyone to be stabbed in prison, stating, "I'm not going to give my energy towards anything that happens within those four walls because my energy went towards getting him in those four walls." And some important context this morning. Chauvin, as part of his plea deal, was transferred from a high security facility in Minnesota to that Tucson, Arizona prison. And experts tell us it's entirely possible that following this attack, he could be transferred to yet another prison. This after, by the way, the Supreme Court last week rejected Chauvin's appeal for his murder conviction. Savannah.
All right, Maggie Vespa, thank you so much. Let's get you international headlines now, starting with a historic summit in the works for the leaders of China, Japan, and South Korea. This is as tensions rise over North Korea's weapons program. Claudio Lavanga joins us now from Rome with that and more. Hey, Claudio, good morning.
Good morning, Savannah. Well, that's right. The foreign ministers of China, Japan, and South Korea confirmed that the leaders of those three countries will meet for the first time in 4 years in the near future to discuss ways to easing tension in their region. Now, the trilateral meeting, expected to take place next year, comes as North Korea's weapons program and the increased U.S. military presence there has heightened tension in the region. The summit is also expected to address China's concern over the strengthening of security ties between Japan, South Korea, and the U.S. And let's come back here to Italy, where the murder of a 22-year-old woman last week has caused outrage across the country and cast a spotlight on the plague of violence against women here. Giulia Cecchettin, a university student, was found dead days before her graduation ceremony. Her 21-year-old boyfriend, who was arrested last Wednesday in Germany after days on the run, has confessed to killing her. Giulia is one of more than 100 women who've been killed in Italy so far this year, and most of them at the hands of their partners or former partners. On Saturday, the International Day for the Elimination of Violence Against Women, hundreds of thousands of people took to the streets to call for an end to the violence. And let's end this tour of the world in New Zealand, where on Saturday, the newly appointed finance minister said the government will scrap a pioneering law to ban smoking for future generations. The law, due to be implemented next year in July, would stop those born after January 2009 from ever being able to legally buy cigarettes. Now, the law was designed to prevent thousands of smoking-related deaths and save the health systems billions of dollars, but the new Prime Minister, Christopher Luxon, said the ban would create a hidden tobacco black market and become a massive magnet for criminals. Well, you can say that that plan now has gone up in smoke.
There you go,
Well,
Claudio, you always got
make
one.
fun about, because that was a serious issue.
No, absolutely. No, Claudio, thank you so much. Well, coming up, it is, of course, Cyber Monday. So after the break, we're going to give you a rundown on all the steals and deals you can expect online and where you can get the biggest bang for your buck. Stick around. That is up next.
The NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
Still to come in the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from
Ground zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate.
In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get in.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
Future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
I think when you open your eyes, you get to decide, how's my day going to be? We want to be a way to start your day, lighten your load, every single morning.
Well, the holiday shopping rush is in full force. And if you missed the deals on Black Friday, we've got you covered as we kick off what is expected to be a record-breaking Cyber Monday. NBC News business and data reporter Brian Chung joins us live from an Amazon warehouse in South Jersey with the inside look at how retailers are wheeling and dealing all those sales. Brian, good morning.
Hey, good morning. This is an Amazon fulfillment center in Robbinsville, New Jersey. 1.2 million square feet of warehouse. That's a lot of warehouse covering 20 million products, some of which could be headed straight to your door very soon. As you mentioned, this is part of what could be a record-breaking amount of spend on Cyber Monday as Americans click and tap their way to some savings.
This morning, a brand new round of deals are at your fingertips. Today's Cyber Monday sales expected to break records. Online sales will climb to $12 billion, growing by over 6% from last year. On the heels of a strong Black Friday online, up 7.5% since 2022. Many of those shoppers are still going strong, with more than 70 million Americans expected to score a Cyber Monday deal by day's end, according to the National Retail Federation.
So the 5 hours between 6 to 11 p.m. PST, we're expecting about $4 billion in spend just between those 5 hours.
With steady inflation and higher than ever credit card interest rates, companies are trying to woo consumers all season, with more deals on everything from clothing to furniture, toys to tech items.
How is Walmart trying to meet the consumer in a scenario where their budgets might be a little bit tighter this year?
Look, we're consistently proud of the value that we represent to our customers when they want those great deals on those items that they want, not just the ones that they need. Then we're confident that Cyber Monday and Walmart is the place to be.
Experts say buying online allows bargain hunters to comparison shop more efficiently than they can in store.
I do have an Amazon cart full of a bunch of things, and we'll see if the prices fluctuate.
For the best price, consider hunting for deals throughout the day, as dynamic pricing may work in your favor, especially with retailers who were hoping for bigger Black Friday sales.
A retailer who might be more nimble, maybe they don't do so well on Black Friday and they might make up for it on Cyber Monday by offering extra discounts and exclusive deals just for Cyber Monday.
And another tip, try to see if those Cyber Monday deals are actually Cyber Week deals that can lessen the pressure to buy specifically today. And by the way, since we are an Amazon fulfillment center on shipping, one research firm says that parcel carriers have more capacity to deliver than they need for the season. And Amazon, using regional facilities like this one, say they'll be able to get packages to your door faster. I think I see yours right here, Savannah. headed your way. Is that yours? I think
I request a hand delivery, Brian, since I know you. Thank you very much, Brian.
That's gonna cost. Yeah. Okay.
All right, thanks, Brian. Well, let's stay on this and tell you how to get the best bargains with NBC News senior business correspondent Christine Romans. She's got everything we need to know. Good morning. Happy Cyber Monday. Happy shopping day. So I like what Brian said at the end there, that some of these are Cyber Week deals, so it can take the pressure off, because I do think it's like, what do I need to get today? What's my list? So tell us, what are the best deals right now?
So I think taking the pressure off is really important here, because shoppers are in the driver's seat. I think these deals are going to last through the week, and they really want your dollars, because consumers are being very sharp and very frugal here. Today, you're going to see toys, electronics, apparel. If you go to, like Amazon, Walmart, they're having huge toy set sales, like 70% off. So that's good there. Apparel, I think apparel is going to be sales throughout the end of the year, so you don't have to feel too stressed. So again, just have a cup of coffee, take a look, browse around, and they want your business more than you want to do business. So that's going to be a good deal.
Oh, that's great to hear. Okay, and how can we make sure we're getting the best deal? Like, let's say there's something that's on a bunch of different websites.
So you can install something that's called a browser extension. And this is kind of a genius way. It does all the work of comparing all the different prices. And even sometimes when the prices are the same for the same product at different retailers, there might be cash back, there might be a gift card, there might be free shipping. You want to make sure you're getting the best deal, not just on the price, and those browser extensions can help you do that.
All right, now rein us in. Give us some rules. How can we keep from overspending?
Well, you need to have a list, and you need to be really careful about overspending this year, because credit card interest rates are record highs. You've heard me, Savannah, talk about this. I'm really worried about people who are charging their $985. That's the average, sort of list this year, and they don't pay it all off. You're going to pay 20% interest. So your generosity could be a real burden for you next year. So make a list. Make sure that you are not overspending, and recognize that any money that's left on that credit card, you are going to be paying really high interest rates. It's not like other years. This is record high borrowed money this year. So be judicious.
And I think the other thing we had on the screen, create purchase hurdles. What does that mean?
Yeah, so there's some budget experts who say, do things like take out the autofill of your credit card on these websites, so that you can't just do it so quickly, right? Make some rules for yourself so that you're not just, I'm going to get that. I'm going to get that. It helps you avoid the impulse purchase. It helps you slow down a little bit. Take a beat. You're not... look, these retailers are going to make it, they're going to be countdown clocks. They're going to try to put all the pressure on you, put on your hat of behavioral economist and say, hold on, I'm not going to let them outsmart me out of my money. I'm just going to take a beat. And really remember that some of these deals are going to last through the end of the year.
Apple Pay it's like that. You're like, I didn't have to put my address.
It's so easy. It's so easy.
That's a good tip.
Also be careful today about, you're going to get a lot of requests that are going to be, Cyber Monday is Super Bowl for cyber thieves. So be careful of all these emails that are coming in your inbox. Make sure you look at the address and make sure it really is who it says it is. There will be a lot of spoofing emails that'll come through that won't really be Target or won't really be Amazon. So be careful about that. Make sure that the address is HTTPS. It's a secure address so that you're not being pulled into some kind of a scam.
And in those emails, make sure it's really like from Amazon.com, not a little misspelling or something like that.
Do not click on links inside of emails that you get.
There you go.
That's one of those classic things. Everyone, it's going to be cool. We're going to have a record, we're going to have a record day. There are going to be great deals. No reason to go chasing out after things you don't need or are not on your list.
Awesome. Christine Romans, thank you so much. And happy shopping. Happy Cyber Monday. Well, if you've gotten an early start on your holiday shopping, then you might have noticed a bit more of a police presence than usual. NBC News correspondent Liz Kreutz takes a look at how retailers are adding more security during the holiday rush to keep people safe while shopping.
Los Angeles police on alert after pro-Palestinian protesters marched through one of the biggest malls in L.A. on one of the busiest shopping days of the year.
Free, free, free Palestine!
The group made their way outside the Grove and then blocked a major intersection. The Black Friday protests coming as the holiday shopping season ramps up and police prepare to combat retail crime.
We're not only focusing on the individuals that are committing the thefts, but we're going after the criminal chain.
Organized theft and brazen smash and grab robberies like these are plaguing malls coast to coast.
They just smashed and grabbed all what they could.
In LA last week, a mob of thieves stole $12,000 in merchandise from a Nike store. Days later, French bulldog puppies worth $100,000 swiped from a pet shop. The increasingly violent thefts costing the retail industry $112 billion last year.
It's a big problem.
Stephen Craig owns the Citadel Outlet Mall in L.A., where he says several shops have been targeted by organized crime.
It's huge. You know, you walk into a Coach store, you steal $10,000 worth of bags and run out. It reduces their profitability.
In addition to the visible police presence here, this mall also has 25 undercover cops, high-definition security cameras, and soon-to-be-added license plate readers to deter crime.
So there's a lot of presence here.
Still, shoppers are on high alert.
Did these smash and grabs change how you experience the mall?
Yes. We have to take more precautions, be more aware. We're not as carefree.
This morning, police vowing to crack down to ensure a safe holiday shopping experience for everyone.
Our thanks to Liz Kreutz for that report. Well, coming up, we are taking you inside the game with a look at some hardworking heroes who are helping the Baltimore Ravens fire on all cylinders this season. That's next on Morning News Now.
We're talking possibly 1 trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
News lives in the now.
The horrors of the war on full display on both sides of the Israel-Gaza border.
Protesters are on the streets here. Most of the time, the Iron Dome works, but a few get through.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now. News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters.
I've been to Gaza many times before, but never like this.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English. Is that good news for us?
Now is constant.
Morning News Now, we're breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
The NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active.
This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, and
When I think about what the Today Show does, it's not just about the mornings, it's about your whole day. There's a feeling of we're in there with you. Then let's take on this day together.
We are back now with some financial headlines and a major recall that's hitting Honda. CNBC's Silvana Henao joins us with that and other money news for you this morning. Hey, Silvana, good morning.
Hey, Savannah, good morning. Yeah, so Honda is recalling tens of thousands of vehicles because of an issue that could make accidents more dangerous. The automaker says the 300,000 affected 2022 to 2023 HRVs and Accords could be missing a small component of the seatbelt, the pre-tensioner, which is the part of the seatbelt that makes it tighten when in a crash. No injuries or deaths have been reported because of the issue, which federal regulators credited to a manufacturing error. Younger generations may have found a hack to make home ownership a reality in a tough housing market. A new Zillow report finds more than half of millennial and Gen Z buyers say house hacking, that's renting out a portion of your home, is an extremely important opportunity. Now, this strategy to offset housing costs comes after the average rate for a 30-year mortgage hit 8% in October. And as Redfin found, the median price for a house in the U.S. was up 3.5% from a year ago, hitting nearly $414,000. And it costs $1 to ride a bus in Singapore, but apparently nearly $400 to sleep in one. A new hotel is opening in the Southeast Asian country this week with some very unique rooms. The Bus Collective is the first boutique resort hotel in Singapore to repurpose decommissioned public buses into luxury hotel rooms. Nightly rates start at 398 Singapore dollars, which comes out to about 296 US dollars a night, Savannah.
Huh. Not so sure about that.
I mean, same. I'm with you, Savannah.
Luxury hotel, bus, not usually the same. Yeah. All right, Savannah Henao, thank you so much. Well, with just weeks to go until the NFL playoffs, players, coaches, and staff firing on all cylinders trying to get one of those precious slots. Well, last night on Sunday Night Football, the Baltimore Ravens were no exception with a big win over the LA Chargers. Very happy night in my home for my Baltimore Ravens fan husband. Well, here's something you may not know. The Ravens have a secret weapon that no other NFL team has. NBC News correspondent Kaylee Hartung got her hands dirty, I hear, to find out more. She's here to tell us about it. Hey, Kaylee, good morning.
Oh, just wait for this, Savannah. Now, you know how the saying goes. Not all heroes wear capes. So if you were watching the Ravens game last night, you might not have recognized the hardworking heroes supporting the team on the sidelines. An elite group that is always ready to serve.
In the city of Baltimore, these heroes are working double duty.
When you guys first became firefighters, did you ever imagine the role that the Ravens could come to play in your life?
No, not at all.
Not at all.
David Kamak, Frank Thomas, and Jawan Yancey are 3 of 23 Baltimore firefighters who work part-time for the Ravens support team on their days off from the firehouse.
How similar is the mentality that it takes to be a firefighter? What's required of this job?
I think it runs hand in hand. No one's bigger than the team. It's all a group effort. So we all have to jump in there for that win, whether it be here or at the firehouse.
The tradition started in 1996 when the Baltimore Ravens franchise first began. The team didn't have a huge budget to hire full-time employees, so local firefighters volunteered to help. And 26 years later, they've never left.
In a week, how long is the list of to-dos for you guys here?
How long do we have? Starts from 6 a.m. up to 8:30 at night some nights.
Welcome to the heart of our fireman operations for the Ravens. So we do all the laundry, game days, and practices. We have some game day pants here. We're gonna dig into, we get right to work. Got a blood stain remover.
We got blood, we got grass stains, not to mention the sweat. I'm trying not to get too close. Whose pants are these?
So this is Ben Cleveland. He's one of our tackles, massive man.
Ben Cleveland, you're welcome.
The guys say on a white pants week, it's a 7-step process to get them clean.
Roquan Smith, heart and soul of the defense, and some of the dirtiest pants in this pile. What's a tougher assignment? Putting out a fire or getting the stains out of some of those dirty uniforms?
I would definitely say the stains.
On Sunday night in Los Angeles, those Ravens uniforms were looking crisp. The firefighters side by side with the players at SoFi Stadium, wrestling the players' gear on and shagging practice balls moments before kickoff. And the morning after a game, they're right back at the firehouse. By the way, that man who was helping me with the laundry, Jawan Yancey, he's chief of his firehouse.
What's your favorite part about getting to be a part of the Ravens organization?
Not to sound sappy, but like these guys. It's kind of like a deep breath for us when you get to hang out with your friends and your favorite team.
And Chief Yancey is one of the only Ravens staff members entrusted with this job, breaking in the footballs for the most accurate kicker in NFL history, Justin Tucker.
You take the end of the brush and you want to get all the nubs off the football.
Smooth it out.
Yep. You want a smooth kicking surface.
Lucky for you, Justin Tucker doesn't really miss.
Yeah, well, I probably wouldn't have a job.
You have played a very important role in that through his career.
A small part. He works hard. He works hard.
The Ravens players know the sacrifice these firefighters make for their city and how valuable they are to this team. Patrick Queen is one of the Ravens' fiercest linebackers.
Everything they do for us is it's so greatly appreciated. I mean, like, this place really wouldn't be functioning the way it functions without them.
Do you have any idea how long it takes them to get grass stains and blood stains out of your uniform after a game?
I have no idea, but I'm pretty sure it's a long time.
How cool is that for you guys, just to be surrounded by men of this caliber?
Well, one thing, if the building catch on fire, I know who to go to, for one. And
So, firefighters have a motto, never say no. How does that apply here?
We pride ourselves on fixing the problem and helping out.
Situation comes along, we just, shift gears and go in that direction.
And these Baltimore firefighters are always ready to serve their city, saving the day on the field and saving lives off of it.
So Frank Thomas is the veteran of that group. He has been a firefighter for 34 years with the Ravens for 15 seasons, and he described the perspective they take so perfectly. Savannah, he said to me, firefighters don't have emergencies. The people we serve do. So we've got to be cool at all times.
Oh, wow.
I would say they are helping the Ravens keep cool. They look pretty good last night.
And they take some pride in getting those white pants clean, huh?
You know what's funny? The Ravens have not worn their white pants since I got involved in the cleaning process. Now, I know they got a lot of uniform combinations, but I don't know if
oh my God, that's so funny.
my work has been judged yet.
Kaylee Artung, thank you so much. What a cool story. So neat to see that. Well, coming up, we are talking Disney with a new animated film that has some longtime fans wishing for more when it comes to Disney villains. We're going to tell you more up next.
I think when you open your eyes, you get to decide, how's my day going to be? We want to be a way to start your day, lighten your load, every single morning.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
From inside Iran, from Israel, from Florida, from Lewiston, Maine, part of our continued reporting. This is what a country in war looks like. Women, children. What is it like? Countless neighborhoods across the region that look just like this. Everybody good? Get to it for all this damage to
Were you calling the shots, though, Mr. President, ultimately? Was the Biden administration caught off guard by this latest surge of migrants? Is it clear who's going to govern Gaza once this war is over? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
When I think about what the Today Show does, it's not just about the mornings, it's about your whole day. There's a feeling of we're in there with you. Then let's take on this day together.
Welcome back. A museum dedicated to the life and career of NBA legend LeBron James is now open in his hometown in Ohio. This is really cool. The exhibit tips off, if you will, with a recreation of James' Spring Hill apartment and the original rim and backboard James played on while in high school. Some of the pieces displayed even date back to his childhood. Others include iconic jerseys, game-worn sneakers, apparel, as well as championship memorabilia from his time in South Beach, Cleveland, and Los Angeles. Tickets are, of course, $23. Pretty cool to check that out. Well, Disney was banking that its latest animated film, called Wish, was going to set the weekend box office on fire, but instead it seems to be fizzling, with fans and audiences saying some of it has to do with the main villain here. NBC News youth and internet culture reporter Callan Rosenblatt joins us now for more on this. Hey, Callan, good morning. So I've heard not the best things about this movie generally, but I know you're really digging in on this villain aspect, which I love, and this particular song that recently dropped on Spotify. What are you hearing about how fans are reacting?
Hey, Savannah. So a lot of the fans are saying they had high hopes. Disney hasn't done a traditional villain in a really long time. but they're feeling like it just sort of missed the mark. King Magnifico, voiced by Chris Pine, a lot of people are saying they can tell Chris Pine is having a lot of fun with this role, but the villain feels a little hollow to them, sort of like the outer shell of previous villains without a lot of the depth. They're also saying that the song, This Is the Thanks I Get, is way too poppy, way too upbeat when it stacks up to previous villains, especially those of the Disney Renaissance. So that's the real critique that some fans are having here.
This is interesting. Too pop. Callan, also quickly, can you just give us a backstory on what the film is about, just like a little synopsis?
Yeah, and that's also a little bit of the critique, too, is that the synopsis is a little bit convoluted. It's basically about this town of Rosas where people are granted wishes by King Magnifico. And when Asha, the 17-year-old who wants to become a sorcerer's apprentice, a nod to a previous film, wants to become, wants to help the king herself, she comes to find that the king is actually not granting the majority of wishes. And so she sets off on a journey to help free all the wishes herself.
So is part of this that King Magnifico's just not scary enough, sort of?
Yeah, some of it is that he's just not scary enough. He was molded in the sort of shape of past villains. Disney said that they were intending to make a past villain and sort of recreate that magic. But yeah, he just isn't very scary. His motivations are a little unclear, which also I think adds to this. And again, his song is just way too light when you compare it to something like Poor Unfortunate Souls or Hellfire. It is just way too upbeat. And some people say it does not even sound like a villain song if you heard it out of context.
Oh, Poor Unfortunate Souls. What a hit. What a song. All right,
a banger.
A banger, exactly. So despite some of this backlash, though, I mean, this movie was kind of supposed to be commemorating the studio's 100th anniversary. So I know that they've got some really cool stuff in there, lots of Easter eggs. Tell us clues to look out for if we do go see this movie.
Yeah, there's definitely a lot of very specific references to past films, and then very, ones that you just have to keep your eye out for. I keep an eye out for references to films like Bambi, Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs. Peter Pan makes an appearance at one point, so keep your eye out for him. And there's lots of others that you can find scattered throughout the film that are visual nods to the Disney Renaissance and previous films as well.
So how much of this movie really does kind of feel like a nod to Disney's past?
It really feels entirely like a nod to Disney's past. You have, a hero who has an I want, she wants to, save these wishes, which is kind of similar to the heroes of past Disney films. You have a villain who, like I said, even though he misses the mark, is molded in the shape of previous Disney villains. And so you kind of have this classic, Disney film that has sort of been missing from its recent history.
All right, there you go. Callan Rosenblatt, thank you so much. Great information. Everybody will have to go check it out and decide for themselves, right? Thanks, Callan. Good to see you.
Exactly. Thank you.
Well, that is going to do it for us this hour of Morning News Now, but the news continues right now, so don't go anywhere. Good morning. I'm Savannah Sellers. Thank you very much for being with us. We are coming on the air with some breaking news. New this morning, Attorney General Merrick Garland is set to hold a news conference addressing the hostages released in Israel, as well as an increase in violence in Jewish and Muslim communities. This is all as we enter the last day of a planned pause between fighting between Israel and Hamas. For more, we're joined by NBC News correspondent David Noriega in Tel Aviv. David, good morning. So we've been watching to see if another group of hostages will be released today as planned. Tell us, what is the latest?
Yeah, the latest is that we are on track to have another group of hostages released this evening in exchange for another group of Palestinian prisoners. The numbers we're hearing, I want to stress that these numbers are always up for revision. The last few days we've had changes in the numbers, often at the last minute, frequently involving the addition of added foreign nationals who have been held hostage by Hamas, who are released outside of the framework of the agreement. But within the framework of the agreement, the numbers we have right now are 11 Israeli hostages released in exchange for 33 Palestinian prisoners. It's a 3-for-1 ratio. That's what we've been seeing consistently. That's what's at the core of the agreement. That's what we're expecting. We also know that there are diplomatic efforts currently underway, led by Egypt and Qatar, to potentially extend that ceasefire. What we're hearing is a two-day extension. I once again want to stress all of these details. They change all the time. It's very fluid. It's all very provisional, but those are the details as we have them right now. Back to you.
And David, have we heard anything from leaders on either side of this, Israel or Hamas, about this potential latest release?
About the potential latest release, what we're hearing is that, again, it is on track, right? We know that the Israeli authorities have a list of hostages. This is the way the process has been working for the last few days. Israel gets a list of hostages from Hamas via go-betweens. They check the list, make sure that everything is in order. They communicate with the families of those hostages in order to be able to prepare them, have them on the ground in medical facilities in Israel for those reunifications. That's what we have from the Israeli side. What we've been hearing consistently from Hamas throughout this is that they are facilitating the release of the hostages, and that is on track once again tonight.
David Noriega, thank you very much for your reporting here. Well, as we mentioned, Attorney General Merrick Garland is set to hold a news conference this morning addressing the hostages released in Israel, as well as an increase in violence in Jewish and Muslim communities. It is getting underway right now. Let's listen in.
This room signed up for this work so that we can lean into these challenges and help solve them. We are proud to do the work that we do, and I want to thank all of you for being outstanding partners to this office and for everything you do to keep New Yorkers and the American people safe. It's now my pleasure to turn the floor over to the Attorney General of the United States, Merrick Garland.
Good morning. In just a few minutes, U.S. Attorney Williams and I will meet with some of our New York law enforcement partners. I'm grateful to each of them for being here. I look forward to our discussion. While these kinds of meetings between the Justice Department and our law enforcement partners are always important, the current global threat environment makes this one particularly urgent. Over the past several days, over 40 hostages who were kidnapped by Hamas on October 7th have been released. Among them is Abigail Edan, a 4-year-old American. We welcome Abigail's return and hope to see the return of more hostages in the days to come. The Justice Department's Victim Services offices, including our Office for Victims of Crime and the FBI's Victim Services Division, stand ready to provide assistance to released Americans and to their families. We also remain committed to working with our partners across the U.S. government to secure the return of all missing Americans, including those still held hostage. As always, but especially now, the Justice Department is remaining vigilant in the face of the potential threats of hate-fueled violence and terrorism. We are closely monitoring the impact that the conflict in the Middle East may have in inspiring foreign terrorist organizations, homegrown violent extremists, and domestic violent extremists, both here in the United States and abroad. All of us have also seen a sharp increase in the volume and frequency of threats against Jewish, Muslim, and Arab communities across our country since October 7th. There is understandable fear in communities across the country. Even as we speak, the ATF and the FBI are investigating the tragic shooting of 3 men of Palestinian descent in Vermont. That investigation, including whether this is a hate crime, is ongoing. Investigative updates by law enforcement officials in Vermont will be coming soon. The Justice Department is poised to provide assistance, any assistance that our state and local law enforcement partners need as we work together to protect our communities. Last month, I directed the FBI and every one of our U.S. attorneys to meet with law enforcement and community leaders to discuss what they are seeing on the ground and how we can best support them with regard to these threats. Senior leadership at the Justice Department and I myself have done the same. In my conversations with law enforcement, community, and religious leaders, I have reiterated that the Justice Department has no higher priority than protecting the safety and civil rights of everyone in this country. Protecting all people and all communities from hate-fueled violence was the Justice Department's founding purpose in 1870, and it remains our urgent responsibility today. No person and no community in this country should have to live in fear of hate-fueled violence. Fulfilling that promise motivates us every day. While we are confronting this elevated global threat environment, we also know we cannot lose sight of many other challenges. That includes working closely with our state and local law enforcement partners to combat violent crime. It includes working together to disrupt the flow of fentanyl, the deadliest drug threat that this country has ever faced. Earlier this year, this office charged 4 people after a 1-year-old boy tragically died from being poisoned by fentanyl at his daycare. SDNY's investigation found that there were kilograms of fentanyl hidden in the Bronx facility including underneath the floorboards where the children played and slept. Although one of the defendants in that case fled to Mexico, we were able to secure his return to the United States to ensure that he will face justice here in New York. And just last month, because of this office's efforts, another drug dealer who sold fentanyl-laced cocaine that killed 3 people was sentenced to 30 years in prison. This office also has an important part of the Justice Department's broader strategy to disrupt and dismantle fentanyl by attacking every link in the chain of the trafficking networks. In April, we announced charges in this district against 23 members, leaders, and associates of the Sinaloa cartel, which runs the largest, most violent, and most prolific fentanyl trafficking operation in the world. Since that indictment, one of the defendants, Ovidio Guzman Lopez, a leader of the Sinaloa cartel and a son of El Chapo, was extradited from Mexico to the United States to face American justice. And just last week, another defendant, Nestor Isidro Perez Salas, also known as El Nini, one of the Sinaloa cartel's lead sicarios or assassins who led security operations for the cartel, was captured by the Mexican government. We are seeking his extradition to the United States. And in June, this office charged a China-based chemical company and arrested 2 of its employees for producing and distributing to the United States and Mexico the building blocks needed to manufacture deadly fentanyl. These are just a few examples of the work we are doing in this office and across the country to combat fentanyl trafficking and to hold accountable those who are flooding our communities with this poison. And these examples represent just a fraction of what this office is doing to help fulfill the Justice Department's overall mission to uphold the rule of law, to keep our country and our communities safe, and to protect civil rights. I am very proud of the incredible men and women of the United States Attorney's Office for the Southern District of New York. I am proud of the partnerships that they have built with the law enforcement leaders who are here with us today, and I look forward to our conversation. Thank you.
We have just been listening to Attorney General Merrick Garland brief us on what he is calling a concerning rise as we are seeing it in violence, including the shooting of 3 students of Palestinian descent in Vermont. We're going to go to George Solis there in just a moment. We also heard from the Attorney General about the concern for this inspiring other groups, both overseas as well as homegrown terrorists. And he says that this has been the Justice Department's founding principle since 1870. The purpose of the department is that no person should live in fear of hate-filled violence. Let's get to NBC News correspondent George Solis. He is following the latest developments in that shooting. Again, it was 3 students that were shot in Burlington, Vermont. They are of Palestinian descent and is being investigated as a possible hate crime. George, what is the latest? What can you tell us right now about the suspect and his arrest?
Yeah, good morning, Savannah. Well, we do know that that suspect that was arrested is set to appear here at the courthouse around 10:30 this morning. That should be followed up by a press conference with the mayor and some other city officials at noon, giving us the very latest in this investigation. And you're right, a lot of people in this community, including their family members, are calling on authorities to investigate this as a hate crime. Authorities saying right now they are aware of some of the imagery and some of the connotation with this particular crime. crime, and they are committed to investigating it thoroughly. Now, officials say they encountered the suspect, who was identified as Jason Eaton, on Sunday. They were working with the ATF and the FBI, using some of their tools at their disposal, and they took him into custody. And then they issued a search warrant of the apartment where the shooting took place on North Prospect Street. That wasn't very far from where the shooting took place. It's also near the University of Vermont, and there they said they found some evidence that gave them probable cause to make the arrest. And we do know from the family members, the young men were identified as Hisham Awartani, who is a junior at Brown University, Kanan Abdul Hamid, a student at Haverford College in Pennsylvania, and Tassine Ahmed, a student at Connecticut's Trinity College. Police saying this individual, this suspect, walked up to them as they were leaving one of the students' family members' home. They were here in town for Thanksgiving, and walked up to them and shot them, and then just walked away. So that obviously gave a lot of alarm to the community members here. Police saying that 2 of the students were wearing keffiyehs, and one of the organizations representing them saying that they believe they were speaking Arabic at the time, and that is something that NBC News has been working to verify as well. So again, this morning we are learning that that suspect arrested in this case is expected to appear here 10:30 virtually through the court cameras, and then we're expecting a noon press conference with the police chief and the mayor to hopefully give us a bit more information about where the investigation stands right now and whether or not they will in fact begin looking into this shooting as a hate crime, Savannah.
Yeah, that's the big question. So I know you'll keep us updated as that unfolds today. Tell us, before I let you go, George, what is the mood like in the community right now? I mean, especially after just hearing that concern from the Attorney General expressing the fact that many communities across the country are living in fear, and you see something like this unfold. How's the community reacting to this?
Yeah, there's a somber mood here in this community. Obviously, there is a small sense of relief given that the suspected shooter is now in custody at this time. But obviously, given some of the context and some of the rise in anti-Islamic and Palestinian rhetoric that has been spreading on social media, some people are very concerned about their safety, some very concerned about what this could trigger. At this point, we haven't heard of any vigils or protests in the community, but it is also something that we're going to be keeping a close eye on today, Savannah.
All right, George Solis in Burlington, Vermont, for us with the very latest after that shooting of 3 students of Palestinian descent. George, thank you very much, and we will be speaking with you in a little while as we get more updates. For more, we are now joined by NBC News Justice and Intelligence correspondent Ken Dilanian on this. Ken, thank you very much for being with us on this. So what does it tell you that the Attorney General felt the need to address the country in this way, to make remarks like this, and what are you hearing from your sources?
Good morning, Savannah. Well, the Attorney General felt compelled to talk about really 3 major issues. One, he wanted to address what the Justice Department and the FBI is doing to support the families of Americans held hostage. And the FBI actually coordinates efforts to retrieve and recover and rescue American hostages. There's a hostage fusion cell based at FBI headquarters that calls on experts from across the government. So Merrick Garland wanted to speak to that and explain that the DOJ and the FBI is doing everything it can to try to recover and support these Americans. Then he also spoke to the increased climate of threats and hate crimes happening across the country related to the Israel-Hamas conflict, based both against Jews and Muslims. They're dealing with this, they're seeing this, and he wanted to address that. And then lastly, he addressed this horrific shooting in Burlington. And as George reported, the FBI is investigating whether this was a hate crime. And to do that, they're going through cell phone records and social media postings by this suspect and interviewing relatives and looking for any written evidence or any digital evidence that suggested that he committed that crime motivated by bias against a particular religion or ethnicity. That's often a difficult burden for prosecutors to establish in these cases. And so that's what they're looking for right now. Clearly, the man is going to be charged with aggravated assault. He's accused of committing these shootings. The next step will be for the FBI to determine whether this was a hate crime, and if so, that could warrant federal charges, Savannah.
So, Ken, walk us through that process a little bit more, because I think when a lot of viewers hear, just knowing the backdrop of the world right now, what we're dealing with the war with Israel and Hamas, and then knowing that these were 3 people of Palestinian descent who were shot, what is it that prosecutors would have to do in order to prove that this was a hate crime and for it to be charged as such?
Yeah, they have to establish that the intent was that the motive here was bias against either a particular religion or ethnicity, in this case, the Muslim religion, or the fact that these victims were Arab and speaking Arabic. They need some kind of evidence to establish that the shooter acted out of that motive. And, you know, a lot of local officials are saying, well, obviously this was a hate crime, and given the circumstantial evidence that we're all aware of, that these 3 men were wearing traditional Palestinian dress, they may have been speaking Arabic, they were visiting, so there's no real question of like a dispute, or apparently the shooter didn't know these people. Nonetheless, they need actual evidence to establish, because they got to go into a court of law and prove beyond a reasonable doubt these separate federal charges accusing somebody of a hate crime, which is different than proving they conducted the shooting. And actually, you know, there's been a lot of legal scholarship around how that's a pretty high burden, and hate crime prosecutions are not as common as one might think. So a lot will depend really on what's out there on the person's cell phone or social media, or whether the person, you know, speaks to authorities and actually admits what their motive was.
Ken, how worried are federal officials right now about violence related to anti-Semitism or Islamophobia? How much of a concern is this?
Yeah, they are extremely alarmed, Savannah. There's a climate right now in the United States that we have not seen in many years, if ever. And the problem with these kinds of potential crimes is they're really difficult to prevent. It's not like terrorist cells plotting where the FBI can use the intelligence tools to try to figure out who's planning violence. Violence erupts without warning. This person in Vermont, who knows why, you know, what set him off. And so there's a lot of alarm and concern about this climate, you know, potential hate crime violence, also, you know, incendiary political rhetoric and potential political violence. It's a really difficult time right now for law enforcement.
All right, Ken Dilanian, our Justice and Intelligence correspondent, thank you very much for joining us on this. Let's now head back to NBC News correspondent David Noriega, who is in Tel Aviv for us, has been for quite some time now. David, one of the things that we also just heard there from Attorney General Merrick Garland, not only the concern for these issues at home or for homegrown terrorists, but also just the general concern of this war spreading. Our focus has rightfully been on the hostages and this release and this ceasefire over the past few days. But remind us what we are seeing right now on the ground in places like Israel's northern border with Lebanon and the concern for this to spread.
There has been widespread regional concern about the possibility of this conflict spreading for some time now. Right now, most of the attention is focused on the diplomatic efforts by Qatar and Egypt to make sure that these hostages are released. We are all paying attention right now to the list of the 11 expected hostages to be released. During the ceasefire, conflicts on the northern border have quieted, but as far as we know, not stopped entirely. Again, as you said, the vast majority of the attention on the ground right now is on ensuring that this incredibly fragile and incredibly tenuous ceasefire agreement holds within Gaza. For the most part, it has held. There have been some accusations from Hamas towards the Israelis that they haven't kept to their side of the agreement, but those accusations were overcome. I should say also that the Israeli authorities denied those accusations. As far as this conflict spreading, you know, I wish I could tell you more. For the time being, the vast majority of the attention is on making sure that the ceasefire agreement is implemented successfully.
And David, where are we at this point with the potential for this to be extended? There's been talk of each day that a ceasefire is extended, more hostages could be released. How is that potential furthering of this agreement looking?
That's right. Now that we're in the final day of the agreement, more of specifically the diplomats, primarily the Qatari and Egyptian diplomats involved in these negotiations, are starting to turn their attention towards the possibility of an extension. We're hearing about a possible 2-day extension, but as you pointed out, the way that this framework is laid out, that extension would happen day by day. We also know from Israeli authorities, they insist that the ceasefire is temporary, and that once it's over and civilian hostages are out, they will continue their military assault in the Gaza Strip. Back to you.
All right, NBC News correspondent David Noriega in Tel Aviv for us. Thank you very much. And there is much more morning news now ahead. After a quick break, stick with us.
The NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
We're talking possibly 1 trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
They told him I rejected him because he wanted to be female.
This is the story of a family divided, a fringe religious movement blurring the lines between church and state, and a teacher caught in the middle. This is Grapevine, an NBC News podcast. Listen now.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwa.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
And around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
Coming on the air with breaking news. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico, reporting over the skies of Lahaina here in Florida. The time to evacuate has come and gone. You were seeing people just running for their lives.
People running for their lives.
We've seen this almost unbelievable power struggle. What does this mean for Ukraine? It's the battle off the field that's inspired the world.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. Embattled New York Congressman George Santos, while his days in Washington could soon be nearing an end. The Republican says he expects to be expelled as soon as this week after an ethics committee report earlier this month accused him of misusing campaign funds for personal use. Santos has denied all accusations against him. NBC News senior Capitol Hill correspondent Garrett Hake joins us from Washington with the latest on this. Hey, Garrett, good morning. So I know we actually heard from Santos himself over the holiday weekend. What is he saying about the potential for an expulsion? And also remind us how we got to this point.
Well, Savannah, this really started just weeks after Santos was even first elected, when the New York Times published their first story saying that he had more or less made up most of his background. For there, things only got worse for Santos. He was federally indicted twice on everything from misusing campaign funds to basically applying falsely for unemployment benefits. He denied all those charges. Then things got still worse yet right before the holiday break just now, when the Ethics Committee found in their own reporting that Santos had been essentially stealing from his own campaign to spend campaign funds on things like his rent, his credit card bills, even Ferragamo shopping, I know a favorite of yours, and also on OnlyFans, the adult website. And Santos has not taken any of this quietly. He's been lashing out at just about anybody he can find, including his fellow Republicans and the Ethics Committee. Here's what he said as part of a 3-hour rant on social media over the weekend.
I have colleagues who are more worried about getting drunk every night with the next lobbyist that they're going to screw and pretend like none of us know what's going on. This happens every single week. Where are the ethics investigations and that?
Savannah, George Santos' list of allies in Congress has always been short, but it gets shorter every time he says something like that, with the Ethics Committee vote looking likely to happen perhaps as soon as this week.
Garrett, I think the other place mentioned that he shopped at a lot, your favorite, Hermes. So we'll have to dig in on that a little bit more. Garrett, when could we potentially see a vote here, and what would it take to force Santos out of Congress?
It's hard to say for certain. The House comes back tomorrow. The way this resolution was set up, they could theoretically vote on it as early as tomorrow. It's probably a safe bet that we'll see it this week. And on a vote like this, you actually need 2/3 of the House to vote in favor of expulsion. It's incredibly rare. It's only happened 5 other times in history. Santos has faced a couple of these votes already and won, but we've been hearing this growing chorus of members who had supported him in the past saying that this ethics report was kind of the last straw. The math doesn't look good for Santos, as he acknowledged in that long social media live stream. He doesn't think he has the votes to survive this round.
So what does this mean ultimately if he were to be kicked out? How does it impact the balance of power on Capitol Hill?
Yeah, look, I mean, things have been incredibly tight this whole Congress, as you know. Losing another Republican seat just makes the Speaker's job that much harder to pass anything on a partisan party line. But you'd also eventually have to have a special election for Santos' seat. Remember, he won in a Biden district on Long Island, a little bit of Queens, maybe a little bit of Brooklyn mixed in that district. It's likely, although it could go any direction, that you'd see a Democrat pick up that seat and could shrink the margin for Republicans even more. That's part of the reason Santos has been able to stick around as long as he had. Republicans desperately need his vote, Savannah.
All right, Garrett Haake, always fun with you. Thank you very much.
You bet.
Well, Derek Chauvin, the former Minneapolis police officer convicted of murdering George Floyd in 2020, was seriously injured after being stabbed at the federal prison in Arizona, where he is incarcerated. Maggie Vespa has all the details on this story. Hey, Maggie, good morning.
Hey, Savannah, good morning. Yeah, while officials say Chauvin, who is serving both state and federal sentences, is expected to survive this attack, there are a lot of questions this morning as to how exactly this could have happened. And that being said, a quick warning, some of the information and some of the images in this story may be disturbing.
This morning, former Minneapolis police officer Derek Chauvin hospitalized after Chauvin, convicted of murdering George Floyd, was stabbed inside a medium security federal prison in Tucson, Arizona.
We are adjourned.
Chauvin was seriously injured but is expected to survive, a law enforcement source tells NBC News. The stabbing took place around 12:30 p.m. Friday, according to the Federal Bureau of Prisons, and required life-saving measures before Chauvin was rushed to the hospital. It's unclear what happened and who stabbed him. The Minnesota Attorney General stating, like any incarcerated individual, he should be able to serve his sentence without fear of retaliation or violence. Chauvin's attorney slamming the prison for a lack of institutional control and transparency, and claiming Chauvin's family has received no update on his current condition or location, stating it appears to be indicative of a poorly run facility and indicates how Derek's assault was allowed to happen.
Find the defendant guilty.
In 2020, video capturing Derek Chauvin kneeling on George Floyd's neck for about 9 minutes rocked the world as Floyd cried out, "I can't breathe." Floyd's death sparked a massive nationwide wave of protests demanding racial justice, and an investigation found that Minneapolis and its police department engaged in a pattern or practice of race discrimination. Terrence Floyd, George Floyd's brother, speaking out about Friday's incident, telling the Associated Press he wouldn't wish for anyone to be stabbed in prison, stating, "I'm not going to give my energy towards anything that happens within those 4 walls because my energy went towards getting him in those 4 walls."
And some important context this morning. Chauvin, as part of his plea deal, was transferred from a high security facility in Minnesota to that Tucson, Arizona prison. And experts tell us it's entirely possible that following this attack, he could be transferred to yet another prison. This after, by the way, the Supreme Court last week rejected Chauvin's appeal for his murder conviction. Savannah.
All right, Maggie Vespa, thank you so much. Let's get you international headlines now, starting with a historic summit in the works for the leaders of China, Japan, and South Korea. This is as tensions rise over North Korea's weapons program. Claudio Lavanga joins us now from Rome with that and more. Hey, Claudio, good morning.
Good
Good morning, Savannah. Well, that's right. The foreign ministers of China, Japan, and South Korea confirmed that the leaders of those three countries will meet for the first time in 4 years in the near future to discuss ways to easing tension in their region. Now, the trilateral meeting expected to take place next year comes as North Korea's weapons program and the increased U.S. military presence there has heightened tension in the region. The summit is also expected to address China's concern over the strengthening of security ties between Japan, South Korea, and the U.S. And let's come back here to Italy, where the murder of a 22-year-old woman last week has caused outrage across the country and cast a spotlight on the plague of violence against women here. Giulia Cecchettin, a university student, was found dead days before her graduation ceremony. Her 21-year-old boyfriend, who was arrested last Wednesday in Germany after days on the run, has confessed to killing her. Giulia is one of more than 100 women who've been killed in Italy so far this year, and most of them at the hands of their partners or former partners. On Saturday, the International Day for the Elimination of Violence Against Women, hundreds of thousands of people took to the streets to call for an end to the violence. And let's end this tour of the world in New Zealand, where on Saturday, the newly appointed finance minister said the government will scrap a pioneering law to ban smoking for future generations. The law, due to be implemented next year in July, would stop those born after January 2009 from ever being able to legally buy cigarettes. Now, the law was designed to prevent thousands of smoking-related deaths and save the health systems billions of dollars, but the new Prime Minister, Christopher Luxon, said the ban would create a hidden tobacco black market and become a massive magnet for criminals. Well, you can say that that plan now has gone up in smoke.
There you go,
Well,
Claudio. You always got
make
one.
fun about, because that was a serious issue.
No, absolutely. No, Claudio, thank you so much. Well, coming up, it is, of course, Cyber Monday. So after the break, we're going to give you a rundown on all the steals and deals you can expect online and where you can get the biggest bang for your buck. Stick around. That is up next.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
This is an NBC News special report. Here's Lester Holt.
Good morning, everyone. We're coming on the air with breaking news in the Middle East, where we just learned an agreement has been reached to extend the temporary ceasefire between Israel and Hamas for 2 days. This news comes as we wait for a fourth group of hostages that is expected to be released today. The extension also comes just hours before the truce was supposed to expire at 5 p.m. Eastern Time. I want to go right now to NBC's Richard Engel. Richard, a lot we don't know here. Tell us what we do know at this point.
So, Lester, today is day 4 of an agreed upon 4-day truce. And every day since Friday, the Israelis have been releasing Palestinian prisoners in exchange for Hamas releasing hostages, women and children on both sides. And that deal was supposed to expire. It is being brokered by Qatar and Egypt with a lot of support from the United States. And just a short while ago, Hamas made an announcement, also an Egyptian official and a Qatari official, all saying that they had agreed to 2 more days. So that could potentially allow Hamas to free more hostages who are currently held in Gaza. They still have more women and children to free, and allow the Israelis to release more Palestinian prisoners, also women and minors. The larger picture is that this is a sign of progress. It shows that this 4-day truce, and the idea was once it ended, the hostilities would resume immediately, and that Israel's offensive would immediately resume. Now it does seem that this 4-day truce, which seems to be becoming a 6-day truce, that is the most encouraging sign, or among the most encouraging signs we've seen since this conflict began.
Yeah, Richard, do we know what the holdup is, though, with the releases today, the part of the original agreement, the truce agreement?
Every day, there has been negotiations going right down to the wire, because a list will be put out. There will be disagreements on the list. The Israelis are accusing Hamas justifiably of releasing some people, separating families, not releasing the people they had agreed upon. So there are a lot of terms and names that are being disputed, and the modalities of how these people are supposed to be transported. One time they were transported generally they've been transported out of Egypt. One time, because one of the hostages was sick, they went straight from Gaza to Israel. It is still early enough, so it is in the day, so it is possible we could still see before the end of tonight another release of prisoners, as had been expected. So it is not guaranteed that today there will not be another release, but the fact that the two sides, according to Hamas and two Arab diplomats, have agreed to a two-day extension does take off some of the pressure if we don't see a release in the next several hours, or if the release is not as satisfactory to the two sides as it could have been.
All right, Richard, I'll ask you to stand by. Let me go to NBC News White House correspondent Monica Alba. What is the read right now from the White House, Monica?
Well, Lester, I can tell you a White House official confirms that this agreement has been reached to extend the truce between Israel and Hamas by at least these 2 days. This is something that the Biden administration had been working on actively, with the president making calls all weekend long. We know he spoke with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu yesterday, and they specifically discussed this possibility, with the U.S. pushing for this extension with the hopes of getting more hostages released. Of course, that first American, the dual Israeli-American citizen released yesterday, that 4-year-old girl, Abigail Adan, who turned 4 in captivity on Friday after her parents were murdered by Hamas, and she was taken hostage for 50 days before being released yesterday back to some of her family members in Israel. That is the first American to be released and returned. It is unclear whether there will be more Americans released on a potential list today. That is something the White House is still tracking very closely, monitoring to see if it will be possible. But now, given this extension, they will likely also point to the fact that that could now happen tomorrow or in the coming days. But they have talked about this in such a fluid and active manner. They don't want to get ahead of any of these very fragile negotiations because they don't want to derail anything, because the slightest hiccup can do that before getting back on track. But the president said very clearly yesterday that he will not rest until all of the hostages can be released, including, again, something like 9 more Americans potentially. But there are questions, Lester, about whether all of those Americans are being held by Hamas or potentially by other groups, and how that could work to release them. But we know behind the scenes here, White House officials have been a very active part of the negotiations. They continue really hour by hour to be a part of these discussions to see how long this extension can go. The U.S. hope is that it can continue beyond the 2 days, but they really have told me they're going to take this 1 day at a time. Lester.
Monica, thank you. Let me go back to Richard Engel in Israel. Richard, the longer there is a pause, does it make it harder for the Israelis to resume their offensive should it reach that point?
And that's really the million-dollar question, Lester. Is this taking us on a road to a definitive ceasefire, a stopping of hostilities, at least for now? No one assumes that Hamas and Israel are ever going to become close friends, but can this be a way out of this current crisis? According to the Israeli government, no. The Israeli government has said time and time again, including an Israeli government spokesman this morning and Prime Minister Netanyahu over the weekend, that what is being discussed right now is solely and exclusively focused on the hostages, that Israel has not given up its goal of destroying Hamas, has not given up its goal of regime change and displacing Hamas in Gaza. And the Israeli government says that this is only to allow for Hamas to release its prisoners. However, there are many Arab negotiators, people who have been working on this deal, who do hope that this is the start of a larger deal, the start of a larger ceasefire that could de-escalate things, potentially restart the peace process, bring us in the direction of a two-state solution that President Biden has been discussing. But right now, according to the Israelis, This is only about the hostages, and it is only a one day at a time agreement, and has no implication for the long-term peace. But we will see if that holds over the next couple of days.
And obviously, our wait right now is for word of the hostages, the transfers of the Palestinians. But what do we know about humanitarian aid? How much is getting in the country during this pause in fighting?
Quite a bit. We're talking about a few hundred trucks, 200 trucks over the weekend, another 100 trucks after that. So not the 1 truck, 2 trucks, 3 trucks that we're getting in with extensive negotiations at the most intense phases of this conflict. Also getting in are different kinds of supplies, fuel, cooking oil, things that were totally banned before. So this truce, which is now being extended by 2 days, has allowed a bit of breathing room for the people of Gaza to get some desperately needed supplies into their homes and into their mouths.
All right, a lot of pieces in motion. Richard, thank you. That concludes this NBC News special report. We'll have much more ahead on our streaming network, NBC News Now, online at NBCnews.com, and tonight on NBC Nightly News. Obviously, we'll be back on the air if events warrant throughout the day. For now, I'm Lester Holt in New York. Thank you for watching, and good day.
Outside the Grove and then blocked a major intersection. The Black Friday protests coming as the holiday shopping season ramps up and police prepare to combat retail crime.
We're not only focusing on the individuals that are committing the thefts, but we're going after the criminal chain.
Organized theft and brazen smash and grab robberies like these are plaguing malls coast to coast.
They just smashed and grabbed all what they could.
In LA last week, a mob of thieves stole $12,000 in merchandise from a Nike store. Days later, French bulldog puppies worth $100,000 swiped from a pet shop. The increasingly violent thefts costing the retail industry $112 billion last year.
It's a big problem.
Stephen Craig owns the Citadel Outlet Mall in L.A., where he says several shops have been targeted by organized crime.
It's huge. You know, you walk into a Coach store, you steal $10,000 worth of bags and run out. It reduces their profitability.
In addition to the visible police presence here, this mall also has 25 undercover cops, high-definition security cameras, and soon-to-be-added license plate readers to deter crime.
So there's a lot of presence here.
Still, shoppers are on high alert.
Did these smash and grabs change how you experience the mall?
Yes. We have to take more precautions, be more aware. We're not as carefree.
This morning, police vowing to crack down to ensure a safe holiday shopping experience for everyone.
Our thanks to Liz Kreutz for that report. Well, coming up, we are taking you inside the game with a look at some hardworking heroes who are helping the Baltimore Ravens fire on all cylinders this season. That's next on Morning News Now.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Coming on the air with breaking news. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Here in Florida. The time to evacuate has come and gone. You were seeing people just running for their lives?
People running for their lives.
We've seen this almost unbelievable power struggle. What does this mean for Ukraine? It's the battle off the field that's inspired the world.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We're talking possibly 1 trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
Still to come in the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks. Let me get in.
Were you calling the shots, though, Mr. President, ultimately? Was the Biden administration caught off guard by this latest surge of migrants? Is it clear who's going to govern Gaza once this war is over? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
We are back now with some financial headlines and a major recall that's hitting Honda. CNBC's Silvana Henao joins us with that and other money news for you this morning. Hey, Silvana, good morning.
Hey, Savannah, good morning. Yeah, so Honda is recalling tens of thousands of vehicles because of an issue that could make accidents more dangerous. The automaker says the 300,000 affected 2022 to 2023 HRVs and Accords could be missing a small component of the seatbelt, the pre-tensioner, which is the part of the seatbelt that makes it tighten when in a crash. No injuries or deaths have been reported because of the issue, which federal regulators credited to a manufacturing error. Younger generations may have found a hack to make home ownership a reality in a tough housing market. A new Zillow report finds more than half of millennial and Gen Z buyers say house hacking, that's renting out a portion of your home, is an extremely important opportunity. Now, this strategy to offset housing costs comes after the average rate for a 30-year mortgage hit 8% in October. And as Redfin found, the median price for a house in the U.S. was up 3.5% from a year ago, hitting nearly $414,000. And it costs $1 to ride a bus in Singapore, but apparently nearly $400 to sleep in one. A new hotel is opening in the Southeast Asian country this week with some very unique rooms. The Bus Collective is the first boutique resort hotel in Singapore to repurpose decommissioned public buses into luxury hotel rooms. Nightly rates start at 398 Singapore dollars, which comes out to about 296 US dollars a night, Savannah.
Huh. Not so sure about that.
I mean, same. I'm with you, Savannah.
Luxury hotel bus, not usually the same. Yeah. All right, Silvana Henao, thank you so much. Well, with just weeks to go until the NFL playoffs, players, coaches, and staff firing on all cylinders trying to get one of those precious slots. Well, last night on Sunday Night Football, the Baltimore Ravens were no exception with a big win over the LA Chargers. Very happy night in my home for my Baltimore Ravens fan husband. Well, here's something you may not know. The Ravens have a secret weapon that no other NFL team has. NBC News correspondent Kaylee Hartung got her hands dirty, I hear, to find out more. She's here to tell us about it. Hey, Kaylee, good morning.
Oh, just wait for this, Savannah. Now, you know how the saying goes, not all heroes wear capes. So if you were watching the Ravens game last night, you might not have recognized the hardworking heroes supporting the team on the sidelines. An elite group that is always ready to serve.
In the city of Baltimore, these heroes are working double duty.
When you guys first became firefighters, did you ever imagine the role that the Ravens could come to play in your life?
No, not at all.
Not at all.
David Kamak, Frank Thomas, and Jawan Yancey are 3 of 23 Baltimore firefighters who work part-time for the Ravens support team on their days off from the firehouse.
How similar is the mentality that it takes to be a firefighter? What's required of this job?
I think it runs hand in hand. No one's bigger than the team. It's all a group effort. So we all have to jump in there for that win, whether it be here or at the firehouse.
The tradition started in 1996 when the Baltimore Ravens franchise first began. The team didn't have a huge budget to hire full-time employees, so local firefighters volunteered to help. And 26 years later, they've never left.
In a week, how long is the list of to-dos for you guys here?
How long do we have? Starts from 6 a.m. up to 8:30 at night some nights.
Welcome to the heart of our fireman operations for the Ravens. This is where we do all the laundry, game days, and practices. We have some game day pants here. We're going to dig into, we get right to work. Got a blood stain remover.
We got blood, we got grass stains, not to mention the sweat. I'm trying not to get too close. Whose pants are these?
So this is Ben Cleveland. He's one of our tackles, massive man.
Ben Cleveland, you're welcome.
The guys say on a white pants week, it's a 7-step process to get them clean.
Roquan Smith, heart and soul of the defense, and some of the dirtiest pants in this pile. What's a tougher assignment? Putting out a fire or getting the stains out of some of those dirty uniforms?
I would definitely say the stains.
On Sunday night in Los Angeles, those Ravens uniforms were looking crisp. The firefighters side by side with the players at SoFi Stadium, wrestling the players' gear on and shagging practice balls moments before kickoff. And the morning after a game, they're right back at the firehouse.
By the way, that man who was helping me with the laundry, Jawan Yancey,
he's chief of his firehouse.
What's your favorite part about getting to be a part of the Ravens organization?
Not to sound sappy, but like these guys. It's kind of like a deep breath for us when you get to hang out with your friends and your favorite team.
And Chief Yancey is one of the only Ravens staff members entrusted with this job, breaking in the footballs for the most accurate kicker in NFL history, Justin Tucker.
You take the end of the brush and you want to get all the nubs off the football.
Smooth it out.
Yep. You want a smooth kicking surface.
Lucky for you, Justin Tucker doesn't really miss.
Yeah, well, I probably wouldn't have a job.
And you have played a very important role in that through his career.
A small part. He works hard. He works hard.
The Ravens players know the sacrifice these firefighters make for their city and how valuable they are to this team. Patrick Queen is one of the Ravens' fiercest linebackers.
Everything they do for us is so greatly appreciated. I mean, like, this place really wouldn't be functioning the way it functions without them.
Do you have any idea how long it takes them to get grass stains and blood stains out of your uniform after a game?
I have no idea, but I'm pretty sure it's a long time.
How cool is that for you guys, just to be surrounded by men of this caliber?
Well, one thing, if the building catches on fire, I know who to go to, for one.
So, firefighters have a motto, never say no. How does that apply here?
We pride ourselves on fixing the problem and helping out.
Situation comes along, we just, shift gears and go in that direction.
And these Baltimore firefighters are always ready to serve their city, saving the day on the field and saving lives off of it.
So Frank Thomas is the veteran of that group, and he has been a firefighter for 34 years with the Ravens for 15 seasons, and he described the perspective they take so perfectly. Savannah, he said to me, firefighters don't have emergencies. The people we serve do. So we've got to be cool at all times.
Oh, wow.
I would say they are helping the Ravens keep cool. They look pretty good last night.
And they take some pride in getting those white pants clean, huh?
You know what's funny? The Ravens have not worn their white pants since I got involved in the cleaning process. Now, I know they got a lot of uniform combinations, but I don't know if
oh my God, that's so funny.
my work has been judged yet.
Kaylee Hartung, thank you so much. What a cool story. So neat to see that. Well, coming up, we are talking Disney with a new animated film that has some longtime fans wishing for more when it comes to Disney villains. We're going to tell you more up next.
News lives in the now.
Israel tonight declaring war against Hamas following the brutal surprise attack within its own borders.
Now is raw.
We are in the West Bank city of Ramallah. Protesters are on the streets here to denounce Israel.
Now is real.
Most of the time, the Iron Dome works, but there are rare occasions that a few get through, like here in Ashkelon.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now, streaming free everywhere.
When I think about what the Today Show does, it's not just about the mornings, it's about your whole day. There's a feeling of we're in there with you. Then let's take on this day together.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
When I think about what the Today Show does, it's not just about the mornings, it's about your whole day. There's a feeling of we're in there with you. Then let's take on this day together.
We're talking possibly a trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
Welcome back. A museum dedicated to the life and career of NBA legend LeBron James is now open in his hometown in Ohio. This is really cool. The exhibit tips off, if you will, with a recreation of James' Spring Hill apartment and the original rim and backboard James played on while in high school. Some of the pieces displayed even date back to his childhood. Others include iconic jerseys, game-worn sneakers, apparel, as well as championship memorabilia from his time in South Beach, Cleveland, and Los Angeles. Tickets are, of course, $23. Pretty cool to check that out. Well, Disney was banking that its latest animated film, called Wish, was going to set the weekend box office on fire, but instead, it seems to be fizzling, with fans and audiences saying some of it has to do with the main villain here. NBC News youth and internet culture reporter Callan Rosenblatt joins us now for more on this. Hey, Callan, good morning. So I've heard not the best things about this movie generally, but I know you're really digging in on this villain aspect, which I love, and this particular song that recently dropped on Spotify. What are you hearing about how fans are reacting?
Hey, Savannah. So a lot of the fans are saying they had high hopes. Disney hasn't done a traditional villain in a really long time, but they're feeling like it just sort of missed the mark. King Magnifico, voiced by Chris Pine, a lot of people are saying they can tell Chris Pine is having a lot of fun with this role, but the villain feels a little hollow to them, sort of like the outer shell of previous villains without a lot of the depth. They're also saying that the song, This Is the Thanks I Get, is way too poppy, way too upbeat when it stacks up to previous villains, especially those of the Disney Renaissance. So that's the real critique that some fans are having here.
This is interesting. Too pop. Callan, also quickly, can you just give us a backstory on what the film is about, just like a little synopsis?
Yeah, and that's also a little bit of the critique, too, is that the synopsis is a little bit convoluted. It's basically about this town of Rosas where people are granted wishes by King Magnifico. And when Asha, the 17-year-old who wants to become a sorcerer's apprentice, a nod to a previous film, wants to become, wants to help the king herself, she comes to find that the king is actually not granting the majority of wishes. And so she sets off on a journey to help free all the wishes herself.
So is part of this that King Magnifico's just not scary enough, sort of?
Yeah, some of it is that he's just not scary enough. He was molded in the sort of shape of past villains. Disney said that they were intending to make a past villain and sort of recreate that magic. But yeah, he just isn't very scary. His motivations are a little unclear, which also I think adds this. And again, his song is just way too light when you compare it to something like Poor Unfortunate Souls or Hellfire. It is just way too upbeat. And some people say it does not even sound like a villain song if you heard it out of context.
Oh, Poor Unfortunate Souls. What a hit. What a song. All right,
a banger.
A banger, exactly. So despite some of this backlash, though, I mean, this movie was kind of supposed to be commemorating the studio's 100th anniversary. So I know that they've got some really cool stuff in there, lots of Easter eggs. Tell us clues to look out for if we do go see this movie.
Yeah, there's definitely a lot of very specific references to past films, and then very, ones that you just have to keep your eye out for. I keep an eye out for references to films like Bambi, Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs. Peter Pan makes an appearance at one point, so keep your eye out for him. And there's lots of others that you can find scattered throughout the film that are visual nods to the Disney Renaissance and previous films as well.
So how much of this movie really does kind of feel like a nod to Disney's past?
It really feels entirely like a nod to Disney's past. You have, a hero who has an I want, she wants to, save these wishes, which is kind of similar to the heroes of past Disney films. You have a villain who, like I said, even though he misses the mark, is molded in the shape of previous Disney villains. And so you kind of have this classic, Disney film that has sort of been missing from its recent history.
All right, there you go. Callan Rosenblatt, thank you so much. Great information. Everybody will have to go check it out and decide for themselves, right? Thanks, Callan. Good to see you.
Exactly. Thank you.
Well, that is going to do it for us this hour of Morning News Now, but the news continues right now, so don't go anywhere.
Good Monday to you, and thanks so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Kate Snow. NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today is Monday, November 27th. Truce extended. Qatar confirming that Hamas and Israel have agreed to expand their ceasefire past today. The terms of that new deal and when we could actually see more hostages released.
Violence in Vermont. Any moment now, we'll hear more from authorities about the shooting of 3 U.S. college students of Palestinian descent and whether there's evidence of a hate crime. Plus, a look into the courtroom as the shooting suspect entered his plea this morning.
Prison attack. The former Minneapolis police officer convicted of killing George Floyd expected to survive after being stabbed in prison. But we're learning about his condition and the life-saving measures taken to save him.
Holiday hangover with Thanksgiving in the rear view. The final round of travelers returning home amid a threat of winter storms today. What to expect if you're still traveling, along with a rundown of the best deals to take advantage of on this Cyber Monday.
Well, welcome to NBC News Daily. We are so happy you could join us. We start right now with an extension to the ceasefire agreement between Israel and Hamas, which is now in its 4th day. The White House just confirmed the deal, and a spokesperson for Qatar says the sides agreed to extend the truce in Gaza for an additional 2 days. Now, all of this comes as more hostages are expected to be freed, potentially at any moment now. National Security Council spokesperson John Kirby told MSNBC today that he hopes that 2 American women will be among them. But Israel's prime minister's office says negotiators are still working out those specifics.
Yesterday, Hamas released 17 more hostages, including Abigail Idan. She's an American girl. She turned 4 on Friday while being held captive by Hamas. In exchange for those hostages, Israel released 39 Palestinian prisoners yesterday and agreed to temporarily pause military operations in Gaza. Israeli officials have said that they will extend the ceasefire by 1 day for every 10 additional hostages released. Meantime, more trucks are entering Gaza during this break, bringing much-needed humanitarian aid to thousands of people sheltering in the war-torn territory. NBC News correspondent David Noriega is with us in Tel Aviv. So, David, what else do we know about the extension of the truce and where things stand at this hour?
Kate, Morgan, this possible extension was always baked into the framework of this agreement, which stipulated for a 4-day ceasefire with the possibility of a day-by-day extension. We now have from the Qatari Foreign Ministry, from the White House, as you pointed out, and also from Hamas directly, that the parties have agreed to an additional 2 days of ceasefire. We also know now that Israel has the names of the 11 Israeli hostages that are expected to be released from the Gaza Strip later tonight, and that they are communicating with the families of those hostages, ensuring that they can be in place to receive them once they're transported safely back into Israeli territory. Back to you.
David, give us a sense, though, what does that mean actually comes next? I mean, what else are Israeli and Hamas officials sort of saying about the possibility of releasing more hostages?
Right. We have heard from Hamas directly already tonight that they have agreed to this 2-day extension. As I said, we've also heard it from the Qataris and from the U.S. I should say that we have not yet gotten direct confirmation from Israeli authorities that they have agreed to this 2-day extension. I don't think we'll be able to say with 100% certainty until we hear it from the Israeli side. However, the fact that we're hearing it from Hamas, Qatar, and the U.S., I think means that we should get that confirmation imminently. What we've seen in the last few days is that we see a group of Israeli hostages agreed within the framework of the ceasefire agreement, released alongside additional foreign nationals who are released outside of that framework. And, 1 or 2, maybe 3 hours later, we see the release of Palestinian prisoners, 3 prisoners for every 1 hostage released, into the streets of the West Bank. So in terms of tonight, we're waiting to see those pictures of the at least 11 hostages in question being moved in Red Cross vehicles safely out of the Gaza Strip into Israeli custody. And sometime thereafter, we'll be waiting for also Red Cross vehicles to transport Palestinian prisoners outside of Israeli military jails.
We are all waiting anxiously. NBC News correspondent David Noriega for us there. David, thank you.
At any moment now, police in Vermont will update the public on their investigation into the shooting of 3 U.S. students of Palestinian descent. Meanwhile, the suspect, 48-year-old Jason Eaton, made his first court appearance this morning. He pleaded not guilty to 3 counts of attempted murder. He's being held without bail. NBC News correspondent George Solis joins me now from Burlington, Vermont. George, what do we know about the arraignment this morning and the multi-agency investigation into Saturday night's shooting?
Yeah, good afternoon, Kate. The arraignment was fairly short. The judge basically asking if he understood the charges. And as you mentioned, he was denied bail. A bail hearing will be set later, and those charges were presented. As far as the investigation into this goes right now, well, we just got our hands on the court documents that really detail some of the more harrowing details about this. As we know, the 3 young men were approached by this shooter. They were shot. The guy said nothing to them. And then authorities began looking on Sunday, according to these court documents, using the FBI and the ATF, and when they got into his apartment using a search warrant, he told them, "I had been waiting for you," something to that effect, and then told them that he had a weapon in the apartment, but then said he wouldn't give them any other information and demanded a lawyer. So after that search warrant was executed, they were actually able to find a .380 Ruger, a pistol that matched some of the ballistics that they found at the scene there. They also found a shotgun and a .22 rifle, and they took some other items there as well. And again, some of the outrage here from this community, they are expecting to see whether or not this shooting is going to be investigated as a hate crime. The students were all just coming back from a family member who they were just in town visiting for Thanksgiving, Kate.
Yeah, and talk about these 3 victims. They're all being treated in the hospital right now. What do we know about them, and what do we know about how they're doing?
Yeah, so we have this images. They were identified by their family members over the weekend. They have been identified as Tassin Ahmed, Kenan Abdulhamid, and Hisham Awartani. My colleague, our colleague, I should say, Aaron McLaughlin, was actually able to sit down with the mother of Hisham Awartani, who says he actually was shot in the spine and he actually may no longer be able to walk. The other 2, we're told, are in stable condition, but obviously we're going to keep a close watch and continue monitoring their conditions and any updates we get from the hospital today, Kate.
All right, NBC News correspondent George Solis, thank you so much.
Well, Kate, the Thanksgiving holiday travel rush, it's over, but it's also breaking records. The TSA confirmed that more than 2.9 million people hit the skies yesterday, and luckily without really any major issues. A big winter storm threatened delays and cancellations, but the airports, they managed to pull off the busiest travel day since we've seen since June. NBC News correspondent Marissa Parra joins us now from Reagan National Airport. Marissa, people are still traveling back home today, we should mention, but I mean, what are you sort of seeing at the airport? Have there been any issues, so to speak?
Hey, Morgan. Well, you can see behind me, it's not busy, but if you were here and you had seen our shot from earlier this morning, I mean, there were the lines for security were extending far past where we are right now. So still a lot of traffic moving through here at the airports. And I would say overall, when we look at the weekend, yesterday specifically, pretty smooth sailing, even especially given the numbers. We talked about the all-time record set yesterday. Over 2.9 million people screened. That not only broke the June record, but that is 10% higher than last Thanksgiving. So we had a chance to talk with travelers who were keeping an eye on the weather maps. We know there were some delays in pockets of the country. They arrived at the airport here saying they were expecting the worst and hoping for the best.
We were just making sure we got here early because we didn't know if it was going to be crowded, wasn't going to be crowded, but everything worked out. So right now, anxiety is very low.
I was expecting much longer lines. The drop-off for departures took about 15 minutes. I was expecting 45, but so far it's been really easy.
So a couple of factors here. One, with the timing. We've heard from a lot of people who said this is their first time having a full Thanksgiving table now that more time has passed since the start of the pandemic. And then also the prices for tickets have gone down when it comes to flights. But we know just how popular it is to travel by roads. Morgan, 49 million drivers over Thanksgiving took to the roads. And AAA has pointed out Monday is still a popular day for travel. So Morgan, as much as I wished it was just me on the roads early this morning at 4 a.m., I was reminded how busy Monday still is for travel.
Thanksgiving will always remind you of that, Marissa. Thank you so much for joining us. Reagan National Airport there in D.C. Marissa, we appreciate it.
Time now for our CNBC Money Minute. The White House taking action to upgrade the U.S. supply chain in an effort to bring down prices for consumers. President Biden is going to be announcing new steps aimed at helping move goods as part of a plan created by his new Supply Chain Resilience Council.
CNBC senior finance and banking reporter Leslie Picker joins us now. Leslie, it's great to see you this Monday. We know that all of this comes just 2 years after supply chain problems. They really caused those prices, as we all remember, to skyrocket here across the country. So what sort of is President Biden expected to announce to prevent this from happening yet again?
Yeah, we remember that all too well. The council will implement initiatives that work across agencies to address the problems. Through the Defense Production Act, President Biden will have the Health and Human Services Department invest in manufacturing medicines domestically for national security. The administration will also increase supply chain monitoring by sharing data among agencies and building new department partnerships. TikTok's parent company ByteDance is slashing hundreds of jobs in its gaming division. A source tells CNBC the sector will not shut down completely, but is being scaled back. The cuts come after years of investment into gaming in an attempt to challenge market leaders. And this is a fun one. German air taxi firm Lilium now has the green light by the EU to design and operate its cars. The approval follows the company to manufacture the aircrafts without formal industry rules. The move is the next step for the industry, which has been working to commercialize its vehicles for a year and really has been conceptualized since the Jetsons, maybe before that. But it's interesting to see that progress, guys.
The Jetsons were right about a lot of things.
I know, right? When you think about it. Yeah, I
true.
can't imagine flying taxis one day. CNBC senior finance and banking reporter Leslie Picker, thanks so much.
Well, today is set to be a record-breaking Cyber Monday, where you can expect to see the biggest sales and how companies are really making sure that you get those orders on time. All that and more coming up. Stay with us. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklaya Samwat.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
Andrew Wallace.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
It is the Monday after Thanksgiving, a.k.a. Cyber Monday, a day of deals that caps off one of the biggest holiday shopping weekends of the year.
That's right. And after a big sales growth online during Black Friday, experts predict today will shatter records. More than 70 million Americans are expected to score a deal, with sales topping $12 billion. NBC News business and data reporter Brian Chung is live at an Amazon warehouse there in New Jersey. Brian, good to see you this Cyber Monday. First off, just tell us what's different about today's sales versus what we actually just saw on Black Friday. I mean, are there still better discounts to be had?
Yeah, well, experts are telling us that the Cyber Monday tends to have a wider breadth of deals compared to Black Friday, where there might be deeper discounts, but it's going to be a little bit more targeted. So if you're kind of perusing or browsing, Cyber Monday might be better. For what's worth, we've seen at Target, for example, 60% off. Walmart, some things as deep as 80% off. And at Amazon, again, we are at an Amazon fulfillment center right now. They're doing deals every 5 minutes. They want to make sure that people are refreshing those pages, coming back over and over again to try to see if they can find the perfect gift for their loved ones as they do get a little bit closer to Christmas and the holiday in December. So obviously, when we're talking about what's happening here right behind me, a lot of those packages zigzagging, getting ready to go across the country. But again, Cyber Monday sales expected to break a record. We'll have to see after today whether or not it hits that mark.
Yeah, I may have been on my computer on the train this morning on the way to work like everybody else. What are they doing to make sure that we don't to make sure we don't get delayed, right? To make sure that our stuff, our gifts arrive on time.
Yeah, well, one research firm says that package carriers say they have more capacity than they need this season, which bodes pretty well for getting those things on time. For what's worth, Amazon has a strategy where they're trying to do this by region, essentially breaking up the country into 8 areas. This that we're here, the one that we're at in Robbinsville, New Jersey, is targeted at the Northeast, which they say should be able to get things faster. In some cases, they could do same-day shipping. So that bodes well if anyone's got anything coming out of here. Maybe I could even hand deliver it to you guys in New York for a little faster. I mean,
we need to drone, and we've got Brian.
Yeah, there you go.
Exactly.
NBC News business and data reporter Brian Chung, live for us in New Jersey. Brian, thank you. Appreciate it.
While investigating the overdose death of a 20-year-old mother, authorities say they were able to track down and bust a massive fentanyl ring.
NBC News justice and intelligence correspondent Ken Delanian has exclusive details on a case that has already led to charges for more than 20 people.
It began with the death of a 20-year-old mom just a month after her baby boy's first birthday.
The estranged boyfriend FaceTimed me and told me she was not moving.
Another American lost to the scourge of fentanyl.
And what did the police tell you about what they learned shortly afterwards?
Well, the police just told me that it was an overdose.
Law enforcement couldn't save Diamond Lynch, but they could seek justice for her.
We have something we call OD justice.
Ann Milgram is the DEA administrator.
We're getting photos every day.
Her agency partnered with local law enforcement. Their goal?
To stop the traffickers and the source of supply, stop every single part of that supply chain that killed Diamond Lynch and also is killing other Americans.
They started with her cell phone.
Everybody has a cell phone in their pocket, and that basically means everyone has a drug dealer in their pocket.
Much of the dealing done out in the open.
The fentanyl that's killing Americans are being sold on Snapchat, on TikTok, Facebook, Marketplace, Instagram, openly. And on the open media.
From text and Instagram messages, they found the people who sold Diamond the pills. One of them seen here brazenly flashing handfuls of money. They've since been convicted and sentenced to lengthy prison terms. From there, investigators went higher.
We expanded our investigation and identified each rung of the fentanyl supply network.
Tracing their cell phones and Instagram messages to find the people who supplied the dealers with the deadly drug. That network included wholesalers in California selling product made in Mexico with chemicals imported from China, even bragging about the quality of their product on Instagram. Often, authorities say, they smuggled pills in candy boxes like these. So far, 25 people have been charged. All but 2 have pleaded not guilty.
We've been able to trace more than 1 million potential deadly doses of fentanyl coming to the Washington, D.C. area in 1 year.
That's her prom picture right there.
Diamond's mother, now raising her grandson, wants everyone to understand the lethal risk of fentanyl.
Definitely one pill can kill. It's chemical warfare on American citizens, period.
A tragic death brings a measure of justice. Ken Delanian, NBC News, Washington.
Well, coming up, Congressman George Santos says he will wear expulsion like a, quote, badge of honor. We'll tell you when Congress is expected to vote on whether to remove him from his seat later on this hour. You're watching NBC News Daily.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, you know, right? 5 seconds. There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses by the deliberative.
All right, it just me too.
This is what a country in war looks like. You came to get blood. So many stories of heroism and heartbreak emerging from here.
The NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
Well, thanks to a startup company based in San Francisco, some shoppers are paying less for groceries and embracing salvaged food.
From our NBC Bay Area affiliate, Chris Kamora speaks with one of the company's founders and a family saving big on food.
Can you say hi?
Meet the Travia family in Livermore. Jennifer and Nick, plus 3 kids. Keeping 5 bellies full quickly empties the Travia wallet, especially these days.
Prices have definitely gone up.
She's right. Grocery prices have spiked with no sign food costs are going back down.
Like, I always shop the sales.
Recently, the Travias tried something new to find food bargains, salvage food shopping. And Jennifer says she's saving a lot.
I mean, I think at least half of what it would cost in the grocery store.
Jennifer uses Marty.
So Marty is an online discount store. We work with vendors and food producers, and we take everything that is overstock, closeout, surplus, and we sell it in this online store at 30 to 70% off to consumers.
Louise Friedjofsen co-founded Marty in San Francisco. With her co-founder Carrie in LA, they set out to help fellow West Coasters save. 2 years later, they've opened a new, centrally located Texas warehouse and are taking Marty nationwide.
In general, you know, there's enough food to go around. Is it going around that's the issue?
By trucks, trains, and planes, food crisscrosses our country. and a surprising amount of grub detours to a dead end, like a landfill.
The numbers say are 30 to 40% of the food we grow and produce does not actually go to people, which is sad for humans, it's sad for the environment.
Paul Schieffer is president of Amy's Kitchen in Santa Rosa. Paul invited me behind the scenes. Yes, hairnets and smocks were required.
We take food safety very seriously.
We watched while Amy's team of 600
We were making some Thai red curry today.
Cooked up thousands of meals.
We start with organic ingredients.
What's made here ships to supermarkets coast to coast. Amy's has shelf space in 43,000 grocery stores.
And we also happen, like most food companies, to have a certain amount of food that we have a hard time selling through our traditional retail networks.
After these meals are made, logistics can go sideways. Issues like distribution delays, canceled orders, or printing kinks.
Now the product is great food, but in the wrong label for what the market needs, and that's another example of the type of food we really want to make sure it gets to people and not gets isn't wasted.
Enter Marty. It buys that food, advertises it online, then ships to your doorstep the non-perishables that food producers can't ship to stores. Think of its Texas warehouse as a 40,000 square foot grocery clearance rack. It's literally tons of salvage food that Louise insists is safe to eat.
You will not find products on Marty that have passed their best before date.
To find salvage food for cheap, there is a price to pay: your time.
Shipping takes a few days, though it's free when you spend $50 or more. Another caveat, inventory shifts daily. Say your grocery list includes peanut butter or almond butter.
We can't guarantee you that we have the same nut butter this week as next, but we can guarantee you that we have a nut butter and it's going to be 50% off.
We fact-checked Marty's prices against identical items in local grocery stores. They did check out. However, some stuff was tougher to compare. We found some specialty and regional brands for sale on Marty from other parts of the country. That stuff's not sold locally. Some long-standing brick and mortar stores like Grocery Outlet specialize in food overstock too. Louise concedes those regional stores win on instant access. Still, she contends Marty is the only national grocery discounter completely online.
We are just changing how liquidation is done.
Look, cookies.
Back in Livermore,
gluten-free.
The Travias are on the receiving end of this liquidation innovation. Jennifer's sold on what she sees as a win-win, cutting her food spending and cutting food waste.
And I think it's great that we're saving things from going in the trash that's still good.
Recycle and reuse. I love that.
Yeah, I love that idea, right? Because, it's just going to go to waste. The companies are going to throw it out.
This time of year when so many people could use it.
That's right.
That's great. All right, that's from our NBC Bay Area affiliate, and that was Chris Kimura reporting.
Up next, we're going to discuss the new laws that are expanding access to 401ks for retirement for part-time workers, what this change could mean for them and for their employers. You're watching NBC News Daily. You can also watch us live wherever you stream, all those places you see on your screen there. We are always there for you. The news continues right after this.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back. I'm Kate Snow.
I'm Morgan Radford. Thanks so much for joining us this Monday. And here's what's making news right now. Pope Francis is postponing a number of meetings after experiencing breathing difficulties and lung inflammation. In a statement, the director of the Vatican press office said the possibility of pneumonia has been ruled out by a CT scan. Doctors are, however, treating him with antibiotics, and the Vatican says the Pope's condition is good and his respiratory situation is, in fact, improving.
A tentative agreement has been reached between Oregon's largest school district and its teachers union. Teachers in the Portland Public School District were on strike for 11 days before Thanksgiving break. The teachers union says the tentative deal is a big win for salaries, classroom size, and mental health support for students. Teachers will vote on the agreement tomorrow.
And here's something authentic. Merriam-Webster is announcing the 2023 word of the year. It is, well, authentic. The dictionary's editor-at-large says the rise of AI actually helped drive interest in that word. And he says the word has become the gold standard for building trust. Other words that spiked searches in 2023 include coronation and, not surprisingly, X.
Interesting. Authentic.
Very authentic.
Let's switch gears to embattled Congressman George Santos. He says he expects to get kicked out of Congress. The House is supposed to take a formal vote this week after an internal ethics committee found Santos broke the law.
Now, the New York Republican sounded off on his situation Friday night during a candid conversation on X Spaces. Here's a bit of what he said.
Want to expel me? I'll wear it like a badge of honor. I'll be the 6th expelled member of Congress in the history of Congress. And guess what? I'll be the only one expelled without a conviction. I'll be expelled because people simply did not like me, because they thought that they didn't want me. I'm too much of an outsider.
NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ryan Nobles joins us now from his post. Ryan, that was a lot to process. Congressman Santos has already survived 2 expulsion votes this year. What's different this time around?
Well, Morgan, there's no doubt the biggest difference is the release of this scathing report from the House Ethics Committee. It was really become what many that were reluctant to vote to expel George Santos before believe is the due process that they were looking for. And the fact that you have the chairman of the House Ethics Committee, separate from his role as chairman, but as an individual member of Congress, being the one that is submitting this next resolution to expel Santos from Congress is a real leading indicator that there is a mass of support for expulsion for George Santos. And he candidly seemed to understand that during X Spaces that he held over the weekend, where he said it was probably just a matter of time before he is voted out. It just seems as though the ethics report piled on top of all of these criminal indictments are just too much for most members of Congress to take.
Ryan, that report found substantial evidence, quote unquote, that Santos violated federal law by using campaign funds for personal purposes. So what consequences is he facing beyond getting expelled from Congress?
Well, he still has this massive criminal indictment that he is facing, which could lead to years in prison if convicted. And he has pled not guilty to all of these charges. But it seems as though as the more that federal investigators look into his background, the more charges they add. And in addition to conspiracy charges, he's also accused of violating campaign finance laws, a long list of legal issues that George Santos is facing. And when he leaves Congress, he's also going to lose the bully pulpit that helps him to raise money in support of his legal defense. So even if he leaves Congress, there's no doubt that George Santos, his legal troubles and the potential penalties as a result are still very much in front of him. Kate?
NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ryan Nobles, thank you.
The former Minnesota police officer convicted of murdering George Floyd is now in the hospital after being stabbed in prison. Derek Chauvin was attacked on Friday in Tucson, Arizona, and doctors say he is expected to survive, but there are still questions about what exactly happened. Chauvin is not the first high-profile inmate attacked behind bars. If you look at your screen here, you'll remember earlier this year, disgraced sports doctor Larry Nassar was stabbed multiple times in a Florida prison. Last year, the Justice Department released a scathing report citing incompetence and mismanagement at federal detention centers that led to the deaths of Boston gangster James Whitey Bulger and accused sex trafficker Jeffrey Epstein. NBC News correspondent Maggie Vespa joins us now from Chicago. Maggie, specifically when it comes to Chauvin's case, what do we know so far about what happened?
Yeah, so Morgan, it's been largely radio silence with an exception of one statement released on Saturday from the Federal Bureau of Prisons. But basically, we've been able to put together sort of reports from that bureau, also from Minnesota's Attorney General and attorneys for Chauvin and his family. And what we've been able to kind of learn is that sources say around 12:30 p.m. on Friday was when Chauvin was stabbed inside that federal prison, a medium security facility in Tucson, Arizona. At this point, the Bureau, basically federal authorities in charge of the prisons, have not said who stabbed him, why, how they got access to him. But the reactions, as you can imagine, are reverberating far and wide. Again, Minnesota's Attorney General speaking out about this. We have a statement from him. He wrote, "I am sad to hear that Derek Chauvin was the target of violence. He was duly convicted of his crimes." And he goes on to say, like any incarcerated individual, he should be able to serve his sentence without fear of retaliation or violence. At the same time, an attorney for Derek Chauvin has said that his family, and he says he's speaking on behalf of the family, has not been able to get any information from federal authorities as to his condition or where he is, where he's recovering specifically from this attack in prison. And he also released a statement saying it appears to be indicative of a poorly run facility and indicates how Derek's assault was allowed to happen. So kind of echoing those claims that you talked about in the intro about just kind of mismanagement and a lot of problems within the federal prison system. So a lot of layers to this.
Yeah, something people have known about for a long time, but it looks like it's finally coming under increased scrutiny. Have we heard anything from George Floyd's family?
We have heard a little bit, and of course we're talking about Derek Chauvin, the former Minneapolis police officer who has been convicted in the murder of George Floyd. I mean, just the flashpoint for the racial justice protests that we saw throughout the year nationwide. And really, it's his brother is the only member of the family who's speaking out at this point, Terrence Floyd. He told the Associated Press, just a brief couple of quotes, he said, "I'm not going to give my energy towards anything that happens within those four walls," meaning within seemingly Chauvin's prison cell, "because my energy went towards getting him in those four walls." We should note he did go on to say that he was numb when he heard the news and he wishes an attack like this, violence like this, on no one. So a lot of pain being felt in that family as well. Just another layer to their awful story that we all know too well.
All right, live from Chicago, NBC News correspondent Maggie Vespa. Maggie, thank you.
Elon Musk is in Israel today, meeting with Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. Today, the two toured a village stormed by Hamas in the October 7th attack. They also visited the homes of victims. This visit comes as Musk is facing backlash, and advertisers have left the X platform after accusations that anti-Semitic comments were flourishing on X, formerly known as Twitter. NBC News technology correspondent Jake Ward joins us now from Oakland. So, Jake, do we know anything about the timing and what prompted this visit?
Well, we don't know specifically, but it seems pretty clear, Kate, that this was in part a reaction to what happened 2 weeks ago. And that 2 Wednesdays ago was when Elon Musk seemed to basically endorse an anti-Semitic post on his platform X, and it set off this firestorm among the public and among his advertisers, seeming to cost his company tens of millions of dollars in advertising as company after company withdrew from the platform. He was denounced directly by the White House for endorsing this kind of hate speech, and this seems to have been an effort to try and clean that up. After the visit, he wrote on X that actions speak louder than words, so it seems that this was directly tied to an effort to clean up that mess.
And Jake, tell us more about what he's doing while in Israel. What kind of meetings is he having? What's happening?
Well, on the ground in the rain, he accompanied Prime Minister Netanyahu across the landscape after October 7th. He visited a village, Kfar Aza, that was a victim of the attacks there. He was shown footage by Israel Defense Forces depicting the attacks of that day. He called that footage troubling and met with Netanyahu and his cabinet. He seems to have also possibly met with hostage families, not clear there, but yeah, he got the full sort of head of state kind of visit treatment here, Kate.
All right, Jake Ward, NBC News technology correspondent, following that one for us. Jake, thank you.
All right, so switching gears here for a moment. When it comes to the future, 401ks, they're one of the most common ways that Americans save their money. In fact, almost 70% of Americans have access to retirement plans through their employers.
But that number is a lot smaller for small business workers and part-time employees. However, new federal laws are now incentivizing employers and opening up some more possibilities for people. CNBC's senior personal finance correspondent Sharon Epperson is here to break it all down for us. Sharon, this sounds like good news on its face. So we're talking about changing laws that will make it a little easier for companies, for part-time workers to get that kind of 401k?
Absolutely. It's great news for part-time workers. Right now, about a third of private sector workers do not have access to a 401k plan or retirement savings plan through their job. And we're talking about 27 million people who work part-time. About 60% of them are women, and those are the people that are really going to benefit from not having to work as many hours in order to get access to a 401k plan.
You mentioned the hours, Sharon. What about part-time workers? How do they actually know if they have access to a 401k plan?
Well, this is going to start in 2024. And so what they have to know is that they're going to have to work up to 500 hours a year in order to be eligible for this 401k plan, and that's over the course of 3 years. Now, in 2025, that'll change to just 2 years, and some people who have a 403b, not just a 401k, will also be eligible to get a 401k plan or get retirement savings and be eligible for their employer's plan. The good news about this is that a lot of people are saving money perhaps somewhere that's not in an employer plan. Yeah. This is the ease of having those automatic deductions from your paycheck, automatically saving for the future and investing for the future.
Yeah, saving for you if you're not great at doing it yourself. Yeah.
Right. You never see the money. It goes straight into the 401k, right? I need that. So we were saying 500 hours you have to work in a year. So what if you leave your part-time job? Do you lose the 401k?
No, you don't. I mean, this is money that is vested, that is your money after a year that you are able to take where you go. And so if you go to another job, you could potentially roll that money over into a new 401k plan, or you could roll it over into an individual retirement account, have more flexibility, your own IRA. You could also cash it out. That's not probably what you want to do, though, because you'll owe taxes and penalties on that money. And you could also just keep it with the employer's plan. You want to have, in order to have those options, you probably need around $5,000 or more, because if it's less than that, the employer may just roll it over for you to the new company plan, or in some cases may cash it out for you, which you don't want them to do, again, because you'll have to pay taxes and penalties. So it's important to talk to HR, important to talk to your employer before you leave that job to find out and make sure you understand where that money could go.
But I love what you're saying. I mean, you're reminding us that we do have options when it comes to that.
You have a lot of options, and next year you can save even more. This year you can save $22,500 in a 401k. Next year it goes up to $23,000, and you can save even more if you're 50 or older, $7,500 more. So there's a significant amount of money that you could stash away there. Yeah. And even if you're working part-time, many people aren't just working one part-time job, right? So you can put in a lot of money from several different employers. It's great news for part-time workers.
Great news. All right, CNBC senior personal finance correspondent Sharon Epperson for us. And remember, for more tips from Sharon on how to manage your money, very good tips, guys, check out cnbc.com/personal finance. Sharon, thanks so much.
Straight ahead, raising awareness for the deadliest cancer in America, lung cancer, the warning signs to look for, and how the disease affects men and women differently. More NBC News Daily right after this.
They told him I rejected him because he wanted to be female.
This is the story of a family divided, a fringe religious movement blurring the lines between church and state, and a teacher caught in the middle. This is Grapevine, an NBC News podcast. Listen now.
All right, so November is Lung Cancer Awareness Month, and it is the deadliest type of cancer among men and women in this country.
This year alone, it has killed approximately 127,000 Americans. That's according to the American Cancer Society. Oncologist and volunteer medical spokesperson for the American Lung Association, Dr. Jorge Gomez, joins us now. Thank you so much, Doctor, for being here. I think it's really important to talk about this one.
Definitely.
People don't even realize it's the deadliest cancer. I think, who is most susceptible to lung cancer? What do you need to think about?
So one of the most important things to think about is smoking, obviously. That is the #1 cause of lung cancer, but there are other causes. And so there are patients or people who get lung cancer who are never smokers. Exposure to secondhand smoke, exposure to radon, and exposure to air pollution are some of the more common risk factors for people who have never smoked. And so everybody really needs to be aware.
I really love what you said. I mean, if we pull up that screen one more time, you're talking about risk factors, people who've never even smoked. I mean, when you look at your family history or radiation therapy, for example, you know, we just had these new guidelines released when it comes to screening. What are some of the things people should be aware of to really get ahead of this?
Well, screening is a very big issue. People should really know that if they are at high risk for lung cancer, and that is anyone between the ages of 50 and 80 who has smoked about a pack a day, for about 20 years, and has quit or still smokes or has quit in the past 15 years, should get lung cancer screening with CAT scans. CAT scan screening has decreased the likelihood of dying from lung cancer by 20%. And unfortunately, it's not done enough in the United States.
Well, and the other thing is, I've done some stories about this. If you're a non-smoker, you don't get that screening, right? Or you have to really yell for it?
Right, it's unfortunate, but the issue is that CAT scans are not benign. They can cause issues, and if you have too many CAT scans in your lifetime, you are at a slightly higher risk for having lung cancer or cancer in general. And so not everybody should be screened.
Dr. Gomez, I know someone who died of stage 4 lung cancer and was a strapping, healthy individual. No tells, no smoking. What are some of the signs? What are the symptoms that people should be aware of?
That story is very common. The more common signs of lung cancer are really respiratory symptoms, so cough, shortness of breath, things like that. That should prompt a visit to the doctor, perhaps a chest x-ray, maybe even a CAT scan if something is found on the chest x-ray.
But how do you even determine that from, I mean, we're in the middle of flu season. We've still got COVID. I mean, tons of people are experiencing cough and respiratory issues.
Well, you know, when doctors see a patient who has respiratory issues, they kind of weigh what's in front of them. If it's a person who has smoked for 100 years, that obviously will lead to an x-ray, perhaps a CAT scan. If it's somebody who has never smoked, they're more likely to think that it's a respiratory infection because that's probably what it is.
How does lung cancer affect men and women differently?
So right now, it's actually pretty much equal. In the past, it was much more common in men when women didn't smoke as much. But in the 60s and 70s, women started smoking more. And so the incidence of lung cancer in women started to rise and is now close to the incidence of lung cancer in men.
A really important topic, and I'm glad we're discussing it. Oncologist and volunteer medical spokesperson for the American Lung Association, Dr. Jorge Gomez. Dr. Gomez, thank you so much.
Thanks for having me.
Yeah, thank you so much. You're watching NBC News Daily. Stay with us.
When I think about what the Today Show does, it's not just about the mornings, it's about your whole day. There's a feeling of, we're in there with you. Then let's take on this day together.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
When I think about what the Today Show does, it's not just about the mornings, it's about your whole day. There's a feeling of, we're in there with you. Then let's take on this day together.
An Arizona high school is celebrating unity and inclusion after one student's personal victory in buzzer-beating fashion. We caught up with the coach of the school's unified sports program to talk to her about her work to give students with special needs the courage to chase their dreams.
This was the legendary, once-in-a-lifetime buzzer beater that kids at Liberty High School in Peoria, Arizona will be talking about for years.
T from three-point range. His 18th point of the night. Everyone crowds around him. A moment he will never forget.
See that player in the white shirt? That's junior Tonatiuh Ramirez. Everyone calls him T. There he is, making his half-court hoop dream come true with just seconds to go. His proud mom, Rocio, in the stands and over the moon.
I feel, oh, you're my son, you did it.
That was fantastic.
That incredible moment, a point of pride for Coach Jesse Wilk.
There you go, T.
She runs Lincoln High's unified sports program.
Go Taylor, go Nicholas!
Giving students with special needs like T the courage and confidence to pursue their passions.
The unified program at Liberty High School is a program that combines students with disabilities and then students without disabilities, and we have different classes. So our class is unified sport. It's my favorite class of the day.
20 seconds!
For Coach Wilkes, seeing T celebrated that day was about more than just a win on the court. It was a victory too, she says, for breaking down barriers and making everyone feel included.
Sorry, I wasn't expecting to tear up. The program means a lot to me, and so seeing this light being shined on our students with disabilities, it really means a lot. So just that these students had that moment all together, and then to see our student body surround T like that, I think everyone in that gym got better that day.
Well, a little birdie, possibly named Kate Snow, who filed that report, told me that his favorite player is Steph Curry. So if our favorite Golden State Warrior wants to reach out, there you go. Speaking of slam dunks, any sporting event, the job of the team mascot is to bring the energy. But what does it take to wear the actual costume? NBC News embed Alex Tavitt got a closer look at life as a college mascot, including why some of them live in the shadows.
While the band plays and the players dunk, one student is suiting up in secret.
It's important to keep Size anonymous from the rest of the campus.
Meet Cy the Cardinal, the mascot for Iowa State University. Cy's that one student that everybody knows, but nobody knows.
His personality spans many classes and many generations, so it's to maintain the consistency of Si's personality and character.
Cy isn't the only mascot to keep its identity hush on campus. Syracuse University's Otto the Orange and BYU's Cosmo the Cougar are also anonymous, while the Stanford Tree or the Notre Dame Leprechaun live their lives in the limelight. But what all these mascots have in common is they made it through a rigorous tryout process to make sure they're the ones with the right skill set to spread school spirit. Carly Fulcher was Cy back when she was a student.
It's fun to kind of lead that double life.
Her classmates didn't know about her alter ego until she graduated.
We would wear the feet to graduation, and so that's how you get to announce to your whole graduating class that you were Cy.
Now she's Iowa State's mascot coordinator.
I find so much joy in passing this squad on to future generations.
Teaching them the original definition of hypebeast.
High energy all the time, big smile all the time.
while not sugarcoating the more difficult parts of the job.
It's sweaty. It's sweaty work.
At colleges like Iowa State University, mascots are a lot more than just a costume. It's a way of bringing the community together.
Every summer, Iowa State celebrates what they call Victory Day, where Cy and members of the football team host children from across Iowa.
Victory Day is awesome because all these special needs kids come to Jack Trice and get to play football with our whole football team, and they get to run plays and score touchdowns with the team, and we just get to hype them up, and it's such a fun, emotional day.
Alex Tabbitt, Ames, Iowa.
Oh, Alex, thank you for that.
I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Kate Snow.
Coming on the air with breaking news. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Here in Florida. The time to evacuate has come and gone. You were seeing people just running for their lives?
People running for their lives.
We've seen this almost unbelievable power struggle. What does this mean for Ukraine? It's the battle off the field that's inspired the world.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Hey there, everyone, and good Monday to you. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Kate Snow. NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today is Monday, November 27th. Ceasefire extended. The White House says Israel and Hamas just reached an agreement to extend their temporary truce. What we're learning about this deal and what this could all mean for the hostages still held inside Gaza.
New details. The suspect in Vermont pleading not guilty to attempted murder charges in the shooting of 3 U.S. college students, all of Palestinian descent. The update police just gave about the investigation and the alleged shooter's possible motive.
Chaos in Congress. Republican Congressman George Santos says he now expects his fellow lawmakers to kick him out of the House after an ethics committee report alleged that he broke the law. When a vote could go to the floor.
Cyber savings. The holiday shopping season is off to a fast start this year, but experts say the biggest bargains could still be ahead of us. We have tips on how to save money and find the hottest deals on this Cyber Monday.
Thanks so much for joining us and welcome to NBC News Daily, where we start with another diplomatic breakthrough in the war between Israel and Hamas. The White House has just confirmed that an agreement has been reached to extend the temporary ceasefire in Gaza. Now, that truce was supposed to expire today, and a spokesperson for Qatar says it will continue for an additional 2 days. And just last hour, Pentagon Press Secretary John Kirby said Hamas will in fact free another 20 women and children over the next 2 days. But Israel's government has yet to confirm those details.
Yesterday, Hamas released 17 hostages in exchange for 39 Palestinian prisoners. And now we're seeing more videos like these of emotional reunions between Israeli hostages and their families. NBC News spoke with a woman in California who described the feeling of knowing that her loved ones have been released.
I hope we never have to go through, anyone, any nation, any nationality, anyone to go through this situation where innocent civilians who just woke up that morning are just snatched from their beds.
We have coverage from all angles today. NBC News White House correspondent Ali Rafa is standing by with reaction from the Biden administration. But let's go first to NBC News correspondent David Noriega. He's live in Tel Aviv. David, what do we know so far about this truce deal?
Yeah, Kate, Morgan, this possibility that the ceasefire would be extended was always baked into the framework of the agreement. The original agreement was a 4-day ceasefire, the exchange of 1 Israeli hostage for every 3 Palestinian prisoners, and the possibility of an extension. We've been hearing today from the Qataris and the Egyptians that they've been working with both Hamas and Israel to make sure that that extension actually happens. And the final conclusion is that it will in fact happen for another 2 days. This is, of course, great news for the people of Gaza, who can see another 2 days of a pause to the fighting. Great news for the loved ones of the hostages, the additional hostages who will be released. And as you said, we're still waiting for confirmation from the Israeli side, but we expect to receive that imminently. Back to you.
You know, David, has there been any word on when even more hostages could be released? I mean, frankly, what is the holdup today?
Yeah, I think the holdup is due to the fact that there was some disagreement earlier having to do with who exactly was on that list of 11 Israeli hostages expected to be released today. The Qataris and the Egyptians say that they worked diplomatically throughout the day to break through that disagreement, and we now hear from all sides involved that that breakthrough has happened and the process is back on track. Israel has the list of 11 hostages set to be released. It has communicated those names to the loved ones. It is moving those people into place in Israeli hospitals to make sure that they are there to receive them. At this point, we're just waiting for the process that we've watched unfold for the last 3 days to unfold again tonight. It takes time. This is and has always been a logistically extremely complicated operation. We have to wait for Hamas to physically release those hostages into the hands of the Red Cross, which then moves them over the Rafah crossing into Egypt. They are then transferred to Israeli territory. Every one of those steps is fragile, fluid, takes time, and that's what we're waiting to happen as we speak. Back to you.
NBC News correspondent David Noriega for us. David, thanks so much.
Let's go now to NBC News White House correspondent Ali Rafa, who's standing by. Ali, what else is the White House saying about this truce deal?
Yeah, Morgan, well, we just heard from National Security Council spokesman Admiral John Kirby in today's White House briefing, giving some updates as to the details in this extension of this ceasefire. He talked about how this has been extended to Thursday. It will allow for Hamas to release 20 more hostages, women and children, that was included in the original deal, in exchange for 60 Palestinians to be released from Israel's custody. That will also allow for more humanitarian aid to be entered into Gaza. And Kirby talked about the direct involvement and role that the president played in not just brokering the original deal, but also sealing this extension, saying that he was briefed this morning by National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan as to the update that it had been extended. But White House officials and the president still very much hopeful that Americans will be among the next hostages released as part of this extension, still very much aware that this is very fragile and delicate as the ceasefire is now underway, guys.
Yeah, and you just mentioned the possibility of other Americans being released. Do we know how many Americans are that the White House thinks are being held by Hamas still?
Yes, that's something that Kirby did talk about in the briefing. He said specifically he believes that it is likely less than 10, likely 8 or 9 Americans that are still being held in Gaza. And Kate, he did say that the U.S. doesn't know whether the remaining Americans are all being held by Hamas or whether other terrorist groups are holding these hostages. That's something that we heard the Qatari prime minister say this weekend, that the conditions of the ceasefire for for it to actually happen, Hamas would have to locate and confirm where these different hostages are. The more than 40 women and children, specifically, the Qatari Prime Minister said, we do not have it confirmed that Hamas was able to do that in order for this ceasefire to be reached. But certainly the U.S. Is certainly hopeful that the 2 American women that were originally hoped to be released with the 4-year-old girl Abigail Adon yesterday, certainly hopeful that they are among the next hostages to be released as part of the ceasefire, Kate.
All right, well, we will see. NBC News White House correspondent Ali Rafa, thanks so much.
Right now, we're getting more information from police in Vermont about the shooting of 3 college students of Palestinian descent.
In the last hour, police said they did not yet have evidence of a hate crime, but that the actions of the suspect were undoubtedly hateful in nature.
The Saturday evening shooting of 3 young Palestinian college students visiting Burlington on their holiday break was one of the most shocking and disturbing events in this city's history. This horrific, unprovoked attack was a tragic violation of the values and character of this welcoming, inclusive community.
NBC News correspondent George Solis is there in Burlington, Vermont. George, a lot of new details from authorities in that press conference. What did we learn?
Yeah, Kate, that news conference lasting about 45 minutes, and we really got a sense of sort of the investigation and how things transpired post that shooting on Saturday night, where they say this individual walked up to these college students, opened fire, seemingly saying nothing to them, and then just simply walked away. We know that the ATF agents in the area were canvassing an apartment not far from the shooting. They were knocking on the door. That's when they confronted the suspect, a man identified as Jason Eaton, who basically came up and said, I need a lawyer. I've been waiting for you, told him that he had a weapon, and then basically clammed up and stopped talking to the agents. They took him down to the police station. They applied for a search warrant, and when they went into the apartment, they recovered a .380, a shotgun, and a rifle, and various other items that they are now looking into as far as some of the digital footprint to see whether or not they will be able to eventually make this hate crime investigation. As you mentioned, officials there being very clear that although there is no hate crime investigation at the moment, this certainly was a hateful act. Speaking there were some of the family members of some of the victims, including the uncle of Hisham Arwatani, who we learned had a gunshot wound to the spine and may no longer be able to walk. Listen.
I want to say that these 3 young men are incredible. And that's not just proud uncle speaking, but it's true. They have their lives in front of them. They are committed to building incredible lives. And I'm blown away by their resilience, by their good humor in the face of these difficult times.
Yeah, so we want to, of course, note that the 2 of the students here are U.S. citizens. One is a resident. Arwatani was a junior at Brown University. Kanan Abdulhamid, a student at Haverford College in Pennsylvania. And Tassina Ahmed, a student at Connecticut's Trinity College. A lot of people, of course, in this community shaken up by this, not just the hateful act potentially, but also by the gun violence that has kind of confounded this community. Of course, many waiting to see where this investigation turns next, Kate.
Yeah, it's just too much tragedy. NBC News correspondent George Solis for us there. George, thank you.
Turning now to our CNBC Money Minute. 18 countries, including the U.S. and the U.K., have signed a new agreement on artificial intelligence. Senior U.S. officials say the document includes recommendations for companies on how to keep AI safe for the public.
CNBC senior markets correspondent Dominic Chu joins us now. Dom, this is just the latest of several initiatives put forward by governments really around the world to secure AI as it just continues to skyrocket in popularity. Sort of take us through what we know about this agreement and also which countries did decide to sign it.
Well, Morgan, Kate, to that point, the 20-page document is, first of all, non-binding. It does include general recommendations like monitoring artificial intelligence for abuse and vetting software suppliers. In addition to the U.S. and the United Kingdom, other countries which did sign the agreement include Germany, Australia, Chile, Nigeria, and Singapore. On the domestic real estate side of things, new home sales were weaker than expected last month. New numbers from the Commerce Department show that sales totaled a seasonally adjusted rate of 679,000. That's down about 5.5% from September's figures. And finally, a new report from U.S. News and World Report finds that Pennsylvania, the Keystone State, dominates the list of best places to retire, with 7 of the top 10 spots, including #1 on that list, as you can see there, which is Harrisburg, PA. The report evaluated several characteristics, including things like affordability, healthcare quality, and retiree taxes. I've never thought of Pennsylvania as a place to retire to, but this has got me thinking about it a little bit differently right now.
I mean, 7 cities on that list are Pennsylvania.
I know. Well, be careful, because my parents are retired in Pennsylvania.
And they're living a good life, huh?
They love it there. They're in the middle of the state.
Listen, I mean, you ladies know I'm across the river from you guys in New Jersey, so I'm right next to Pennsylvania, and I'm trying to figure out, well, maybe I should just move over a couple hundred miles, right?
Don't throw away.
Yeah.
All right,
Check it
CNBC
out.
senior markets correspondent Dom Chu. Dom, thanks.
One pill can kill. A woman who lost her granddaughter, warning of the lethal risk of fentanyl. The new arrest made, and how police say they caught her drug dealers, and so many more just because of her case. You're watching NBC News Daily.
After the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, it When I think about what the Today Show does, it's not just about the mornings, it's about your whole day. There's a feeling of we're in there with you. Then let's take on this day together.
While investigating the overdose death of a 20-year-old mother, authorities say they were able to track down and bust a massive fentanyl ring.
That's right. NBC News Justice and Intelligence correspondent Ken Delanian has the exclusive details into a case that's already led to charges for more than 20 people.
It began with the death of a 20-year-old mom just a month after her baby boy's first birthday.
The estranged boyfriend FaceTimed me. Told me she was not moving.
Another American lost to the scourge of fentanyl.
And what did the police tell you about what they learned shortly afterwards?
Well, the police just told me that it was an overdose.
Law enforcement couldn't save Diamond Lynch, but they could seek justice for her.
We have something we call OD justice.
Ann Milgram is the DEA administrator.
We're getting photos every day.
Her agency partnered with local law enforcement. Their goal?
To stop the traffickers and the source of supply, stop every single part of that supply chain that killed Diamond Lynch and also is killing other Americans.
They started with her cell phone.
Everybody has a cell phone in their pocket, and that basically means everyone has a drug dealer in their pocket.
Much of the dealing done out in the open.
The fentanyl that's killing Americans are being sold on Snapchat, on TikTok, Facebook, Marketplace, Instagram, openly, and on the open media.
From text and Instagram messages, they found the people who sold Diamond the pills. One of them seen here brazenly flashing handfuls of money. They've since been convicted and sentenced to lengthy prison terms. From there, investigators went higher.
We expanded our investigation and identified each rung of the fentanyl supply network.
Tracing their cell phones and Instagram messages to find the people who supplied the dealers with the deadly drug. That network included wholesalers in California selling product made in Mexico with chemicals imported from China, even bragging about the quality of their product on Instagram. Often, authorities say, they smuggled pills in candy boxes like these. So far, 25 people have been charged. All but 2 have pleaded not guilty.
We've been able to trace more than 1 million potential deadly doses of fentanyl coming to the Washington, D.C. area in 1 year.
That's her prom picture right there.
Diamond's mother, now raising her grandson, wants everyone to understand the lethal risk of fentanyl.
Definitely one pill can kill. It's chemical warfare on American citizens, period.
A tragic death brings a measure of justice.
NBC News Justice and Intelligence correspondent Ken Dilanian joins us now. Ken, you talked about a measure of justice. What does that justice look like? What charges are these people facing?
Sure, Morgan. Well, as you saw there, the 2 people who supplied Diamond Lynch with the fatal dose have already pleaded guilty and have been sentenced to prison. The other defendants in this case are charged with an array of gun, drug, and conspiracy charges, very serious charges that carry large prison terms. But I think what's also interesting about this case is the role of the social media companies. You saw that essentially this network was operating in the open on Instagram, and other networks are operating on Facebook Marketplace and TikTok and other platforms. I put a query into Meta, the owner of Facebook and Instagram, but they have not yet responded.
It really is fascinating how social media has really changed the game when it comes to procuring and then distributing that fentanyl.
Yeah, I've done a lot of stories on that too, Ken, as you know, and the social media companies in general say they're trying and they're working with law enforcement. That's what all of them usually say, but there's so much happening. It's
prolific.
It's hard to keep up. NBC News Justice and Intelligence correspondent Ken Dilanian, thank you so much for that. Really appreciate it.
Well, this week we remember former First Lady Rosalynn Carter, who died last Sunday at the age of 96.
Several memorial events and ceremonies will take place before Mrs. Carter is laid to rest on Wednesday.
Right now, Carter's motorcade is heading to the Jimmy Carter Presidential Library and Museum, where the former First Lady will lie in repose. The Carter family has invited the public to pay their respects.
Tomorrow, there will be a tribute at the Glenn Memorial Church at Emory University in Atlanta. And on Wednesday, funeral services will be held for Mrs. Carter. She'll be laid to rest on the grounds of the Carter family residence.
A recall alert coming up. The investigation happening right now into the applesauce linked to the lead poisoning of 50 children. The packages you need to look out for coming up just ahead. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Well, thanks to a startup company based in San Francisco, some shoppers are paying less for groceries and embracing salvaged food.
From our NBC Bay Area affiliate, Chris Kamora speaks with one of the company's founders and a family saving big on food.
Can you say hi?
Meet the Travia family in Livermore. Jennifer and Nick, plus 3 kids. Keeping 5 bellies full quickly empties the Travia wallet, especially these days.
Prices have definitely gone up.
She's right. Grocery prices have spiked with no sign food costs are going back down.
Like, I always shop the sales.
Recently, the Travias tried something new to find food bargains, salvage food shopping. And Jennifer says she's saving a lot.
I mean, I think at least half of what it would cost in the grocery store.
Jennifer uses Marty.
So Marty is an online discount store. We work with vendors and food producers, and we take everything that is overstock, closeout, surplus, and we sell it in this online store at 30 to 70% off to consumers.
Louise Friedjofsen co-founded Marty in San Francisco. With her co-founder Carrie in LA, they set out to help fellow West Coasters save. 2 years later, they've opened a new, centrally located Texas warehouse and are taking Marty nationwide.
In general, you know, there's enough food to go around. Is it going around that's the issue?
By trucks, trains, and planes, food crisscrosses our country, and a surprising amount of grub detours to a dead end, like a landfill.
The numbers say are 30 to 40% of the food we grow and produce does not actually go to people, which is sad for humans, it's sad for the environment.
Paul Schieffer is president of Amy's Kitchen in Santa Rosa. Paul invited me behind the scenes. Yes, hairnets and smocks were required.
We take food safety very seriously.
We watched while Amy's team of 600
we were making some Thai red curry today.
Cooked up thousands of meals.
We start with organic ingredients.
What's made here ships to supermarkets coast to coast. Amy's has shelf space in 43,000 grocery stores.
And we also happen, like most food companies, to have a certain amount of food that we have a hard time selling through our traditional retail networks.
After these meals are made, logistics can go sideways. Issues like distribution delays, canceled orders, or printing kinks.
Now the product is great food, but in the wrong label for what the market needs, and that's another example of the type of food we really want to make sure gets to people and not isn't wasted.
Enter Marty. It buys that food, advertises it online, then ships to your doorstep the non-perishables that food producers can't ship to stores. Think of its Texas warehouse as a 40,000 square foot grocery clearance rack. It's literally tons of salvage food that Louise insists is safe to eat.
You will not find products on Marty that have passed their best before date.
To find salvage food for cheap, there is a price to pay: your time. Shipping takes a few days, though it's free when you spend $50 or more. Another caveat, inventory shifts daily. Say your grocery list includes peanut butter or almond butter.
We can't guarantee you that we have the same nut butter this week as next, but we can guarantee you that we have a nut butter and it's going to be 50% off.
We fact-checked Marty's prices against identical items in local grocery stores. They did check out. However, some stuff was tougher to compare. We found some specialty and regional brands for sale on Marty from other parts of the country. That stuff's not sold locally. Some long-standing brick and mortar stores like Grocery Outlet specialize in food overstock too. Louise concedes those regional stores win on instant access. Still, she contends Marty is the only national grocery discounter completely online.
We are just changing how liquidation is done.
Look, cookies.
Back in Livermore,
gluten-free.
The Travias are on the receiving end of this liquidation innovation. Jennifer sold on what she sees as a win-win, cutting her food spending and cutting food waste.
And I think it's great that we're saving things from going in the trash that's still good.
Recycle and reuse. I love that.
Yeah, I love that idea, right? Because, yeah, it's just going to go to waste. The companies are going to throw it out.
This time of year when so many people could use it.
That's right.
That's great. All right, that's from our NBC Bay Area affiliate, and that was Chris Kimura reporting.
Up next, we're going to discuss the new laws that are expanding access to 401ks for retirement for part-time workers, what this change could mean for them and for their employers. You're watching NBC News Daily. You can also watch us live wherever you stream, all those places you see on your screen there. We are always there for you. The news continues right after this.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklaya Samwat.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Welcome back, everyone. I'm Kate Snow.
Thanks for being with us this Monday. I'm Morgan Radford, and here's what's making news right now. Pope Francis is postponing a number of meetings after experiencing breathing difficulties and lung inflammation. In a statement, the Vatican says the Pope is receiving antibiotics and is in good condition. The Pope, who turns 87 next month, has battled a series of health issues over the past few years.
The former Minneapolis police officer convicted of murdering George Floyd is in stable condition today after being stabbed inside a federal prison in Arizona. Authorities say Derek Chauvin was attacked by another inmate on Friday at the prison. He is serving a 21-year sentence there. It's not clear what led to the incident.
And President Biden will not attend the opening of this year's United Nations Climate Change Conference, according to the White House. The announcement comes as more than 70,000 delegates are expected to attend the summit later on this week in Dubai. Instead, the White House says Biden will send top U.S. officials in his place.
Well, the holiday might be over, but a lot of airline passengers are giving thanks for a really smooth travel weekend.
Yeah, the TSA reported a record number of more than 2.9 million travelers flew yesterday with no major disruptions. NBC News correspondent Marissa Parra joins us now from Reagan National Airport there in D.C. Marissa, people are still traveling back today, but what are you seeing right now at the airport? Are there any issues?
I will say it's pretty smooth sailing right now, Morgan and Kate. I mean, you can see it's not busy. If you had seen our shot from earlier, you would have seen the line was extending far beyond where I am right now. And I think it's pretty remarkable given the fact that you just talked about how record-breaking this Thanksgiving Sunday was. Over 2.9 million people taking to the skies in just one day. That's according to TSA. That broke the record that was set in June. And remember, this is an all-time record. So a lot of people talking about how this is the first time they were seeing a full Thanksgiving table. Part of that having to do with flight prices when we speak to experts, but also just the time since the start of the pandemic, people starting to feel more comfortable. But Morgan and Kate, I will also add that in terms of travel overall, we of course see the majority of travelers on the roads, 49 million of them throughout the Thanksgiving week. And we saw the records being broken in other forms of travel. I would say driving was pretty comparable to 2019. But one thing to keep in mind, it might be the day after the busiest, if you will, the Super Bowl Sunday of travel, if you will. But Monday, also a busy day for travel. A lot of it having to do with remote working since the pandemic, guys.
And the TSA, I know, promised that they were going to be really prepared for Thanksgiving. And from what you're saying, things did look a lot different from last December, which we all remember was kind of a nightmare. So what changes have been made?
Yeah, well, you'll remember there was two big factors, and one of them was staffing. We know last year there were a lot of issues within the aviation industry, whether it comes to the airlines or TSA, and staffing has been changed significantly since then. But with that one specific meltdown that you may remember at Southwest, we know BWI, not too far away from here, was severely impacted by that. That was also a result of a lot of computer problems, and we know Southwest has addressed that with technological upgrades. So one thing that I thought was interesting, we just saw this from Flight Radar, less than 1.5% of flights were canceled yesterday, guys. So when we talk about the changes, clearly they're doing something right. We've got the Christmas travel rush coming up, so we'll see how it holds up then, guys.
Yeah, let's cross our fingers that that goes just as well as this weekend did. NBC News correspondent Marissa Parra, thanks so much.
Meanwhile, Kate, on Capitol Hill, the House is gearing up for a vote on whether to expel embattled Congressman George Santos from Congress. It could happen as soon as tomorrow night when the chamber returns from Thanksgiving recess. And the New York Republican is not holding back about the efforts to oust him.
Want to expel me? I'll wear it like a badge of honor. I'll be the 6th expelled member of Congress in the history of Congress. And guess what? I'll be the only one expelled without a conviction. I'll be expelled because people simply did not like me, because they thought that they didn't want me. I'm too much of an outsider.
A badge of honor, he says. NBC News senior national political correspondent Sahil Kapoor joins us now from Capitol Hill. Sahil, just remind us what Congressman Santos has been accused of, and what do we know about the timeline for a vote?
Well, Morgan, these accusations come in the form of a damning 56-page report from the House Ethics Committee, which is evenly divided along bipartisan lines. The report accuses him, the report says there's substantial evidence that Santos violated federal criminal laws and accuses him of a complex web of unlawful activity, including misuse of campaign funds for personal reasons, deceiving donors, filing false campaign reports, fictitious loans, and trying to enrich himself through the whole process. This entire thing led Congressman Michael Guest, the Republican chair of the committee, to file a resolution to expel George Santos himself, accusing him of egregious violations, saying he's simply not fit to be a member of the U.S. House of Representatives. As for the timeline, the House is back tomorrow. All it takes is one member to call up this privilege resolution, and the House will have to vote on it within the next 2 days. Santos's days in the House of Representatives may be numbered.
All right, NBC News senior national political correspondent Sahil Kapoor, thank you so much. And meanwhile, there is a recall underway after more than 50 children across the country developed lead poisoning thought to be linked to a popular applesauce brand. NBC News senior consumer investigative correspondent Vicky Nguyen talked to parents questioning why the food had the heavy metal in it in the first place.
In August, Rudy Callahan had his one-year checkup.
You caught me. You caught me.
Doctors ran routine tests, including one measuring lead levels. His parents, Ricky and Sarah, were shocked by the results. Rudy had lead poisoning.
Never in a million years did I imagine that
my son would be affected by lead poisoning.
Good job.
Inspectors didn't find a clear culprit at their Maryland home, but later a friend told them about the recall of Wanna-Banna apple cinnamon fruit puree pouches, something they'd been feeding Rudy for months. The company issued a recall in October because of lead contamination at levels 200 times higher than the FDA's recommended limit.
How many of these applesauce pouches do you think he had eaten?
They were a regular part of his diet.
The FDA estimates over 50 children across the country have high blood lead levels related to the recall. The Wanna-Banna pouches were sold nationwide at Dollar Tree, on Amazon, and also under different brand names like Weiss and Schnucks.
It makes me feel guilty. Like all we wanted was the best for our baby, and he's been lead poisoned.
Wanna-Banna said it initiated a voluntary recall of all batches and is working closely with the FDA to investigate the source of the contamination. In a statement to NBC News, the FDA says the amount of lead in the Wanna-Banna puree was unusually high, and it believes the cinnamon caused the contamination, adding that it's currently screening incoming shipments of the spice from multiple countries. A 2021 congressional report revealed dangerous levels of heavy metals in a wide range of baby foods, often absorbed by fruits and vegetables from the soil.
When we see labels like organic, all natural, 100% fruit, is that meaningless?
None of the labels we're used to seeing have anything to do with heavy metals. And that's why it's so important for the government to take action, for food manufacturers, and for parents to really pay attention.
In January, the FDA announced proposed industry limits on lead in baby food, but that guidance isn't expected to be finalized until 2025. Ultimately, experts say the best way to know if a child's been exposed to lead is to have them tested by a doctor.
What action do you want to see?
I'd like to see a more rigorous testing so things like this don't happen in the future.
It is something that could have been so easily avoidable.
Vicki Nguyen, NBC News, Port Republic, Maryland.
When it comes to the future, 401ks, they're one of the most common ways that Americans save their money. In fact, almost 70% of Americans have access to retirement plans through their employers.
But that number is a lot smaller for small business workers and part-time employees. However, new federal laws are now incentivizing employers and opening up some more possibilities for people. CNBC's senior personal finance correspondent Sharon Epperson is here to break it all down for us. Sharon, this sounds like good news on its face. So we're talking about changing laws that will make it a little easier for companies, for part-time workers to get that kind of 401k?
Absolutely. It's great news for part-time workers. Right now, about a third of private sector workers do not have access to a 401k plan or retirement savings plan through their job. And we're talking about 27 million people who work part-time. About 60% of them are women, and those are the people that are really going to benefit from not having to work as many hours in order to get access to a 401k plan.
You mentioned the hours, Sharon. What about part-time workers? How do they actually know if they have access to a 401k plan?
Well, this is going to start in 2024. And so what they have to know is that they're going to have to work up to 500 hours a year in order to be eligible for this 401k plan, and that's over the course of 3 years. Now, in 2025, that'll change to just 2 years, and some people who have a 403b, not just a 401k, will also be eligible to get a 401k plan or get retirement savings and be eligible for their employer's plan. The good news about this is that a lot of people are saving money perhaps somewhere that's not in an employer plan. Yeah. This is the ease of having those automatic deductions from your paycheck, automatically saving for the future and investing for the future.
Yeah, saving for you if you're not great at doing it yourself. Yeah.
Right. You never see the money. It goes straight into the 401k, right? I need that. So we were saying 500 hours you have to work in a year. So what if you leave your part-time job? Do you lose the 401k?
No, you don't. I mean, this is money that is vested, that is your money after a year, that you are able to take where you go. And so if you go to another job, you could potentially roll that money over into a new 401k plan, or you could roll it over into an individual retirement account, have more flexibility, your own IRA. You could also cash it out. That's not probably what you want to do, though, because you'll owe taxes and penalties on that money. And you could also just keep it with the employer's plan. You want to have, you know, in order to have those options, you probably need around $5,000 or more, because if it's less than than that, the employer may just roll it over for you to the new company plan, or in some cases may cash it out for you, which you don't want them to do, again, because you'll have to pay taxes and penalties. So it's important to talk to HR, important to talk to your employer before you leave that job to find out and make sure you understand where that money could go.
But I love what you're saying. I mean, you're reminding us that we do have options when it comes to that.
You have a lot of options, and next year you can save even more. This year you can save $22,500 in a 401k. Next year it goes up to $23,000, and you can save even more if you're 50 or older, $7,500 more. So there's a significant amount of money that you could stash away there. And even if you're working part-time, many people aren't just working one part-time job, right? So you can put in a lot of money from several different employers. It's great news for part-time workers.
Great news. All right, CNBC senior personal finance correspondent Sharon Epperson for us. And remember, for more tips from Sharon on how to manage your money, very good tips, guys, check out cnbc.com/personal finance. Sharon, thanks so much.
The busiest day of the holiday shopping season is here. What to buy now and where to find the best Cyber Monday deals. Coming up, more NBC News Daily right after this.
inside Iran, from Israel, from Florida, from Lewiston, Maine. Part of our continued reporting. This is what a country at war looks like. Women, children. What is it like? Countless neighborhoods across the region that look just like this. Everybody good? Get tough for all this damage to
Well, today is Cyber Monday, a day of online deals that rounds out one of the busiest weekends in retail.
And the experts predict that today's deals will break records. More than 70 million Americans expected to make a purchase, with sales climbing to $12 billion. NBC News business and data reporter Brian Chung is live outside an Amazon warehouse in New Jersey for us, or inside an Amazon warehouse. Brian, what are online retailers doing to make that shopping experience as seamless as possible for customers today?
Yeah, well, they're trying to make sure that the infrastructure is as seamless as possible, and that involves the 1.2 million square feet of warehouse here at this Amazon facility. You can see above here, there are these conveyor belts that send these boxes ultimately to get packed and ultimately sent to your door. And by the way, right here is one of the sorting and stowing areas where stowers like Ashish, hello Ashish, are taking some of the many gifts that you might be ordering, like, for example, coloring book for the holidays or maybe an iPhone case and putting them away for quick organization so that once you do ultimately click something and order it, get into the box quickly and out the door, perhaps even same day in some cases. Part of the many Cyber Monday infrastructure investments that have been put in place to make sure things get there on time if you do buy on those 60, 70, in some cases 80% discounts.
And Brian, I mean, what do shoppers ultimately need to know? I guess my question is, how is today really different from the sales that we saw just a couple days ago on Black Friday?
Yeah, and it is indeed a different type of shopping experience in 2023, where back in the day, you used to have to only shop on Black Friday as the only opportunity to get those deals. Cyber Monday, according to experts that we've spoken to, offers a wider depth of types of deals. So you might not necessarily get a better discount on Cyber Monday, but you'll have more options if you're perusing or browsing for something for your loved ones, whereas Black Friday, you might get the deeper discount on the specific item that's on your wish list. But again, we were seeing 60% off at Target, 80% off some items at Walmart, and Amazon's doing deals every 5 minutes. They want you to come back and constantly refresh the page. So
I just
a little happy hunting for those that are trying to get a deal today.
Refresh my page for my new coffee frother. In my last commercial break. Yeah, there we go. My new Cuban cafecito I have to have in the morning. All right, NBC News business and data reporter. I'll share with you. All right, yo te traigo un cafecito. All right, New Jersey there, Brian. Thanks.
So with Cyber Monday in full swing, the question a lot of us are asking is, like, do I buy now or do I hold on and wait for a better deal?
Yeah, that's right. Experts at Adobe say Cyber Monday has some of the best discounts you'll see all holiday season, especially on things like toys, electronics, and clothes. NBC News senior business correspondent Christine Romans joins us now. Christine, how do we make sure that we get the best deals today?
Is that frother for you or for someone on your list?
I'm going to be, Kate asked the same question. I'm like, guilty, it's for me, okay? Guilty.
I mean, that's what a lot of the Cyber Monday shopping, I think, are people getting the things they've been looking for, want for the people on their list, but also for yourself too, right? Look, there are really deep discounts here today, but some things to look out for. Don't fall for inflated prices. You heard Brian talking about 70% off, 80% off. You can look at the price history using a Google Shopping and just see, hey, wait, did they jack up that price before they cut it?
Oh,
so there are these behavioral economics that they use to try to get you to buy stuff that maybe you otherwise would have. Another one is a countdown clock, or even like that refreshing new deals every 5 minutes. They want you to be addicted to this consumer experience. To the game, to think you're getting the very best deal. But I'm here to tell you there will be deals all through the season. Travel Tuesday is tomorrow. You could get good deals on airfare and travel tomorrow. And then there's Super Saturday, which is just a few weeks away. There's a nice weekend before Christmas this year. So sometimes there will be big discounts of the stuff that hasn't left the store shelves yet, so there could be last-minute discounts as well. So I think this is one of those seasons where you are in the driver's seat, consumer, and you don't need to feel stressed out about grabbing it right now. Because I think there will be deals throughout the rest of the year.
Super Saturday?
I know, right?
What is that?
So that's the whole thing. It's the Saturday before Christmas when there are big deals to get. But listen, the Black Friday deals, the online deals started in October.
I know.
They didn't call them Black Friday deals, but that shows you that retailers were concerned that consumers were getting frugal.
Yeah.
And they are, but what we've learned with these pretty much record-setting online numbers is that frugal consumers will be drawn by a very good bargain, and they are spending their money for the good bargain.
Just really quick, like 15 seconds. How do you stay safe, make sure you don't give your credit card to the wrong site?
If you're sitting there and you're clicking on something that you have never gone to before, don't do that right now. This is not the time to be buying something from a retailer you haven't used before. And look at the address at the top, HTTPS.
Oh, that's a good one.
Christine Romans, thank you.
All right, you're watching NBC News Daily.
country at war looks like. You came to get blood. So many stories of heroism and heartbreak emerging from here.
The NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
An Arizona high school is celebrating unity and inclusion after one student's personal victory in buzzer-beating fashion. We caught up with the coach of the school's unified sports program to talk to her about her work to give students with special needs the courage to chase their dreams.
This was the legendary, once-in-a-lifetime buzzer beater that kids at Liberty High School in Peoria, Arizona will be talking about for years.
T from three-point range. His 18th point of the night. Everyone crowds around him. A moment he will never forget.
See that player in the white shirt? That's junior Tonatiuh Ramirez. Everyone calls him T. There he is, making his half-court hoop dream come true with just seconds to go. His proud mom, Rocio, in the stands and over the moon.
I feel, oh, you're my son, you did it.
That was fantastic.
That incredible moment, a point of pride for Coach Jesse Wilk.
There you go, T.
She runs Lincoln High's unified sports program.
Go, Taylor! Go, Nicholas!
Giving students with special needs like T the courage and confidence to pursue their passions.
The unified program at Liberty High School is a program that combines students with disabilities and then students without disabilities, and we have different classes. So our class is unified sport. It's my favorite class of the day.
20 seconds! 20 seconds!
For Coach Wilkes, seeing T celebrated that day was about more than just a win on the court. It was a victory, too, she says, for breaking down barriers and making everyone feel included.
Sorry, I wasn't expecting to tear up. The program means a lot to me, and so seeing this light being shined on our students with disabilities, it really means a lot. So just that these students have that moment all together, and then to see our student body surround T like that, I think everyone in that gym got better that day.
Well, a little birdie, possibly named Kate Snow, who filed that report, told me that his favorite player is Steph Curry. So if our favorite Golden State Warrior wants to reach out, there you go. Speaking of slam dunks, any sporting event, the job of the team mascot is to bring the energy. But what does it take to wear the actual costume? NBC News embed Alex Tavitt got a closer look at life as a college mascot, including why some of them live in the shadows.
While the band plays and the players dunk, one student is suiting up in secret.
It's important to keep Cy anonymous from the rest of the campus.
Meet Cy the Cardinal, the mascot for Iowa State University. Cy's that one student that everybody knows, but nobody knows.
His personality spans many classes and many generations, so it's to maintain the consistency of Cy's personality and character.
Cy isn't the only mascot to keep its identity hush on campus. Syracuse University's Otto the Orange and BYU's Cosmo the Cougar are also anonymous, while the Stanford Tree or the Notre Dame Leprechaun live their lives in the limelight. But what all these mascots have in common is they made it through a rigorous tryout process to make sure they're the ones with the right skill set to spread school spirit. Carly Fulcher was Cy back when she was a student.
It's fun to kind of lead that double life.
Her classmates didn't know about her alter ego until she graduated.
We would wear the feet to graduation, and so that's how you get to announce to your whole graduating class that you were Cy.
Now she's Iowa State's mascot coordinator.
I find so much joy in passing this squad on to future generations.
Teaching them the original definition of hypebeast.
High energy all the time. Big smile all the time.
While not sugarcoating the more difficult parts of the job.
It's sweaty. It's sweaty work.
At colleges like Iowa State University, mascots are a lot more than just a costume. It's a way of bringing the community together.
Every summer, Iowa State celebrates what they call Victory Day, where Cy and members of the football team host children from across Iowa.
Victory Day is awesome because all these special needs kids come to Jack Trice and get to play football with our whole football team, and they get to run plays and score touchdowns with the team, and we just get to hype them up, and it's such a fun, emotional day.
Alex Tabbitt, Ames, Iowa.
Oh, Alex, thank you for that.
I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Kate Snow.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. Here are some resilient folks. Let me get in.
Hi, everyone. I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinkley Asamoah. NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today, Monday, November 27th, 2023, breaking news, truce extended. The ceasefire between Israel and Hamas will last at least 2 more days. What it means for the captives still being held by Hamas, as 11 more hostages are expected to be returned to Israel.
Motivated by hate, a man is charged with shooting 3 students of Palestinian descent in Vermont. The chilling response from the suspect after law enforcement tracked him down.
Clearing the air, we're sounding the alarm about the deadliest cancer among Americans. The new screening guidelines that experts say could help detect lung cancer earlier.
Plus, add to cart. It's not just any Monday, it's Cyber Monday. So we're helping you track down the best deals before you click checkout.
I may have the Amazon website open. I'm not doing it right now. I'm working.
But later. Right. But we'll begin this hour with some breaking news regarding the Israel-Hamas war. They have reached a deal to extend a temporary truce for 2 more days.
The initial 4-day pause was set to expire today at 5 p.m. Eastern. So this comes as another group of hostages is set to be released at any moment. The pause has led to emotional family reunions like this one. A mother seen hugging her 2 daughters. They were held captive for more than 50 days.
Among those freed over the weekend is 4-year-old American Abigail Edan. These are new pictures of her reuniting with family at a children's hospital in Israel. Her parents were murdered during the Hamas terror attack on October 7th. Now Abigail's family says they're, quote, grateful for the outpouring of support and well wishes.
NBC News correspondent David Noriega is in Tel Aviv for us. Also with us, NBC News White House correspondent Monica Alba. David, I'll start with you. What do we know about this plan to extend the temporary truce?
Yeah, this possibility was always worked into the framework of the ceasefire agreement. That agreement stipulated a 4-day ceasefire, at least with the possibility of extending it day by day, as long as Hamas was willing to release an additional 10 hostages per day and the Israelis were willing to release an additional 30 Palestinian prisoners from Israeli military jails. Throughout these 4 days that we've been reporting on this from here on the ground, there have been some wrinkles, some hiccups, but they've all pertained mostly to the finer points of the agreement. I should also say that those finer points belong to a specific 6-page agreement that nobody has actually seen other than the parties involved. As far as the actual core of the framework of the agreement, the exchange of hostages for prisoners, the allowing of aid trucks into Gaza, the cessation of hostilities, that has consistently held throughout these 4 days. The fact that the Qatari and Egyptian diplomats who helped broker this deal were able to, before the end of this 4-day ceasefire, extended by an additional 2 days, suggests that all parties are by and large holding to the terms of the agreement. It's gone relatively smoothly so far, and we can expect it to moving forward as well.
So, Monica, let's bring you in here. I know the United States had been actively working to extend this pause. So what is the White House saying this afternoon?
Exactly, Zinclay. The White House, the Biden administration overall, has been a key player in these constant negotiations and discussions. And we know that President Biden was briefed all morning on these developments. And once the White House was able to confirm that this agreement was in place, they detailed more now about what they expect to see in the coming days. And we learned that essentially now, given this 2-day extension, there could be now up to 20 more hostages released. Again, that is the hope. And it's unclear whether Americans will be involved either in the list that may come today or in the coming days. But the White House is, of course, stressing that that would be great to see these 2 women who are still being held who meet the criteria. But there are questions even about their whereabouts and how they have been treated and how they have fared in captivity. But we're also learning about another piece of this deal and agreement, which is because of the pause in fighting, it means that more humanitarian aid can flow into Gaza. Here's how the White House spokesman John Kirby put it in the briefing.
The approach that we're taking with Israel and, quite frankly, with our partners in the region is working. It's getting aid into people that need it. It's getting a pause in the fighting. It's getting hostages out. It's getting Americans out. And quite frankly, we continue to urge and will continue to urge the Israelis as they conduct military operations to do so with the utmost care for innocent civilian life.
The White House says that hundreds of aid trucks have been able to get in, and the expectation is that will now continue given this extension. Kate and Zinclay.
Thank you. And David, what do we know about this group of hostages expected to be released today?
We know it's a group of 11, and we know that the Israeli authorities have their names and have shared them with the families, the loved ones of those hostages. That's what we know so far. We, the public, won't get to actually see their names and know exactly who they are until they are safely in the custody of the Israeli authorities. If all goes well, we should expect to be seeing that happen in the next hour or so. Back to you.
We know you'll stay on it. Monica Alba in Washington, David Noriega in Tel Aviv. Thank you both.
Well, as tensions over the Israel-Hamas war grow, federal and local investigators are still trying to figure out if hate drove a man to shoot in Vermont 3 U.S. college students on Saturday. The 3 students are all of Palestinian descent. They were visiting Burlington for the holiday weekend. They survived. They're still hospitalized at this hour. Police arrested 48-year-old Jason Eaton on Sunday near the scene of the shooting. He was arraigned earlier today and pleaded not guilty to 3 counts of attempted murder. NBC News correspondent Stephanie Goss joins me now from Burlington. Steph, I know you've been following all of this. We just got an update, I understand, from the police. Are they treating this as a hate crime investigation? What are you hearing?
Well, at the moment, I mean, they are still investigating, but at the moment, Jason Eaton only stands accused of attempted murder, 3 counts of attempted murder. And according to the affidavit, when they walked into his home, he told law enforcement, "I've been expecting you." But this is what the state's attorney had to say today in a press conference about whether this is being treated as a hate crime.
And although we do not yet have evidence to support a hate crime enhancement, I do want to be clear that there is no question this was a hateful act.
Police found multiple guns in his apartment. According to the affidavit, an interview with one of the victims who told police that he walked up to them, pulled a pistol, and didn't say a word and just started shooting, Kate.
It's so unbelievable. And Steph, what more can you tell us about these 3 young men who were shot, all students in the U.S.?
You know, Kate, they knew each other. They were friends, and they grew up together in the West Bank. They went to the same school in Ramallah. They were all going to universities here in the U.S. One of them, Hisham Arwatani, is a junior at Brown University studying archaeology and math. We spoke to his mom and his father, who are in the West Bank in Ramallah, their home. And this is what the mom had to say to us today.
My husband is devastated because he sent my son to the States for an education, and he thought it would be safe. And he did not want Hisham to come back for Christmas. I wanted him to come back for Christmas, and Ali said, no, just leave him there. It's safer. And he was in Burlington, and my husband is just devastated by the fact that he couldn't protect his son, and that this happened in the States.
So Hisham told us, Hishram's mother told us that he was here staying at his grandmother's house and brought his 2 friends. They had been here for a number of days on the Thanksgiving holiday when this attack occurred, Kate.
Yeah. Stephanie Gosk, thank you so much for being there. And stay with us. Later this hour, we're going to get reaction to the shooting from the campus of Brown University, where, as Steph said, one of the students attends school. That's coming up on NBC News Daily.
Let's turn to some good news for bargain hunters out there. Cyber Monday is here, and it could be the biggest one yet. Online sales are expected to top $12 billion. That's up 6% from last year. So what should you be looking for? Here with the answers, NBC News business and data reporter Brian Chung at an Amazon warehouse in Robbinsville, New Jersey. Brian, good to see you. So millions of people expected to shop online today. How are the deals looking this year, and how are those orders going to get to folks' doors based on where you are in the warehouse?
Yeah, hey, Zinkley, we're seeing 60% off, in some cases 80% off. And look, if you're getting one of those deals, it's likely going to come through one of these facilities. You can see here in this Amazon facility, those little yellow bins that are carrying the items that are going to ultimately get packed. And by the way, check this out. There are all these robots that are autonomously moving around with all the items that are currently being sorted at the many facilities like this one here in Robbinsville, New Jersey. When we're talking about fulfillment, again, there are 20 million items that are at facilities like this one, all unique. And when we talk about, let's say, for example, if you need, I don't know, a vegetable chopper perhaps, our sorters like Ashish over here are among those that are taking these items, putting them into organizations that ultimately they can get the right product that you're ordering into the box and on time. What we've heard so far, there's not going to be any necessarily expectations for large delays, because they say a lot of these parcel carriers feel like they're properly resourced to handle all of the holiday volume, Zinkley.
Yeah, Brian, and it's so helpful to see the behind the scenes of all the online clicking we're doing. That's the work that goes into actually getting the package to your door. Brian, I wonder, today, of course, is not the last day of deals. Tomorrow is Travel Tuesday. What kind of deals should folks expect?
Yeah, it keeps going, right? You got Black Friday, Small Business Saturday, Cyber Monday, and then tomorrow, Travel Tuesday. It's expected to see a lot of deals on things like cruises, flights, hotels. The important thing to do as you do shop for those potential deals is that, yeah, you might see 25% off, but is that on the dollar amount? Is that on the points? Because a lot of those travel redemptions come from credit card points or other types of loyalty programs. Read the fine print, because it's also going to concern luxury hotels, or in the case of flights, those Comfort Plus versus your regular economy. Just make sure you know exactly where the deals are as you do go hunting on Travel Tuesday, Zinkley.
I'll take a Comfort Plus any day. Brian Chung, thanks so much. Well, it's time now for today's CNBC Money Minute. New home sales fell in October.
And Meta is once again under fire. Kate Rooney joins us now with all of that. Hi, Kate.
Hi, Kate and Zinkley. So new home sales were weaker than expected last month. New numbers from the Commerce Department showed sales totaled a seasonally adjusted rate of 679,000. That's down about 5.5% from September. Unsealed court documents accuse Facebook and Instagram parent Meta of engineering the platforms to hook kids and failing to shut down the accounts of children under 13, even after receiving more than 1 million complaints. It's part of an ongoing lawsuit pitting Meta against attorney generals from 33 states, when the suit was filed. Meta representatives said that the platforms were working productively with companies across the industry to create clear, age-appropriate standards for the many apps that teens use. And the new Hunger Games prequel, The Ballad of Songbirds and Snakes, led the box office over Thanksgiving weekend. According to studio estimates, it held on to the top spot with $42 million in ticket sales. Napoleon came in second with $33 million, and then Disney's Wish finished third with a disappointing take of $31.7 million. Guys, back to you.
Kate, I can't lie. Kate, I can't lie.
Kate squared.
I was excited about The Hunger Games. I haven't seen it yet, but I'm impressed that it's top in the box office. It feels like a green flag.
I know. It's a throwback, right?
I know.
They're playing reruns, I noticed.
And it's a prequel to the throwback.
Exactly.
There we go.
Oh.
Kate Rooney, thank you.
Thank you. Well, coming up, record breaker. The numbers for Thanksgiving travel were sky high, and the rush is not over yet. The serious weather concerns for people still heading home.
Plus, the former police officer convicted of murdering George Floyd was stabbed in prison. We're learning more about the attack now. You're watching NBC News Daily.
After the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back. This year's post-Thanksgiving travel rush is breaking some records.
The TSA says yesterday was the busiest day ever for air travel, with nearly 3 million people flying. While the majority of people returned home yesterday, the weather could cause some problems for anyone still traveling today, depending where you are.
So meteorologist Bill Cairns is tracking the winter weather for us. But we start with NBC News correspondent Marissa Parra at Reagan National Airport in Arlington, Virginia. Marissa, good to see you. So the airports clearly were packed yesterday, but somehow, despite the crowds, things were actually kind of smooth. So what changed?
Yeah, I mean, you might remember it was about a year ago. There was the Southwest meltdown, especially over at BWI, which is not too far away from where we are right here. And there was two main problems. One was a computer system. They said they have since upgraded those systems. But also, you may remember, staffing was consistently an issue across the aviation industry, whether it was with TSA, whether it was with airline pilots, flight attendants, people who worked at the airports. And what I will say is that the changes that those airlines and airports had promised seem to have been working, especially when you look at this from Flight Radar. They reported less than 1.5% of flights yesterday were canceled. And that is significant because, as you mentioned, yesterday was a record-breaking day. Over 2.9 million people screened through TSA. That surpassed a previous record set in June, an all-time record here. So, obviously those promises so far seem to be followed through. But, guys, there's still time to see what happens through the Christmas rush. Also something to consider, the weather was relatively good for most of the week. Obviously, right now, in the last 24 hours, we've seen some pockets of rain and winter mix, which have caused some delays in the country. But we're pretty good on cancellations, and all things considered, looking pretty good for the week overall.
So if people are heading out today, if they're still trying to get back home, what's the best advice?
The best advice I can give is don't expect things to be fully back to normal quite yet. Even though yesterday was considered sort of the Super Bowl Sunday of travel, if you will, AAA has said that Monday is still a busy day for travel, and we've seen that increasingly over the years, especially since remote work has become an option since the pandemic. People have been able to slide when they leave, when they return home a little bit more. So I can speak from experience, you guys. It is still busy out there. We've seen the lines currently right now slowed down a little bit, but we saw it really busy this morning, and I can tell you right now, the roads definitely busy in certain pockets, especially in those metropolitan areas. As much as I had wished I was the only person on the roads at 4 a.m., again, can speak from experience. Lots of traffic still out there, guys.
Marissa Parra, thanks for being there. Let's bring in Bill Cairns, our meteorologist now. Bill, a lot of people returning home to cold and snow. So where's the system now? Where's it headed?
Yeah, and I think the work from home models really changed when traffic is. It's not the typical before that. A lot of people, if they got to work from home today, maybe they stayed a little extra and they're traveling today or this afternoon instead after working this morning. So the only areas that we have great concerns for is the Great Lakes region. As the cold air moves in over the warm water, we get our typical early season winter lake effect snows. And the very same areas that we talk about every single year will be the ones digging out in the next couple of days. So we do have lake effect snow warnings. Cleveland to Erie does not include Buffalo. It does include Syracuse up to Watertown. Not too much there in northern Michigan, just a little bit of snow, especially around Ironwood, just to the east there of Marquette. But locally, the heaviest snow will be from Cleveland northwards up Interstate 80 along Lake Erie, and then possibly the snow town south of Buffalo. That's where we could get up to a foot. And the Tug Hill Plateau in between Syracuse and Watertown will get the most. That's who could in the next 2 days end up with 2 to 3 feet of snow. But that's very common for them. They're kind of used to that. The rest of the country looks fantastic. No problems for travel today in the west. Middle of the country is chilly, but things are looking pretty good there, and no problems in the southeast. I do want to catch up on one of the accidents over the weekend, and Kate and Zink, feel free to condiment on this story if you want. There was initial reports of a car that did donuts that went off the road, but obviously that was untrue. Hot dogging is the likely cause. The only injury was bruised buns. There's no cure for it, but that's it.
You got any more puns? Keep
That's
going.
it. I'm all out.
It sounds like he's really relished the moment.
There we go.
I think we can.
Oh my gosh.
Let it
Well
go.
done, team.
That's a great shot. I'm glad everybody's okay.
That's the famous Wienermobile. Lodi, Wisconsin, by the way, and everyone was all right.
Love it. Bill Cairns, thanks so much. Well, still ahead, we're going to remember Rosalind Carter. The memorial's getting underway across Georgia to honor the former First Lady. Don't go anywhere. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwat.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Now an NBC News exclusive. Federal agents have busted a massive nationwide fentanyl ring after the deadly overdose of a 20-year-old mother from Washington, D.C. So far, 25 people are facing charges, and there could be even more arrests. NBC's Ken Dilanian got a rare look inside the investigation.
It began with the death of a 20-year-old mom just a month after her baby boy's first birthday.
The estranged boyfriend FaceTimed me. Told me she was not moving.
Another American lost to the scourge of fentanyl.
And what did the police tell you about what they learned shortly afterwards?
Well, the police just told me that it was an overdose.
Law enforcement couldn't save Diamond Lynch, but they could seek justice for her.
We have something we call OD justice.
Ann Milgram is the DEA administrator.
We're getting photos every day.
Her agency partnered with local law enforcement. Their goal?
To stop the traffickers and the source of supply, stop every single part of that supply chain that killed Diamond Lynch and also is killing other Americans.
They started with her cell phone.
Everybody has a cell phone in their pocket, and that basically means everyone has a drug dealer in their pocket.
Much of the dealing done out in the open.
The fentanyl that's killing Americans are being sold on Snapchat, on TikTok, Facebook, Marketplace, Instagram, openly, and on the open media.
From text and Instagram messages, they found the people who sold Diamond the pills. One of them seen here brazenly flashing handfuls of money. They've since been convicted and sentenced to lengthy prison terms. From there, investigators went higher.
We expanded our investigation and identified each rung of the fentanyl supply network.
Tracing their cell phones and Instagram messages to find the people who supplied the dealers with the deadly drug. That network included wholesalers in California selling product made in Mexico with chemicals imported from China, even bragging about the quality of their product on Instagram. Often, authorities say, they smuggled pills in candy boxes like these. So far, 25 people have been charged. All but 2 have pleaded not guilty.
We've been able to trace more than 1 million potential deadly doses of fentanyl coming to the Washington, D.C. area in 1 year.
That's her prom picture right there.
Diamond's mother, now raising her grandson, wants everyone to understand the lethal risk of fentanyl.
Definitely one pill can kill. It's chemical warfare on American citizens, period.
A tragic death brings a measure of justice. Ken Dilanian, NBC News, Washington.
Some hospitals in China are overwhelmed trying to keep up with a surge in children coming in sick with pneumonia-like symptoms. And now the World Health Organization wants to learn more about the respiratory illnesses to see if it could possibly spread. Here's NBC's Janice Mackey-Frayer.
An outbreak of respiratory illness across Beijing and northern China has triggered concern at the World Health Organization, which had requested more detailed information from Chinese health authorities about what doctors here have been dealing with. Hospitals in Beijing and in other cities have been swamped for weeks, mostly children needing treatment for pneumonia-like symptoms. Emergency rooms have been so overwhelmed that the health ministry ordered that fever clinics be open to handle demand. Now, the rising number of cases prompted the WHO to ask for more data. What Chinese health authorities say was a routine request. They said they have found no unusual or novel diseases. This is Chinese officials talking, adding that the flood of cases are the usual mix of known viruses as well as mycoplasma pneumonia, or walking pneumonia, and RSV. All of it linked to the first full cold and flu season here since COVID restrictions were lifted last December. An alert last week on ProMed, a global reporting system for emerging outbreaks, had health experts worried about quote-unquote undiagnosed pneumonia in China because that's what COVID started as before it was called COVID. Now, cases here actually started back in October, and there have been a lot of videos on social media over the past few weeks. Health authorities are now asking parents to hold off on taking their kids to the hospital if their symptoms are mild, to avoid those long wait times and the risk of cross-infection.
Our thanks to Janice McCufrayer for that. Still ahead, half-court hero will show you a high school basketball player's incredible shot.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me.
You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Bottom of the hour now. Here are some of the stories making headlines on NBC News Daily.
A White House official confirmed today that President Biden will not attend the United Nations Climate Summit that begins Thursday in Dubai. Leaders from nearly 200 countries are expected to be in attendance. The White House official did not give a reason for the president's absence. President Biden had attended the two-week summit for the past 2 years.
Pope Francis has postponed several meetings due to breathing difficulties and lung inflammation, according to the Vatican. The pontiff turns 87 next month and has battled health issues for years, also appearing in public in a wheelchair. However, the director of the Vatican press office, Matteo Bruni, released a statement saying, quote, the Pope's condition is good and stationary. He has no fever and his respiratory situation is clearly improving.
And there's been another major coaching shakeup in the NFL this season. The Carolina Panthers fired rookie head coach Frank Reich just after 11 games. Panthers owner David Tepper announced the news in a statement, thanking Reich for his work and dedication to the team. Special teams coordinator Chris Tabor will fill in as the interim head coach now for the Panthers. Reich was just hired in January, and his 11-game tenure is the shortest for a head coach in the last 45 years.
The shooting of 3 students of Palestinian descent in Vermont is sending shockwaves on the campuses of the colleges they each attend.
They all attend universities in the northeastern U.S. 2 of them hold American citizenship. The other is a legal resident. The 3 young men were in Vermont to visit one of their grandmothers over the Thanksgiving break.
NBC News correspondent Shaquille Brewster joins us now from Brown University, where one of those men was shot and is a student. One of the men who was shot is a student at that school. So, Shaq, so much of the discussion and protests over the Israel-Hamas war have really played out on college campuses, and now to have 3 college students who were almost killed must be really jarring and troubling for those at Brown University.
That's exactly right. And look, this issue, the war that's been going on, it definitely has been a topic of focus on campus. There have been demonstrations, there have been protests, but news that one of the students who attended this university was involved in that shooting over the Thanksgiving break, I'll tell you, based on the conversations here, it's still trickling out among the student body here. The university president released a statement just yesterday talking about the shock that she's been feeling, that the community has been feeling, saying that they have sent officials and university personnel to Burlington and that they're taking this seriously. But talking to some students, you're hearing words like frustration, anger, and fear. I want you to listen to what they've been telling me directly.
I was shocked, but also not surprised because there have been other acts of violence that are isolated from this event. So I guess it really hit close to home.
I feel like I would, especially after this shooting that just happened, I definitely feel like I would need to be cautious about how I wear my keffiyeh. And
one student group on campus is actually launching a program for Palestinian American students here, a safe walking program. And that just gives you a sense of the fear that people are feeling, that there's a need for a program like that.
And Shaq, in the meantime, these 3 young men are still in the hospital in various stages of recovery. Is there any event plan to kind of support them there?
Yes, there is. Later this afternoon, there'll be a vigil on the main campus square here at Brown University. We expect not only many student groups, some of those groups that have been protesting and participating in protesting on campus, they will be there, but we'll also see the university president there. It just shows you how folks are trying to come together to focus on the victim here.
All right, Shaquille Brewster on the ground for us. Thanks so much.
The former Minneapolis police officer who was convicted of murdering George Floyd in 2020 was seriously injured in prison over the weekend. Derek Chauvin was stabbed by another inmate at a federal prison in Arizona where he is incarcerated. The Minnesota Attorney General's office says he is expected to survive. NBC News correspondent Maggie Vespa is following this story for us. Maggie, how did this happen? What do we know?
So, Kate, admittedly, what we know is limited at this point, and that's kind of the crux of a complaint that I'll tell you about here in a second from Chauvin's attorneys. But basically, the Federal Bureau of Prisons, which runs this medium security facility in Tucson, confirms that Chauvin was stabbed around 12:30 on Friday by another inmate. They're not saying who that inmate was. They're not saying the motive for the stabbing or how that other inmate was able to get access to Chauvin, such a high-profile inmate himself. That being said, as you talked about, the Attorney General of the state of Minnesota saying that Chauvin should survive. That's kind of the only update that we have on his condition at this time, and saying that he was saddened to hear the news. At the same time, Chauvin's attorney, who's kind of speaking for the family also at this point, says his attorneys and his family haven't been able to get an update on what exactly happened, let alone Chauvin's condition or location, where he's recovering right now. He slammed the Federal Bureau of Prisons for that, saying it was kind of indicative of the chaos going on inside that system, and perhaps, he said, indicative as to how this was potentially able to happen. So still a lot of questions at this point, Kate.
And Maggie, have we heard anything from George Floyd's family?
Briefly. Basically, his brother, Terrence, is the only one speaking out about this. He said he was numb when he heard the headline that the man convicted of murdering his brother in such a public way back in 2020 was attacked in prison. He said he wishes no violence on anyone, said this shouldn't happen to anyone, but he was also quoted by the Associated Press saying, quote, "I'm not going to give my energy towards anything that happens within those 4 walls," seemingly meaning Chauvin's prison cell, because my energy went towards getting him in those 4 walls. So a brief point of contact with the Floyd family as, again, we wait for answers as to how this was allowed to happen, Kate.
Maggie Vespa for us. Maggie, thank you.
Well, Kate, today family, friends, and the nation celebrate the life of Rosalynn Carter. The former First Lady is being remembered in a series of memorial services across Georgia spanning 3 days, starting this morning with a wreath-laying ceremony at her alma mater, Georgia Southwestern State University. NBC News correspondent Blaine Alexander joins us now from outside the Carter Center in Atlanta, Georgia. So, Blaine, we just got news on the guest list. Who is attending? And talk to us about the memorial services planned.
Well, Zinkley, at the very top of that guest list, of course, is former President Carter himself. I understand that according to a source who's familiar with his whereabouts, he is currently in Atlanta. And according to the Carter Center, he is expected to attend tomorrow's memorial service at the church on the campus of Emory University. And that source further tells me that, of course, given that he's 99 years old, all of this is up in the air depending on how he's feeling, how well he rests. But it is a possibility that he could even attend today's ceremony as well. So certainly that's going to be notable. Remember, the 99-year-old former president entered hospice care back in February. He's had very few public appearances since then. But this is, of course, his life partner of more than 70 years. And so certainly seeing him here would be notable. Now, on top of that, we're seeing a wide parade of former commanders-in-chief. We're talking about, of course, the current president, President Joe Biden, First Lady Jill Biden expected to attend, as well as Vice President Kamala Harris and the second gentleman. But the Clintons, former First Lady Michelle Obama, Laura Bush, and Melania Trump are all expected to be in attendance tomorrow. Now, certainly when you think about the role that former First Lady Rosalynn Carter played in kind of carving the significance of the First Lady. She was the first First Lady to hold an office in the East Wing. So many people have nodded to her, and we'll see those tributes coming in throughout the week. Sinclair.
We know you'll stay on it. Blaine Alexander, an important legacy remembered. Thank you.
A deal has been reached to extend a temporary truce in the war between Israel and Hamas for 2 more days. The planned 4-day pause was set to expire today at 5 p.m. Eastern.
It comes as 11 more Israeli hostages are expected to be released any minute now by Hamas in exchange for 33 Palestinian prisoners. That's according to an Egyptian official with knowledge of the negotiations. Now, the White House is also confirming earlier today that 20 additional hostages are expected to be released over just the next 2 days.
In a statement released moments ago, President Biden said he spoke with the family of 4-year-old Abigail Edan. She's the only American hostage to be released so far. He also said the U.S. would take full advantage of the pause in fighting to increase the flow of humanitarian aid into Gaza.
Joining us now is former NBC News Tel Aviv bureau chief Martin Fletcher. Martin, it's good to see you again. So first off, what does the hostage release today and the continued pause in fighting signal to you about negotiations going forward?
That they're going to continue the negotiations going forward. It's very clear that that Hamas is dribbling out the hostages in this sense of 10 hostages released for every extra 24 hours of ceasefire that Israel agrees to. So this is the 4th day now, the end of the immediate agreement. Apparently 2 more days have been agreed, so there'll be 20 more Israeli hostages released in the next 2 days, swapped for 60 Palestinian prisoners in Israeli jails. And then the negotiations will continue. Hamas clearly would like the ceasefire to continue to last as long as possible. And the Israeli prime minister and the Israeli military leadership say they want to resume the war. So negotiations will be very, very deep now to stop Israel from resuming the war and to continue a ceasefire a longer term, more than 2 days.
Martin, we mentioned the only American hostage so far to be released is 4-year-old Abigail Edan, a dual citizen of Israel and the United States. Are you surprised we haven't seen more Americans be released given President Biden's involvement?
Well, actually, Kate, not really. You know, the thing is that the more involved the American president becomes in the specific question of releasing American hostages, that gives Hamas leverage over the United States and over Israel. Hamas realizes that, oh, so America is really going to be pressuring Israel now to continue with the ceasefire in order to get the American hostages released. So we don't know yet exactly who's being released today or the next couple of days, but certainly President Biden's insistence on getting Americans gives Hamas leverage over America and Israel.
And Martin, we'd be remiss not to mention that, of course, some of your own family members were held hostage and some are still being held hostage by Hamas. So first off, once again, we're sorry and grieving alongside you. I understand that 2 were released about a month ago and now 6 more were released over the weekend. How are you and your family members doing with the news?
Well, delighted at the release. I mean, everybody was very concerned about 3-year-old Yael and Nave, who's 8, and the 12-year-old too. I mean, we were very concerned about the children. They're out. They were released on Saturday, but 1 more member of the family is still held hostage, Tal, the father. So, you know, the scenes that we're seeing of it's kind of bittersweet, isn't it? You can't say it's joy. It's just extraordinary relief is what people are feeling. And, you know, fear for how long it's going to take to get Tal out. And again, I have to mention 3 were killed from the family early on. So it's, this is just a roller coaster of emotions, up and down, up and down. I think the main feeling right now is that the children seem to be handling it very well.
Yeah, and it appears that people were, I don't want to say treated all right, but I mean, it appears that people aren't coming out with massive health issues, right?
Okay, yes. I mean, apart
Physical
from the one
health.
lady, yeah, absolutely. Apart from the one lady who seems to be at death's door unless they can save her. Yeah, most of the hostages seem to be in good condition physically. The drama is going to be, of course, dealing with the mental issues, but certainly what we know, the very little we know about how they've been treated, it seems that they had very little food. Many were sleeping on chairs for a very long time, but they didn't seem, there's no stories yet about terrible mistreatment. We don't know yet how they've treated the Israeli soldiers, men and women. That could be quite a different story.
Yeah. Martin Fletcher, always great to have your perspective. Thanks for being with us again.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, up next, we'll bring you the warning signs of the deadliest cancer for Americans. Why lung cancer is not just a concern for smokers. Don't go anywhere. You're watching NBC News Daily.
It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
In today's Daily Health, November is Lung Cancer Awareness Month, and it is not just smokers who are impacted. It is the deadliest cancer among men and women in this country.
This year alone, it's killed approximately 127,000 Americans, and as many as 20% of people who die from lung cancer in the U.S. each year have never even smoked or used any other form of tobacco. That's according to the American Cancer Society. Here to break it all down, oncologist and volunteer medical spokesperson for the American Lung Association, Dr. Jorge Gomez, who joins us now. Thank you so much for being with us.
Thanks for having me.
So first off, why is lung cancer so prevalent, and what are some of the signs that you may have it?
So lung cancer is really prevalent mainly because of tobacco. The main cause of lung cancer, the main risk factor is tobacco consumption. And a lot of people smoke. In the past, many more people smoked, but people still smoke, and so it's still very prevalent. In terms of signs, the most important signs are respiratory symptoms. So shortness of breath, cough, repeated pneumonias, et cetera. And basically what that should drive you to do is to go see your doctor and potentially get a chest X-ray or a CAT scan.
Can we talk about preventative screening? Because I know the American Cancer Society recently updated guidelines on that, and they say something called a low-dose CT scan, you're going to have to put that in English for us, is now something that some people should consider. How have the guidelines changed here?
So the guidelines were just opened up a little bit. It was clear that the people who benefit the most from lung cancer screening are the people who are at high risk, so smokers or past smokers. And what they did was just increase the pool of people who should be screened by decreasing the amount of tobacco that they had to have consumed. So anyone who has smoked a pack a day for 20 years, between the ages of 50 and 80, is at high risk.
That's a pack year, is a pack a day for 20 years?
A pack year is a pack a day for a year.
Got it.
So talk to us about the distinctions between men and women when it comes to lung cancer, if there are any.
Unfortunately, there aren't a lot. There are a couple of things that are different. So in the past, lung cancer was much more common in men than in women, but women started smoking, and then now we're fairly even. Fortunately, the incidence is decreasing in both men and women. There is, in women, a slightly higher tendency to have non-smoking related lung cancer.
Like genetic factors?
In general, lung cancer is not a genetic cancer. It's really environmental.
But there are, like, I did a story once about a woman who has genetically in her family predisposition. A lot of people got lung cancer without being smokers. So I guess that's probably a more rare thing, but it can happen. My question was going to be, if you're one of those people, do you get screened more often? Do you need to do things to change your behavior?
No, again, in general, lung cancer is not a genetic and inherited disease. There are a few families in the world that have inherited lung cancer, but in general, it's really environmental.
And we mentioned at the top of this that around 20% of people who die from lung cancer each year have actually never smoked. So what's that about? Explain that.
There are different causes of lung cancer. Again, tobacco is number one, but passive tobacco, so just exposure to people smoking.
Secondhand smoke.
Secondhand smoke. Radon exposure is also a risk factor for lung cancer, and air pollution. Those are really the biggest ones.
What about vaping? How does that fit in?
So we don't know yet. It isn't clear how that contributes to lung cancer. We know it's not good for you.
Yeah. Well, and any last tips for people who may want to get checked? Can you go to your doctor and say, I want to screen?
So yes, you can go to your doctor and say you want to be screened, and if you qualify, a lot of insurances will pay for it. There is a calculator where you can calculate your risk to see if you have high risk at lung.org. That's the American Lung Association website. Check out the calculator and see if you're at high risk.
Lung.org, and it seems like the thread here is prevention is key. So staying
Correct.
away from that tobacco if you can.
That's correct.
All right, Dr. Jorge Gomez, really interesting to have you, and I'm glad that we're talking about this out loud, because I do think it's one of those cancers that people don't realize. They don't realize how deadly it can be once it's spotted.
That's very true. Thank you.
Thank you, and thanks so much for watching. We've got a lot more news ahead.
You're watching NBC News Daily.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
News lives in the now.
The horrors of the war on full display on both sides of the Israel-Gaza border.
Protesters are on the streets here. Most of the time, the Iron Dome works, but a few get through. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We've got some good news this afternoon about what it means to win. A high school basketball player making an incredible shot that he and his classmates will never forget.
The Arizona school celebrating with a show of unity and inclusion.
This was the legendary once-in-a-lifetime buzzer beater that kids at Liberty High School in Peoria, Arizona will be talking about for years.
T from three-point range. His 18th point of the night. Everyone crowds around him. A moment he will never forget.
See that player in the white shirt? That's junior Tonatiuh Ramirez. Everyone calls him T. There he is, making his half-court hoop dream come true with just seconds to go. His proud mom, Rocio, in the stands and over the moon.
I feel, oh, you're my son, you did it.
That was fantastic.
That incredible moment, a point of pride for Coach Jessie Wilk.
There you go, T.
She runs Lincoln High's Unified Sports Program.
Go, Taylor. Go, Nicholas.
Giving students with special needs like T the courage and confidence to pursue their passions.
The Unified program at Liberty High School is a program that combines students with disabilities and then students without disabilities, and we have different classes. So our class is Unified Sport. It's my favorite class of the day.
20 seconds, 20 seconds.
For Coach Wilkes, seeing T celebrated that day was about more than just a win on the court. It was a victory too, she says, for breaking down barriers and making everyone feel included.
Sorry, wasn't expecting to tear up. The program means a lot to me, and so seeing this light being shined on our students with disabilities, it really means a lot. So just that these students have that moment all together, and then to see our student body surround T like that, I think everyone in that gym got better that day.
T's favorite player, the guy that inspires him the most, is Steph Curry. And so just in case Steph Curry's watching out there, maybe you want to
could make someone's
out
day.
this kid.
I love that story. Thank you, Kate, for that. Well, let's take a look now at some of the other stories trending right now.
First Lady Jill Biden has unveiled this year's White House holiday decorations. Always nice. The theme is described as magic, wonder, and joy. Included in the decorations, obviously some trains, 98 Christmas trees, more than 142,000 twinkling lights, but who's counting, and nearly 34,000 ornaments. All about the numbers this year. The First Lady says she hopes the decorations will inspire visitors to embrace their inner child this holiday season.
I kind of love that.
Yeah.
Well, you've heard of a full moon or a blue moon, but did you happen to catch last night's beaver moon? According to the Old Farmer's Almanac, November's full moon is known as the beaver moon because this is the time of year when the animals would begin to shelter in their lodgers, but bad news, fur traders in this country would trap them.
Oh, wow.
So
that
sorry to
ended
be
in a way I wasn't expecting.
Buzzkill, but yeah.
But the moon was cool.
The moon is pretty. The moon is pretty.
Taylor Swift's Eras Tour. I know you love it when we talk about Taylor Swift.
I do.
Her concert movie is coming to streaming now. So now you can just shout in your own living room and sing along. It's going to be released on demand on Swift's birthday, December 13th. 3 additional songs, The Archer, Long Live, and Wildest Dreams, will be on this release, which will push the film's total length to close to 3 hours.
Whoa.
You got to be committed.
And there are going to be some new songs, I hear. Word on the street. I think you said that.
Yeah, I said 3 songs.
You mentioned. I'm excited. Well, in other film music news, the former members of Destiny's Child reunited to celebrate Beyonce during her film premiere this weekend. All the members of Destiny's Child attended the premiere and walked the chrome-colored carpet for Queen Bee's Renaissance concert film. The concert film will hit theaters December 1st, and trust, I'm going to be there, folks, December 2nd.
I wish you could have gotten tickets for Friday. Thursday, but you're going Saturday.
But maybe I get to go for work. You hear that, boss? That'd be great.
There you go. Like, cover it as a story.
Yeah.
Merriam-Webster has announced the 2023 Word of the Year. I kid you not.
Drumroll.
Authentic. The editor-at-large says the rise of AI helped drive the interest in the word. He says the word's become the gold standard for building trust. You got a lot of authenticity here on NBC News Daily.
That's right. I'm Zink Class.
I'm Kate Snow.
You're watching Daily.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, you know, right? 5 seconds. There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses by the hammer delivery.
All right, it just me too. Hi, everyone. So good to be with you. I'm Zink Class.
And I'm Kate Snow. NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today, Monday, November 27th, 2023. Breaking news. Truce extended. Israel and Hamas extend their temporary ceasefire. Even more hostages expected to be exchanged for Palestinian prisoners. How long the truce is set to last and who could be released next.
Fueled by hate, 3 college students of Palestinian descent are recovering now after being shot in Vermont. What we're learning about the suspect and the victims.
Ready for takeoff, millions of travelers are on their way home today after the busiest day of travel for air travel.
Everything went so smooth. It was so nice. We just had no trouble.
No trouble. What the TSA did right to get passengers flying through security.
And click to save. Cyber Monday's here. Retailers are promising big discounts. How you can score the best deals before you check out.
I am so ready to shop, and I've got my stretchy pants on post-Thanksgiving. I don't know about you.
Yes, definitely. I have a skirt on that has elastic. We begin, though, with very serious news. Now we're going to start with the Israel-Hamas war. A deal has been reached now to extend the pause in fighting for 2 more days.
Yeah, the original 4-day-long truce was set to expire today, and the announcement comes as Israel's military says another group of hostages is on its way to Israeli territory. Now, the temporary ceasefire has led to emotional reunions like like this one, a mother embracing her son after she spent 50 days in captivity.
We also have new images of 4-year-old American Abigail Edan with relatives at the Children's Hospital in Israel today. Her parents were murdered during the Hamas terror attack on October 7th. She was released yesterday. President Biden says he spoke with Abigail's family today and is working with Israeli counterparts to make sure she gets the care she needs.
Joining us now, NBC News correspondent Aaron McLaughlin in Tel Aviv and NBC News White House correspondent Ali Rafa in Washington, D.C. Aaron, I'll start with you on the ground there. What do we know about the plan to extend the pause in fighting? And what about the group of hostages released today?
Well, Zinclay, this is certainly good news for the estimated 150 hostages still being held by Hamas in Gaza. The Qatari officials, as well as Hamas, announcing earlier today this extension, a 2-day extension, but it could even go on longer than that. Originally, the deal that was agreed upon was 4 days, 50 hostages for 150 Palestinians being held in Israeli prisons. But there was always the option, in the view of Israeli officials, for Hamas to take the initiative and agree to an extension. And the way in which they get that extension is releasing 10 more hostages. For every 10 hostages they release, they get another day of ceasefire, another day of respite for the people of Gaza, and also an opportunity for more humanitarian aid to get into Gaza, something that the White House is drawing attention to in a statement that they put out today. Let me just read you what it has to say. It's saying, we are taking full advantage of the pause in fighting to increase the amount of humanitarian aid moving into Gaza, and we will continue our efforts to build a future of peace and dignity for the Palestinian people. Now, we are waiting on an estimated 11 hostages that would bring the total to 50 under the original 4-day agreement. We're waiting for those 11 hostages to cross into Egypt, and word that they are in safe hands with Israeli soldiers. Guys.
Aaron, thank you. Ali, let me go to you. What is the White House saying about this extension of the ceasefire and the Americans who are still being held hostage?
Yeah, Kate, well, White House spokesperson Admiral John Kirby talked about this during today's White House press briefing, saying that the president played a key role in brokering not just the original deal, but also sealing the deal on this extension of a ceasefire. As you heard Aaron mention, White House officials are talking about the benefits for all parties involved for this to be extended, talking about ramping up that humanitarian aid, working for peace for the Palestinian people. And Kirby talked about how Hamas could potentially try to benefit from this extension during the briefing. Listen here.
I want to stress, and this was always part of the calculus, any discussion of pauses was always part of the calculus, that Hamas might try to benefit from it. But so too have the Israeli people benefited by the return of their loved ones and hostages. So too have the American people benefited now with little Abigail back with her family. So again, it's a balance.
And Kate, on the remaining Americans, Kirby said it's still unclear whether of the roughly what U.S. officials believe to be 8 or 9 remaining Americans in Gaza, whether Americans would be among the next hostage releases potentially today or in the next few days. He said that there is still hope that 2 American women who fit the criteria of the terms of release will be released soon. But he also said that there isn't confirmation on the conditions and exact locations of all of these hostages, also saying that the U.S. cannot confirm that all of them are being held by Hamas as opposed to other terrorist groups operating inside Gaza, Kate.
All right, Ali Rafa, Aaron McLaughlin, thanks to you both.
We're learning new details about what led up to 3 college students of Palestinian descent being shot over the weekend in Vermont. The 3 men survived and remain in the hospital right now. They were wearing those scarves you see in this photo. The scarves are called keffiyehs. Am I saying that right?
Keffiyehs.
Keffiyehs. Thank you. Wanted to make sure to get that right. And they're a symbol of Palestinian identity. Federal and local authorities are now working to determine whether this may have been a hate crime. The suspect is 48-year-old Jason Eaton. He was arraigned today in Burlington after he was arrested near the crime scene on Sunday. He pled not guilty to 3 counts of attempted murder. NBC News investigative correspondent Tom Winter joins us now. So, Tom, first, can you just bring us up to speed on this investigation?
remains very much ongoing because, of course, investigators are trying to determine what is the motive here. Now, we don't have anything that overtly says hate, but as we heard from the Burlington Police Department's police chief over the weekend saying, look, we cannot ignore, I mean, just listen to the first couple of minutes of this show. We cannot ignore the world that we live in and the fact that these 3 Palestinian-American students who are here at prestigious universities all across the Northeast came here from the West Bank to study, were shot at, apparently attacked in the middle of the street at 6:25 on Saturday night going to someone's dinner party. So that's how this all went down. According to the court documents, one of the people who was shot here, identified as Keenan Abdulhamid, he was able to see this person allegedly come off of their porch or off of the house of their apartment and directly go at him and not say a word, just start firing. And it wasn't until later that he realized that he himself was shot. So he provided clearly some important details to police in the course of this investigation.
And Tom, I know at the press conference earlier today, it was said that these seem to be hateful acts, but they weren't sure yet. It sounded like whether it's a hate crime, quote unquote. What's the distinction there? What does it take to prove hate crime?
So police, the FBI, the U.S. Attorney's Office would have to uncover information that specifically said that the motivation for this incident, for this attack, was based on some sort of a hate crime, that these individuals were attacked because they were, in fact, Palestinian American or any other sort of protected status. So Jason Eaton, the person charged here, allegedly told the ATF, I've been waiting for you when you arrived, and they were able to match the same type and make of bullets that were found at the scene to those that were inside his apartment. Based upon that and his statements to them, very limited statements, that's the reason why they were able to charge him. But he hasn't said any reason that we know of, at least at this point, as to why he did this.
Yeah, really chilling details, and we know you'll continue to bring us the latest. Tom Winter, thank you.
Well, winter weather's causing issues for people returning home after Thanksgiving today.
The TSA is saying yesterday was the busiest travel day ever, with nearly 3 million people flying. Thankfully, there weren't too many flight delays or cancellations like we saw last year.
On the roads, though, it was a little bit of a different story. Drivers are dealing with slick conditions, including this guy in Wisconsin. Officers were called to help when the Oscar Mayer Wienermobile slid off the road. Meteorologist Bill Cairns is sort of obsessed with that picture.
I mean,
Bill?
frankly, it could have been worse.
Oh, no. Here we go. Go. Keep going.
No, that's it.
That's it? No more puns?
We'll save everyone from the
catch up
fun-sized
with
jokes,
you.
yes.
Yeah.
All right, so let's get into that storm, by the way, that did hit Chicago, Wisconsin, with Illinois, with some snowy travel and delays over the weekend, has moved the cold air through the Great Lakes. And this is really the first time we've had a significant surge of cold air over the relatively warm water. So the lake effect snow machine is finally turned on. It's been a little delayed. It's actually, snow's been delayed a lot of places around the country, mostly because it's been too warm. But now we have a snow band setting up just south of Buffalo and a few snow bands coming off here just north of Syracuse. So the lake effect snow is the heaviest stuff. The pictures you'll see in the next couple days will be from Cleveland to Erie, south of Buffalo. It looks like most of it will avoid downtown Buffalo. And then north of Syracuse up towards Watertown on what we call the Tug Hill Plateau, a little elevated area, kind of helps to wring the moisture out. That area could see somewhere up to 3 feet. It's common. That's not like a big headline. That happens every winter, maybe 2 or 3 times. These areas near Erie to Bradford, Pennsylvania, that's where they possibly could see a couple inches, maybe enough that you have to plow and shovel. But here's the 7-day snow forecast. This is the snow I just talked about. Some nuisance stuff will head into Minnesota and Wisconsin. Finally, the mountains are going to get some. The beginning of ski season has been very rough. It was not pretty Thanksgiving weekend skiing in Colorado, Utah, many of the mountains in California. We're going to get some snow this week. But as we head towards the first week of December, this is the temperature profile map. I mean, expect well above average temperatures everywhere in the east. Don't put the shorts away yet in the southeast. And we're also going to have some rainy weather with that too, possibly all the way up into New England. So just because the calendar's turning to December, don't expect it to look like it.
All right, Bill Cairns, thank you.
Thank you. We relish in your reports.
You guys got to stop. Get
it?
I got it. Today's CNBC Money Minute now. Honda issuing a major recall.
And police are warning parents about a new iPhone feature. Bertha Coombs joins us now. Hey, Bertha.
Yeah, that feature freaked me out when I updated my phone. But let's start off first, Kate Sinclair with Honda. It's recalling tens of thousands of vehicles because of an issue that could make accidents more dangerous. The automaker says the 300,000 affected 2022 to 2023 HR, VS, and Accords could be missing a small component of the seatbelt pretensioner, which is the part of the seatbelt that makes it tighten in a crash. No injuries so far or deaths have been reported because of that issue. Meantime, TikTok's parent company, ByteDance, is slashing hundreds of jobs in its gaming division. Source tells CNBC the business will not shut down completely, but is being scaled back. The cuts come after years of investment into gaming in an attempt to challenge market leaders. And some law enforcement agencies are warning iPhone users about the new iOS update. The name drop feature in the update allows users to share contact information by simply holding Apple devices close together. Now, the transfer can be canceled by turning off your phone or moving away from the other device. Personally, I found it was happening because I have a work phone and a personal phone. You can turn it off in your settings. So go into your settings, go into the AirDrop, and then you can turn that off. Otherwise, your phones are going to go bzzz every time you put them together.
Am I the only one who's struggling with all kinds of things since this update?
There's been a lot of updates.
This new one, I don't know. All my contacts seem to be different. I don't know.
But if you need mine, just,
Yeah, we could just
touch them. Bertha, thank you.
Coming up, we will go back to school. Portland teachers reach a tentative deal to end a nearly month-long strike where kids were out of school, what was agreed to, and how students are reacting.
Plus, honoring Rosalind Carter. Thousands are paying their respects to the former First Lady today in Atlanta. Who's expected to be there? We'll have that and a lot more. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever. Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters. Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
The former Minneapolis police officer convicted of murdering George Floyd in 2020 is hurt after being attacked in prison on Friday. Derek Chauvin was stabbed by another inmate at the federal prison in Arizona, where he's been incarcerated. The Minnesota Attorney General's office says he's expected to survive. NBC News correspondent Maggie Vespa is following this story for us. So, Maggie, what exactly happened here, and what is his condition right now?
Yeah, so we're still waiting, Sinclair, to hear what exactly happened. The Federal Bureau of Prison kind of released just a limited statement with the details you just gave, that this happened Friday afternoon inside that federal facility in Tucson, Arizona. It's a medium security facility. We're told it happened around 12:30. What they're not saying is who they believe stabbed Derek Chauvin, why they stabbed him, and how that person got access to such a high-profile inmate. Obviously, Chauvin, again, in that medium security facility, what we don't know is whether he was in general population, whether he was isolated, all those kinds of things. So still waiting on a lot of details. That being said, the Attorney General's office, as you pointed out, saying that he should survive. We're also told reportedly he is in stable condition. And his attorney at this point is blasting the Federal Bureau of Prisons, saying that Chauvin's family and his own attorneys have been trying to get information, again, as to what happened, as to how exactly this could have happened, and where exactly he's recovering, what exactly his condition is. And he says that they haven't been able to get that info either. So still a lot of questions 3 days after this attack, Sinclair.
Yeah, and Maggie, you talked about what Chauvin's attorney and family are saying. Have we heard from George Floyd's family? I understand that Chauvin is serving around a 20-year sentence right now.
He is, and he's also serving a federal and a state sentence. We have briefly heard from George Floyd's family, actually his brother, Terrence, the only one to speak. He spoke briefly to the Associated Press, saying that when he saw the headline initially, he said he was numb and that no one deserves this kind of violence. And then he said, quote, "I'm not going to give my energy towards anything that happens within those four walls because my energy went towards getting him," meaning Chauvin, in those four walls. So not much from George Floyd's family. And again, we are still waiting on a lot of information just to this latest layer of this, again, awful story, Sinclair.
Maggie Vespa with the latest. Thank you.
Today in Georgia, people are paying their final respects to former First Lady Rosalynn Carter. Her casket arrived at the Jimmy Carter Presidential Library in Atlanta this afternoon, where she will lie in repose ahead of her funeral on Wednesday. NBC News correspondent Blaine Alexander joins us now from outside the Carter Center. Blaine, tell us more about the events to honor the former First Lady and who's attending.
Well, Kate, this is day one of a 3-day kind of long process of different ceremonies happening really across the state of Georgia. Right here in Atlanta, of course, she's coming to the Carter Center. That's the place that she and her husband founded after they left the White House. Now, as for who's attending, certainly a long list of dignitaries, but at the top of that list is former President Carter himself. According to the Carter Center, he is expected to attend tomorrow's memorial service that's going to be held on the campus of Emory University. And a source familiar with the former president's whereabouts tells me that he is currently in Atlanta right now, and depending on how he and you can see right there the live visuals, depending on how he feels, there was discussion of him even attending today's ceremony. Now, that's notable. He's 99 years old. He's been in hospice care since February, so to see the former president honoring his wife of 77 years would certainly be notable. In addition to that, Kate, we're talking about current and former occupants of the White House. President Joe Biden, the First Lady, are expected to come down, as well as former President Clinton, former First Lady Hillary Clinton, as well as the former First Ladies, all of the remaining former First Ladies. So we're talking about Michelle Obama, we're talking about Laura Bush, and of course Melania Trump, all expected to come down here and honor former First Lady Rosalynn Carter. It's certainly notable when you think, Kate, about her contributions to just the legacy of the First Lady. She was the first First Lady to hold an office in the East Wing. Michelle Obama and many others pay tribute to her, and we're going to see more of those tributes tomorrow. Kate.
All right, Blaine Alexander for us. Blaine, thank you.
Coming up, campus concerns how college students are reacting to the shooting of 3 young men of Palestinian descent. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News.
Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from the
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks. Let me get a hand.
Now an NBC News exclusive. Federal agents have busted a massive nationwide fentanyl ring after the deadly overdose of a 20-year-old mother from Washington, D.C. So far, 25 people are facing charges, and there could be even more arrests. NBC's Ken Dilanian got a rare look inside the investigation.
It began with the death of a 20-year-old mom just a month after her baby boy's first birthday.
The estranged boyfriend FaceTimed me. Told me she was not moving.
Another American lost to the scourge of fentanyl.
And what did the police tell you about what they learned shortly afterwards?
Well, the police just told me that it was an overdose.
Law enforcement couldn't save Diamond Lynch, but they could seek justice for her.
We have something we call OD justice.
Ann Milgram is the DEA administrator.
We're getting photos every day.
Her agency partnered with local law enforcement. Their goal?
To stop the traffickers and the source of supply, stop every single part of that supply chain that killed Diamond Lynch and also is killing other Americans.
They started with her cell phone.
Everybody has a cell phone in their pocket, and that basically means everyone has a drug dealer in their pocket.
Much of the dealing done out in the open.
The fentanyl that's killing Americans are being sold on Snapchat, on TikTok, Facebook, Marketplace, Instagram, openly, and on the open media.
From text and Instagram messages, they found the people who sold Diamond the pills. One of them seen here brazenly flashing handfuls of money. They've since been convicted and sentenced to lengthy prison terms. From there, investigators went higher.
We expanded our investigation and identified each rung of the fentanyl supply network.
Tracing their cell phones and Instagram messages to find the people who supplied the dealers with the deadly drug. That network included wholesalers in California selling product made in Mexico with chemicals imported from China, even bragging about the quality of their product on Instagram. Often, authorities say, they smuggled pills in candy boxes like these. So far, 25 people have been charged. All but 2 have pleaded not guilty.
We've been able to trace more than 1 million potential deadly doses of fentanyl coming to the Washington, D.C. area in 1 year.
That's her prom picture right there.
Diamond's mother, now raising her grandson, wants everyone to understand the lethal risk of fentanyl.
Definitely one pill can kill. It's chemical warfare on American citizens, period.
A tragic death brings a measure of justice. Ken Dilanian, NBC News, Washington.
Some hospitals in China are overwhelmed trying to keep up with a surge in children coming in sick with pneumonia-like symptoms. And now the World Health Organization wants to learn more about the respiratory illnesses to see if it could possibly spread. Here's NBC's Janice Mackey-Frayer.
An outbreak of respiratory illness across Beijing and northern China has triggered concern at the World Health Organization, which had requested more detailed information from Chinese health authorities about what doctors here have been dealing with. Hospitals in Beijing and in other cities have been swamped for weeks, mostly children needing treatment for pneumonia-like symptoms. Emergency rooms have been so overwhelmed that the health ministry ordered that fever clinics be open to handle demand. Now, the rising number of cases prompted the WHO to ask for more data. What Chinese health authorities say was a routine request. They said they have found no unusual or novel diseases. This is Chinese officials talking, adding that the flood of cases are the usual mix of known viruses as well as mycoplasma pneumonia, or walking pneumonia, and RSV, all of it linked to the first full cold and flu season here since COVID restrictions were lifted last December. An alert last week on ProMed, a global reporting system for emerging outbreaks, had health experts worried about quote-unquote undiagnosed pneumonia in China because that's what COVID started as before it was called COVID. Now, cases here actually started back in October, and there have been a lot of videos on social media over the past few weeks. Health authorities are now asking parents to hold off on taking their kids to the hospital if their symptoms are mild, to avoid those long wait times and the risk of cross-infection.
Our thanks to Janice McCufrayer for that. Still ahead, half-court hero will show you a high school basketball player's incredible shot.
Stories coming to you live from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds.
What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Bottom of the hour now. Here are some of the stories making headlines on NBC News Daily.
A White House official confirmed today that President Biden will not attend the United Nations Climate Summit that begins Thursday in Dubai. Leaders from nearly 200 countries are expected to be in attendance. The White House official did not give a reason for the president's absence. President Biden had attended the two-week summit for the last 2 years.
Opening statements today in the trial of rap star Young Thug, who is facing gang-related charges. The Atlanta rapper is accused of co-founding a violent street gang in that city, disguising it as his music label YSL. Prosecutors in the case reportedly plan on using his own lyrics as evidence of the gang's existence. Young Thug has been in jail for over 560 days ahead of the trial. Due to various delays, he has pleaded not guilty to all charges.
And The Late Show is off air this week after host Stephen Colbert suffered from a ruptured appendix. This is the second medical issue to postpone new episodes in the last 2 months. Colbert canceled a week of shows as he recovered from COVID-19 in October. The Late Show was also off air all summer due to the writer's strike.
A lot of people are reacting today to the shooting of 3 students of Palestinian descent in Vermont. All 3 of those students attend colleges in the Northeast. 2 of them are American citizens. The third is a legal resident. So much of the discussion and debate, even confrontations here in the U.S. over the Israel-Hamas war, have taken place on college campuses. And now this new shooting is reigniting concerns about safety on campus. NBC News correspondent Shaquille Brewster is at Brown University, where Hisham Awartani is a junior. He's one of those 3 men who were shot in Vermont. Shaq, what are you hearing from students there today?
Hi there, Kate. Well, you know, so many students were away at home for their Thanksgiving break, so as they're returning to campus, some of them are just learning that one of their classmates was involved in that shooting this weekend. But here on campus, in just about an hour, there'll be a vigil for Hisham right in the main campus area over my shoulder. And there, many students will learn, and you'll see the university president there, as well as many of the student groups that have been involved in reaction and response to the war for more than the past month. I want you to listen to what some students have been telling me about their reaction once they heard that one of their classmates was impacted here.
It was like devastating, you know, to hear something like that happen. Just like so, I don't know, felt like such a blind act of like, I don't know, just to have that happen.
Wow, like it, you know, it could happen to me. It could have happened to any of my like other peers. So that was the first. I think the first thought was like, damn, that's terrifying, and also just very angering, I think, very frustrating.
Those words that she said, angering, frustrating, fear, those are the words that I continue to hear from people who knew about this and are now concerned about what it could mean for them, Kate.
And Chuck, President Biden just released a statement on the shooting. What is he saying?
Yes, he talked about how he and the First Lady are devastated and shocked by this shooting. I want to read a little bit of the statement directly, where he starts by saying they were simply spending Thanksgiving gathered with family and loved ones, but he says that we are grateful to the Burlington Police Department as well as those federal law enforcement partners for their swift work identifying and arresting a suspect. We do know that President Biden spoke directly to the mayor of Burlington right before that press conference earlier this afternoon. The president making clear that he's focused on this, as so many people in the Brown area and also in the Burlington area are focused on the shooting and the impact and fear that many people have as a result of what happened this weekend, Kate.
Yeah, understandable. Shaq Brewster, thank you.
Conversations about the war are not just taking place on college campuses, they're also taking place online. A lot of attention has been placed on X, formerly known as Twitter, since Elon Musk took over the company. A lot of users reported a spike in hate speech on the platform. Musk himself amplified anti-Semitic conspiracy theory on X a few weeks ago, leading some major advertisers to leave the platform. Today, Elon Musk traveled to Israel and met with the country's prime minister. Musk and Netanyahu visited the community that was attacked by Hamas on October 7th. NBC News correspondent Jake Ward joins me now. So, Jake, first off, what was the point of this trip ultimately? Is this about business, or is it almost an apology tour for the many challenges Musk has faced?
Well, Zinkley, it certainly had the feeling of an apology tour. As you mentioned there, Musk has been under fire for the last basically week and a half since he seemed to endorse an anti-Semitic conspiracy theory on his own platform and led to the outrage and withdrawal of advertising revenue that followed. You know, we're looking at a platform that at this point seems to be losing tens of millions of dollars and charges that he had engaged with this anti-Semitic content and is promoting hate speech, along with a long pattern of that kind of content from Musk in the past, seems to have led him to make this trip. He seems to have gotten what he wanted out of it, posting on X afterwards, actions speak louder than words, seeming to declare that the optics here are exactly what he intended, Zinkley.
And Jake, what about the optics for Israel or Netanyahu? Do they gain anything from his visit?
They certainly do. You have to remember, right, Zinkley, he's not just the CEO of Tesla, SpaceX, and the platform X. He's also the CEO of Starlink, the huge communications satellite network that has been a lifeline for communities all over the world, and in some cases has been a terribly important piece of tactical hardware. In this case, Shlomo Karhai, the communications minister under Netanyahu, posted afterwards on X that he had secured an agreement with Musk to not give the residents of Gaza access to Starlink internet unless the Israeli authorities authorize it ahead of time. And so here we have a coming together of two people in what looks like a simple sort of diplomatic mission, but it turns out there was something very important in it for each of them, and they both seem to have gotten what they wanted here, Zinkley.
Yeah, a lot of layers in this one. Jake Ward, thank you.
Around 45,000 students in Oregon's largest school district are back in class today after a nearly month-long teachers' strike. Over the weekend, the union representing Portland teachers, counselors, and other school employees reached a tentative deal with the city's public school district. Joining us now, NBC News correspondent Steve Patterson. Steve, I have a nephew who missed 11 days of school and went back today. What can teachers expect from the agreement, and how are parents in Portland reacting to news like this?
Kate. Yeah, your nephew, one of 45,000 students spread out over 81 schools, as you mentioned, missing 11 days of class. Had this stretched on any longer, it would have been way worse. Teachers, administrators, students wanted to get a deal done as soon as possible, and they did. Here's what was on the table. I want to show you what teachers were asking for. Obviously, fair pay, fair compensation. They wanted an improvement in that. Class sizes were ballooning, in their standpoint, out of control, and more planning time for teachers as well. What they wound up with was a 13.8 increase percentage-wise cumulative over the next 3 years or so. That's 6.25, then 4.5, then 3 over the next 3 years. Teachers happy with that, somewhere in the middle of where they were trying to aim for. But who's really happy are the parents. Of course, we caught up with parents in Portland Public. Here's what they're saying about just the sense of relief now that this is done. Listen to this.
My kindergartner had just started at a brand new school, and she's going to basically have to readjust to that whole thing all over again. So I think we all wish it could have happened much faster.
If they didn't go back yet, it would have been another really rough week. I'm very, very, very thankful that they came up with an agreement.
So I was like, school's back tomorrow, and they were both like, yay! Like, very, very excited.
Important to say that this is still a temporary agreement until the deal is officially ratified. That vote expected at some point tomorrow. Kate?
All right, Steve Patterson, thanks.
Well, Kate, the post-Thanksgiving travel rush is nearly over, and this year it's breaking records. The TSA says yesterday was the busiest day ever for air travel, with nearly 3 million people flying. But as NBC's Tom Costello shows us, despite all the crowds, things were pretty smooth.
Welcome to the week after the busiest travel day ever, with post-Thanksgiving crowds surging through just about every airport nationwide.
Hopefully we can get through this line and get to our gate pretty quickly.
The TSA says it screened nearly 3 million passengers on Sunday. That shatters the previous record set back in June. Among the busiest airports, look at this. LAX with an estimated 230,000 passengers on Sunday. In Atlanta, 30,000 passengers were screened by 9 a.m. yesterday. Despite the rush, few reports of any problems.
Everything went so smooth. It was so nice. We just had no trouble.
We were using the TSA app to kind of look ahead of time, and it showed that there wasn't any security lines, so that kind of helped alleviate the stress a little bit.
One rather big exception, the Midwest, with a major winter storm causing hundreds of flight delays, but few cancellations at Chicago O'Hare. Meanwhile, AAA says more than 49 million Americans were driving over Thanksgiving. With all those drivers getting relief at the pump, the average per gallon now $3.25 for regular, down more than 30 cents from last year. In 2022, a driver traveling from Dallas to Denver would have spent roughly $114 on gas. This year, it's closer to $100. Welcome news heading into the Christmas travel rush.
With gas prices falling below $3 a gallon in more states as we approach Christmas, driving may be the best answer for how you get to loved ones for the holidays.
If you're planning to fly over Christmas and New Year's, experts say there are still deals to be found, with the most popular domestic destinations including New York, Orlando, L.A., Las Vegas, and Denver. For international trips, Tokyo, London, Paris, Shanghai, and Mexico City. Tom Costello, NBC News.
Tom, thank you. Well, before we go to break time for today's Daily Snapshot, the holiday season is in full swing. Take a look at this Christmas market in Krakow, Poland. It was named Europe's best Christmas market by Christmas Tree World, a UK-based Christmas tree seller. Now, this specific market was picked for being featured on TikTok and Instagram for having a picture-perfect setting.
Yeah, that is picture-perfect.
It's beautiful.
I love a good Christmas market. By the way, speaking of picture-perfect, the Rockefeller Center tree is going to be lit this Wednesday live on NBC. Coverage starts at 8 p.m. Eastern. Zinkley and I will be looking out the windows.
Oh, absolutely.
Watching.
My favorite time of year.
Much more NBC News Daily right after this.
on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samoa.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
This is an NBC News special report. Here's Lester Holt.
Good day, everyone. We're coming on the air with breaking news in the Middle East, where the fourth group of Israeli hostages taken captive by Hamas has just been released. As we also learned today that Israel and Hamas both agreed to extend their truce and pave the way for more hostages to potentially be freed in the coming days. According to the Israeli Defense Forces, the Red Cross says there are 11 Israeli hostages now in their custody. You can see video from Al Jazeera that appears to show them here. Today's news brings the total number of freed Israeli hostages up to 50, the number that Israel and Hamas agreed to last week. In exchange, Qatar just said Israel released 33 more Palestinian prisoners, bringing the number of Palestinians released up to 150 since the truce began. That truce will now stay in place for another 2 days, and as we said, leaving the door open for more hostages to be released. Let's get straight to our chief foreign correspondent, Richard Engel. Richard, what happens next for these hostages, and what can we expect in the coming days now that this truce has been extended?
So we're talking about a new batch of hostages, 11 Israelis. They are 2 women described as mothers and 9 children. The Red Cross says they are in their custody. The Israeli military confirmed that they have been handed over by Hamas to the Red Cross and are making their way to Israel. They are all from a single kibbutz, the kibbutz of Nir Oz, which is right along the Gaza border. It was one of the first places that Hamas attacked on October 7th. Now they will be heading to first a military base. That is the assumption. All of the freed hostages have first gone to an Israeli military base and then taken to a hospital. Generally, the hospitals are where these family reunifications take place. After the hostages are given medical treatment, after they're giving some psychological treatment, it is also a private place where they can meet with relatives, they can meet with supporters without the glare of the media, without the attention of potentially unwanted friends or relatives. So this is a very important time for Israel, and it comes just as the deal has been extended. This deal was supposed to end in about an hour and a half from now, and according to Qatari mediators who are key in brokering this truce, it has been extended for 2 more days. So we'll see if this leads to a breakthrough. Qatari negotiators hope that this can become a basis of trust and the start of a larger peace agreement to stop the fighting in the Gaza Strip on a more permanent basis. But the Israeli government says this is strictly about the hostages and that its campaign against Hamas will continue.
And Richard, we note no Americans among this current group. How is the decision made? Is it Hamas, or is it a point of negotiation as to who gets released and how much notice is given as to who will be released?
An incredibly complex question. It sounds very easy, but it is really a negotiated process. And I think that's why we've seen so many delays over the course of these last several days, because Hamas will put out a list. The Israelis will discuss the list. There'll be back and forth discussions. The Qataris, because the Israelis and Hamas don't communicate directly, so the Qataris, or in some cases the Egyptians, have to relay bad news and objections between the two sides. So the lists are formed by something of a consensus process with the two sides proposing who they want to free. But the general parameters are understood. Hamas says it is releasing civilians, which it classifies as women and children, and in exchange, the Israeli government is releasing minors and female prisoners from its jails.
All right, Richard, thank you. Let's Let's go to NBC News White House correspondent Monica Alba. We know the administration has been central to these negotiations. What's the reaction to what we've seen and heard so far?
Lester, the president has been deeply engaged in these conversations, leading to the news today that that temporary truce would be extended by 2 days. We know it was President Biden himself who spoke to his counterpart in Qatar over the weekend when there was a snag to potentially release more hostages. The administration says it was the president trying to communicate to try to get that resolved that got that back on track, and that it was a conversation yesterday specifically with Prime Minister Netanyahu where they discussed this idea of this extension, and where both the U.S. and Israel felt strongly that that would be the key to getting more hostages out. It also came on the same day yesterday as we saw the release of the first American, that dual Israeli-American citizen, just 4 years old, Abigail Edan, who turned 4 in captivity on Friday after her parents were murdered brutally by Hamas. She is now reunited with family members. The president spoke with some of them yesterday, and today he is discussing the need for continuing this temporary ceasefire to get more Americans out. We know there are at least 2 more women who would fit the criteria of this initial framework that the U.S. is hoping to see released, that it does not appear they are a part of the group today, but likely could be included perhaps tomorrow or the next day, though none of that is finalized yet. In total, we know there were around 10 Americans believed to be held, Lester, but the president says he will not rest until they all come home.
All right, Monica, thanks very much. That's our special report. I'm Lester Holt in New York. Good day.
News lives in the now.
The horrors of war on full display on both sides of the Israel-Gaza border.
Protesters are on the streets here. Most of the time, the Iron Dome works, but a few get through. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Top Story is coming to you live from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We've got some good news this afternoon about what it means to win. A high school basketball player making an incredible shot that he and his classmates will never forget.
The Arizona school celebrating with a show of unity and inclusion.
This was the legendary, once-in-a-lifetime buzzer beater that kids at Liberty High School in Peoria, Arizona will be talking about for years.
T from three-point range. His 18th point of the night. Everyone crowds around him. a moment he will never forget.
See that player in the white shirt? That's Junior Tonatiuh Ramirez. Everyone calls him T. There he is, making his half-court hoop dream come true with just seconds to go. His proud mom, Rocio, in the stands and over the moon.
I feel, oh, you're my son, you did it.
That was fantastic.
That incredible moment, a point of pride for Coach Jessie Wilk.
There you go, T.
She runs Lincoln High's Unified Sports Program,
Go, Taylor. Go, Nicholas.
giving students with special needs like T the courage and confidence to pursue their passions.
The Unified program at Liberty High School is a program that combines students with disabilities and then students without disabilities, and we have different classes. So our class is Unified Sport. It's my favorite class of the day.
20 seconds, 20 seconds.
For Coach Wilkes, seeing T celebrated that day was about more than just a win on the court. It was a victory too, she says, for breaking down barriers and making everyone feel included.
Sorry, I wasn't expecting to tear up. The program means a lot to me, and so seeing this light being shined on our students with disabilities, it really means a lot. So just that these students have that moment all together, and then to see our student body surround T like that, I think everyone in that gym got better that day.
T's favorite player, the guy that inspires him the most, is Steph Curry. And so just in case Steph Curry's watching out there, maybe you want to
could make
shout
someone's
out
day.
this kid.
I love that story. Thank you, Kate, for that. Well, let's take a look now at some of the other stories trending right now.
First Lady Jill Biden has unveiled this year's White House holiday decorations. Always nice. The theme is described as magic, wonder, and joy. Included in the decorations, obviously some trains, 98 Christmas trees, more than 142,000 twinkling lights, but who's counting, and nearly 34,000 ornaments. All about the numbers this year. The First Lady says she hopes the decorations will inspire visitors to embrace their inner child this holiday season.
I kind of love that.
Yeah.
Well, you've heard of a full moon or a blue moon, but did you happen to catch last night's beaver moon? According to the Old Farmer's Almanac, November's full moon is known as the beaver moon because this is the time of year when the animals would begin to shelter in their lodgers, but bad news, fur traders in this country would trap them.
Oh, wow.
So
that
sorry to
ended
be
in a way I wasn't expecting.
Buzzkill, but yeah.
But the moon was cool.
The moon was pretty. The moon was pretty.
Taylor Swift's Eras Tour. I know you love it when we talk about Taylor Swift.
I do.
Her concert movie is coming to streaming now. So now you can just shout in your own living room and sing along. It's going to be released on demand on Swift's birthday, December 13th. 3 additional songs, The Archer, Long Live, and Wildest Dreams, will be on this release, which will push the film's total length to close to 3 hours.
Whoa.
You got to be committed.
And there are going to be some new songs, I hear. Word on the street. I think you said that.
Yeah, I said 3 songs.
You mentioned. I'm excited. Well, in other film music news, the former members of Destiny's Child reunited to celebrate Beyonce during her film premiere this weekend. All the members of Destiny's Child attended the premiere and walked the chrome-colored carpet for Queen Bee's Renaissance concert film. The concert film will hit theaters December 1st, and trust, I'm going to be there, folks, December 2nd.
I wish you could have gotten tickets for Friday. But you're going Saturday.
But maybe I get to go for work. You hear that, boss? That'd be great.
There you go. Like, cover it as a story.
Yeah.
Merriam-Webster has announced the 2023 Word of the Year. I kid you not.
Drum roll.
Authentic. The editor-at-large says the rise of AI helped drive the interest in the word. He says the word's become the gold standard for building trust. You got a lot of authenticity here on NBC News Daily.
That's right. I'm Zink Clancy.
I'm Kate Snow.
You're watching Daily.
is coming to you live from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We're talking possibly a trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
If it's Monday, 11 more hostages just released from Gaza as Israel and Hamas agreed to extend their temporary truce for 2 more days, paving the way for even more hostages to be released and for more aid to get to those who desperately need it. Plus, the gunman who allegedly opened fire on 3 students of Palestinian descent in Vermont is now charged with attempted murder as federal officials investigate whether the incident was a hate crime. And it's crunch time at the Capitol. Lawmakers are at odds over the future of aid to Israel and Ukraine as they consider an historic expulsion of disgraced Congressman George Santos. Welcome to Meet the Press Now. I'm Garrett Hake, and we're following breaking news. 11 hostages are now in Israeli territory, according to the IDF, after being released by Hamas, as an agreement to extend the Israel-Hamas ceasefire for 2 more days has been reached. This is video from Al Jazeera appearing to show the moment some of those hostages were handed over to the International Red Cross. In exchange, Israel is releasing 33 Palestinian prisoners, according to the Egyptian government. And we're now learning the names of the 11 hostages released today, shared by their families through the Hostage and Missing Families Forum. The group includes 3-year-old twins and 2 sets of siblings. No Americans were among those released today, according to Qatar. As many as 20 women and children held by Hamas could be released over the next 2 days, as the ceasefire has now been extended. The White House welcomed the news of the extended truce as National Security Council spokesperson John Kirby says the administration remains focused on bringing home the Americans still held in Gaza. That follows scenes of jubilation in Israel over the weekend, with roughly 40 Israeli hostages freed over 3 days in exchange for 117 Palestinian prisoners. Nearly 20 foreign nationals were also released as part of a separate agreement. We saw emotional reunions, including the first American freed, 4-year-old Abigail Edan, whose parents were murdered by Hamas on October 7th, reunited with her aunt and uncle and grandparents at a children's hospital in Israel. For the Asher family, Father Yoni was reunited with his wife Doron and their 2 daughters, all 3 of whom were released on Friday. And 9-year-old Emily Hand also reunited with her family, seen in this video embracing her older sister. She can also be seen hugging her father Thomas in a video released by the IDF, showing another freed hostage, Hila Rotem, who turns 13 today, reunited with her family. Her mother is still being held captive. NBC's Richard Engel spoke with Hila's uncle outside the hospital about her condition now.
Hila is talkative. She speaks. I think she's still in a little bit of shock because she doesn't show a lot of emotions.
But even with you, she doesn't show much emotion?
Yeah, she speaks about it like it's a scene from a movie. My heart aches, my stomach is, turning upside down. It's very hard. I have Hila here, but I really need her mother back, and also my sister, of course. So it's very hard. Also, I think about my sister kept in captivity, knowing that they took her daughter.
An estimated 184 hostages are still being held in Gaza, and it remains unclear how many are being directly held by Hamas as opposed to by other militant groups. Meanwhile, the ongoing pause in fighting will allow even more humanitarian aid to enter the Gaza Strip as the situation there remains dire. The White House said more than 200 trucks entered Gaza at the Rafah border crossing yesterday. That's the biggest convoy since October 7th. Joining me now is Aaron McLaughlin in Tel Aviv. Ali Rafah is at the White House, and I'm also joined by former NBC News Tel Aviv bureau chief Martin Fletcher. Aaron, I'll start with you. What else are we learning about these 11 Israeli hostages released today?
Well, Garrett, we just received a statement from the Israeli military confirming that the Red Cross has handed all 11 now former hostages over to the Israeli military. They will be accompanied by the Israeli military as well as special forces to the hospital where they will undergo a medical evaluation. And it's at the hospital in Israel that they would be reunited with their families. We're also hearing from the foreign minister of Qatar put out a statement detailing the nationalities of the hostages released. We now know that there are 3 French citizens, 2 German citizens, and 6 Argentinian citizens that were handed over to the ICRC. Dual nationalities, no Americans among today's release. Also, we're getting an official statement from the hard-hit kibbutz near Oz. All 11 of the hostages you see there on the screen came from this single kibbutz. Wow. The head of the kibbutz releasing the statement saying the news this evening brings a sigh of relief to our community. However, we remain deeply concerned about our loved ones that are still held hostage. We demand the return of all hostages immediately, whatever it takes. The statement noting that of the 139 remaining hostages, 49 are still from near Oz.
Aaron, the first group of hostages have been back in Israeli territory, in Israeli custody for a couple of days now. Do we know what Israel's been able to learn about the Hamas operation from the folks who they held?
Well, right now, the now former hostages are with their families. That is really seen as the priority. In terms of the process, it's a very specific process that these hostages go through. The minute they are transferred from the Red Cross to the Israeli military, they are immediately accompanied by experts, psychological experts, social welfare expert, and the expert actually they're assigned right when they cross from the border. That expert, psychologist, social worker will follow them through their year-long recovery process. They're then brought to a hospital, they undergo a medical evaluation, then they are reunited with their families. That is being seen as the priority at this point. Now, in terms of handing over critical information, what may or may not have happened when they were in Hamas custody, while we understand that the Israeli military will, depending on the medical evaluation and the psychological status of the hostage, then be able to interview them once they've reunited with the family, once they've spoken to a therapist. It does not seem, according to the information we have, that the children will be specifically questioned about that, Garrett.
And what more do we know about this extension now for a couple of days? How likely is it that it goes beyond those 2 days?
Well, that is an open question. This, from the very beginning, was seen as an extraordinarily fragile process. Many of the families of the hostages that I've been talking to are absolutely shocked that this process had made it this far. They never thought it possible that Israel could reach an agreement with Hamas. Now that the preliminary deal, the original deal, which is 4 days, is complete, now we're hearing from Qatar, Hamas. We're still waiting to hear from the Israelis on the confirmation of that 2-day extension. Each day would involve the release of 10 additional hostages. It's possible it could extend beyond that. But again, we're still waiting to hear from the Israelis. A key advisor to Benjamin Netanyahu earlier in the day was saying they are waiting for the completion of the exchange, the completion of this 4-day ceasefire. And then the Israelis are going to talk about whatever they've agreed to today in terms of that 2-day extension.
All right. Aaron McLaughlin for us in Tel Aviv. Aaron, thank you. I want to turn to Ali Rafa now at the White House. So, Ali, what are we learning about the role that the president and the White House played in getting this deal extended and the possibility that Americans might be part of a future release?
Yeah, Garrett, well, White House officials are saying that the president has been and will continue to play a very key role. They say he played a key role in not only the original ceasefire deal, but also resolving the obstacles over the weekend that resulted when Hamas had delayed for hours the release of another batch of hostages. And they say the president is also very involved in this extension and what White House officials hope will be an extension even further. They say that the president is continuing to work the phones with the leaders of Qatar, of Jordan, and of course with Israel. The president speaking with Prime Minister Netanyahu last night, saying that they have agreed to remain in very close contact over the next few days. And a large focus of that conversation that they had was the extension of this ceasefire. As far as the remaining American hostages, we heard from White House spokesperson Admiral John Kirby some updates as to their whereabouts, their conditions today. He was very honest with the American public as to what the U.S. government does and still does not know. Kirby saying that U.S. officials have been watching and waiting to see whether Americans would be among those released today, will be among those released in the coming days as part of this extension. And they say they're still hopeful that 2 American women who, like that 4-year-old Abigail Edan who was released yesterday, meet the terms of release of this ceasefire. They're hopeful that they will be released at the very least out of this deal, but they say that they believe there are roughly 8 or 9 Americans still left in Gaza. Their exact locations and conditions still unknown. And Kirby made a point to say that the U.S. is still not able to confirm that Hamas is in possession of all of the remaining American hostages, saying that it's possible that they are with other terrorist groups within Gaza, and because of that, they could be in different locations, and because of that, their conditions could range significantly, Garrett.
All right, Ali Rafah at the White House, thank you. We're going to bring in Martin Fletcher now, our former Tel Aviv bureau chief. Martin, I want to come back to that idea about folks beyond Hamas, folks who might be hostages of other organizations beyond Hamas. But I got to ask you first, members of your family were among the hostages released by Hamas over the weekend. How are they doing? Have you been able to talk to them? How much more do you know about their condition?
And that's right, Garrett. So we had 6 members of my wife's family were released on Saturday. That leaves 1 member of our family who's still held hostage. Tal, he's a 38-year-old father. Look, everybody's, delighted and happy, of course, and celebrating the release, especially of the 3 children. We had a 3-year-old Yael, Nave was 8, Noam 12. They're all home and they're in the arms of their loved ones. But the question about when their father, Tal, will be released, he's among the men. And so the Hamas has said they're not going to release soldiers, male and female, or men of military age, military fighting age. So there's a lot of joy. But it's a very bittersweet occasion. Mostly people are just happy that the 3 children, the young ones, seem to be doing well physically. And we don't know yet, of course, how that's going to play out mentally.
No, and I can't imagine you will for a long time. I want to ask you about something that Ali touched on, which I feel like we could really lean on your expertise in this region. The idea that we don't know who has all of these hostages, that it's not just Hamas who holds hostages. Can you explain a little bit about that dynamic and what other groups might be at play here, and whether Hamas would even know, who is where in terms of hostages inside what's ostensibly their territory?
Yeah, well, Garrett, first of all, one has to emphasize that whatever Hamas says about who they're holding, how they are, and where they are, we have to take with a pinch of salt, because this is a period of psychological warfare, very much so. But we do know from early on that Islamic Jihad, who are another Islamic fighters group in Gaza, they said early on that they had taken about 30 hostages themselves. And then they also said that there were criminal groups in Gaza who had come behind the attacking fighters, behind the terrorists, and that they also may have taken people hostage. And we don't know where they are. So I think it's probably true there's some real confusion about where everybody is, but Hamas probably knows more than they're saying. A couple of days ago, Hamas said they only know the whereabouts of about 120 people. So I believe the number is something like another 190 are still to be accounted for. Yeah. So it's possible that other groups have some members of some of the hostages, and they're not involved in the negotiations, as far as we know.
On the subject of Hamas, the idea that they benefit from this ceasefire, right? They have the opportunity to regroup. They get to sort of take their breath militarily. Once the deal expires, whenever that may be, what do you expect to see happen on the ground militarily? And do you see Hamas trying to draw this out for more and more days to have that kind of military reprieve?
Yeah. The longer it lasts, the more it plays into Hamas's hands. For exactly what you said, rearming, resupplying, restoring communications, In every way, the longer the ceasefire lasts, the better it is for Hamas, because this is, they win. I mean, the Hamas shows the Palestinian people that the only way to get anything out of Israel and to get Palestinians released from Israeli jails is through violence. And so this is the pictures look terrible for the people of Gaza, but for Hamas, it's pretty much a victory. So the longer the ceasefire lasts, the better for them. For Israel, too, don't forget, it's also a matter of resupplying, focusing on which task comes next. So there's some advantage for Israel, but it's a small advantage. And the Israeli prime minister and the military leaders of Israel have emphasized that they want to get back to war as soon as this negotiations dry up with Hamas about releasing hostages.
Well, there's political pressures here internationally, too, from other countries where the idea of a ceasefire has been more popular. There might be more pressure on Israel to keep a ceasefire in place. I want to ask you about another part of this conflict, Martin, that hasn't gotten as much attention, but that I feel like could blow up at any time, and that's what's going on in the West Bank. We've seen this increase in settler violence in the West Bank. President Biden's proposed visa bans against people who might be perpetrating violence there. How concerned should we be, should the Israeli government be, about further outbreaks of violence as the tension continues to rise there in the West Bank territory?
Look, I think the idea of a Palestinian uprising on the West Bank it's this close. Same way as we've been saying in the northern border that all-out war with Hezbollah in Lebanon is this close too. Now, the West Bank is very, very volatile. Israel's been operating inside West Bank towns, I believe, daily, nightly, almost since this whole disaster began, arresting people, in particular members of Hamas. Hamas is quite strong in the West Bank. Not as strong as the ruling organization in Ramallah, Fatah, but the Hamas is strong. So Israel's been arresting as many of those Hamas leaders as they can. They've been having gunfights in Palestinian towns at night. There's a question of the Jewish settlers who feel they've been given the green flag by this extreme right-wing government in Jerusalem. So there's a lot of friction points: settlers, Palestinians, Hamas, the Israeli army. It can blow any time on the West Bank.
Martin, I'm so glad we have your expertise on a day like this. Martin Fletcher, thank you for joining us.
Thank you, Garrett.
And turning now to Burlington, Vermont, where 48-year-old Jason Eaton, the suspect in the shooting of 3 students of Palestinian descent, pled not guilty to 3 counts of attempted murder today. The students were visiting the homes of one of their families for the Thanksgiving holiday. According to the chief of police, the 3 men were walking down the street, speaking in both English and in Arabic. 2 were wearing keffiyehs. It's a traditional Palestinian headdress or scarf, when they were approached by the suspect, who just began shooting. All 3 victims were hospitalized. 2 are in stable condition, and the 3rd sustained more serious injuries. In a statement moments ago, President Biden said he was horrified to learn about the shooting and was praying for their full recovery. Attorney General Merrick Garland said the FBI and the ATF are investigating whether this shooting was a hate crime. And at a press conference this afternoon, Burlington Mayor Weinberger called the shooting the most shocking and disturbing event in the city's history. The uncles of 2 of those victims also spoke. Here's what one of them had to say.
Kenan grew up in the West Bank, and we always thought that could be more of a risk in terms of his safety, and sending him here would be the right decision. And we feel somehow betrayed in that decision here, and we're just trying to come to terms with everything.
Joining me now is NBC News investigative correspondent Tom Winter, who's been all over this story since the weekend. So, Tom, what more do we know in terms of the details about the suspect and the shooting itself?
Well, Garrett, through the course of the day, we're starting to learn more details, not only from police, but former employers of this individual identified as Jason J. Eaton. He's 48 years old. He's from Burlington. He's from, according to police, across the street from where this very shooting occurred. Apparently, when ATF agents knocked on his door shortly after 3:30 yesterday afternoon, he told them, quote, and I'm reading from the court documents, "I've been waiting for you." They asked him if he had a gun in the residence. He only said that he had a shotgun. It turns out, according to police, he had 3 shotguns or rifles. And on top of that, they say he had a .38 caliber pistol whose ammunition type and manufacturer and a specific part of that ammunition matched the exact ammunition that was found at the shooting scene. So that's why they ultimately made the arrest in this case. Now, the big question is, why? Why did this happen? What is the motive? And apparently he was not talking to police after he requested a lawyer at his apartment.
Yeah, so the Attorney General said that the FBI and the ATF are investigating the idea that this is a hate crime. I mean, on its face, it certainly looks that way. But what does an investigation into something like that entail, especially if the suspect's not cooperating?
Right, Garrett. So there's a couple of different ways that they can get at motive without this individual saying another word. And one of those ways, and we know that they're doing this, they seized a backpack full of hard drives. They seized 5 iPhones. They also got 5 cell phones, I should say, as well as an iPad. So they'll go through all that and see if this individual had any sort of writings, any sort of a manifesto, any sort of statement. What have they been consuming? What have they been talking to others about? Has he made any statements? We've looked through the NBC News investigative team and our social news gathering team have looked through his social media accounts. There doesn't appear to be anything that directly references this shooting, but of course what he has on his person or in his apartment could be an entirely different matter. And the FBI's CART team, the computer analysis team will go through those things, and then that might ultimately help come up with a motive here. And if there is a motive against these individuals purely because they were Palestinian Americans or presumed to be from the Middle East for wearing 2 of the 3 wearing the keffiyehs, as you talked about earlier, that would be something that perhaps could be chargeable.
And we've talked about this before, but the DOJ, all these local police departments, they've all been warning about upticks in violence against both Jewish and Arab communities. What additional steps are the feds taking to address this kind of violence?
Yeah, Garrett, this is the hardest type to stop, right? Because this individual apparently just got out of his apartment complex and started firing without saying anything, according to police. So the big question here is, what do you do with an individual like this that just decides to act out on their own, purchase the weapon back in April, so there's no immediate nexus to any sort of weapons or explosives buys? It's just very difficult to stop this type of thing outside of just doing the best you can to monitor any potential individual like this.
All right, Tom Winter, appreciate your reporting on this. And coming up, Congress is back in business today with lawmakers facing a fierce debate over the future of foreign aid, a potential House expulsion vote, and a tight timeline to get it all done. We're live on the Hill with the very latest developments. Plus, clash of the campaigns. It's Ron DeSantis versus Nikki Haley in the race to be the top Trump alternative in Iowa, which is 49 days to go until caucus day. You're watching Meet the Press now.
Good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
Welcome back. The Senate is back at work today, and while not much work gets done in most workplaces between Thanksgiving and New Year's, there are only 12 legislative days left before the end of this year, and Congress has a lot to get done. Number one on that list is negotiating a deal on foreign aid to both Israel and Ukraine. We're also keeping an eye out this week for another item on the congressional to-do list, a vote on whether to expel Congressman George Santos from his seat for misusing campaign funds and a host of other alleged transgressions and federal crimes. NBC News national political reporter Sahil Kapoor joins me now. And Sahil, the Senate's back from recess. We're right back where we left off with foreign aid to Ukraine and Israel back on the table. But when I hear anything in Washington is conditioned on a deal on immigration, I get a little bit nervous that it's going to get done. What are you hearing about the path to get those items across the finish line?
Yeah, Garrett, be very skeptical that a Congress that has not been able to reach an immigration deal in several decades is suddenly going to be able to do one in the next few days or weeks. That is the centerpiece of the logjam here, at least according to Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer, who has said he wants to bring up President Biden's national security supplemental, the whole $105 billion, as early as next week. He is criticizing Republicans for demanding restrictions on asylum and parole, changes to immigration laws as a condition for passing Ukraine aid. That is a serious obstacle in the Senate because even Ukraine supporters like Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell have sided with the conservatives who want those immigration changes as a condition. Then there's Israel aid, which also faces a rocky path. The House has passed a mostly partisan bill on Israel aid that Democrats say is going nowhere in the Senate. And in the Senate, it's unclear whether this large package that Senator Chuck Schumer is trying to move forward can pass, in part because there's a division among Democrats as well as to whether to slap conditions on aid to Israel. Senator Bernie Sanders, a leader of the progressive wing, saying that there should not be a blank check approach in Israel and that the United States must not be complicit in violations to international law, essentially wanting changes in the way Israel has been operating, at least the Netanyahu government has been operating. So it's a Rubik's Cube at this moment, unclear how this gets resolved.
There is a timing issue, but they can always add more work days till the end of the year. Congress is famous for extending their own deadline if they have to. Can we talk about George Santos very quickly? Do you think we see that vote this week? What happens next in that drama?
Well, there is a privileged resolution out there, and the rule is that when one member calls it up, it has to get a vote within 2 legislative days. And it's very possible that this could happen within just the next 2 legislative days. The Ethics Committee recently put out a damning report on George Santos, and the Republican chair of that panel, Michael Guest, has said that there are egregious violations that Santos is guilty of, including misuse of campaign funds, deceiving donors, filing false campaign reports, fictitious loans, generally trying to enrich himself, and Santos has himself indicated that he knows he will be expelled. It seems like his days are numbered. This could happen as early as Wednesday or Thursday. The House comes back in tomorrow. We'll see if that privileged resolution is called up. Garrett?
The days are numbered, and the number may be small. Sahil Kapoor, thank you for your reporting. And up next, it's crunch time for the Republican presidential field. We're checking in on the road to Iowa and the road to the White House with just 7 weeks to go until the first primary contest. You're watching Meet the Press Now.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back. With just 7 weeks to go now until the Iowa caucuses, every week is a big week for the remaining Republican presidential candidates. Vivek Ramaswamy has 6 events scheduled throughout the state just tomorrow as he looks to reach as many Iowans as he can before the Republican caucus. Former President Donald Trump will return to the state for 2 rallies on Saturday in Ankeny and Cedar Rapids. He's got a pretty significant lead in our latest NBC News Des Moines Register MediaCom poll. And on Saturday, Florida Governor Ron DeSantis is set to complete what we call the full Grassley. That's what it's called when you visit all 99 Iowa counties during one campaign cycle. DeSantis will be holding a rally with the state's governor, Kim Reynolds, in Newton as his campaign looks to fend off Nikki Haley, who's been gaining ground in the polls in Iowa and elsewhere. Joining me now with some insight on the Republican presidential primary is Amy Walter, the publisher and editor-in-chief of the Cook Political Report with Amy Walter. Amy, I'm not a big math guy, but it seems like both Ron DeSantis and Nikki Haley can't both come in second in Iowa, and it seems like they both really need to at least come in second in Iowa.
Well, I think the pressure is even more on Ron DeSantis to come in second, or, hey, maybe even first, but that looks like a longer shot at this point than we've seen really going back 40 or 50 years. We've not seen somebody with a lead this big, like you said, like you pointed out in your NBC poll, go on to lose it and lose the caucus. But DeSantis not only has the governor behind him, this weekend he also got, or earlier last week, he got the endorsement of Bob Vander Plaats, who is the head of significant evangelical constituency. The last 3 endorsements that he made in the caucuses, those folks all went on to win. So he's got the institutional support in the state. But underneath that, there's not that same level of grassroots support that he was hoping he would find. And you're right, Nikki Haley becomes another factor here, not just in edging him out for second place, but I think she benefits just from getting enough momentum through to New Hampshire.
She seems to have by far the more plausible path for the day after Iowa through the remaining states.
100%.
If she has the money.
If she has the money, but and also the momentum. You know how quickly the perceptions about who is the front runner or who has the momentum after Iowa. And
I mean, Rick Santorum's 8-vote win in Iowa created the boomlet that was
that's right, that he took, and that he took all the way until, well, he ran out of running room, and Mitt Romney ultimately succeeded. So I do think that for Haley, just a good third place finish, getting close enough to show that she's still in the race, take that to New Hampshire. And then let's see if Chris Christie can really hold on to a lot of those votes that he currently holds right now. If he's the guy who's not really in the news anymore.
Is that the piece for Haley? Because I'm struck by the challenge where she has, where it's almost like, you know, herding cats, where she's got to consolidate the not Trump vote, right? And that means getting those voters from Chris Christie without alienating some Trump voters who she needs to collect too if she's actually going to be the nominee.
That's been the challenge for every candidate not named Trump from the very beginning. DeSantis hasn't been able to figure out how to put those two groups together. I mean, what DeSantis and Haley seem to share is the belief that the best way to bring those two groups together, the sometimes Trump and the never Trump, is with an electability argument.
The post-Trump.
Yes, the post-Trump is with an electability argument. And yet that really hasn't been very effective either, because when we look at the polls right now, Donald Trump is doing very well against Joe Biden. He's not doing worse than, say, a Ron DeSantis. Haley's doing slightly better, but it's not that Trump is losing. And so that makes the electability case really problematic. I think if you're Haley, what you're just hoping is you get a strong enough showing out of Iowa to be able to live another day, to get to a place like New Hampshire, which does have a lot more of the sort of not Trump constituencies and independent voters, and then hope in the warmer climate of South Carolina, your friendly constituents come home. But mostly what you're hoping is between those dates, something else happens that shifts the trajectory of this race. Namely, do perceptions of Donald Trump and these legal cases against him start to matter more as we get into election season? It hasn't so far, so I don't know that it will.
I want to come back to DeSantis for one more quick point here, because he spent a ton of money in Iowa to try to move the needle. There's been a lot of reporting led by NBC about the infighting in his super PAC. I don't care about staff stories, but campaigns that think they're doing well don't generally pick each other apart in the press. Should he be spending his money to like boost Joe Biden? Is that the most helpful thing he can do to improve his electability argument?
And to make Donald Trump look weaker.
Well, I mean, did they need to just fundamentally overhaul their strategy in the time they have left?
I don't know that they can fundamentally overhaul who he is as a candidate and what his appeal is.
Yeah. All right, Amy Walter, we have to leave it there. I always appreciate these chats.
I do too. Thank you
for
so
coming
much.
in. All right, after the break, ditching the dysfunction, I'll talk to Congressman Dan Kildee, who's joined a growing list of House lawmakers not seeking re-election. We'll talk about his decision and the state of our politics. You're watching Meet the Press Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News.
Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate.
In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther.
You with some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
Welcome back. It's now the holiday season, a time for seeing loved ones, and for members of Congress, apparently a time to decide they won't seek re-election. We're only at the beginning of the holidays, and already a lot of representatives are deciding to call it a career in the House as partisan squabbling and dysfunction reach new levels in the Capitol. Check this out. As of today, 32 House members say they will not be running for re-election next November. And this list is guaranteed to grow as filing deadlines approach in more and more states. Now, these names include plenty of representatives seeking higher office, but it also includes members of the so-called governing wing of the House, the more moderate members known for across-the-aisle deal-making. Joining me now is one of those retiring members, Michigan Democratic Congressman Dan Kildee. So, Congressman, thank you for coming in. You stepping down could mean that your seat flips to the Republicans. You've said this is the right decision for you and for your family, but do you worry about it being the wrong decision for your party?
Yeah, there's never a good time to leave when it's one of these toss-up districts, that's for sure. But after winning this particular district by more than 10 points in 2022, I felt like I've at least shown the way to win. It won't be any easier. I'm presuming President Biden will be reelected. It won't be any easier in the midterm. So there's never a good time to leave. But there's never the wrong time either when it comes to this. It's a personal decision long before it's a political calculation. And for me, the personal choice became pretty apparent over the last couple of months. It was time for me to come home.
How much did the fact that you were looking around and seeing your colleagues retiring, headed for the exits, factor into your decision? I mean, you've talked about the dysfunction in the current Congress. If it's the serious people leaving and the kind of less serious people staying, I imagine that makes it a less appealing workplace to stick around.
Yeah, that's part of the calculation, because in the personal decision is whether I will continue to make the trade-off between the loss of connection to family and friends right here at home to go do the work in Washington. And when what we've seen is not just partisanship, but as I guess we'd all describe it, dysfunction. What we're seeing right now is not a problem of partisanship. It's a problem that the particular Republican Party, as it's currently constituted, is incapable of governing and incapable of compromise unless, held to an extreme deadline. That's no way to work. So yeah, it's part of the calculation, but again, it's only in the sense that I weigh continuing to work in this environment against, continuing to be not at home for more than half of the time, and that was too much to take.
I totally get that. I'm curious. I mean, you talked about presuming President Biden wins in 2024. I don't know if that's a presumption you can just make. I mean, talk to me a little bit about your state. Are you concerned at the way Michigan has grown apparently more competitive as we look ahead to next year?
Yeah, it will be a battleground state, no question about it. And we've proven that we know how to win. We did it in 2018. We did it again in 2020. We obviously did it in 2022. 2024 has a unique set of challenges. It's a presidential year. But I think it's really important to not misread some of the polling. The polling measures not only the current horse race, I should say, but also measures the enthusiasm in the moment. And one thing I've seen is that this is going to be a race, more than likely, between Donald Trump and President Biden. President Biden's supporters are more thoughtful, maybe more circumspect. President Trump's supporters treat this like a religion, like he's a religious figure. There's no dissuading them of his perfection. And so their enthusiasm at this early stage is always going to show up as being more pronounced than those of us who kind of sit back and weigh the equities before casting a ballot. So it's going to be a tough race, but I don't think we should get too tangled up in these polling, the recent polling.
Then let me ask you this. Is it a 2023 issue or a 2024 issue? You represent a part of Michigan where you have a lot of Arab American, Muslim American constituents concerned about the way that the Israel-Hamas war is being conducted and the White House's response to it. Do you worry about those Americans turning their back on this president in 2024?
Yeah, it's a legitimate concern because I know there's a lot of concern within the Arab American and broader Muslim community regarding the U.S. support for Israel in this moment. Now, I happen to be a supporter of Israel's right to defend itself, but I share many of the concerns that many of my constituents have raised with me, that we can't be a blank check, that Israel has to be held to international standards and be accountable to international law. and the targeting of civilian populations is completely unacceptable. So I get that, and it is a political challenge. For me, the conclusion I come to about my criticism of Israel has nothing to do with the politics of the moment. I think that's probably true for President Biden, but it will potentially have an effect.
Does he need to do more to address it going forward?
I think the real question is how this issue gets resolved.
Yeah.
You know, it's my hope that now we're in 4 days of a so-called ceasefire in order to get, you know, the hostages released and get humanitarian aid delivered. I understand another 2 days have been added. Look, if we can do this 1 day at a time and negotiate peace, maybe the United States can assert itself and try to find a path forward for that region. I don't believe that a pure military solution will ever be the solution to the problem. We've got to get to a place where we're negotiating. I hope the president, takes the bully pulpit that he has on the global stage and tries to encourage that we get to that point sooner rather than later.
Last question, I think, talking about deal making here. We've been talking a lot about the aid package that's going to have to work its way through the House. Obviously, the House has already passed a Israel aid bill that's probably going nowhere in the Senate. Are you willing to accept some kind of cobbled together deal here that might include changes at the border or on immigration policy, if that's what it takes to get Ukraine aid, Israel aid, kind of all of those priorities across the finish line? What does a deal like that look like?
Well, it looks like compromise, and I'll have to weigh the equities once I see what the actual deal looks like. But in broad form, I'm definitely willing to move forward on something that supports our ally Ukraine in their struggle against Putin, that continues to help Israel defend itself in a way that does not make matters worse. And of course, we do have a problem at the border. And the question is, how do we solve it? I do believe we need more resources there. So the details matter on all of this. Mm-hmm. I haven't made a judgment yet on whether or not I would support the final package. But if all aspects of this are reasonable and balanced, then as I consider myself part of the governing caucus of Congress, I would certainly look fairly upon that.
Governing for a little while longer. Congressman Kildee, thank you for coming on.
Thank you, Garrett.
All right, turning now to Georgia, where ceremonies honoring the life of former First Lady Rosalynn Carter have begun. The motorcade carrying her remains arrived at the Jimmy Carter Presidential Library and Museum in Atlanta earlier this afternoon. The public will have a chance to pay their respects later this evening. Meanwhile, former President Carter, who's been in hospice since February, is in Atlanta and is expected to attend a service tomorrow at Emory University. President Biden and Vice President Harris are also expected to attend that service. Rosalynn Carter passed away last weekend. She was 96 years old.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
Welcome back. With Thanksgiving break over now and finals week looming just a few weeks from now for high school and college students, we thought we'd offer a couple of history lessons ahead of the 2024 election, which is now less than a year out, if you can believe it. First, some bad news for Democrats, who point to then-President Obama in poor polling shape at this point in 2011 as proof that President Biden's re-election bid has no cause for panic. Our latest NBC News poll from earlier this month shows the president trailing Donald Trump by 2 points among registered voters. But our NBC News Wall Street Journal poll from November of 2011 showed then-President Obama actually leading Mitt Romney by 6 points among registered voters. And keep in mind, Mitt Romney was not the dominant Republican frontrunner at that point. There is, however, historical evidence that a Biden-Trump rematch could advantage the current president. An NBC News analysis found that election losers usually lose in their rematches, too. In fact, just 16 times in 69 rematches of Senate and gubernatorial rematches did the candidate lose the first time, go on to win in a rematch. It's about a 23% chance. I said I'm not the math guy, but I'll do my best. I'm joined now by my panel, Idris Khaloun, Washington bureau chief for The Economist, Maria Teresa Kumar is president and CEO of Voto Latino and an NBC News contributor, and Sarah Chamberlain is a Republican strategist and president and CEO of Main Street Partnership. So, all right, Idris, which of those historical analyses do you think is most cogent as we look at 2024? The sort of upside-down polling from 2011 to now, or the idea that these rematches just don't seem to change things very much for the loser?
You know, it's such an exotic scenario, right? You have to go back to Grover Cleveland to see a president who's trying to take back, or maybe even Teddy Roosevelt. So I think that maybe the Senate and gubernatorial rematches might not be the one to look at, but the poll numbers are certainly concerning. Polls tend to move over time, but if you're President Biden and you think that your opponent would be as fatally wounded as he ought to be, this is not a good starting point for the election.
The Democrats love this 2011 comparison, but having covered them both, Mitt Romney is not Donald Trump. Not in comparison now, not in comparison then. What do you make of numbers like that, showing the president underwater, especially when you compare them to the last Democratic president?
Well, I think that there is absolutely a cause for concern. However, if we see what happened during the midterm elections, when up to that point, so Biden was underwater, but who came out and voted during the midterms actually basically said there was no red wave, you didn't see a defection. If anything, you actually saw an increasing turnout. I also think that the Democrats, once they are on the campaign trail and are able to remind what Donald Trump stands for, not just this fact that he has this anti-democratic force around him, but that he wants to repeal the ACA, that he wants to institute mass deportations, and that he doesn't, that he is part of a party that wants to take away a woman's right to choose. I think that then all of a sudden you're going to see something that's more balanced. Do the Democrats have a lot of work to do? Absolutely. Should they focus only on current registered voters? No. They have an opportunity by increasing their base through young voters. We're expecting roughly 12 million young voters to come of age. And if you ask a young voter, do they believe in climate change? They do. Do they believe in access to abortion care? They do. Do they believe in the system? That's the question mark.
Young voters have been noticeably cool to President Biden in our polling, though. Is that an opportunity for Republicans, or is that a mirage, the idea that young voters at least appear to be more open to Republicans here?
I think it's a mirage, unfortunately, for the Republican Party. I have a daughter who's getting ready to step into 18, and she doesn't like Joe Biden. She thinks President Biden is too old. He is older than her grandfather, so that's really old to her. But she's not necessarily a MAGA person either, for the reasons you already mentioned. So I don't know where they're going to go. I mean, I think the Democrats can certainly capture them, but I think that the Main Street Republicans, the conservative members, are going to fight for them for a lower ballot.
Was the banging sound I heard over the weekend the kind of Republicans who you work with slamming their heads into tables when Donald Trump started talking about repealing the ACA again over this weekend? Here's an issue I thought we were never going to talk about again in modern politics, and Donald Trump serving it back up.
You heard that too, yes. Yeah. Yes, it was scary. And the text messaging I was getting was like, really? Why do we have to revisit this?
Is there Is there room for a health care debate here at the table? Democrats must be thrilled by this opportunity. What does that look like if it becomes part of the general election conversation?
Well, you saw the president and the White House leap on this. They're really happy to talk about Donald Trump wanting to repeal the ACA. It went really poorly when he was president. It's an issue that they are on comfortable terrain on, whereas the ones that Donald Trump would like to talk about, immigration, climate change, inflation, are ones that they're on the back foot on. So the more that he makes that issue salient, the better it is for them.
I feel like all of a sudden I've been transported back to 2018.
Yeah.
If Democrats can run on health care and on reminding folks they don't like Trump, those two do seem to be kind of like the two key pieces to keeping the Democratic coalition united.
Well, and you also have policy that the president has signed into it. So when we talk about climate change and getting young people excited, they basically have $1 trillion package that they can point to. When you talk about codifying Roe versus Wade, the only way to do that is to have an active member in the House and the Senate and in the White House. And so I do think that there is a coalition to be made saying, look, not only did you vote, but you also have receipts to show that when you vote, you actually change systems. And Donald Trump, for so many people, is the antithesis of democracy. And what he represents and this idea of creating a divisive America in order to win doesn't sit well with most voters, regardless if they're Republican, Independent, or Democrat.
But the polling that we show is maybe they're not anxious to vote for Trump, but they really do think Biden is too old. He's slow, he walks slowly. I mean, they're like, is that really what we want leading the country? And the answer is no, and I'm not sure polling is going to change on that.
No,
He's an old gentleman.
So it's interesting. We actually did very similar polling last April going into the midterm, and we found that a lot of people said, you know, we don't want Biden. We're like, okay, who do you want? And no one surfaced.
This is the challenge, right?
Challenge.
This is the challenge, to find the person who the voters don't like either candidate, and who do they go for? I mean, what do you do in a political environment like that? How does an election like that play out? And does it mean we're going to seriously have to worry about third-party spoilers, plural, in this race?
It's really hard to predict how third-party candidates are going to go. The ones that we have now are particularly idiosyncratic, right? Robert F. Kennedy, Cornel West. You know, they're going to peel away some of the unenthused voters who might have otherwise stayed home. But predicting at this point where that's going to go is, I think, hard. There's one other point that I think is worth making, which is that even though it appears that America's 50-50 this time around, and it was 50-50 under Obama, there's been a big shift tectonically in American politics, right? College-educated voters are becoming more Democratic.
It's a different 50-50.
It's a different 50-50, and black voters are moving towards the Republican Party. Hispanic voters, by a fairly large margin of the last 8 years, have moved towards the Republican Party. If that continues, and if that realignment does surface, I mean, that is going to be the thing that determines whether or not the election is decided for Donald Trump, which he could very well fair and square win.
Sarah, I've noticed something interesting over the last week and a half, and looking ahead this week at Donald Trump's schedule. He's not doing very much. Now, some of that is that he doesn't have to, given the nature of the primary right now. But given what you just talked about in your polling and what it shows about Joe Biden, is there a strategic imperative here for Donald Trump to basically sit on his hands and not remind Trump-skeptical people why they're skeptical of him in the first place?
I think that's exactly his strategy, because when he does get up there, some of the things he says, like he's running against President Obama, some of the things don't make sense. So the less you put him out there, which was Joe Biden's strategy 4 years ago, I think is now becoming Trump's strategy.
So it becomes incumbent upon Democrats to elevate Donald Trump. I mean, this is a strange environment we're working in here.
I still wonder where Earth 2 is right now at this point, because even in strategizing and trying to prepare for the 2024, we can't look at what we've done in the past. It's a completely different environment. And part of it, and we were talking about this before the show, is that the amount of disinformation that Americans are consuming that does not have a counter narrative of truth is really something that we've never experienced before. And, you know, doing the work that you do is going to be incredibly important of creating that transparency, because people don't know who to trust or what to trust. And that's something that is really hard to weigh into.
Well, one thing that Americans of all stripes have decided not to trust, apparently, is George Santos. We are almost...
Amen to him.
Well, it is. I say it jokingly, but it is true. I mean, this is the one thing that seems to have united both parties, the likelihood that this guy is probably going to be out this year. Does it tell us something? Is this a litmus test for that it is, in fact, still possible to go too far off the deep end to unite partisans on both sides to say enough is enough? Or do we have to see what the vote looks like? I guess, Sarah,
absolutely, 100%. it's nice that we are united against removing a person who really should never have come to the House in the first place. So the Main Street members, we have all the members in New York except him, I want to say.
Interesting.
They're the ones who put together the legislation to remove him first. Another member of Main Street, the chairman of ethics, is now this legislation will pass.
Do you get the sense that Republicans will get credit for removing Santos at this point, or is that ship already sailed?
The New York members, we hope will get credit because his bad press and who he is bleeding into their districts. And with redistricting going on in New York, we need every vote we can get. So,
Idris, give us the big picture governing perspective on this. I mean, we had talked to Dan Kildee earlier in the hour. He's been in Congress, I think, almost 20 years, maybe more than 20 years. So guys like that are looking for the exits, and guys like George Santos are clawing their way in to try to stay as long as possible. It doesn't appear to bode well for the future of our legislative branch.
Yeah, imagine you were a well-thoughtful, nuanced person and you wanted to do public service. Was Congress the place that you would go to? I mean, polarization is so extreme. You have to hew to positions. There's no incentive to compromise once you get into office. You know as well as I do that it's not a place that's conducive to thoughtful policy making. You know, policies sort of decided based on truth socials and tweets. It's not a place that attracts our best and our brightest, unfortunately, at least in my view.
Well, on that happy note, I think we have to wrap things up. Thank you all for coming in. Maria, Sarah, and Idris, thank you for your maiden voyage on the program today. We appreciate having you. And thank you all for being with us for this hour. I'll be back tomorrow with more Meet the Press Now. NBC News Now coverage continues with Hallie Jackson right now.
A new deal to extend the truce in Gaza is taking effect literally as we are coming on the air right now, with the world's spotlight on the hostages. 11 of them arriving in Israel in just the last hour or so after being freed by Hamas. How many more could be released with fighting paused for the next couple days? We'll take you live to the region. Plus, the suspect in court today in the shooting of 3 students of Palestinian descent here in the U.S. Our team, one-on-one with the victims' families, and why the Justice Department is investigating this as a possible hate crime. And record travel today, even after the busy holiday weekend, and a lot of people fighting their way home, also fighting snow, the potential of 3 feet of it. We're live with the latest on delays and the forecast. Plus, remember Malaysian Air Flight 370, that plane that mysteriously disappeared a decade ago? Today, the families of those killed on the flight in court, what they want from a judge all these years later, and why the CEO of Weight Watchers says her company got it wrong later in the show. Hey there, I'm Hallie, and starting right now, it looks like more hostages are set to be released, and that pause in the intense fighting inside Gaza could hold for at least the next 48 hours under the terms of a new truce agreement. Look at some of this brand new video. It's into us just minutes ago of some of the 11 newly released hostages. You can see them. They're heading into some Red Cross vans. We're being told those hostages are now back in Israel. We should note that the footage that you're looking at here has been edited, it seems, by Al Jazeera, which released it. Right now, you've got Israel and Hamas coming to terms on yet another truce deal. This one set to last 2 days on top of the 4 we've already seen. And that new agreement really coming in the 11th hour here, because it is midnight in the region. That's when we are coming on the air here, meaning that initial pause in fighting was set to expire after the release of the 50 hostages kidnapped by Hamas last month and 39 Palestinian prisoners in Israel. To that end, look at some of these emotional reunions. People held in Hamas captivity for nearly 7 weeks. Look, a 9-year-old girl, Emily Hand. There she is running into her dad's arms, hugging her sister. 4-year-old Abigail Idan, released in just the last 24 hours. She is now with her aunt and uncle in an Israeli hospital. Her parents were both killed in that October 7th terror attack on Israel. So with all of this now, the bottom line as we speak, the biggest diplomatic breakthrough in the Israel-Hamas war so far looks like it'll last at least a little longer. Still, none of this settles some of the key questions we have tonight, like what exactly the next 48 hours is set to look like, who the 20 hostages the Pentagon says Hamas will release actually are, and who are the Palestinian prisoners set to be freed too. Hamas and Egypt both say 33 Palestinians will be released today. Inside Gaza, you have hundreds of aid trucks flooding in, bringing the food, the water, the gas people there so desperately need. But even still, a sense of foreboding about where this war goes next. The Israeli prime minister reiterating his goal to eliminate Hamas saying his military will, in his words, demilitarize and de-radicalize Gaza before it can rebuild the Strip. We've got team coverage on this from every angle tonight. Aaron McLaughlin and Richard Engel are both live for us in Tel Aviv. Ali Rafa is near the White House. Richard, let me start with you here. What we do know, and importantly, what we don't know about this truce extension and what these next 48 hours could look like here.
Well, we do know that it has been extended, and we are expecting that it will look like what we have seen over the last several days. There has been a 4-day truce in effect. It is expiring right now, and it is rolling into a 6-day truce. And during this truce, Israel agrees not to carry out its airstrikes in Gaza, not to carry out its offensive military operations, in order to allow Hamas to gather the hostages together and carry out these exchanges. And Israel has said that it would extend this truce for 2 days as long as Hamas, on each of those days, so over the next 24 and then 48 hours after that, releases at least 10 more hostages, with the possibility of it being extended for a third day, a fourth day, potentially beyond that. We know that the mediators, particularly Qatar, hope that this becomes the foundation for a more lasting settlement. But as you mentioned at the top of the show, Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu has said that is not in the cards. That is not part of the agenda, that his agenda is to continue carrying out the military operation until Hamas is eliminated, that until Gaza is de-radicalized in his language, and that this is strictly a tactical pause to allow for some of the hostages to be released in exchange for Palestinian prisoners. So we don't know where all of this is going. We know what the next 48 hours might look like, but we have very little idea of what the next 6, 8, 10 months are going to look like.
Well, you're hitting on something, Richard, that is so critical here, right? In that it is possible that after these 48 hours, you could maybe see continued truce extensions, right? If hostages continue to be released. The question is, when does the fighting return to what it was, if at any point? Do you have any insight into that based on some of the reporting that you're doing on the ground here? That does seem to be obviously the biggest question.
Very clear reporting. An Israeli government spokesman this morning couldn't be clearer on this point. He said that as soon as Hamas stops releasing hostages, the military operation will begin immediately. So Israel has said, and this has been the Prime Minister Netanyahu's line, that if this deal stops for any reason, and this deal is entirely contingent on Hamas releasing hostages, if that pauses or isn't fulfilled, then Israel will go back to its bombing campaign. And that could happen if this deal breaks down tomorrow or the next day or at the end of this week or next. So if you listen to what the Israelis are saying, they say that this is just temporary, that this is a tactical pause to get some hostages out, and that their strategic military objectives of destroying Hamas have not really even begun at this stage, because the military operation has only been focusing in terms of the ground operation in northern Gaza. And Israel has said that it will go into southern Gaza to try and clear out Hamas. Whether that will be successful, whether it will just lead to another long-term occupation in the Middle East is an open question. But Israel says its goal is to continue its military operation until Hamas is destroyed all across the Gaza Strip.
You were on the ground, Richard, in the days after, the hours after this war began, in early October, in mid-October. You are on the ground there now as we are seeing what is so far the biggest diplomatic breakthrough in the war. Can you give us a sense of the mood on the ground, the mood in the region where you are, and from the people that you've been talking to, I know, for weeks and months?
Well, still a lot of anger, still a lot of shock. I would say these last couple of days have given Israelis a degree of hope because you're finally seeing some progress. When you walk around Tel Aviv, you can't walk a few blocks without noticing the posters of the hostages. They are on billboards 30 feet high. They are on electronic screens. The logo, "Bring them home," it has become a national mantra. So these these hostages, I don't want to call them celebrities, because they're in no way they're celebrities, but they are recognizable figures now. People know the hostages by names. You see their pictures, and some of the young children are distinctly recognizable with bright red hair or other family photos that were used in these hostage clips are now well known across Israel. So for many people here, it's like members of their own family are coming home, or members of their own community are finally reunited with their family. That, of course, gives people a degree of satisfaction, but not much, because there are still many people held inside Gaza, still many people who are still hostages. Tonight, the 11 people who were freed, and the Israelis said they are now in Israeli custody, 2 women and 9 children. All of them from one kibbutz, all of them still have relatives held by Hamas.
Richard Engel, we're glad to have you there live for us in Tel Aviv tonight. Thank you very much for being with us. I want to get to Aaron now on some of those emotional reunions where you are inside Israel. Aaron, the images are intense to see some of these, in particular children, reunited with either family members, parents, etc. Talk to us about who's been released, who's left here.
Well, we have the list now of the now former hostages that were released just a short while ago. We also have their nationalities, including 2 German citizens, 6 Argentinian citizens, and 3 French citizens. As Richard was just mentioning there, all of the people that you see on that screen lived in kibbutz Nir Oz. It was one of the hardest hit of the kibbutzim on October 7th. Hamas militants storming their kibbutz. The entire community had a WhatsApp group that day, and they were all exchanging messages. According to Israeli officials, a quarter of the entire kibbutz was either murdered or kidnapped on October 7th, and now 11 more of their members returning home. We got a statement from the kibbutz earlier today saying the news this evening brings a sigh of relief to our community. However, we remain deeply concerned about our loved ones that are still held hostage. We demand the return of all hostages immediately, whatever it takes. Now, out of the remaining hostages, which is about 139 hostages remaining right now in Hamas custody in Gaza, 49 are still from Nir Oz. And one of the stipulations of the agreement, the initial agreement that was brokered by Qatar with the help of the United States, is that any hostages remaining behind by day 4 of the ceasefire would get a visit from the Red Cross. And we're still waiting right now to hear if that is in fact happening, and that is critical to the families with hostages still in Gaza, because so many of these families have not had a proof of life. Hallie.
Aaron McLaughlin live for us there in Tel Aviv. Aaron, thanks. I want to bring in Ali Rafa now, who is near the White House. And Ali, in just the last few minutes, we've learned that Secretary of State Tony Blinken is set to head back to the region this week. Tell us more about what you're learning about what the Biden administration is doing, not just publicly, a la this Blinken trip, but behind the scenes at this point.
Absolutely, Hallie. Well, we know that administration officials, both here in Washington and on the ground in Israel, have been working tirelessly since October 7th to get this ceasefire deal reached. And officials say that the president has played a key role in not just the original deal, also ironing out the obstacles on Saturday of that hours-long pause by Hamas in the release of hostages, and also this extension that we're seeing, that White House officials and the president want extended even further. And as you mentioned, there is diplomacy going on behind the scenes to try to achieve that. Listen to what White House spokesperson Admiral John Kirby had to say about that in today's press briefing.
In order to extend the pause, Hamas has committed to releasing another 20 women and children over the next 2 days. We would, of course, hope to see the pause extended further, and that will depend upon Hamas continuing to release hostages.
As you mentioned, Hallie, we learned in the last hour from a senior administration official that Secretary of State Antony Blinken this week will return to Israel and the West Bank, where he's expected to talk about potentially extending that ceasefire, also talking about how to prevent this conflict from spreading even wider, and talking about what the future of Gaza looks like. The president also saying he's working the phones, talking with the leaders of Qatar, of Egypt, and of course Israel. Yesterday, he spoke with Prime Minister Netanyahu, both of them agreeing to stay in very close contact over the next few days, both of them agreeing that their work is not done, as this White House and this president continue to wait and see whether Americans will be among the next hostages released as part of this extended ceasefire. Hallie.
Ali Rafa live for us here in Washington. Thanks, Ali. The suspect in the triple shooting of 3 students of Palestinian descent pleading not guilty to attempted murder charges today as the Justice Department looks into whether or not the attack on a quiet Vermont street was motivated by hate. That's something the mother of one victim believes is the case, telling our team that essentially it is her nightmare come true.
My husband thought that he would be safe in the U.S., thought that he would be safe at Brown, thought he would be safe in Vermont. This man chose to come up to them and shoot them. Whatever, we will find out the reason why, but it was a vicious, targeted crime.
All of it as we're getting some chilling new details about this suspect, Jason Eaton, telling ATF agents who came to his door on Sunday he'd been, in his words, "I've been waiting for you." Before police entered, they say they found several guns and a distinctive type of ammo that helped tie him to the shooting, according to some documents. Eaton's being held without bail and faces 3 counts of attempted murder, charges that could put him away for life. Those 3 students are in the hospital even still tonight, with one relative telling us one of them may never walk again. NBC's George Solis is in Burlington for us. It is a crime. It is a shooting that has shocked that community and so many in this country. What kind of details do we know tonight about the investigation and how police ended up tracking this guy down?
Yeah, that's right. Let's rewind the clock. So we know this shooting happened Saturday after the boys who were here visiting a relative for the Thanksgiving holiday were approached by this individual who didn't say anything and opened fire. We know 2 of those boys, men I should say, are in stable condition. The third one sustaining more serious injuries, a shot to the spine that will likely prevent him from ever walking again, but the family does have hope, of course. That led to ATF agents canvassing the area in that neighborhood where the shooting happened, close to the University of Vermont. There they knocked on a door. The individual came out there. The suspect, now identified as Jason Eaton, telling them that, "Hey, I've been waiting for you," or something to that effect, telling them that he had a gun in the apartment, and then saying, "I'm not saying anything more without a lawyer." Then comes a search warrant. Then they do find that Ruger pistol at .380. They also find a .22 rifle and a shotgun. They also take with them some items like hard drives and a computer, an iPod, some other materials as part of this search warrant. And yeah, it's been an absolute tragedy for the family. We spoke with the uncles of 2 of those victims, who are one of them who was hosting the men here for the Thanksgiving holiday, another uncle who came in from the West Coast to be with their loved one after this tragedy. He tells me that they tell me that the boys, the men, are in good spirits at this time, considering everything that they went through. But obviously, this is their worst fears realized about this crime that they really do hope ends up being investigated as a hate crime. Listen.
The families are acting on the assumption, and understandably so, that this is a hate crime, that these boys were targeted because of who they are, what they look like.
It seems difficult to imagine that it wasn't motivated by hate.
Hallie, one of the things that officials noted today during their press conference is that while they're still looking whether or not this will eventually become a federal hate crime investigation, this was certainly a hateful act, and they are going to be looking at some of those details and some of those information that they recovered from the suspect's apartment to sort of piece together those dots. But meanwhile, the family members that are here, and we know other family members are trying to make their way to Burlington, are just going to try and reunite with those boys and hope for their speedy recovery. Hallie.
George Solis live for us there in Burlington. George, thank you for being there. Thank you for that reporting. I know we'll talk again as we get updates on that case. Tonight, there are new fears of this war escalating after 2 missiles were fired toward a Navy ship in the Middle East. Now, they were fired toward the ship, didn't actually hit it. But look at this map. The Department of Defense says the missiles came from a part of Yemen controlled by the Iranian-backed militia group called the Houthis. So this is the map. The ship was in the Gulf of Aden. You see that? It's just south of Yemen, just north of Somalia. The timing here is important. Just hours before this whole thing went down, that same Navy ship had been responding to a call from a commercial tanker that was reportedly under a pirate attack. I want to bring in NBC's Pentagon correspondent Courtney Kube in court just to set the sort of stakes for this a little bit. This is a pretty big deal, right? I mean, the series of attacks that you've been reporting on here, like in any other sort of Newsweek news cycle, would be, I think, in some ways leading coverage here. Talk us through what it means, what your reporting is, and why it is significant that you have this potential Iranian-backed group getting involved here.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right about that. There's so much going on in the news right now, but I think if there weren't so much, we would really be focusing a lot more on this, because what we have here is these Iranian-backed Houthi rebels in Yemen firing 2 close-range ballistic missiles that came within about 10 nautical miles of a U.S. Navy ship. Now, you may say 10 nautical miles, that's pretty far away, and that's true, but the fact that they were firing these missiles towards this U.S. Navy ship, which, as you said, was there responding to a distress call for a commercial vessel, the fact that they fired those towards them is very significant. And, Hallie, frankly, this follows weeks of these Houthi rebels in Yemen with more and increasingly more activity. Frankly, things that we have not seen from them in the past, not just firing these close-range ballistic missiles, but lobbing drones, firing drones towards Israel, other missiles, precision-guided missiles. So they really have shown not just a dramatic increase in their activity in the region in recent weeks, but an increase in their capabilities beyond what we even realized. Now, I will say, the USS Mason, the U.S. Navy ship that was there, that was nearby where these ballistic missiles landed in the water, it was there to rescue a commercial tanker that was there called the Central Park. Now, what we are learning today, which we've been working on all day, is who exactly was behind the hijacking of that, because there was some suspicion those may have been Houthi rebels as well. We now believe that those were Somali citizens. They may have actually just been, frankly, pirates that do tend to operate in that region. At this point, defense officials here do not think the 2 incidents were linked beyond the fact that the Houthis fired on the ship that was there responding to this distress call, Hallie.
How might this truce agreement that Israel and Hamas have now entered into, that we know is going to get extended for another couple of days, affect the dynamic here in the Gulf of Aden that we're talking about?
So it hasn't seemed to impact the Houthis' actions, but that's different in the maritime environment than what we're seeing on land, specifically in Iraq and Syria, where since October 17th, there have been at least 73 attacks on bases with Americans in Iraq and Syria. Well, those have stopped. During this truce, starting on Friday, according to defense officials, there have not been any attacks on those bases. And I think one reason that this is so significant, Hallie, is the fact that for weeks and weeks we had defense officials here saying there's no tie between what's happening in Israel and Gaza and the attacks on the bases. Well, the reality is, as we've said here before, nothing happens in a vacuum, and it's very clear that this decrease, this complete halt to these attacks on bases is tied to the truce in Gaza.
Courtney Kube live for us at the Pentagon, covering all of it. Court, thank you. Let's bring you back here to home now, because tonight the holiday hangover travel-wise is kicking in, with millions of people taking today off to hit the roads, to catch flights after a record-breaking Thanksgiving weekend. In fact, American Airlines is saying that today, along with yesterday, are their most traveled days ever. And we're learning nearly 3 million people were screened at airports yesterday, according to the TSA. That's up something like 10% from this time last year. All these folks are making their way home, at least some of them, in the middle of some messy weather. It is giving late November chill, with temperatures below average for this time of year in the Midwest and out east. Wind chills hitting the teens in Chicago today after some weekend snow. It may be weekday snow in the Great Lakes, some 5 million people under snow alerts there. Look at this, Ohio, Pennsylvania, upstate New York. They could ultimately, when this is said and done, see something like 3 feet. Our team's watching all of it. Marissa Parr at Reagan International. Meteorologist Bill Cairns is here for us, too. Bill, stand by, but Marissa, to you first. Some of the busiest travel days, they're happening in less than ideal conditions. Talk us through what you're seeing. Talk us through how delays look right now.
Hey, Hallie, I will say I've been keeping an eye on this for the past couple of days, and at its peak yesterday, I really didn't see the delays go higher than 700. And we see some pockets of delays in the Midwest because of wintry weather, and some pockets of delays in the Northeast because of rain and maybe an icy mix here and there. But that's really striking when you consider the fact that the FAA is reporting less than 1.5% of all flights in the country yesterday were canceled. That is really striking when you remember that yesterday was a record record-breaking day. Over 2.9 million TSA passengers screened in just one day. That did, in fact, surpass the record that was set in June earlier this year. In fact, the TSA said that 7 out of 10 of their busiest days on record have been this year. And so that's really tracking with what we're seeing is an increase in people flying. We know that the majority of people over Thanksgiving holiday and holidays in general tend to take to the roads. Over 49 million across the Thanksgiving holiday took to the roads. But those records are really being set in the air, Hallie. And what I will also add on the end of this, you mentioned people taking off today to travel. I've actually met a number of people who are actually working today and say that, you know, they're remote working, so they're able to travel while they're still on the clock. And so that is kind of in keeping with what we're seeing and what I've kind of been reporting on over the last couple of years is, you know, AAA is saying that Monday and just in general days, I saw that face you had just now. Yeah, I mean, the way that we used to be able to predict travel. Yeah, no judgment. Listen, they're still getting their work done and they think that they're beating the traffic. The problem is everyone's kind of thinking the same way. So Monday, which didn't used to be as busy as it is now increasingly become a more common day for return travel, Hallie.
That's super interesting. It is a sign of the shifting times that we live in. Marissa Parra, live for us there at Reagan. Marissa, good to see you. Thank you. So, Bill, let me go to you. Talk us through it, right? Snow, we mentioned. It's windy. It's cold. What? Did you fly back today, too? Did you do work on the plane?
I mean, I'm just getting over the fact that the work from home people, you know, okay, I get it. Now we got to deal with the work from the road people, too. I mean, that's a whole nother, you know.
Safe space. We are not. Who are we to pass judgment?
We don't
Bill?
judge.
We're just here to report on what people are doing.
That's right. Us 5 days a weekers that just come to work every day. We don't, you know, we're not bitter at all. So hell yes. Let's get into this cold weather. So the coldest things over the weekend was Kansas. I mean, Kansas picked up around 6 to 10 inches in a few spots, which even by Kansas midwinter standards was a big deal. Now the cold air is rushing in. We haven't talked a lot about the cold air this winter season. Even the areas that are typically snowy in November haven't been until now. So the wind chill in International Falls is -5. So that's the first key and the first sign that there is some cold Canadian air that is flowing down. It's now 6 in Green Bay, 3 in Minneapolis. Detroit feels like 14. And all of this is heading over what we call relatively warm lakes. There's no ice on the lakes yet. It hasn't been cold enough. And the temperature difference between the cold air and then the water in the lakes, that produces snow. And that's why we're seeing these lake effect snow bands. And these will be with us for the next 2 days. And so we will get some hefty totals, especially the snow towns south of Buffalo and eventually north of Syracuse up here in the Tug Hill Plateau. But anyone driving in southern Michigan, you could easily go through a quick snow squall. And especially with the sun setting now, the temperature's dropping, it'll start sticking on the roads more. So easily visibility can quickly drop. So these are our winter weather advisories. The areas that will get the heavy snow is where we have these lake effect snow warnings. And here's the snow predictions. Areas south in the snow towns could pick up over a foot. I think the highest totals will be up here what we call the Tug Hill Plateau, not far from where Al Roker's Alma Mater, University of Oswego is located. That could be up to 2 to 3 feet. And that's very common, Hallie. That's nothing to, you know, that doesn't happen that on often. Every winter we get storms like this in that area. The snow forecast over the next 7 days, for anyone else wondering, when are we going to get our snow? Nothing in the Northeast, nothing in southern New England, nothing in the Ohio Valley. But we will talk later this week, Hallie. A lot of our friends in the West, the ski resorts, have had a really rough start to their snow season. They got a storm coming at the end of this week. That'll be our next thing we'll deal with after we get done with this one.
All right. I'm sure we'll talk again. Bill Cairns, thank you much. We got a lot more to get to here on this show, too, including some new concerns around the Pope's health after he had to postpone a couple of meetings. What the Vatican says he's being treated for now. Plus, this Cyber Monday could break records. Why experts say this year still looks a little different. We'll explain that next.
you open your eyes, you get to decide, how's my day going to be? We want to be a way to start your day, lighten your load, every single morning.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
So right now we are in the middle of, we are towards the tail end of, but in the middle of what could be the biggest Cyber Monday ever, the biggest one ever, with a bunch of people getting off work, maybe getting ready to get online, hit up some spots. Some experts say that sales today alone could end up passing $12 billion. Some estimates already in projecting just in the last 5 days, sales are up online more than 5% from last year, probably because of some new marketing techniques trying to lure shoppers in. Brian Chung has more.
Well, hello from Robbinsville, New Jersey. We are at an Amazon fulfillment center. This is one of many across the country that could be processing the packages that you're ordering on this Cyber Monday. We're seeing an expected $12 billion in spend, according to Adobe Analytics. If that does come in, that would be a record amount of spending for this particular shopping holiday. The National Retail Federation saying it expects over 70 million Americans to participate in the deals today. We're seeing 60% off at Target, 80% off some items at Walmart, and Amazon is unveiling deals every 5 minutes. They want to make sure that people are coming back to the site many times across the day. Experts are telling us that Cyber Monday is the better holiday to shop if you're just perusing or browsing, because the amount of deals and the breadth of the deals tends to be wider than on Black Friday, where the discounts will be deep, but they might be a little bit more targeted. And of course, as we are talking about Cyber Monday, shipping is very much a big part of the conversation. One research firm says that package carriers are expected to be able to handle all the capacity. They're apparently more than able to handle what they expect this season. Amazon says that facilities like this are regionally focused, a strategy that they say will be able to get those packages to your doorstep on time. Back to you.
Our thanks to Brian Chung for that reporting. Let's get you over to the 5 things our team thinks you should know about tonight. Number 1, a lawyer for Derek Chauvin says his family is not getting updates on how he's doing after Chauvin was stabbed in prison. Remember, he's the former police officer convicted of murdering George Floyd. A Bureau of Prison spokesperson did not immediately respond to NBC's request for comment. Chauvin was stabbed over the Thanksgiving holiday, but officials say he is expected to survive. Number 2, the Vatican says the Pope's postponing some more meetings because of breathing problems and apparently some lung inflammation. The Vatican says the Pope does not have pneumonia, but he did have a tube put in to get him some antibiotics. It comes after years of health problems. The Pope turns 87 next month. Number 3, a Southwest Airlines passenger ended up in the hospital after opening the emergency exit and climbing onto the plane's wing. Look at that. Officials say the plane was at the big airport in New Orleans. It was not moving at the time. They say there are no criminal charges because of this, at least not right now. Number 4, Honda recalling more than 300,000 Accords and HRVs 2023 and 2024 model years. It's because of a defect that could prevent some front seatbelts from tightening the right way in a crash. Honda says about 1% of the cars they recalled are actually defective. They say they haven't heard of people getting hurt. Number 5, a new campaign out of Mexico is trying to save little guys like this. A type of salamander called an axolotl, by letting people virtually adopt them. So for $35, one of these can be yours, like in the wild. You can adopt an axolotl. In return, you're going to get live updates on how it's doing. You can also just buy one dinner if you're not ready to make the full adoption commitment. Almost all of the axolotl species in Mexico are critically endangered. NBC News confirming tonight that former President Carter is in Atlanta and set to go to services for his late wife and former First Lady Rosalind Carter. It would be a very rare public appearance for the former president, who is 99 years old. Remember, he was in hospice care as of February. You see him here with his wife, Rosalind, during one of the few times he's been seen in public this year. This was at the Plains Peanut Festival back in September. He's in the car with her. The next few days include a full slate of observances and tributes for the former First Lady, who died last Sunday at the age of 96. You have top officials and dignitaries from all over heading down south to attend, including, as you just saw, President Biden, Vice President Harris, their spouses. NBC's Blaine Alexander is in Atlanta for us, and it is, of course, not surprising that a spouse would attend the services of their spouse. That is, I think, something a lot of people understand. It is rare for Jimmy Carter to appear publicly, period, Blaine.
Absolutely, especially, Hallie, when you consider the fact that he entered hospice care back in February. He's 99 years old. And so for him to come out, not only, he's expected to attend tomorrow, we're talking about a rather lengthy ceremony. We're talking about something with a lot of people there, and just the sheer fact that he made it to Atlanta from Plains, Georgia. We're talking about a nearly 3-hour car ride. Not sure how he was transported here, but all of this certainly is just absolutely extraordinary when you think of a former president making an appearance like this. So let's start with what we saw today with the ceremonies for Rosalynn Carter. It really is special because here in the state of Georgia, certainly she's honored as the first lady that Georgia birthed. So we've really kind of seen this tour almost throughout the state, starting in her beloved home of Plains, Georgia, and then making its way to Southwestern State University, of course, her alma mater, where wreaths were laid, and then making the way to Carter Center. Tomorrow, we're going to see really almost a parade of White House occupants, past and present. You talked about Joe Biden and the First Lady. We're also going to see the former President Bill Clinton, former First Lady Hillary Clinton, and then all of the remaining former First Ladies, Michelle Obama, Laura Bush, Melania Trump. All of them are expected to be in attendance tomorrow, Hallie. And then finally, on the third day, the former First Lady is going to be taken back down to Plains, Georgia, to her beloved hometown, where there will be another ceremony there, and she will be laid to rest. Now, of course, as you mentioned, all eyes are going to be on her husband of 77 years, the former president. He is expected to attend tomorrow. Still unknown whether or not he's going to make a public appearance in Plains, Georgia on Wednesday. But again, certainly extraordinary that we're expecting to see him in public tomorrow honoring his late wife, Hallie.
That is for sure. Blaine Alexander live for us there in Atlanta. Blaine, thank you. A lot more to get to when we come back, including more on this mysterious outbreak of kids getting sick in China, overwhelming hospitals. We'll tell you what officials think could be behind this. Plus, a moment on a popular Disneyland ride going viral, why it ended up with a guy getting arrested. Well, that's obvious if you look at that picture. That's coming up.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News.
Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate.
In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther.
You with some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
The mystery of why so many kids in China are getting sick with symptoms similar to pneumonia now has health experts around the world sounding the alarm after video started to come out like this, showing ERs packed with parents and their children in China. With the WHO now saying they want more info, more data from the Chinese government about what's going on with these multiple respiratory illnesses. Keep in mind that China is now entering its first winter since dropping COVID restrictions last year. NBC's Janice Mackey-Frayer has more from Beijing.
An outbreak of respiratory illness across Beijing and northern China has triggered concern at the World Health Organization, which had requested more detailed information from Chinese health authorities about what doctors here have been dealing with. Hospitals in Beijing and in other cities have been swamped for weeks, mostly children needing treatment for pneumonia-like symptoms. Emergency rooms have been so overwhelmed that the health ministry ordered that fever clinics be open to handle demand. Now, the rising number of cases prompted the WHO to ask for more data. What Chinese health authorities say was a routine request. They said they have found no unusual or novel diseases. This is Chinese officials talking, adding that the flood of cases are the usual mix of known viruses as well as mycoplasma pneumonia, or walking pneumonia, and RSV. All of it linked to the first full cold and flu season here since COVID restrictions were lifted last December. An alert last week on ProMed, a global reporting system for emerging outbreaks, had health experts worried about quote-unquote undiagnosed pneumonia in China because that's what COVID started as before it was called COVID. Now, cases here actually started back in October, and there have been a lot of videos on social media over the past few weeks. Health authorities are now asking parents to hold off on taking their kids to the hospital if their symptoms are mild, to avoid those long wait times and the risk of cross-infection.
Our thanks to Janice Mackey-Frayer for that reporting from China. NBC News covers hundreds of stories every day, and because it can be tough to read or watch or listen to them all, our bureau teams have done it for you. This is what they tell us is going down in their regions in a segment we call The Local. Out of our Southern Bureau, police in Louisiana are looking for a 17-year-old murder suspect who escaped from jail for the second time this month. He broke out with another young man his age who's also being held on murder charges, another teenager. Police say both are considered armed and dangerous. They're trying to figure out how these two got out in the first place. Out of our West Coast Bureau, a man has been arrested now after streaking at Disneyland on the It's a Small World ride, no less. He got off, climbed up to some of the set pieces there. Police say he was arrested for indecent exposure and for being under the influence of a controlled substance. And out of our Washington Bureau, First Lady Jill Biden unveiling this season's White House holiday decorations. The theme this year, magic, wonder, and joy. Look at that little train set. She says it's supposed to connect you to your inner child. By the numbers, you've got 98 Christmas trees, 140,000 lights, 30,000 ornaments, and a partridge in a pear tree. Probably looks just like your house, right? Back overseas now, a new guest visiting Israel and its leaders today. Not a politician, not a president. Instead, it was Elon Musk, social media mogul. Here he is with the prime minister walking around the ruins of houses in one of the kibbutzim hit hardest from the October 7th terror attack. The Israeli government says they showed Musk evidence of the atrocities committed by Hamas, in their words. And if you're like, hey, what is Musk doing there? Why is Elon Musk in Israel? That was not on a lot of people's bingo cards. It wasn't just about a week ago, remember, that Musk and his platform X got a ton of heat after he seemed to agree, after he did agree with a tweet about an anti-Semitic conspiracy theory. Now he's talking with Israeli leaders about just that.
Jew hate impacts the entire notion of behavior of human beings in so many places around the world, and you have a huge role to play, and I think we need to fight it together, because under the platforms which you lead, unfortunately, there's a harboring of a lot of old hate.
I want to bring in NBC Tech correspondent Jake Ward, who is joining us now. Okay, so Jake, a couple of threads to pull on here, starting with the one that we just laid out here. The idea that a week ago, Elon Musk was getting slammed from all corners for agreeing with this anti-Semitic tweet, for allowing X to become a place where anti-Semitism ran rampant. Now here he is sitting in Israel with leaders there. Is it an apology tour? How should we be looking at this?
You know, Hallie, it is, always hard to decode this stuff directly, but Elon Musk did come as close as one could come to admitting that this was something of an apology tour. I mean, as you laid out there, right, he's been under heat since that anti-Semitic conspiracy theory and his backing up of it on his own platform has driven away advertisers in droves. And he, went on to try to explain on Twitter, I'm not anti-Semitic, people are misconstruing my words, I'm all about positivity and creating a prosperous future for everyone. But he seems to have felt that that was not enough. Making this trip to Israel, touring the Kfar Aza kibbutz that you mentioned there, and then in the end, he put out on X, actions speak louder than words. So this does seem to have been a pretty clear, effort on his part to clear the air and be seen to be an ally with Israel at this time, Hallie.
What does Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu get out of this visit?
Well, this is the crazy part, right, is that you've got this total, red carpet dignitary kind of visit. I mean, Netanyahu giving up his day, a full security detail, standing under the umbrella in the kibbutz with him. What is this for? Well, it's not entirely, coincidental, because Elon Musk is not just the CEO of SpaceX and Tesla and X. He's also the CEO of Starlink, right? The largest communications satellite platform in the world, more than 4,300 satellites. You remember back when Russia invaded Ukraine, it became a big issue because Ukraine was essentially denied use of Starlink by Elon Musk, and it blew a hole in their capability to make certain attacks. Well, here, he seems to have sat down with the communications minister of Netanyahu and come up with an agreement. And in a tweet, Shlomo Karhai, the communications minister, said, Elon Musk, I congratulate you for reaching a principal understanding with the Ministry of Communications. As a result of this agreement, Starlink satellite units will only be operated in Israel with the approval of the Ministry of Communications, including the Gaza Strip. And I don't think it's coincidental here, Hallie, you always have to read between the lines on these things, but at the end of that tweet, Shlomo also says, during your time in Israel, I hope that it will serve as a springboard for future endeavors and as well as enhance your relationship with the Jewish people, kind of nodding at the problems he's had on X and now having secured this major strategic win for the Netanyahu administration by allowing, by forcing Elon Musk to basically hand over access to Starlink to Israeli authorities here.
It's not the first time, too, that Elon Musk has gotten involved in geopolitics. I think back to, obviously, him, Starlink, Ukraine, I guess it was months ago or maybe a year ago now, Jake. You talk about the issues with X. In many ways, it seems like the damage has been done here from Elon Musk's management and leadership of that platform over the last, X period of time. The New York Times has some numbers out today showing that X could lose something like, look at this, $75 million in ad money because you have all these advertisers pulling out, as we've covered here on the show. If the policies on X don't change, what's going to make a difference here, even despite these international tours that Musk is doing?
Well, at this point, stemming the bleeding, it's just not clear at all how he'll do that, right? This is not a company that can afford to lose tens of millions of dollars in advertising revenue. And going abroad and getting, in this case, inextricably linked with the war in Israel, I don't think that's going to turn around. I don't think any observers are saying it's going to get turned around. I mean, he is just getting more and more twisted up in his leadership of X. And, at a time when that company cannot afford it, and now to be binding his other companies up in the same kind of issue, it is just a very, very messy state of affairs over there, Hallie.
Jake Ward, thank you very much. Following all of it for us tonight. Coming up, a lot more to get to here on the show, including a new twist in that Malaysia Airlines flight that mysteriously disappeared a decade ago. We'll tell you what's happening today. You're not going to want to miss this. Coming up in just a sec.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Back to Beijing now. We're nearly a decade after flight MH370 disappeared. Some new developments now related to that mysterious Malaysian Air apparent crash. You probably remember this story. Like, it was everywhere. It was world news for weeks, for months, after this plane seemed to, like, fall out of the sky. No trace. Nothing turning up after this search and rescue. The 239 people on board never found. The whole thing spawning a host of conspiracy theories and years of trauma for the victims' families. And today, a new twist, with many of those family members now in court, suing the airline and the makers of the plane for millions. Here's Noah Pransky.
The biggest mystery of 2014, still largely unsolved today.
Malaysia Airlines 777 has been lost.
A massive multinational search.
Not a shred of debris from the aircraft has been spotted or found.
Families of those missing passengers still seeking answers nearly a decade later, beginning another process this week, seeking compensation. According to Reuters, they're asking a Chinese court to force 4 companies to pay them millions in damages.
I ask for the restart of the search, and also for Malaysia Airlines to reestablish communication with us and provide us with psychological assistance.
In March of 2014, Flight 370 vanished just 38 minutes after taking off from Kuala Lumpur en route to Beijing. What followed was one of the largest search missions the world has ever seen. 8 countries, 19 ships, 22 airplanes, scouring almost 5 million square miles of ocean. All turning up nothing. There was wall-to-wall media coverage, but as days turned into weeks, then into months, new questions arose as to how a plane with radio and black box equipment could just vanish. Social media then stoked the flames of conspiracy, including one discredited theory the plane safely landed at a secret location. But officials were unconvinced.
All 239 of the passengers and crew are presumed to have lost their lives.
And every few months after that, another piece of debris, believed to be from Flight 370, would wash up along the coast of Africa and various islands. Now, nearly a decade after the disappearance, the first semblance of any good news for the families involved.
It has been about 10 years that the court finally opened the case, which we think is a relief and a turning point. But the deterioration of the living conditions of the families, that does make us feel very sad.
Details of the lawsuit remain vague, and NBC News has not seen the suit, but Chinese state media reports families are seeking up to $11 million each in damages for the failure to properly track the plane. Malaysia Air, along with 2 other companies at the center of the lawsuit, did not provide comment to NBC, but a representative from a 4th corporation, Boeing, told us, "Our thoughts continue to be with those who are on board MH370 and their loved ones." Some loved ones, though, still not satisfied with those thoughts.
We go to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs every day to make a claim, and nobody cares about us.
Noah is joining us now. Noah, there is obviously no amount of money that could ever make these families whole again after what they've been through over the course of the last decade. You heard it there right at the end. They feel, it sounds like in many ways, powerless, voiceless here. This is one way that they can try to get some accountability. What is the likelihood that they will get what they're asking for based on the experts that you're talking to?
Well, Hallie, the Chinese legal system is anything but transparent, first off, we should say. But judges there do have a lot of discretion to award damages in cases that you might not see here in the United States, for instance. That said, the victims' families are looking for millions of dollars each, significantly more than the $50,000 each that they initially reported they were offered for their losses years ago. So they're looking for this money, and they tell AP that they expect these hearings to go on for several more weeks. Again, still searching for that first piece of closure in the last 10 years of pain.
Noah Pransky, thank you very much for that reporting. Still to come here on the show, a huge shift from healthy eating and exercise now. Why the CEO of Weight Watchers is apologizing tonight. What she's now saying about weight loss drugs. Coming up.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwat.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
The Weight Watchers CEO today saying the tried and true mantra of healthy eating and exercise, that focus, that intense focus, is actually, in her words, wrong. Listen to what she tells CNN.
I want to be the first to say I'm sorry. And we know better now. We will do better now. We needed to be the first to be proud and loud about the fact that we got it wrong in the past. We've been treating these medications like it's a vanity, and it's not. It's life-saving.
She's talking about the company's push this year to the weight loss drug market and those drugs overall. You know, this is a market that has been booming here. Weight Watchers bought Sequence. That's a telehealth company which connects people with some of those popular medicines. Ozempic, Wegovy, for example. I want to bring in Dr. Natalie Azar to talk this out with us. So what's so interesting about this interview is the head of this company that previously put some arm's length distance between its sort of philosophy and these weight loss drugs is now acknowledging, wait a second, we were wrong to do that in the first place. As a medical professional, did that surprise you? How do you see this?
Well, yeah, Hallie, maybe it surprised me a little bit, but I'm not disappointed by it. And I think what it really represents is an evolution in all of our, meaning our sort of anybody in the health and wellness or healthcare providers have really undergone this transformation in the last number of years, and sort of this change in the way we think about weight, overweight, and obesity as not just a simple measurement of calories in versus calories out, but rather that there are significant metabolic and hormonal changes that can happen in certain individuals, not everybody, that make them really resistant to be able to lose weight, whether it's that extra 10, 15 pounds, or when they're significantly overweight, to be able to get their weight into a healthy, category or classification. And I think it's interesting that she points out that even those patients who are going to be taking those medications will still be counseled on appropriate, diet, nutrition, and exercise, and all of those things, and it doesn't need to be one or the other.
Let me play another little bit from you from this interview here for you. Listen.
This is sort of the direction this industry is going, with or without Weight Watchers.
I would say that's true. I would say that's true. And I think that people who are deniers about the fact that obesity is a chronic condition are going to be left behind.
It's the business perspective here because of the way that these weight loss drugs have just inverted the market. It feels like that's what she's getting at here, and that's where this conversation is going.
Right. Right. And, I will say that as a provider who doesn't prescribe these medications, but has a lot of patients who take them with either weight loss specialists or endocrinologists, there is a massive need, Hallie, for people and professionals who can counsel and manage these patients and follow them while they're taking the medications, nutritional counseling, all of those things, even sort of, support and all of that kind of stuff. And so I welcome that if a company like Weight Watchers that already has all of those things in place for patients in terms of support and nutritional guidance and things like that, and then has medical professionals who are trained to prescribe these medications, I only think that that's a good thing, because frankly speaking, I just don't think that there are enough, docs and NPs and nurses out there who can handle the volume of patients that actually need this kind of service.
And just stepping back big picture, and I'm not trying to get super philosophical here with you on this, but I do wonder what it says about this moment, right? And the way that even in the conversation in the context that we're having here, the conversation in the context that the Weight Watchers head is having, the conversation around these drugs, it is still about getting this push, right, from the wellness and health field to get people in larger bodies into smaller bodies, even though so much of the science now shows that the way that we measure bodies is flawed. BMI, for example, and some of these indices, it doesn't tell the whole picture. It's just not the whole story.
I think that that's true. And I think that if you're going to get any pushback, it's going to be this sort of like relentless thing to get people to a certain number. But I mean, I think that in spite of that, Hallie, that the science very clearly bears out that overweight and obesity is absolutely associated with so many potential health risk factors, you know, arthritis, certain kinds of arthritis and cancers and cardiovascular disease, that I think that it's okay to have a conversation about the fact that we do have a significant weight problem in this country, and that anything that we can do safely to get people to a healthier weight where we know that they won't, you know, suffer those potential outcomes is an appropriate thing to talk about and to do.
Dr. Natalie Azar, great conversation as always. Thank you for talking us through it. Appreciate it. That does it for us for this hour. We've got a lot more coverage picking up right now. A new deal to extend the truce in Gaza is taking effect in just the last hour overseas, with the world's spotlight on the hostages. 11 of them arriving in Israel in just the last hour or so after being freed by Hamas. How many more may be released, with fighting paused now for the next couple days? Plus, the suspect in court today in the shooting of 3 students of Palestine